completely regarded Jiang Li and Dan Tart as mere air. It first loosened the soil around a wilting rose, then its fingertips glowed with a verdant light, causing the rose to bloom instantaneously. Next, it scampered to the railing, skillfully trimming away excess vines with fluid motions. Jiang Li watched it, her eyes gradually narrowing. Although she possessed an automatic planting slot, that contraption was lifeless. It paled in comparison to this treant, which boasted magical ripening abilities. Dan Tart, Jiang Li set her teacup down, her voice low. What do you think? Do you reckon this creature could be captured with a sealing orb? It resembles a diligent little steward. If I were to bring it home, would I then have an endless supply of fresh strawberries and vegetables? Dan Tart King paused momentarily, then enthusiastically nodded. Who cares whose steward it is? It appears so obedient. It's far better than that group of monkeys. Let us give it a try. Jiang Li rummaged through her backpack for a basic sealing orb, standing up, poised to act. The next moment, she hesitated. Based on past experiences, capturing monsters generally required inflicting considerable damage first, intimidating them before throwing the orb. Yet, observing the diligent little treant watering with such dedication, Jiang Li felt reluctant to strike it with an axe. Never mind, let us attempt it. She settled back into her rocking chair, making a casual throw. The blue sealing orb traced a parabolic arc through the air, gently striking the treant's forehead. Thud. The treant paused, turning its head, staring blankly at the orb that rolled to its feet. It neither resisted nor fled, nor did it exhibit any anger. Instead, it merely tilted its head, causing the small flower atop it to sway. Then, it extended a finger resembling a twig to prod the orb. Buzz. A soft blue light enveloped it in an instant. Jiang Li held her breath, bracing herself for the orb to shatter and the attempt to fail. However, the orb merely quivered slightly on the ground before transforming into a radiant blue. Ding. Congratulations. Successfully captured the forest gardener, unnamed. Evaluation. It appears to have longed to leave this lonely, desolate garden for countless years. Jiang Li, Dan Tart King. A silence enveloped the air for 3 seconds. Dan Tart King exclaimed in astonishment. Success on the first try? Have you turned your luck around, Jiang Li? Jiang Li gazed at the orb rolling back to her feet, equally bewildered. Could it be that 2 negatives make a positive? Or was this a predetermined reward for overcoming this hidden area? Could it be that any attempt would guarantee capture? It seemed I am not a cursed one after all. Jiang Li picked up the sealing orb, her spirits lifted. 2 individuals basked in the sunlight on the balcony, admiring the scenery while enjoying a leisurely swing. The endlessly replenished afternoon tea was a delightful feast, each flavor distinct and exquisite. After approximately an hour, a chime from the system resonated in their ears simultaneously. Server announcement. In dungeon only, congratulations to players Spicy Chicken Leg Burger and Tart King for successfully solving all the puzzles in the Sky Tree Ruins Mystery Dungeon. Dungeon exploration completion rate, 100. Distributing completion rewards. A cascade of golden light enveloped them, revealing a luxurious, semi-transparent settlement panel before their eyes. The dazzling effects were truly blinding. Basic rewards, automatically stored in inventory. Weapon enhancement card, X30. Rare material pack, blue to purple grade, X5, including mithril, fine gold, magic fabric, etc. Advanced recovery potion, 3 times the efficacy of a basic healing potion, X30. Tart King gazed at the rewards before him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yet, the most significant surprises lay ahead. Special blueprint reward, randomly drawn. 3 beams of purple light flashed. Acquired, blueprint for solar energy glass greenhouse, purple building. Acquired, blueprint for stealth cloak, purple equipment. Constitution 5, agility 3, with the inherent attribute stealth. Reducing footfall noise while sneaking. Acquired, blueprint for Titan's grip gloves, purple equipment. Strength 10, with the inherent trait, Titan, providing an additional 3 strength when unarmed. Jiang Li stared at these 2 blueprints, her breath nearly halting. The solar energy greenhouse. This was the ultimate tool for nurturing the little treants. With this, even in frigid temperatures of minus 50 degrees outside, she could cultivate tropical fruits within her home. As for the exoskeleton gloves, they seemed tailor-made for her. Sister Fortress. I got one too. Tart King exclaimed excitedly, raising his hand. I received a blueprint. Magic baking oven. It supposedly can automatically control the temperature and enhance the buff effects of desserts. Not bad. Jiang Li nodded in agreement. However, the system surprises did not end there. The panel revealed the final and most crucial item. Choice reward. This is the commendation from the Master of the Ruins to the Conquerors. Choose 3 item cards from the reward gift box. 3 boxes radiating different hues materialized before Jiang Li. She swiftly selected her desired rewards. Gift box A, gold contains guild establishment certificate X1. Gift box B, purple contains random rare class change card X2. Gift box C, blue contains random life skill book X2. The guild certificate. With it, she could secure resource points, establish teleportation arrays, and gain genuine influence within this bustling server. The 2 class change cards. In this game, reaching level 10 was a significant turning point. Only upon class changing could one truly enter and immerse themselves in this wondrous survival game. On the market, a single class change card had skyrocketed to exorbitant prices, often with more demand than supply. Sister Fortress, have you made your choice? Tart King inquired, leaning closer. Her panel differed from Jiang Li's, as her options leaned more towards everyday life. I was also on board with that. Jiang Li accepted her reward, elated with joy. This was a lucrative opportunity. She suppressed her wildly racing heart and turned to Egg Tart. What did you choose? Egg Tart King grinned, revealing a golden card in his hand. Room upgrade card, special building. Description: allows for comprehensive upgrades of a designated room within the shelter, enhancing its functionality, comfort, and spatial dimensions. I plan to upgrade my kitchen. Egg Tart's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The current kitchen was too small, with only 2 ovens. After the upgrade, I could streamline the production of desserts. Such ambition, Jiangli nodded in appreciation. In this post-apocalyptic world, having the opportunity to pursue one's passion and transform it into productivity was indeed a source of happiness. Rewards have been distributed. The instance of the Skytree ruins is about to close. Transmitting. Before the two could gaze another moment at the beautiful garden, a familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. The blue sky, white clouds, and butterflies shattered in an instant. Buzz. When her vision cleared again, Jiangli found herself standing at the base of the colossal Skytree. Surrounding her was the familiar crystal rainforest, aglow with a faint luminescence. And the air was thick with corrosive spores. The disorienting contrast of falling from paradise back to the mundane left her momentarily dazed. Jiangli instinctively turned back, yearning to push open the wooden door leading to the treehouse. System notification: you do not have access rights. The visit limit for this area in the current instance has been reached, 11. Indeed, there was no going back. Jiangli retracted her hand, feeling a pang of regret. If she could remain in that treehouse, she would gladly stay for a month, not just 5 days. Sister Fortress, look at the time. Egg Tart suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the system panel. After leaving the treehouse, the system time had reappeared. Jiangli looked down, stunned. This can't be right. She mentally calculated. In the treehouse, they had spent at least 3 or 4 hours solving puzzles, and over an hour for tea and rest. Plus time spent capturing pets and settling scores. Surely, half a day had passed. Yet now, the system indicated that only 10 minutes had elapsed. Time had stopped. Jiangli quickly realized. The flow of time within that treehouse was different from the outside. Or rather, when they entered that reward settlement space. The time in the outside instance was paused. The system had calculated this quite cleverly. Jiangli sneered coldly. If one could linger in there until the instance concluded, not only would they be safe, but they could also enjoy life. Though they wouldn't receive rewards. They wouldn't need to worry about dangers or the random drop of supplies. However, the system evidently prevented the emergence of certain survivalist players. No matter how long you stayed inside, to the instance's progress, it was but a fleeting moment. The survival challenge in the Beast Forest awaited you without a second's respite. Chapter 81. The first job change. As Jiangli strolled towards the crystal rainforest alongside the Egg Tart King, she perused the newly acquired cards in her possession. Her gaze first settled upon the Guild Establishment Certificate, a golden card currently enveloped in a dull, frozen state. Hint: this item cannot be used within instances. Please return to the snowfield and select a territory to activate it. Indeed, Jiangli swiftly tucked it away at the bottom of her backpack, recognizing its current impracticality and the risk of it being lost. Next, her attention shifted to the 2 remaining cards in her hand. The job change card, self-selected, could be utilized within the instance, prompting her to act swiftly. In this game, reaching level 10 represented a significant turning point, post-job change. One not only received substantial bonuses from equipment, but also unlocked an array of skills pertaining to their chosen profession. Upon activating the card, a detailed career tree materialized before her eyes. Warrior, a balanced blend of offense and defense, master of weaponry. Primary attribute bonuses: strength, constitution. Specialty: tough and resilient. Suitable for survivors who favor direct combat. Tank, ultimate defense, the shield of the team. Primary attribute bonuses: constitution, endurance. Specialty: capable of attracting and absorbing damage, with mechanisms to reduce harm. Though only able to endure hits, as long as I survive, my teammates shall not fall. Assassin, burst damage dealer, shadow dancer. Primary attribute bonuses: agility, burst. Specialty: enhances base speed and possesses stealth bonuses. Ranger, ranged physical combat, king of kiting. Primary attribute bonuses: agility, perception. Specialty: gains damage bonuses when utilizing ranged weaponry. Alchemist, poison master. Enhancement profession, capable of unlocking special potions beyond basic restorative ones. Specialty: a 20 increase in alchemical prowess. Cleric, able to provide buffs to fellow survivors and comprehend minor healing magic. Primary attribute bonuses: magical affinity. Specialty: the soul healing profession. Jiangli's gaze lingered between the options of warrior and ranger. Her current combat style was a hybrid of melee dual axes and ranged crossbow. Choosing ranger would maximize the power of ranged weaponry, yet seemed somewhat disadvantageous for her. In comparison to other survivors, her strengths lay in fundamental attributes like strength and agility. Thus, the enhancement for ranged weaponry appeared less crucial. Choosing tank, while she valued her life, a purely defensive role did not align with her style. Opting for alchemist? That seemed impractical, given her lack of talent in that area. Even a 20 increase in alchemical insight would yield minimal results. Warrior it is. Jiangli made her decision. The warrior's description included a core passive ability, weapon mastery. You can proficiently wield any weapon and gain additional damage bonuses. This indicated that whether wielding axes or crossbows, the warrior could excel. Her goal was to become an all-encompassing hexagonal warrior. Having made her choice, Jiangli turned to glance at the egg tart beside her. The egg tart gazed longingly at the 2 cards in Jiangli's hand, then glanced at the 3-room upgrade cards nestled within her backpack, wearing an expression that suggested a desire to speak, yet hesitating to voice it. What's the matter? I was just so excited earlier. The myriad of item cards dazzled me. I wonder if it's because my reward box is somewhat different, but it seems I haven't encountered any class change cards. Do you want one? Jiangli inquired, shaking the surplus class change card in her hand. MHM. The egg tart nodded vigorously, her curly hair bouncing in tandem. I'll trade you a room upgrade card for it. The description states that using it can elevate a designated room's construction by 1 level. Rather than immediately acquiescing, Jiangli feigned a moment of hesitation. Although one of those class change cards was originally intended for the egg tart and was of no use to her, she felt it prudent to offer a gentle reminder to the egg tart. After all, the egg tart was rather too sincere and straightforward, albeit reliable. Her excessive kindness and naivety left Jiangli somewhat apprehensive about inadvertently spoiling her. Very well, 1 class change card for 1 room upgrade card. But next time, try not to be so reckless. Not everyone will indulge you, Jiangli replied, producing a card. Intrigued by the upgrade card herself, she mused that, in terms of value, 1 upgrade card equated to 2 class change cards. Jiangli was keen to ascertain whether this upgrade card would still be effective on her tool room. Upon hearing this, the egg tart nodded enthusiastically, accepted the card from Jiangli's hand, and in turn, handed over the room upgrade card. I understand, Sister Fortress. I was just momentarily overwhelmed by the rewards. Clutching the card, the egg tart took a brief glance before decisively choosing the priest class. I'm not particularly skilled in combat. I lean more towards support. Plus, I adore that exhilarating feeling of healing someone in an instant, she exclaimed, shaking her tiny fist. In the next moment, 2 beams of light enveloped the pair. System notification, class change successful. Congratulations to Spicy Chicken Burger for becoming a first-tier class. Warrior, beginner. All attributes, 3. Gain class skill, heavy strike. Consume stamina to increase your next weapon damage to 150 with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Gain passive skill, 10 increase in proficiency with various weapons. As your level increases, more functional skills will be unlocked. Experience stored has been allocated. Current level LV14. Level up grants all attributes. 4. Jiangli clenched her fist, a warm surge coursing through her body, as if her bones and muscles were being reshaped. A class change granted her all attributes of 3. This was no trifling amount. Typically, one would gain merely 1 attribute point per level up, so this represented an equivalent of 3 levels worth of gains, supplemented by the attribute points from leveling up. Strength, 32223443. Agility, 2131. 252, 3434. Constitution, 214, 312, 3438. Health, 38x10380. Meanwhile, the changes in the egg tart were even more pronounced. The blue quality, wizard's focus robe, she had been wearing began to resonate with the radiance surrounding her, emanating a soft, pearlescent glow. System notification, congratulations to the player Egg Tart King for becoming a novice priest. All attributes 1. New special attribute, magic affinity 3. Acquired professional skills, basic healing spell, blessing of light. Egg Tart extended both hands, gazing at the faintly glowing orb of white light dancing in his palms. Sister Fort, look at my attribute panel, he exclaimed with excitement, showcasing the panel to Jiangli. She cast a fleeting glance, her gaze fixating on the newly emerged entry. Magic affinity, 6, occupation 3, robe 3. Description, this is the sole parameter of a spellcaster. The higher the affinity, the greater the power, range, and duration of the magic. Each point of affinity proportionately enhances the final magical effect. So that's what the magic affinity on the robe signifies, Jiangli realized with dawning clarity. Previously, when Egg Tart had not yet transitioned to his new class, the magic slot had remained inactive, rendering this attribute gray and ineffective. Now that he had changed classes, this was a tangible enhancement to his magical prowess. With 6 points of affinity, it meant his healing output and buff effects were augmented by 6. Although it might seem merely a 6 increase for now, the eventual amplification of magical strength would be formidable. Quick, let us give it a try, Egg Tart said eagerly. Sister Fort, let me cast a buff on you. Go ahead, Jiangli replied, standing firm. Egg Tart took a deep breath, his expression solemn as he raised his hands and directed a push toward Jiangli. Blessing of light. May you grow stronger. A golden warm current surged forth from Egg Tart's hands, instantly enveloping Jiangli. System notification, you have received the blessing of light. Stamina recovery increased by 11. Duration, 5 minutes. Jiangli glanced at her status bar. At this point, it seems somewhat lackluster, almost inferior to your desserts, she assessed objectively. But no worries. The effects will improve as your professional level increases. Indeed, Egg Tart nodded. Oh, and there's this. He conjured another orb of light and tossed it toward Jiangli. Basic healing spell. The orb entered Jiangli's body. Since her health was already full, no green healing numbers appeared. However, she distinctly felt a warm flow coursing through her limbs, akin to having enjoyed a hot bath. How does it feel? Egg Tart inquired eagerly. Jiangli, with a peculiar expression, touched her stomach. It's somewhat reminiscent of sipping a bowl of steaming lamb soup, feeling all warm and cozy inside. Sister Fort. Your description is rather apartment. Hearing you say that makes me crave lamb soup. Just imagining sitting by the fireplace in the snowy plains. Savoring a bowl of it is delightful. Chapter 82. Return. Jiangli's warrior class offered no novel features, merely a straightforward enhancement of statistics. Thus, after spending some time with Egg Tart to explore his priest abilities, the two gradually departed from the hollow, preparing to retrace their steps. After all, considering the timing, pineapple beer would soon arrive nearby, and the trio needed to reconvene. Jiangli retrieved the magical map they had exchanged earlier, selecting the withered forest region and pinpointing their location. Only 2 instances of such close-range positioning have left the magical essence within the enchanted map diminished to less than half. It is no wonder that the individuals were willing to exchange it. In this context, the map does not seem particularly extraordinary, useful, yet not overwhelmingly so. As the two traversed the crystalline rainforest, Jiangli led the way, her Riftwind double axes, casually hanging by her side, her steps light and graceful. Sister Fort. At 10 o'clock to the left, there is movement in the bushes, she remarked. Egg Tart King followed closely behind, a soft, pearlescent glow enveloping her hands. Since her transition to a priest, her mental attributes and perception abilities had undergone a significant transformation. I see it, Jiangli replied without turning her head, maintaining her rhythm. With a sharp hiss, a 2-meter-long demonized black wind panther, LV-11, suddenly leapt from the underbrush. Its speed was astonishing, its black fur nearly blending into the dim forest, and its claws shimmered with a faint toxic light as it lunged towards Jiang Li's throat. Previously, faced with such a high-agility assassin-type beast, Jiang Li would have typically opted to block with her axe, absorbing the initial wave of damage before counterattacking. However, with her agility and weapon proficiency significantly enhanced, she could distinctly perceive a shift in the dynamics of combat. In the fleeting moment before the panther reached her, Jiang Li's body instinctively tilted slightly to the right, allowing the panther's claws to graze her clothing without making contact. Simultaneously, the glow in Egg Tart King's hand intensified, casting a beneficial effect upon Jiang Li. In the next instant, Jiang Li deftly flicked her right wrist, the axe blade carving an arc through the air from below. A sudden brilliance ignited along the blade. Heavy strike activated. With a resounding thud, the airborne Black Wind Panther was struck squarely under the jaw by the unadorned upward swing, dealing immense damage that nearly incapacitated it. As it finally touched the ground, Jiang Li swiftly pivoted, bringing both axes down upon it. The sheer force sent its body hurtling 3 meters away, crashing into a crystalline tree, dissolving into a pool of white light. Kill LV-11 Demonized Black Wind Panther. Experience gained, 50 points. A swift kill. Executed with effortless finesse. Jiang Li glanced at her palm, realizing that the enhancement from her all-attribute boost provided not merely an increase in damage but, more critically, a remarkable sense of coordination. The sensation of harmony between her mind and weapon rendered each movement fluid and graceful. Wow, Sister Fort, you were so impressive. Egg Tart King exclaimed from behind, applauding. That last strike had a visual effect. Was it a professional skill? Indeed. It has a minor cost and a cooldown of merely 10 seconds. Quite practical, Jiang Li replied. Oh, I've just realized something important. Previously, when we were hunting together, I had to inflict damage on the monsters to gain experience. Now, as long as I provide you with a buff, I can also earn experience. Perfect. Let us continue on our path and seek out some higher-level monsters to accumulate more experience. Jiang Li suggested. Absolutely. Jiang Li took the initiative to speak. And Dan Tart naturally would not decline. She had initially felt somewhat shy about asking Jiang Li to accompany her to gain some experience. Subsequently, Dan Tart retrieved several desserts of varying attributes from her backpack. Sister Fortress, this one enhances temporary strength, this one boosts agility, and this one increases stamina. Let us apply all the buffs we can. Alright, while the buffs are active, let us proceed to grind some levels. As she surveyed the array of buffs adorning her, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Jiang Li's eyes. Yet for the magical creatures of the forest, this was hardly a fortuitous turn of events. For the next 2 hours, this crystalline rain forest was utterly transformed into a training ground for the two of them. Sisterly, to the right. 3. Ironhide Wild Boars. Level 9. Received. Jiang Li's figure flickered as she charged into the herd of boars, bolstered by the blessing of light, buff. The proud defenses of the Ironhide Wild Boars crumbled before her terrifying strength, which far surpassed the current average level of survivors, as if they were mere parchment. Heavy strike. With a single swing of her axe, the skull of the first wild boar shattered. Sweep. Although lacking area attack skills, Jiang Li wielded her dual axes with such rapidity that they whirled like a windmill. In a mere 10 seconds, the 3 wild boars were annihilated. Experience gained, 100 points. Dan Tart, Jiang Li called out. Having charged in too recklessly, she intentionally braved the tusks of the wild boars to test her defenses, resulting in a loss of 22 health points. Coming. Healing spell. Dan Tart, clad in her majestic robe, waved her hand, sending a milky white orb of light into Jiang Li's body. 20. A green number floated upwards. Just wait a moment for the cooldown, Sister Fortress. Soon it will be fully replenished. Jiang Li glanced at her nearly restored health bar and nodded in satisfaction. Dan Tart was equally thrilled. As long as she stood safely behind Jiang Li, this place was the safest in the world. She merely needed to keep an eye on Jiang Li's health bar, occasionally casting a blessing or delivering a finishing blow as their experience points steadily climbed. This was hardly survival. It was clearly a delightful leveling experience. Sister Fortress. There's a treasure chest ahead. Behind a cluster of glowing ferns lay a chest radiating a gentle green light. Bronze chest. Jiang Li approached and forcefully smashed the lock. Acquired. Intermediate Energy Potion X2. Acquired. Skill Book. Charge Common White. Acquired. Bread X5 a skill book? Jiang Li picked up the thin pamphlet and examined it alongside Dan Tart, intrigued by this unfamiliar item. Likely a result of the system resetting the loot after a class change. Charge. Dash 5 meters towards a target, creating a protective wind around your body, dealing physical damage and knocking back enemies. Cooldown. 60 seconds. Sister Fortress, this skill suits you quite well, Dan Tart remarked. After carefully reading the description and confirming there were no side effects, Jiang Li promptly chose to learn it. The sensation was peculiar. In an instant, she grasped the essence of the skill as if it had always been within her. As they delved deeper and engaged in more combat, their synergy became increasingly seamless. Jiang Li no longer acted recklessly. She initiated the attack with a swift charge, colliding directly with the unsuspecting creature before it could react. Following this, she unleashed a heavy strike that left the monster staggered, and then proceeded to unleash a flurry of blows with her dual axes, culminating in a close-range headshot with her armor-piercing crossbow, a seamless display of skill. Meanwhile, Dantart gradually discovered her own strengths. She realized that her magic affinity not only influenced her healing capabilities, but also affected the casting range of her spells. Now, she could even take cover behind a tree 10 meters away, casting her arcane spheres, her own term for a curved throw, to heal Zhongli, while simultaneously providing support with her sweets. Sisterly, your stamina is running low, eat this. Dantart accurately predicted Zhongli's condition and tossed a piece of mint chocolate like a dart. Zhongli caught it midair, popped it into her mouth, and retaliated by shooting a crossbow bolt at a sneaking venom spider. This unspoken understanding transformed monster hunting into a pleasurable experience. Before they knew it, the sun began to set. The light in the crystal rainforest gradually dimmed, and the luminous plants began to compete for attention, making the entire forest appear even more enchanting yet perilous. It's about time. Zhongli glanced at her experience bar. After an afternoon of intense monster clearing, she finally broke through her level cap. Level up, LV 15, all attributes 1, additionally awarded 1 free attribute point. Without hesitation, she allocated the point to agility, as her strength was already formidable and her constitution sufficient. As long as she avoided being instantly killed, she need not worry about subsequent healing. With a free attribute point, enhancing agility was the most prudent choice to increase both her movement and attack speed. Turning to Dantart, she noticed a golden light illuminating her as well. Level up, LV 12, all attributes 1, awarded free attribute point. 1. After a moment's contemplation, Dantart decided to invest hers in constitution. My primary goal is to survive. She thought wisely. As dusk approached, Zhongli suggested they return to the withered wood forest. She sheathed her weapon and wiped the blood from her face. Although their strength had significantly increased, the monster compendium indicated that nighttime in the monster forest would bring forth night-dwelling beasts, whose attributes would be doubled. There was no need to take unnecessary risks for a trivial amount of experience. On their way back, Dantart discovered a hidden tree hollow containing a silver treasure chest. Zhongli was thoroughly impressed by Dantart's luck and entrusted her with the task of opening it. Acquired, enchantment blueprint for sharpening stone, special item, restores weapon durability. Acquired, beast meat X30. Acquired, special item gothic wooden furniture set. Acquired, universal saddle. By the time they returned to the withered wood area, night had fully descended. The once desolate black forest now appeared lively due to several glowing crystals scattered around. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A few elite monkeys on lookout immediately spotted their returning benefactors, excitedly leaping from the trees to circle around Dantart, their king. They held an array of objects in their hands, unknown wild fruits, glimmering fragments of ore, and even a securely bound flowered fowl. Is this today's offering? Zhongli raised an eyebrow. The execution of this group of monkeys was truly astonishing. The egg tart king cheerfully produced several bags of cookies as a form of remuneration. Then, like a general inspecting his troops, commanded the monkeys to transport the supplies into the large tree hollow for the two to select from. Upon entering the familiar tree hollow, Zhongli settled onto a fur mat and let out a long sigh. Beside her, the egg tart was also busy sorting through the materials. Sister Fortress, today's harvest is abundant. Various materials have filled half my backpack, and I've leveled up. The little face of Egg Tart was flushed, a blend of excitement and fatigue. I'll go see what the monkeys found today, said Egg Tart. All right. Zhongli handed her a bottle of water and then sent a message to Pineapple Beer. Why haven't you arrived yet? Is something wrong? Pineapple Beer. No. I'll be there early tomorrow morning. I don't feel like traveling at night. There are too many strange creatures on the road, which is a bit bothersome. Spicy chicken leg burger. That's fine. The attributes of monsters double at night, so it's better to rest first. Spicy chicken leg burger. Egg Tart and I discovered a puzzle dungeon, and our rewards were plentiful. We both changed our classes. I chose warrior. And she a priest. Now we're just waiting to meet up with you. Pineapple Beer. Oh, you've already changed classes. I was going to help you gather some. I found one here and wanted to find another to give to you together. Spicy chicken leg burger. Hee. Thank you. We're just ahead of you. See you tomorrow. Pineapple Beer. Good night. Spicy chicken leg burger. Good night. Outside the tree hollow, the wind howled. Shadows of monsters loomed, while inside, warm light flickered. Chapter 83. The Withered Wood Forest Boss Egg Tart in the early morning of the Withered Wood Forest. The mist had yet to dissipate. Eek. A cacophony of monkey calls shattered the tranquility within the tree hollow as several monkeys rushed towards the resting place of the two. Zhongli suddenly opened her eyes. Springing up from the fur mat with Riftwind dual axes, grasped firmly in hand. Upon seeing it was merely monkeys, she calmed down. The Egg Tart King, still somewhat groggy, also stood up, bleary-eyed. What's the matter? Eek. The monkeys stood before Egg Tart, gesturing rapidly. They pointed at Egg Tart and then measured their height. Clearly, they were communicating. The slightly taller human you asked me to keep an eye on appeared yesterday. Upon hearing this, the two quickly followed the monkeys out of the tree hollow and ascended to a high lookout point. Below, near the edge of the Withered Wood Forest, a circle of elite monkeys stood guard, baring their teeth and screeching, their stones and wooden bows raised high, yet they hesitated to throw them. Opposite them stood a shadowy figure, a woman clad in tight leather armor, her face obscured by half a black mask. She stood at the edge of the withered forest, gripping two daggers that shimmered with a ghostly green poison. Clearly, she had just arrived. Although Dantart had mentioned the monkeys to her, she could not ascertain whether they belonged to the same tribe. Thus, upon being spotted by the monkeys, she found herself in a standoff, eager to relay a message to her small group for confirmation. Pineapple Beer. Upon recognizing the familiar silhouette, Zhongli called out. The shadow below paused, lifting its gaze toward the direction of the tree hollow, the frigid glint in its eyes instantly dissipating. Beside her, Dan Tart quickly directed the monkeys to clear the obstacles, allowing Pineapple Beer to enter. 5 minutes later, within the tree hollow. TSK. Pineapple Beer removed her mask, revealing a strikingly handsome face. The three of them sat around a large stone, as Dan Tart produced some buff-enhancing food to replenish Pineapple Beer's strength. Pineapple Beer cast her gaze around the resource-laden tree hollow, then looked at the monkey wine in her hand. With a smile, she remarked, "Thank you for the monkey wine. This treasure is rather pricey." She raised the glass bottle and drank it in one gulp, and soon a radiant glow enveloped her, indicating that she had acquired the attributes from the monkey wine. "What a pity, the old monkey refused to trade more," Jiangli commented. "That is to be expected. The system assigns the monkey clan the task of producing and safeguarding monkey wine. Typically, the method to acquire it involves launching an assault on the monkey clan to distract them and then stealthily stealing the wine." "Steal?" Dan Tart glanced nervously at the surrounding monkeys. "I feel like we might get caught. Let's discuss that later. After all, we have already consumed it. It would be best to take some more with us if the opportunity arises." The dungeons refresh randomly, and it seems that the narrative trajectory this time diverges significantly from the last. "Who knows when we shall return to the Beast Forest," Pineapple Beer remarked. Dan Tart chuckled, rising to her feet. "By the way, Sister Pineapple, look at this." She took a deep breath, her hands glowing brightly before she waved them. Blessing of Light. A warm golden halo instantly enveloped Pineapple Beer. System notification, you have received the Blessing of Light, enhancing all attributes by 6. Pineapple Beer's eyes sparkled as she felt the surge of power within her. Dan Tart proudly lifted her chin, conjuring a milky white healing orb in her palm. "I am now a level 12 priest. Impressive, right?" "Indeed, quite impressive," Pineapple Beer replied, taking another bite of the biscuit in her hand. However, Pineapple Beer shifted the topic, opening her personal panel and displaying it with an air of casual grandeur. ID, Pineapple Beer, Class, Assassin Shadow Dancer. Level, LV19, Level 19. Dan Tart's jaw nearly hit the ground. "Sister, have you been slaying dragons? How did you level up so quickly?" "Sister Fortress is only at level 15. Jiangli expressed her surprise as well. It was worth noting that she had defeated numerous elite monsters over the past few days, and even taken down a great bear, yet her level had barely reached 15. Pineapple Beer was 3 levels ahead of her. Such are the advantages of being a lone wolf. Pineapple Beer shrugged casually, retrieving a black crystal from her backpack and tossing it playfully. "My starting point was teeming with high-level gargoyles and specters. Though formidable foes, the experience gained was remarkably generous." Her gaze flickered as she reflected on the multitude of monsters encountered along the way, swiftly leveling up through their defeat. Truly, she embodied the prowess of a top-tier assassin reborn. Her efficiency in leveling was indeed terrifying. Enough of reminiscing. It was time to address serious matters. Pineapple Beer's expression grew serious as she unfurled a large parchment scroll upon the rocky table. A few curious monkeys huddled nearby, stealing glances at the unfolding scene. "What is this?" Jiangli inquired, leaning closer. "A map of the dungeon boss distribution," Pineapple Beer replied, indicating the densely clustered red dots on the map. "I discovered this in a relic. It reveals the nearby bosses, though it doesn't display hidden bosses or Easter eggs. However, the basic area bosses are marked." She traced her finger across the map. "I recall this dungeon has set up 3 hidden leaderboards that will be unveiled upon conclusion. The first is the kill leaderboard, which scores based on the quantity and quality of monsters slain. The second is the resource leaderboard, which gauges the total value of items in one's inventory. The third is the exploration leaderboard, scored by the area of Foglet map." With a playful gesture, she pointed to herself. "I have traversed through over a dozen ecosystems, so I'm certain I will rank on the exploration leaderboard. How about you? We should fare decently in resources. We acquired quite a few high-level rewards from that puzzle dungeon. However, in terms of exploration, we might fall short, especially since Egg Tart has scarcely ventured into various ecosystems." Jiangli responded. Nearby, Egg Tart nodded, suddenly recalling something. She rummaged through her backpack and produced a pink sealing orb. "Oh right, Sister Pineapple. We obtained a special magical beast. Isn't there a leaderboard for that?" Holding the orb aloft, she gestured, and a spectral image of a cotton candy sheep materialized above it. Pineapple Beer observed with keen interest, clearly intrigued by Egg Tart's acquisition. The sealed magical beasts are indeed counted in the resource leaderboard. The system employs its own evaluation framework. The rarer the beast, the higher the score. Yours is quite adorable. Hee, it's covered in cotton candy. I absolutely adore it. I don't even need to name it. Let's just call it cotton candy. If only I could release it now instead of waiting to return to the snowy plains. I'm itching to pet it, Egg Tart exclaimed, brimming with excitement over the cotton candy sheep. All right. If you keep going on like this, I might grow envious of both of you, Pineapple Beer interjected. Now that we're gathered, let us solidify our standings on the leaderboard. Those guild members are quick to farm points from lesser monsters, claiming many spots on the leaderboard. The conclusion of this dungeon will yield golden and even diamond treasure chests. We must ensure we secure our ranks. As the trio strategized over the map, a small monkey dashed in through the cave entrance, chattering and gesturing frantically toward the outside. More visitors? Jiangli frowned. What is going on with this desolate wood today? Has it turned into a tourist attraction? The 3 individuals exchanged a knowing glance and rose in unison. Stepping out of the tree hollow, they stood upon an elevated vantage point and gazed downward. There, on a narrow path winding through the desolate woods, a man burdened with an enormous backpack raised his hands, obstructed by a group of monkeys. Dear monkeys, please, do not attack, he implored, brandishing a long sword. I am merely passing through. Truly I am. I intend to reach the marshlands over there and bear no ill will towards you. The sight of the monkeys armed with bows and spears shattered his worldview. His sole intention had been to circumvent formidable beasts and take a shortcut to the marshes. Yet, these monkeys seemed equipped with crossbows and exhibited an alarming aggression. Pineapple Beer cast a discerning glance. The man appeared poorly equipped, lacking any aura of menace, suggesting he was but a casual player. Jiangli nodded in agreement. Just an ordinary individual struggling within this realm, with no grievances or vendettas, they could hardly justify acts of violence against him. Typically, survivors entering the territory of the monkeys would be driven away, much like the initial encounter with Egg Tart. However, Egg Tart had managed to appease the monkeys through an abundance of delectable offerings. After a moment of contemplation, Jiangli turned to Egg Tart. Egg Tart, go and collect a toll for passage. Wait, are we truly to act as bandits? Egg Tart replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Not exactly. Merely a symbolic fee. Inform them that as long as humans do not provoke them, we are willing to exchange provisions for safe passage. The toll we collect can be saved for trading food, Jiangli explained. Thus, Egg Tart, with a mix of trepidation and determination, positioned herself on a branch above and cleared her throat. Ahem, you down there. The man looked up. His brow furrowed with confusion as he beheld a woman clad in a robe, wielding a glowing staff. Who was she? Another survivor? Why did she traverse among the monkeys without facing their wrath? Egg Tart endeavored to maintain an imposing demeanor, attempting to project an air of mystery. This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to pass. She faltered momentarily. Leave a toll for passage, Jiangli whispered from behind. Yes, leave a toll for passage. Egg Tart declared. However, we require only a modest amount. You must leave a toll to ensure safe passage. The man below was taken aback. A toll? What sort of toll would the monkeys accept? After a brief moment of thought, he retrieved 2 sprigs of luminous grass he had recently gathered and placed them on the ground. The nearest monkey approached and seized the offering. Agreed. Egg Tart waved her hand grandly. The monkeys promptly parted, clearing a pathway for him. Seeing this, the man felt a wave of relief wash over him and cautiously made his way along the newly opened route, glancing back at the ethereal figure of Egg Tart, her robe billowing in the wind. Is she the boss? I didn't TC any system notification. The Monkey King can speak. How remarkable. I must share this with the others. Offering a toll to the monkey tribe can ensure safe passage. Unbeknownst to him, the trio above remained oblivious to his musings. As they watched his retreating figure, laughter erupted among them. They returned to the tree hollow, resuming their study of the map before them. Pineapple Beer's finger traced the map, ultimately halting at a canyon approximately 10 kilometers from the withered woods, marked by a red scorpion icon. Thunder Crystal Toxic Scorpion, level 20 regional boss. This was it. Pineapple Beer remarked, its shell is an exquisite material for crafting armor, perfectly suited for you, Jiangli, to create warrior gear. Its stinger and venom sac are essential for concocting paralytic poison and advanced venomous dagger. I could certainly make use of them. Chapter 84. Slaying the Scorpion King. After a brief preparation, the group set off in another direction. What kind of map is that? Pineapple Beer inquired curiously, observing the terrain map in Jiangli's hands, as her own map only displayed directions. This is a magical map that reveals biomes and locations. The drawback is its ephemeral nature. It can only be used for a short while. I traded for it with someone in a guild. They seem to have a cartographer. Jiangli explained. A cartographer? That sounds impressive. I believe his name is Dashan. Perhaps we can find him when we return to the snowfield and ask, she continued. As they ventured further, Jiangli and Pineapple Beer dispatched numerous beasts obstructing their path with their crossbows. The air grew increasingly arid, and a slight static sting could be felt against their skin. The vegetation thinned, replaced by jagged red-brown boulders, with plumes of white steam occasionally erupting from cracks in the ground. This is Thunderclap Canyon. Watch your step. Do not tread on those glowing blue stones. Pineapple Beer, leading the way, did not look back, effortlessly twirling her dagger. Those are thunderstones. While stepping on them may only induce a mild numbing sensation, they can electrify you. If your charge exceeds 3 layers, you might attract lightning from above. Although it won't be fatal, your hairstyle will surely suffer. The timid Egg Tart King quickly retracted his foot from the stones and shielded his fluffy curls. Sister Pineapple, you know so much, he exclaimed with admiration. Pineapple Beer paused momentarily, turning to wink at them. Well, I'm tormented by nightmares daily. When it comes to experience, I'm well versed. How can you speak of such torment so cheerfully? Jiangli queried. I've grown accustomed to it. Besides, for some reason, the nightmares have been less frequent lately. Upon hearing Pineapple Beer's words, Jiangli was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether to comfort or empathize with her. Pineapple Beer, however, remained unperturbed, her face aglow with joy as she forged ahead. Each time they passed inconspicuous rock crevices, she adeptly extracted rare ores or companion herbs, tossing them back to Jiangli. Here, Thunderstrike wood, excellent material for arrows. This is paralytic herb, Egg Tart. Take this and crush it later to apply to Jiangli's axe. Jiangli trailed behind, tasked with the rear guard and collection, finding herself considerably less burdened. Previously, she bore the weight of all the pressures alone, whether in survival or combat. Castle Sister, open wide. A peeled, honey chestnut, was suddenly presented to her lips. Egg Tart King beamed, holding it aloft. Just peeled, it replenishes stamina. Jiangli instinctively opened her mouth to savor the soft, sweet texture that melted on her tongue, filling her heart with warmth. The Pineapple Beer, leading the way, turned back, unwilling to be outdone. Hey, is this favoritism? What about mine? Yes. This largest one is for Sister Pineapple. She watched as the egg tart flitted back and forth between the two like a diligent little bee, distributing treats. After approximately half an hour of travel, the canyon ahead suddenly narrowed, forming a colossal gourd-shaped terrain. Deep within this gourd's opening lay a massive creature, its form exuding a semi-transparent amethyst quality, stretching over 5 meters in length. Its enormous pincers resembled hydraulic crushers, and a long, arched tail stung with crackling arcs of electricity. Thunder Crystal Venom Scorpion King, LV-20 Regional Lord. Attributes: Thunder Poison. Status: Asleep. We've arrived. The three of them concealed themselves behind a large boulder. Pineapple Beer's playful demeanor vanished, her gaze sharpening. She first opened the regional chat channel to confirm that few survivors were nearby. Zhongli pulled out her monster encyclopedia to peruse, but regrettably, the incomplete compendium did not contain this boss. No worries, Zhongli, I have some recollection of this boss. It is quite formidable. It has 2 phases. The first phase involves its physical form, with an exceptionally hard shell, possessing almost no weaknesses aside from its abdomen. However, its pincers deliver devastating blows, so be cautious to avoid being caught. A strike from it can inflict fatal damage, capable of shattering bones in the snowy plains. The second phase activates when its health drops below 40, entering thunderstorm mode, electrifying its body and releasing a vast cloud of poisonous mist. Pineapple Beer glanced at Zhongli and the egg tart, swiftly laying out their strategy. Zhongli, you will take the front, drawing its attention with its tail. Remember, your sole objective is to captivate its focus, so prioritize your defense. Egg tart, hide behind that prominent rock. It is a blind spot where the poison mist cannot reach. Your task is to vigilantly monitor Zhongli's health bar, ensuring to maintain buffs while prioritizing your safety. She lightly tapped her 2 daggers together, producing a crisp chime. I must strike from behind for maximum damage. Its weakness lies beneath the soft shell before its stinger. Zhongli nodded, taking a deep breath. Are you ready? Always prepared. Egg tart clenched a fist, glowing with energy. Charge. At Pineapple Beer's command, Zhongli burst forth from behind the boulder, charging directly at the Scorpion King. Charge. Her form blurred, leaving a white streak in the air, a vortex of wind swirling around her. Clang. Zhongli's dual axes crashed into the Scorpion King's forehead, igniting a dazzling spark. This jolt startled the slumbering Venom Scorpion King awake, allowing it to finally focus on Zhongli before it. Hiss. The Scorpion King, incensed, illuminated its massive compound eyes with a fierce red glow. It swung its left pincer, accompanied by the crackling sound of thunder, and struck ferociously at the human before it. Zhongli, undeterred, advanced boldly, leveraging the significant strength boost afforded by her warrior class. With her twin axes crossed, she braced herself against the impending strike. Boom. Her feet carved 2 deep furrows into the ground as her health plummeted by 10%, yet she did not retreat an inch. Blessing of Light. Healing spell. Behind her, a golden light and a silvery glow descended simultaneously. Zhongli's health began to recover, and her strength and agility experienced a slight enhancement. The Scorpion King, undeterred, quickly lunged towards Zhongli, twisting its body to draw a crossbow, unleashing a volley of arrows aimed at the creature's compound eyes. The Scorpion King hastily raised its massive pincers to block, obscuring Zhongli's line of sight. However, Zhongli remained composed, focusing intently on her defense, reminiscent of a Pineapple Beer's refreshing alertness. Indeed, the next moment, the Scorpion King's pincers moved, and a shadow swiftly appeared before Zhongli's eyes. It was the Scorpion King's tail stinger, having obscured her view with its pincers before darting straight towards her. Fortunately, Zhongli had been on guard, her agility allowing her to narrowly deflect the strike with her axes, sustaining only a manageable 50 points of damage. Just as the Scorpion King launched its stinger, a dark specter emerged behind it. It was Pineapple Beer. She was remarkably swift, silently closing in on the base of the Scorpion King's stinger, where a patch of soft armor resided. As the stinger thrust forth, the soft armor would be displaced, revealing a weakness within. Shadow Strike. Backstab. The dagger in Pineapple Beer's hand shimmered with a ghostly green poison, and within a mere second, she unleashed a flurry of 7 strikes upon the Scorpion King's vulnerable spot. Terrifying damage numbers cascaded like a waterfall. This was the explosive power of a high-level assassin. Each strike was a critical hit. Each cut drew blood. Hiss. The Scorpion King, in pain, sought to turn and retaliate against Pineapple Beer. Yet, she was not greedy. After her flurry, she retreated and entered a state of stealth. Zhongli, positioned at the forefront, would not grant it the opportunity to pursue Pineapple Beer. Look here. Your opponent is me. Zhongli roared, activating Heavy Strike, her axe crashing down upon the Scorpion King's exoskeleton, forcibly redirecting its ire. Consumed by frustration, the Scorpion King roared in fury, preparing to dismantle its foes one by one, attacking Zhongli relentlessly. However, Zhongli had Egg Tart hidden nearby, stealthily recovering and applying buffs, maintaining her health in a robust state. At the slightest opportunity, Pineapple Beer would strike directly at the weakness. Through this tug of war, the Scorpion King's health swiftly dwindled to 40. Be cautious. Phase 2. Pineapple Beer shouted, her form retreating instantly. ZZZZ. The Scorpion King suddenly erupted in blinding arcs of electricity, its once purple exoskeleton transforming into a dazzling electric blue. Skill, Thunderstorm Poison Mist. A large cloud of noxious green mist, mixed with crackling arcs of electricity, expanded outward from its center. Zhongli quickly retreated, and the others switched to crossbows for ranged attacks. Fortunately, their swift actions allowed for a timely withdrawal. Otherwise, being paralyzed by the thunderstorm poison would severely restrict their movements, and within the mist, their stamina would rapidly deplete. as the three of them simultaneously created distance. A flurry of crossbow bolts was unleashed. Yet, Jiang Li, ever the valiant leader, charged forth using her skill with unwavering determination. At last, a target presented itself, the Scorpion King. Its deadly stinger poised to strike. Now was the moment. Pineapple, who had been circling the perimeter, sprang into action. With a remarkable leap defying the laws of physics. She executed a double jump and landed deftly upon the back of the Scorpion King, taking advantage of the creature's inability to retaliate against her. With daggers gripped firmly in reverse, Pineapple concentrated her strength into a single point and drove the blades deep into the vulnerable base of the tail stinger. A desperate, piercing cry erupted from the Scorpion King. Its health bar plummeted to the brink of depletion. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Li followed up with a devastating double-axe strike, obliterating the remainder of its life force. The massive form of the beast collapsed with a thunderous crash. The noxious mist dissipated, and the crackling energy ceased. Defeated LV-20 Thunder Crystal Venom Scorpion, Regional Lord. Experience gained, 200 points. With a sigh of relief, Jiang Li sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Having rushed into the toxic mist to create an opening for Pineapple, her health was reduced to a meager 100 points, her body tingling from the electric shock, rendering her fingers too weak to move. Egg Tart is here. Egg Tart King hurriedly approached, continuously casting healing spells while producing a vial of antidote. I brewed this myself. Let us see if it works. Nearby, Pineapple, having gracefully leapt from the corpse of the Scorpion King, was also feeling the effects of the electric attack. Albeit it was worth it in the end. The trio took a moment to rest, gathering around the luminous loot that appeared upon the Scorpion King's demise. First, they discovered the complete Thunder Scorpion tail, a premier material for crafting purple weapons. Next, a large, shimmering, Thunder Crystal carapace emerged. Thunder Scorpion thick armor material. Additionally, 2 skill tomes, Skill Book Thunder Strike, rare for warriors, which expends a significant amount of stamina to stomp the ground, releasing a burst of electrical energy that temporarily paralyzes the surroundings, and Skill Book Shadow Step, rare for assassins. However, what thrilled Jiang Li the most were the several glowing blue cube crystals pressed beneath the chest. High Purity Magic Core X5. Description: an ancient core containing immense energy, suitable for various energy outputs, such as teleportation arrays. Energy for the teleportation array. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. With a guild card in hand and the basic teleportation array blueprint, dropped by the Night Owl, coupled with this energy source, all she needed was to return to the snowy expanse, establish the guild, and erect this teleportation array. In the future, even if they were separated by vast distances, the three of them could visit each other at will, providing support whenever necessary. As they began to divide the spoils, Pineapple, without hesitation, claimed the Shadow Step and the Venom Sack. These will be useful for me. The tail can be fashioned into a staff for Egg Tart, a thunderous priest. How exhilarating. The carapace and skill books were to be entrusted to Jiang Li. Chapter 85. The Long Night of Monsters. While distributing the resources, Jiang Li deftly dispatched a few low-level magical beasts, static jump mice, that had foolishly attempted to ambush from the roadside. Such lowly creatures at level 5 no longer require any skills from Jiang Li. With a mere flick of her wrist, she can transform them into aerial bundles of materials. Alas, their low level yields scant resources, with only furs that can be exchanged for a few points. Jiang Li skillfully stowed several electric mouse furs into her backpack, shaking her head in mild disappointment. Once the group had tidied the battlefield, they turned to venture deeper into the thunderous canyon. The king of egg tarts walked at the center, tightly gripping the tail of a thunder scorpion, yet to be fashioned into a staff. Although merely a material, the faintly flickering arcs of electricity imparted a sense of security. With Jiang Li by her side, even the most common of magical beasts dared not approach. Now accompanied by pineapple beer, they left a trail of defeated creatures in their wake, all transformed into loot. It had been quite some time since they had encountered bountiful drops, Jiang Li remarked. I also feel that someone's fortune is affecting mine. I was not like this before. Pineapple beer retorted playfully, but then suddenly halted, her eyes sparkling. Look, a wandering merchant. I take back what I said. Following the direction of pineapple beer's finger, a warm yellow glow unexpectedly emerged beneath the vast roots of an ancient tree. This colossal tree, with a diameter exceeding 10 meters, had gnarled roots that formed a natural enclave. Within this space, a modest yet stylish stall had been constructed from thick burlap and unknown wooden boards. Above the stall hung a copper oil lamp that dispelled the surrounding mist. Behind the stall sat a figure engrossed in a book. He appeared to be a youthful scholar, clad in an elegant gray-brown robe, with gold-rimmed monocles perched upon his nose, holding a thick tome of parchment. Most striking were his pointed ears, which stood out prominently in the glow of the oil lamp. An elf? Jiang Li instinctively tightened her grip on her weapon. In this world rife with bloodshed, aside from allies, any living being could be an adversary. Do not be alarmed. He is a wandering merchant. Pineapple Beer placed a reassuring hand on Jiang Li's arm, her tone considerably more relaxed. This is a hidden gem within the dungeon. While the chance of encountering it isn't negligible, it is not a certainty every time. The trio sheathed their weapons and approached the stall cautiously. The elven merchant seemed to have sensed their arrival long before, displaying no signs of alarm, even continuing to read until they stood before him. He slowly closed the ancient tome, adjusted his glasses, and offered a professional smile. Welcome, esteemed survivors from afar. My voice is as smooth as jade, infused with a scholarly air. I am a merchant traversing various realms. You may call me good. Judging by your weary appearances, I presume you have gathered quite a bounty? Do you wish to dispose of some burdens from your packs, or perhaps seek to exchange for some survival essentials? Let us take a look, Pineapple Beer replied. Clearly the seasoned veteran. She promptly withdrew a haphazard assortment of monster materials from her backpack, depositing them with a clatter upon the seemingly fragile wooden table of the stall. These materials can only be regarded as certificates of slaying beasts, and cannot be fashioned into equipment. Much like the skull dropped by the undead guard that Zhang Li had previously vanquished in the dungeon. Let us first assess their value, shall we, my good sir? Good glanced at the items on the table, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Ah, the Thunder Crystal Scorpion King, and the essence of the disguised vines. Quite impressive indeed. As he spoke, he donned a peculiar monocle over his left eye and began to swiftly appraise the goods. The ordinary Thunder Rat pelts, of mediocre quality, are worth 5 tokens. The shards of the venomous scorpion-esque carapace are commendable, although somewhat fragmented, their quantity compensates, so I'll offer you 30 tokens for them. Oh, and here are a few rare thunderstones, a splendid find indeed. I shall value them highly. Zhang Li stood by, observing goods adept pricing with a sense of anticipation. Having always been a collector of everything within reach, she hoped this haul would yield a substantial sum. Zhang Li, do present those inconsequential items you have. Pineapple Beer turned to her, stating that this was the sole opportunity to liquidate the useless materials. Once they exited the dungeon, these specific monster materials would serve no purpose other than to occupy space. Zhang Li nodded, and with a mere thought, a cacophony of materials cascaded forth. From the teeth of the static jumping mouse, to the bristles of the iron-hide boar, and even bare paws. Good's smile faltered momentarily, yet he quickly regained his composure, and the twinkle in his eyes deepened. As a merchant, he feared not an abundance of goods. It appears this survivor possesses quite the zest for life, Good remarked diplomatically, as his hands became a blur, rapidly counting the items. A few minutes later, he announced a total of 580 frost tokens. So many, exclaimed the king of egg tarts beside him. With the over 100 tokens Zhang Li had previously amassed, her fortune had now surpassed the 600 token mark, elevating her to the status of a veritable magnate at this stage. A pleasant collaboration, Zhang Li nodded in satisfaction. With her purse now heavy, it was time to peruse the wares. Pineapple Beer rapped the table, urging, "Good sir, reveal your finest treasures, do not conceal them. We are not short on funds." Good smiled subtly and gestured in the air, causing a plethora of items to materialize upon the wooden board before him. Wandering Merchant's Collection, Thunder Canyon Branch. The dazzling array of product icons momentarily dazzled the king of egg tarts. Zhang Li also leaned in with anticipation, her fingers gliding across the luminous screen. However, as she flipped through the pages, her brow gradually furrowed. Blueprint, exquisite iron longsword, green. Price, 50 tokens. Blueprint, tough leather bracers, green. Price, 40 tokens. Item, basic sharpening stone, price, 10 tokens. Food, delicious berry pie, restores a slight amount of hunger. Price, 15 tokens. Blueprint, sturdy wooden shield, blue. Price, 120 tokens. As Zhang Li perused the offerings, her once fervent desire to purchase had waned significantly. The essence of the matter does not lie in the quality of the items, for at this current stage, a standard player would find a blueprint for a blue-quality weapon quite sufficient. However, the predicament is that Zhang Li is not in one of such items. Having just plundered the Werewolf Guild alongside the monkeys, he has already acquired 3 pieces of blue equipment. Zhang Li inquired, "Boss, do you not have any other equipment? Or perhaps some unique items?" Good's smile remained unchanged, yet he helplessly shrugged. Esteemed survivor, the merchandise in this humble shop is aligned with the current regional level. Your discerning eye. Pineapple Beer, standing nearby, perused the items and eventually shook his head in disappointment. Indeed, there is nothing of value here, merely transitional gear. However, this blue, sturdy wooden shield is commendable, suitable for tanking classes, though it may not be useful outside. Unwilling to concede, Zhang Li scrolled through the item inventory. Aside from the usual red and blue potions, there were trifles such as insect repellent powder and firestarter fluff. This venture had proven to be a fruitless endeavor. And Zhang Li sighed. Suddenly, as Zhang Li and Pineapple Beer prepared to abandon their search, the Egg Tart King, who had been peering at the discounted section in the far corner, exclaimed with curiosity. She pointed to the bottom of the list, where a section marked for clearance was displayed. Incomplete alchemical recipe collection, bundle. Quality, unknown gray. Price, 30 tokens, special price. Description, this is an experimental notebook left by a deranged alchemist, containing various bizarre potion recipes. Warning, most recipes are unverified. Purchase with caution, no refunds. Upon glancing at the description, Zhang Li's lips twitched. This was nothing more than a money trap, its uselessness glaringly evident. Yet, it was remarkably inexpensive, only 30 tokens. The Egg Tart King's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she had discovered a new world, and it appeared to contain several recipes. "I want to try it," she declared enthusiastically, paying for the item and receiving the tattered parchment scroll from Good, cradling it as if it were a treasure. Aside from this minor episode, the trio ultimately did not procure any significant items from the stall. Pineapple Beer purchased several sets of advanced arrows, while Zhang Li stocked up on some salt and seasonings, thus concluding their transaction. "Thank you for your patronage. I look forward to our next encounter." Good smiled as he watched them depart, then resumed perusing the ancient tome, as if the earlier transaction were merely a trivial affair. As they walked a distance away, the surrounding fog seemed to thicken further. The Egg Tart King turned back repeatedly to glance at the fading light in the mist. "That Sister Pineapple. Is that merchant just going to remain there?" She pondered, drawing her neck in. In this desolate wilderness, surrounded by monsters, what if he encounters ill-intentioned individuals? Look at how genteel he is, wearing glasses. What if someone deems him an easy target and robs him of his goods? Hearing this, Jiang Li, who had been walking ahead, turned around, her curiosity piqued as well. Indeed, in this lawless apocalyptic world, a merchant possessing a wealth of resources and tokens, yet appearing utterly defenseless, is akin to a walking target. Had it been the former Jiang Li, she might have entertained thoughts of a zero-cost acquisition. To rob him? Pineapple Beer couldn't help but chuckle, huh? Egg tart. Your idea is quite audacious, but I strongly advise against it. She halted her steps, turning around with a serious expression, fixing her gaze on the two. In this realm's indigenous populace, such NPC-like beings are absolutely not to be trifled with. Why? Jiang Li inquired. Because they are divine NPCs, Pineapple Beer lowered her voice, as if fearing that the distant good might overhear. They do not belong to the ordinary biological category, but are embodiments of the system's rules. Do not be deceived by Good's refined demeanor. I have never witnessed anyone capable of overcoming them, as they embody a power that adheres to the rules. What do they seek then? Why remain in such a harsh environment? As for what they seek, Pineapple Beer shrugged, who knows? All I am aware of is their fondness for ice and snow tokens. Then why are they willing to exchange tokens for our monster drops? It is not them who are recycling. Rather, it is the system. However, exchanges can only occur through these merchants. For there lies the risk of hoarding a bag full of drops without encountering a merchant and subsequently facing elimination. I see. Egg Tart grasped the situation, glancing back at the wandering merchant as they departed. Jiang Li nodded, understanding that the so-called trade was merely the system providing players like them a means to convert useless drops into currency, thereby incentivizing them to slay monsters. Precisely. Pineapple Beer snapped her fingers. Thus, maintain a sense of reverence towards these NPCs. Normal transactions will suffice. As the group conversed, they continued on their journey. However, during their dialogue, Jiang Li suddenly sensed something amiss. The surroundings had grown eerily quiet. Previously, the forest had been alive with the sounds of insects and birds, or distant roars of monsters. Now, apart from the rustling of leaves beneath their feet, there was an unsettling silence. Moreover, the sky seemed to darken at an alarming pace. Jiang Li instinctively glanced at the time on her system panel. 16:30. It was only 4:30 in the afternoon? Typically, at this hour, while the forest might be dim, it would never reach such depths of darkness. Meanwhile, the mist within the woods began to shift from white to black, exuding a suffocating chill. Something is wrong. Jiang Li abruptly halted, her dual axes materializing in her hands. Pineapple, observe your surroundings. Without needing Jiang Li's prompt, Pineapple Beer too discerned the peculiarities of their environment. Damn, how can it be so swift? Pineapple Beer muttered under her breath, then abruptly turned to say, we must return immediately. What is wrong? What is happening? Egg Tart was alarmed by Pineapple Beer's urgent demeanor. It resembles Long Night. Pineapple Beer exclaimed as she seized Egg Tart's hand, sprinting away while hastily explaining. This is a special celestial event within the game, but once it occurs, it spells disaster. Though the night often brings forth the enhancement of the beasts, one can usually endure by seeking refuge in a safe house or lighting a fire. However, the long night is an entirely different matter. The wind howls ominously in one's ears as Jiang Li closely follows the two companions, serving as their rear guard. When the long night descends, all light is devoured, reducing visibility to a mere 5 meters. Most terrifying of all, every dark attribute beast receives a blessed buff from the shadows, doubling their attributes. Their aggression surges by 300%, and they move like frenzied specters, relentlessly prowling through the murky darkness, attacking anything that breathes. No respite, no mercy. Doubling attributes? An increase in aggression by 300? Jiang Li sensed the imminent danger and swiftly pulled out a map to guide their escape. Head to the right, she commanded. Just as her words faded, a chilling roar erupted from the black mist behind them, a sound akin to the wails of damned souls from the depths of hell. Suddenly, a bolt of black lightning cut through the fog, heading straight for Jiang Li's back. Watch out. Instinctively, Jiang Li rolled sideways. Despite her swift maneuver, the shadow grazed her shoulder. With a muffled grunt, she swiftly regained her footing and glanced back. Just a fleeting look sent a chill coursing through her veins. In the depths of the black mist, countless red glimmers ignited, eyes watching her. The beast that had just attacked was merely a common shadow leopard. Yet it now loomed twice its usual size, enveloped in a shroud of malevolent energy. Shadow leopard, long night transformation. Level, LV18. Status, frenzied, bloodthirsty. Blessed by the night. Don't look back. Run, Jiang Li shouted, hurling her strange potion and weakness potion behind her as though they were mere trinkets. Chapter 86. An unexpected reunion. The howling winds surged, and the black mist roared like a tide. In the suffocating darkness that threatened to consume the entire forest, 3 battered figures finally broke free from the fog, plunging into the familiar withered woodlands. Weavey arrived. Don't look back, hurry inside, Jiang Li urged, shoving the Egg Tart King forward into the shelter of the withered trees. As they crossed into this territory, the chilling aura of death that had pursued them dissipated significantly. Although the sky above remained an impenetrable black, the horrific roars that had haunted them seemed to be contained by an invisible barrier, safeguarding their sanctuary. This was the domain of the golden-faced demon monkey. As the apex creatures of this forest, the monkey troop undoubtedly possessed their own unique survival instincts. Jiang Li was astonished to observe that the camps, which usually sprawled across the woods and hung from the treetops, had undergone a remarkable transformation. The monkeys, typically playful and swinging through the branches, had vanished without a trace. The originally open camp has significantly shrunk, and the numerous scattered tree hollow outposts have been entirely abandoned. All the monkeys have congregated within the 3 stout ancient trees located in the central area. The massive boulders and sturdy logs that once served as barricades at the edge of the deadwood forest now form a rudimentary, yet robust defensive wall. At the entrances of these 3 enormous tree hollows, a multitude of luminescent stones is densely piled, casting a soft blue glow that illuminates this confined space and dispels the fears brought by the long night. Chirp, chirp. A few elite monkeys on watch duty, upon seeing the 3 intruders, emitted excited calls and even moved aside a large stone blocking the entrance, gesturing for them to hurry inside. Breathless, the king of egg tarts collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. You scared me. That black leopard almost bit my backside. Pineapple Beer leaned against the tree trunk, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. It was indeed a bit perilous. I truly didn't anticipate it would be the long night. Jiangli remained silent, clearly fatigued as well, merely checking her gear in silence. She bore some injuries, but fortunately, nothing severe. The magical energy of the egg tart had long been exhausted during this marathon, and Jiangli took out several healing potions to share with the others. She gazed into the tree hollow, where hundreds of monkeys huddled together, a sight both comical and heartwarming. The robust monkeys stood guard at the periphery, wielding stones and wooden sticks, while the smaller monkeys nestled with their young in the innermost part, seeking warmth from the glow of the fluorite. Though they did not comprehend the concept of the long night, their life experiences taught them that darkness harbors malevolent forces, and only by banding together in the light can they survive. After a while, noticing that Jiang Li and her companions had gathered themselves, the Monkey King cautiously approached. His eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at the king of egg tarts. The previously collapsed egg tart had no choice but to rise. Ah, business is here, she exclaimed, springing to her feet and brushing off the dirt. Come, come, don't crowd. Today's blind box desserts are cream puffs and honey cakes. Bring forth all your treasures for the king to select. From her backpack, Egg Tart produced the pre-prepared sweets, and the sweet aroma instantly filled the tree hollow. The monkeys, who had been shivering just moments before, erupted in excitement, each eagerly extending their hands, clutching various treasures they had collected that day. Chirp, give it to me. Chirp, this is mine. Queue up. Everyone line up. Anyone who cuts in line will miss out. The king of egg tarts waved her short staff to maintain order. It must be said that, despite appearing to be a game for children, this transaction was remarkably profitable. Is that a Hardenwood package? Jiang Li inquired, observing a little monkey toss a resource package to Egg Tart. Her eyelid twitched. It was a system-prepared resource item that, when opened, would yield 20 units of premium-grade wood, specifically for crafting special furniture and buildings. This group of monkeys cannot possibly utilize such a tool card. To them, it merely appears as a cumbersome block, far less appealing than a soft and creamy profiterole. Furthermore, there lies this whetstone blueprint. Pineapple Beard chuckled, casually picking up a piece of parchment from the ground, likely discarded by some unfortunate soul who had been eliminated, now scavenged by this troop of monkeys. Friendship? Indeed. The bond between these monkeys and the Egg Tart King is remarkably steadfast, provided that the supply of snacks remains uninterrupted. Jiang Li and Pineapple Beer chose not to join the fray, instead finding a relatively sheltered corner at the entrance of a tree hollow. Jiang Li retrieved 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of water from his backpack, offering 1 portion to Pineapple Beer, while he tore open his own package and took a bite. Nearby, a small monkey that had failed to squeeze in for a piece of cake sat forlornly at Jiang Li's feet, its large, watery eyes fixed on the biscuit in his hand. With a stoic expression, Jiang Li broke off a small piece of the biscuit and extended it toward the monkey. With a delighted squeak, the little creature accepted it and nestled against his leg, munching contentedly, as if Jiang Li were its second Monkey King. You seem to have quite the affinity for animals, Pineapple Beer remarked, her words muffled by the biscuit she was munching on. Jiang Li gazed at the pitch-black sky above and inquired, is this prolonged night a common occurrence? Not at all, Pineapple Beer replied, shaking her head, her expression growing somber. In my recollection, such a rare celestial phenomenon seldom manifests, especially in the second dungeon. Once a long night descends, it typically serves to cull the player population. Cull, Jiang Li echoed, intrigued. Indeed, the number of players has become excessive, and the resources produced cannot keep pace with the consumption. The system activates this mechanism. Pineapple Beer gestured toward the encroaching darkness outside. Though we appear quite at ease at present, it is merely due to the protection of the monkey troop's territory, combined with the glow of these luminous stones. Outside, it is likely nothing short of hell. As if to validate Pineapple Beer's words, Jiang Li's system panel suddenly began to vibrate violently. It was a notification from the regional channel. Regional channel players. 9. Mountain. Is there anyone nearby who can lend a hand? There will be generous rewards. Heisenberg. To the remaining 3 friends. How is your situation? We have 6 here and can hold for now. We should band together. Mountain. Heisenberg. These are familiar names, and their presence on the regional channel indicates proximity. If Mountain is not present, it would indeed be challenging to rendezvous in this dungeon devoid of coordinates. However, Mountain possesses a magical map. Jiang Li hastily sent a message through the channel. Spicy chicken leg burger. At the edge of the withered forest, head towards the light. Make some noise as you run, and we will come to your aid. Heisenberg, huh? Spicy chicken leg burger? Is that you? Transparent one, burger sister? We're on our way. The 3 of them quickly exited the tree hollow, standing at the edge of the darkness that the light could not pierce. They could not venture into the dark mist until they confirmed Heisenberg and the others' positions. Danger was one concern, but the fear of missing their rendezvous was another. At present, Jiang Li could only offer support, and the rest was up to them. Roar. At that moment, a dark shadow lunged forth from the mist on the side, leaping into the illuminated space. Jiang Li swiftly raised his dual axes, delivering a powerful strike. Chapter 87, Frenzied Thursday. The blades of the axes collided fiercely with the shadow mid-air, sending sparks flying and illuminating Jiang Li's icy gaze. The tremendous recoil caused a slight tingling in Jiang Li's wrist, and the ground beneath him shattered instantaneously. However, the ambushing shadow was also adversely affected. Abruptly halted by this overwhelming force and crashing sideways, stirring up a cloud of dust. Only then, aided by the glow emitted from the luminous stones nestled in the tree hollow behind, did the three finally discern the true nature of this unwelcome visitor. It was a colossal serpent, as thick as a barrel, its entire body cloaked in a layer of grayish-white keratin scales, reminiscent of smoldering embers. From the crevices of its scales, a malevolent black aura continuously seeped forth, and its crimson slit-like pupils brimmed with madness. Devoid of the nimbleness one would expect from a beast. Fire Ash Serpent, Long Night Demonized. Level, LV14. Status, Long Night's Dark Favor. All attributes enhanced to 300. Description, typically a treacherous creature that prefers to lurk within ashes. It transforms into a true killing machine under the influence of the Long Night. Only level 14. The nearby Pineapple Beer gasped in disbelief, swiftly reversing the grip on her dagger. What a joke. Given that speed, I'd believe it was a level 25 agile boss. Jiang Li spoke in a low voice. All attributes have tripled. This creature's current panel attributes are likely even higher than that of the previous Scorpion King. Having directly received a blow, Jiang Li felt the terror of the Fire Ash Serpent even more acutely. Before he could finish his thought, the serpent coiled its body once more. It seemed utterly enraged by Jiang Li's previous strike. The black aura surged violently, causing its once grayish-white body to appear even more grotesque. With a deafening roar, it lunged again, this time targeting the King of Egg Tarts, who stood to the side and rear. Pineapple Beer vanished from sight in an instant. Shadow Step. The next moment, she reappeared in the serpent's path, her dagger piercing fiercely toward the Fire Ash Serpent. Clang. A sharp sound rang out, yet it did not inflict the anticipated damage. However, it succeeded in halting the serpent's advance. Such tough skin. Pineapple Beer executed a backflip in midair, narrowly evading the sweeping tail of the serpent. The King of Egg Tarts continuously adjusted his position to maintain a safe distance, yet his movements did not cease. As golden light cascaded upon Jiang Li and Pineapple Beer, Jiang Li pushed forward once more. In terms of physique, he significantly surpassed both the King of Egg Tarts and Pineapple Beer, thus he had to stand at the forefront to draw the serpent's firepower. Boom, boom, boom. At the edge of the forest, the trio, 2 combatants and 1 serpent, engaged in a fierce struggle. Although Jiang Li and Pineapple Beer managed to suppress the mad serpent, both bore expressions of concern. It was incredibly resilient, and its recovery rate was astonishing. Jiang Li gazed at the wound she had just inflicted, marveling as it healed at a visibly rapid pace under the influence of the dark mist, her vitality fluctuating erratically. This could not continue. While parrying the strikes of the serpent's tail, her mind raced with thoughts. She keenly observed the battlefield. Though the fire-gray serpent was fearsome, its movements were curiously confined. It consistently navigated along the periphery of the dense black fog, resolutely refusing to breach the territory of the monkey horde. Whenever Jiang Li attempted to lure it inward, it would writhe violently, retreating to the shadows even at the cost of sustaining a wound. Suddenly, Jiang Li turned sharply to survey the 3 massive tree hollows behind her. Hundreds of monkeys were crammed inside, their entrance piled high with luminescent stones radiating a blue glow, illuminating the area as brightly as day. Why did the monkeys gather all the glowing stones? Pineapple, Egg Tart. A spark flickered in Jiang Li's eyes. These creatures feared the phosphorescence emanating from the hollows. Pineapple Beer paused momentarily, then realized why the serpent stubbornly refused to enter. If it would not come to them, then they would invite it in. After a brief assessment of the terrain, Jiang Li spoke up. At that moment, the fire-gray serpent coiled atop a massive rock at the edge of the mist. Its dark aura intensified to a peak. Pineapple, hold it off for a moment. All right. Without further questions, Pineapple Beer drew a crossbow and unleashed a flurry of bolts, rolling forward to confront the serpent head-on. The serpent, which had been stealthily ambushed by Pineapple Beer, was enraged by her audacity to face it directly, roaring as it charged toward her. Pineapple Beer, prioritizing distraction over defense, held a healing potion in her mouth while unleashing all her skills in a singular assault on the fire-gray serpent. The serpent, feeling the sting of the attack, instinctively sought refuge in the dark mist to recuperate. However, in that fleeting moment of its turn, Jiang Li had inexplicably maneuvered to its rear, stowing her dual axes. She lowered her shoulders. Warrior skill, charge. A gust of wind encircled Jiang Li, surging forth with indomitable momentum as it collided with the fire-gray serpent. Bam! The serpent's massive form was launched into the air, crashing heavily into the brightest area before the tree hollows sizzle. Just as the serpent hit the ground, an unsettling sound erupted. Under the brilliant illumination of the luminescent stones, the dense black mist enveloping the serpent began to boil and dissipate, as if encountering a natural enemy. The once mighty fire-gray serpent let out a shrill, anguished cry, thrashing in desperation. Its previously impenetrable gray-white scales softened and began to peel away, revealing the vibrant red flesh beneath. System notification. Target has exited the environment of Dark Affinity. Attribute enhancements are nullified. All attributes significantly weakened. This turn of events startled the monkeys within the hollows, with only a few brave souls daring to peek out from the edges. Indeed, it worked. Jiang Li was overjoyed. As the ashen serpent finally registered the threat, it desperately writhed, seeking to escape the light. However, The two companions were determined not to allow it such a reprieve, barely having fled a short distance. It was forcefully thrust back by Jiang Li's charge. Beside him, the enraged pineapple beer leapt onto the serpent's head. The dagger in his hand glinted ominously as it pierced through the serpent's eye, unimpeded, and drove straight into its brain. Jiang Li swiftly followed suit, swinging his dual axes with ferocity, targeting the serpent's most vulnerable spot with relentless strikes. The serpent's formidable attributes had been severely diminished, rendering it no match for the duo. The massive body of the ashen serpent convulsed violently before succumbing entirely. The dark energy dissipated, and its corpse transformed into a soft white light that gradually faded away. Defeated LV-14 Ashen Serpent, Long Night mutated. Experience gained, 200 points. Current experience LV-15, 5, 681, 000. On the ground, several orbs of light floated silently. Jiang Li approached and picked one up for inspection. Acquired, Venomous Serpent Fangs X4. Acquired, Resilient Serpent Skin X2. Acquired, Basic Weapon Enhancement Cards X6. Jiang Li was taken aback by the 6 shimmering cards in his hand. It was known that such enhancement cards typically emerged only from silver-tier treasure chests or higher. Yet, they had merely vanquished a level 14 creature and were rewarded with 6 cards? Pineapple Beer leaned in for a closer look and remarked, "It seems that the rewards for Long Night monsters are more generous. I encountered a Long Night once before, but I was eliminated." Jiang Li nodded. While the rewards are enticing, the difficulty is utterly outrageous. His gaze drifted toward the roiling black mist nearby, his heart still racing. A mere level 14 creature had been bolstered to the status of a boss. Had they not discovered that the light could weaken them? That battle could have cost them all their trump cards. At that moment, the Egg Tart King rushed over, clutching several vials of blue potions and freshly baked honey cakes. "Sister Fortress, Sister Pineapple, please consume these supplies." Jiang Li accepted a cake and took a bite. Its sweet, soft texture provided slight relief to his tense nerves. "Thank you, Egg Tart." The three settled at the edge of the light emanating from the tree hollow, recovering their strength while keeping a vigilant watch on the encroaching darkness. The monkeys, too, had quieted, with a few bold little ones gathering at the spot where the ashen serpent had vanished, seemingly celebrating the demise of their foe. The wind began to rise, a mournful wail echoing from the black mist, a chilling sound born from the wind sweeping through the desolate trees. As Jiang Li finished the last sip of his potion, preparing to close his eyes for a moment of respite, he suddenly perceived an unusual sound amidst the cacophony of wind and ghostly cries. He opened his eyes wide and looked at his companions. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" Pineapple Beer, who had been polishing his dagger, paused his movements. "The wind?" "No, it's a voice." Jiang Li stood, moving to the edge of the light, straining to listen intently. The sound was faint and intermittent, as if carried by the wind from a distant place. "Spicy Chicken Burger. Crazy Thursday." At this moment, the king of Pineapple Beer and Egg Tart also quieted down to listen intently. It seemed that there was indeed something. The three exchanged glances, their expressions suddenly turning peculiar. "Crazy Thursday? What could it be?" The Egg Tart King blinked, remarking, "I heard it too." The voice appeared to grow closer and clearer. "Spicy Chicken Burger. Crazy Thursday." The corners of Pineapple Beer's mouth twitched as he glanced at Jiang Li. "Is it calling you?" "I merely asked them to make some noise to ascertain our location." Jiang Li replied, a rare hint of embarrassment as he touched his nose, surprised that they were actually shouting out my ID. In this eerie and terrifying realm of the Long Night, where monsters roamed freely, a group of survivors was being hunted while desperately shouting "Spicy Chicken Burger. Crazy Thursday." "Let us go. It doesn't seem far now. We should investigate." Jiang Li and Pineapple Beer rose to their feet. But the Egg Tart King also stood up beside them. Jiang Li turned and pressed down on the Egg Tart King's shoulder as she attempted to follow. "You stay here." "Huh. But your condition. That is not an option." Jiang Li's tone was resolute, yet his gaze was gentle. "You've seen the situation outside. There are too many enhanced monsters. In that environment, Pineapple and I would be too preoccupied to protect you." The Egg Tart King paused, refraining from further protest. In critical moments, she was always rational, aware of her role. Biting her lip in reluctant acceptance, she finally spoke. "I understand." Taking a deep breath, she quickly rummaged through her backpack, retrieving an array of recovery potions and agility-boosting sweets. "Take these. Be sure to be careful. I'll be waiting for your return." "Rest assured," Jiang Li replied, accepting the supplies and sharing half with Pineapple Beer before stowing them in his bag. Chapter 88. The black fog of death. Two figures swiftly dashed out of the illuminated tree hole, plunging into the endless darkness, leaving the Egg Tart King alone at the boundary of light and shadow. Within the black fog, visibility was less than 2 meters. Jiang Li and Pineapple Beer navigated through the rocky forest with great speed. As they entered the fog, several shadowy figures pursued them. But with their high agility and the aid of Egg Tart's sweets, they were not concerned about being overtaken. "The sound is getting closer," Pineapple Beer whispered. "It's just ahead, about 200 meters. Listen closely, there are quite a few monsters." No longer concealing their presence, the two accelerated sharply. "Spicy Chicken Burger. Crazy Thursday." The cries of 2 male voices, tinged with desperation, echoed from the mist ahead. Following this were the sounds of chaotic footsteps and heavy objects dropping. "Damn it, let us go for broke. I'm with you all the way. Don't act rashly." The light isn't far off. Beside a pile of rocks, 5 or 6 survivors formed a tight circle, backs against each other, holding flickering torches with faces etched in despair. Surrounding them were a dozen shadowy beasts with glowing red eyes, poised to hunt. The monstrous entities did not rush to attack. Instead, they resembled cats toying with their prey, occasionally lunging forward to take a bite before swiftly retreating into the shadows, relishing the terror of their victims. Damn it. Blocked. A man, his face obscured by stubble, wielded a massive sword, yet most of his strikes landed futilely in the air. This man, known as Dashin to Jiang Li, was well acquainted to her. At the far end, a girl, burdened by a backpack far too large for her frame, was tending to a girl collapsed on the ground. However, the latter bore a gaping wound in her abdomen, her vitality quickly ebbing away. Xiaoxue, hold on. She cried out desperately. Just then, the dark mist surged. An elite-level, Shadow Terror Wolf, twice the size of a typical Shadow Wolf, suddenly leaped down from the rocks, its target set on the most vulnerable girl. Be careful. Dashin shouted, attempting to rush to her aid but was ensnared by two minor creatures. Jiang Li, with a low growl, propelled herself high from a boulder. Boom. She landed right amidst a group of shadow wolves poised to attack the survivors, instantly tearing a gap in their encirclement. Who? The surrounded survivors gasped in shock, momentarily believing another formidable boss had arrived. Upon closer inspection, they beheld Jiang Li, wielding dual axes, resembling a deity of war. Big shot. Dashin, having previously encountered Jiang Li, was the first to recognize her and called out. Jiang Li glanced back. The situation was slightly better than she had anticipated, albeit only marginally. There were 6 individuals in total. Besides Dashin, she recognized another, Xiaoxue, while the archer from their team was missing. 4 unfamiliar faces remained, 2 middle-aged men, a girl with a large backpack, and a bespectacled youth, leaving Jiang Li uncertain about who among them was the fabled poison master. 2 of them were still tirelessly shouting about spicy chicken burgers and Crazy Thursday. Each person bore the scars of battle, their equipment tattered and worn from relentless skirmishes. Surrounding them were over 20 corrupted creatures, with more pairs of red eyes flickering ominously in the darkness. Can we still escape? Jiang Li inquired coldly. Yes. As long as we remain alive, we can flee. The boy adjusted his glasses, tightly clutching a vial of potion. It appeared he was indeed the poison master. A revelation that surprised Jiang Li, who had previously imagined him to be an older man. After announcing his intentions, the poison master smashed the vial onto the ground, causing its contents to diffuse and bestow enhancements upon everyone. This is the last bottle of splash-type acceleration potion. Let us run together. The longer we run, the longer we survive. No worries, just follow me. First, we must push back these monsters and break free. Remaining trapped here will only invite more of them. Jiang Li declared, crossing her axes as she charged towards the creatures. The others exchanged few words. The poison master hoisted Xiaoxue onto his back. Dashin, alongside 2 unfamiliar survivors, raised their weapons and confronted the monsters head-on with Jiang Li. Yet, the battlefield was chaotic. Jiang Li and Dashin barely managed to carve a path through, and the group hastily surged forward, while the poison master continued to carry Xiaoxue. Her abdomen and thighs were marred by deep, visible claw marks, blood still oozing from her wounds. Xiaoxue, hold on. Salvation is within our grasp. Beside her, Dashin, panting heavily, sprinted wildly while incoherently encouraging the dying Xiaoxue. 7 of them remained, embarking on a desperate race against death. However, the long night, aptly dubbed the cleansing machine for survivors, was not merely a label. A roar erupted as black mist surged, accompanied by the ominous sound of increasing footsteps in the darkness. Not only the ground, but also the trees were adorned with glimmering crimson eyes. Watch your head, Jiang Li shouted, crossing his axes in defense. Clang. A shadow, ghastly and swift, descended from the treetops, its claws sparking upon collision with the axe. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the blink of an eye, shadows surged from all directions. A stranger at the edge of the group let out a harrowing scream, having fallen a step behind due to exhaustion, only to be beset by 3 shadowy wolves. Desperately, he reached out, attempting to grasp the ankles of those ahead. Crack. The sound of shattering bones echoed in the darkness. His cries ceased abruptly, replaced by the chilling noise of consumption. Strangely, his body did not dissolve into light as usual, but was instead gruesomely devoured. Another unfamiliar man, paralyzed by terror, screamed in panic, attempting to flee into the nearby thickets, believing it to be a refuge. Don't run. Come back, Jiang Li barked. But it was too late. From the black mist, a robust serpent's tail lashed out, ensnaring the man's waist and dragging him into the abyss like a lifeless dog. He barely had time to scream. Only a dull swallowing sound resonated in the darkness. In less than 200 meters, 2 men had vanished. Such was the cruelty of the long night, devoid of reason. Damn it. Jiang Li gritted his teeth, activating his charge skill to clear a path for those behind him. Dashin, don't fall behind. He glanced back. Dashin, valiantly shielding the apothecary carrying Xiaoxue, was enduring the assault of an elite monster with his massive sword. His left arm was a bloody mess, yet he remained silent, steadfastly holding the line, though he was nearing his limit, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, a shadow flitted past as the pineapple beer utilized a skill to distract the elite beast for a brief second. Seizing the opportunity, Dashin staggered to rejoin the group. Hurry, light is ahead. There's light. The apothecary felt as though his lungs might burst, the metallic taste of blood saturating his throat. Yet he dared not pause. Xiaoxue on his back felt alarmingly light, stirring unease within him. Xiaoxue, don't sleep. Please, don't sleep. We see the light. That's the campfire at Monkey's Camp. He chanted incessantly as he ran, as if his words could tether her to consciousness. Finally, the ethereal blue glow pierced through the black mist, resembling a lighthouse. We're almost there. Hurry. Jiang Li stood at the juncture of light and shadow, wielding her dual axes to repel the last few pursuing shadow wolves. Egg tart. With a resounding shout, the master of poisons summoned the last vestiges of his strength and rushed into the warm embrace of the tree hollow. Thud. His legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, sliding forward several meters. Just as he intended to proclaim their safety, his voice faltered abruptly. He froze, sensing a sudden lightness on his back. Xiaoxue? The master of poisons turned around, only to find his back empty, save for a small bag belonging to Xiaoxue. Where's everyone? He mumbled, reaching out to grasp at the fading motes of light, but grasped nothing. Just a moment ago, she had been speaking to him, saying she was cold. Kneeling on the ground like a lost child, he flailed his arms in the air, bewildered. How could she be gone? Why did it suddenly feel so light? Not far above him, the last few white motes of light slowly dissipated, merging into the vast darkness of the night. The recently arrived king of egg tarts halted, his hand raised, but the prepared, healing spell refused to descend. Dashi approached, cradling his injured arm, rubbing his hair in frustration. After a soft sigh, he turned away. Jiangli sheathed her axes, her bloodied figure entering the hollow to stand alongside Pineapple Beer. She cast a glance at the master of poisons on the ground, puzzled by his intense reaction. Wasn't he dying in the dungeon merely a matter of losing some resources? Chapter 89. The distinctive black fog, the howling wind outside the tree hollow remained mournful, akin to countless vengeful spirits battering the world's doors and windows. Yet within the embrace of the towering ancient trees, the gentle glow of the fluorite illuminated the hollow, creating a beacon of safety amidst the encroaching black fog. Leaning against the rough inner wall of the hollow, Jiangli held a half-consumed bottle of high-grade recovery potion. Observing the few souls she had just pulled back from the gates of death, her brow slightly furrowed. In truth, both she and Pineapple Beer felt a disconnect in their empathy. What did death in the dungeon signify? It meant the screen would darken, and the belongings in their bags would spill forth, only for the individual to transform into a beam of white light, forcibly teleported back to the sanctuary of the snow-covered map. Aside from losing the benefits of the dungeon run and randomly dropping some resources, along with inheriting random injuries, there was no substantial end to life, provided one recovered properly. Thus, witnessing Dashi's swollen, tear-stained eyes and the master of poison's despondent demeanor, Jiangli could empathize with their frustration at a near failure, but felt their sorrow might be a touch excessive. In a corner, the king of egg tarts energetically waved his small staff, incessantly casting healing spells upon the group. All right, your health bars have returned to safety, but your injuries are quite severe, and your maximum health has been diminished. The egg tart wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and retrieved several steaming muffins from his backpack, offering them with a gentle encouragement. Have something sweet. It will invigorate you and alleviate your fear. Dashin accepted the muffin, taking a mechanical bite. Noticing the atmosphere was excessively oppressive, Jiangli cleared his throat and took the initiative to shatter the silence. Allow me to introduce. Jiangli gestured towards Dashin while addressing the nearby Pineapple Beer and egg tart. This is Dashin, a member of the Dawn Guild. We've collaborated before, and he's quite dependable. Furthermore, he produced the sheepskin map from his backpack and waved it slightly. This magical map we are using was purchased from him. Pineapple Beer, maintaining a languid demeanor, merely acknowledged Dashin with a nod. Pleasure to meet you. Dashin managed a strained smile that resembled more of a grimace, his voice gravelly. I appreciate your assistance. Well, it seems we are fortunate. Jiangli waved his hand dismissively. It has been several days since we last met. Have you not reunited with the guild members? Dashin took a deep breath, the light casting shadows on his stubbled face, rendering him remarkably haggard. After parting ways with you that day, our luck was rather favorable. We possessed a sealing orb, and I intended to capture a few work-type magical beasts to assist, as the guild is currently in a developmental phase and is somewhat understaffed. We three were a bit distant from the rest of the guild, so we weren't in a rush to regroup. Instead, searching this vicinity for magical beasts suitable for sealing and returning to the snowfield. Later, we encountered them near a thicket of berries. Dashin pointed to the nearby Deadly Poison Master and the cornered small transparent figure. The Deadly Poison Master adjusted his glasses but remained silent. It was quite a coincidence. Dashin chuckled bitterly. The Deadly Poison Master and Xiaoxue were actually university classmates in Blue Star before entering this game. Jiangli raised an eyebrow. In a world where billions are randomly scattered, meeting a familiar face from reality is a probability slimmer than winning the lottery. Xiaoxue immediately recognized the Deadly Poison Master and called out his nickname from school. Dashin continued. I sensed this young lad didn't seem malicious, and since Xiaoxue was acquainted with him, plus he had quite a few potions, we invited them to join our party. Strength in numbers, after all. At this point, Dashin's gaze softened. Our team gradually expanded. On our journey, we encountered solitary survivors, and as long as they weren't of ill intent, we welcomed them into our ranks. Before we knew it, our group had swelled to over 10 members. By day, we divided tasks, some lured monsters, others set traps, and some gathered resources. Although we weren't as formidable as you, we found comfort in our numerical advantage. At night, we would seek a wind-sheltered hillside, sitting in a circle around a bonfire. Everyone would share the food they had gathered and engage in conversation. What did you talk about? Jiangli instinctively inquired. We spoke of Blue Star. Reminiscing about the days gone by, Dashin replied, his gaze fixed on the flickering flames, tears glistening in his eyes. We reminisced about the best barbecue stalls beneath our apartment, the unfinished mortgage payments, and the girl I hadn't yet confessed my feelings to. The Deadly Poison Master and Xiaoxue seemed to engage in the most spirited conversation. They conversed about amusing tales from their university days, reminiscing about the bald principal and the unappetizing culinary disasters served in the cafeteria. We even entertained the notion of constructing a colossal refuge to gather all human survivors, allowing us to start anew in the snow-covered plains. In that moment, We felt that despite the world's transformation and the presence of monstrous beings, encountering old friends and discussing past events brought a certain joy. Silence enveloped the hollow tree. Zhongli remained contemplative, envisioning a scene amidst the perilous post-apocalyptic forest where a group of battle-hardened survivors, having laid aside their coldness, gathered around a fire to share stories, drawing warmth from their memories as they envisioned a utopian future. Yet, the cruelest aspect of the apocalypse lies in its propensity to shatter such beautiful moments. Until this afternoon, when Deshawn's tone abruptly shifted, his eyes betraying deep-seated fear as the wind in the forest changed direction. A dense, black mist surged forth without warning. Initially, we assumed it was merely a shift in the weather. However, when the brother at the rear of our group emitted a blood-curdling scream, we turned to see only the lower half of his body being dragged into the fog. Deshawn's body began to tremble violently, his hands gripping his knees tightly, knuckles turning white. We commenced our flight, but those monsters were unlike any we had encountered before. Zhongli furrowed her brow. Unusual? Are you referring to attribute enhancement? That is a feature of the long night, where all attributes are indeed doubled, making it exceedingly difficult to combat. No, it's not just the attributes. Deshawn abruptly raised his head, fixating intently on Zhongli, his eyes bloodshot. Have you ever witnessed a teammate being eliminated? I have, Zhongli replied, her form transforming into a beam of white light as she vanished, returning to the snowy expanse. No, Deshawn's voice was filled with anguish. It wasn't he like that in the black mist. What we saw was real. The survivor who ran slowly was overwhelmed by 3 shadow wolves. He didn't turn into white light. He was screaming. He was pleading for help. Those monsters were tearing at his body, blood splattering everywhere. It was real blood. Hot. Until he stopped screaming, his body was shredded, and no light orb appeared. No box dropped. He simply became a pile of mangled flesh, left behind in the black fog. Zhongli felt as though a thunderclap had resonated in her mind. What? That cannot be true. What did you just say? Even the egg tart king, who was distributing food, paused in his actions, his face pale with terror, covering his mouth in disbelief. No white light. No dropped items. Shredded? The combination of those words sent a chill through everyone present. In dungeons, players are protected by a digitized body. However, the scene Deshawn described represented genuine death, true demise. Are you certain? Pineapple Beer's voice was strained. Could it be that the black mist was too dense for you to see clearly? Deshawn's words were altering her perception of reality. There were more than a dozen of us. Deshawn continued. We ran while others fell. From that group, only the 3 of us remain now. Ah Chong, Wan Feng, every single one who was caught did not emit light. None at all. It was truly devastating. A spectacle of horror as I witnessed them being torn apart, their anguished cries echoing in my ears. The air within the tree hollow seemed to freeze in time. If what the mountain said was indeed true, then the punishment of the long night mechanism was not merely elimination, but utter obliteration. At this particular moment, within this specific environment, had the system's protective measures failed, or had the black mist evolved? Zhongli turned her gaze towards the figure of the poison master seated across from her. This disheveled youth was now bowing his head, clutching tightly to the bloodstained satchel. The sole relic left by Xiao Shui. If death were real, then the Xiao Shui who had just breathed her last upon his back. In that instant, Zhongli comprehended the depth of the poison master's collapse, understanding why the mountain had proclaimed it to be so tragic. To Zhongli and her companions, this was merely a challenging quest. Yet for the poison master, what he had just endured was the true annihilation of a classmate, leaving no trace behind. This painful reunion in an alternate world, only to be followed by a heart-wrenching parting, was unbearable. Zhongli opened her mouth to offer words of comfort, yet found herself at a loss for what to say. What could she possibly utter? Taking a deep breath, she focused on the poison master, attempting to soften her tone. Just a moment ago, as we entered the illuminated area of the tree hollow, I saw Xiao Shui's body dissolve into specks of light. The poison master shuddered, slowly lifting his head. Zhongli gestured towards the eerie green glow outside. The mountain said that those who die within the black mist do not emit light. However, Xiao Shui vanished in the light, and she left behind items. According to the rules of the game, this qualifies as a normal elimination. So perhaps she has already returned to the snowfield? Was this a lie, or merely conjecture? Zhongli herself was uncertain. Yet, it was the only glimmer of hope she could offer this young man. The poison master stared intently at Zhongli, a flicker of hope momentarily shining through the thick lenses of his glasses, only to gradually dim as reason took hold once more. He was an astute individual. He understood Xiao Shui's state at that moment, and recognized that this was simply Jiang Li's kind-hearted consolation. Thank you. He finally spoke after a long silence. His voice, though hoarse, lacked the previous despair. He adjusted his glasses and carefully stowed the satchel into his storage compartment. Don't worry, it's all right. The poison master managed to force a smile. We all did our best. I can't thank you enough for this. If it weren't for you, Deshawn, Xiaoting, and I would have surely ended up like everyone else, lost within those black mists, but you saved us once more. At least we are still alive. Alive. Those 2 words weighed heavily in the air. Silence enveloped the tree hollow, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive. Each person was consumed by the same troubling thought. Prior to entering the snowfield, they had all been solitary figures, gradually numbed by the pressures of survival, most choosing not to dwell on the loved ones they cherished back on Blue Star. Yet witnessing this poignant farewell between old friends compelled them to ponder, what of our families back on Blue Star? Everyone is acutely aware of the unspoken truth, yet none dare to voice it. Such sentiments serve as a significant blow to the will to survive. After a prolonged silence, a little girl, who had been quietly sobbing in the corner, suddenly stirred. She silently removed the oversized backpack from her back and set it down on the ground. Upon opening it, instead of food or supplies, a plethora of bottles and jars emerged, alongside various bandages, hemostatic clamps, and even rudimentary surgical sutures. It became evident that she had been carrying a medical kit all along. Injuries could progressively deplete one's health points and diminish their maximum life capacity. The girl, remaining with her gaze lowered, spoke softly but with deft precision as she retrieved a roll of clean bandages and a bottle of antiseptic. Kneeling beside the towering figure of Deshawn, merely consuming potions could restore health but would not heal wounds. The girl pointed to the deep claw mark on Deshawn's arm, where dark blood continued to seep. "Let me tend to your wounds first," she said, uncapping the antiseptic bottle and taking out a pair of tweezers to assist her companions. Chapter 90. Hunting the Black Mist Beasts. Brace yourself, it may sting a bit, she cautioned, kneeling beside Deshawn, holding a suturing needle produced by the system. "It's fine, just stitch away, sister." Deshawn, a man over 6 feet tall, boasted with bravado. However, the moment the needle pierced his flesh, he winced in pain, his muscles tensing and his features contorting. "Be gentle," urged the nearby poison master, who was not idle either. He rummaged through his supplies, concocting something, before handing a dollop of green ointment to the little girl. "Could I trade you some cake for that?" the poison master inquired. Almost forgetting, she replied, "There will be plenty of desserts." The king of egg tarts grinned as he passed over a generous piece of honey muffin, also distributing some to Deshawn and the others. "I'm no big shot. Just call me Egg Tart." The poison master bit into the muffin, the sweetness melting on his tongue, finally easing his taut nerves. As the wounds were treated, coupled with the delightful food and warm camaraderie, the oppressive shadow of death that had loomed over them began to dissipate. Humanity is remarkably resilient. They began to engage in lighthearted conversation. "Why were you all shouting about spicy chicken leg burgers and Crazy Thursday earlier?" Jiang Li inquired. "Oh, we thought making some noise would help pinpoint our location, but since we were constantly on the run, it wasn't clearly articulated. Those two brothers just kept shouting. And before we knew it, Crazy Thursday was upon us," Deshawn replied with a chuckle. "Huh, no worries." Their conversation shifted from the harrowing escape to experiences within the dungeon, and then to their individual survival tactics. Glancing at the system clock, Jiang Li noted that it was nearing 11 o'clock. "Shall we take turns keeping watch? Although this place seems relatively safe, we can't entrust our lives to this group of monkeys." She turned to Pineapple Beer, asking, "What do you think?" The Pineapple Beer languidly stretched, its athletic figure flickering under the fluorescent light. "You all rest. I shall keep watch for the first half of the night." "All right, I shall take over in 5 hours." Jiang Li, not one to decline, embraced her dual axes and settled into a comfortable position, closing her eyes. It wasn't that she sought to be the agreeable one, sparing Deshawn and the others from the night watch. Rather, she placed greater trust in Pineapple Beer. When it was finally Jiang Li's turn to take over the watch, she opened her eyes to find the system panel indicating 1000. It was 10 in the morning, and on Blue Star, the sun would be shining brightly, the working populace indulging in leisurely moments and ordering takeout. Yet here, darkness still prevailed. The long night had not yet drawn to a close. The thick, suffocating black mist enveloped the entire forest. However, compared to the oppressive atmosphere of the previous night, this mist appeared somewhat less dense, visibility barely improving from 2 meters to around 4. Awake, Pineapple Beer was perched on a stone at the cave entrance, peeling an apple. Upon noticing Jiang Li's awakening, he casually tossed half of the fruit her way. "Thank you." Jiang Li caught the apple and took a bite. It was crisp, sweet, and juicy. "How is the situation?" "The same as before," Pineapple Beer replied, gesturing outside. The wind had lessened, yet the mist remained ominous. Inside the tree hollow, over 100 golden-faced monkeys were huddled in various corners, their former arrogance completely subdued. The long night evidently exerted a stronger control over the beasts than over humans, the primal fears stemming from their lineage rendering them unusually docile. Some monkeys were even assisting the Egg Tart King with tasks, their diligent demeanor resembling that of paying protection fees. "I help you. You must protect me." Jiang Li rose to her feet. "There is still a day and a half until the instance concludes." She glanced at the countdown. If the long night persisted, they would have to remain here for a day and a half. Huddling is not so bad, Pineapple Beer shrugged. By this time, everyone had already awakened. After a night of rest, the group appeared noticeably revitalized, each engaged in their own activities. Deshawn approached, wielding a nearly dull great sword, eager to consult Pineapple Beer about something. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was entirely different on the other side. The Egg Tart King was vigilantly tending to a bubbling stone pot, flanked by the chemist and the Invisible One. "Is it true? Adding blue mushroom powder can enhance the flavor?" the Egg Tart King exclaimed, astonished. "Absolutely." The chemist adjusted his glasses, excitement radiating from him. "Though the blue mushroom is mildly toxic and can induce slight hallucinations if heated for over 5 minutes, the toxicity decomposes into a unique amino acid. I've tried it before. The resulting soup is incredibly flavorful and can slightly enhance mental resistance." "Aren't you an alchemist? Why delve into soup making?" "This soup was an accidental discovery during my alchemical experiments." Learning something new, the Egg Tart King promptly retrieved a small notebook to jot down the information. Nearby, the Invisible One was weaving slender vines and bone spurs into something. "Is that a trigger mechanism for a snare trap?" Jiang Li approached, intrigued. The Invisible One jumped in surprise, nearly dropping the vines. Upon recognizing Jiang Li, she exhaled in relief and nodded. "Yes, this is an improved version of the tripwire structure." The inconspicuous figure handed a peculiar object to Jiang Li for inspection. While ordinary traps may ensnare mere beasts, this intricate mechanism, once triggered, would cause the beast tendon to contract instantaneously. effectively immobilizing even the mightiest of magical creatures for a minimum of 3 seconds. Zhongli examined it closely. Its craftsmanship was undeniably exquisite. In the dungeon, without the system's one-click construction feature, creating such a refined device demanded considerable effort. Do you possess trap specialization? Zhongli inquired. Yes, it was an unexpected passive skill. The small figure replied softly. Zhongli turned her gaze towards the swirling black mist outside the cave, and then back to the delicate trap component in her hand. Finally, her attention was drawn to the pile of luminous fireflies at the entrance of the tree hollow. A bold idea began to take shape in her mind. Creatures in the long night had their attributes tripled, yet they held a fear of this phosphorescence. As long as they entered the illuminated area, their powers would revert to normal, without diminishing the resources dropped. Ordinary monsters would yield a bounty of rare materials. Since we have some free time, why not farm for materials? She suggested. The group paused, seemingly struggling to catch up with Zhongli's line of thought, except for Pineapple Beer, who turned to her. How do we farm? Even when faced with the Ashen Serpent, as they had been the other day, it would take some effort, as one must seize the opportunity. Zhongli grinned, picked up a stick from the ground, and sketched a rudimentary diagram in the dirt. She emphatically tapped the entrance of the sketch with the stick. Since we can't venture into the black mist to fight, we can lure the creatures in. The luminescence can weaken the enhancements from the mist. The previous challenge was keeping the magical beasts contained, but with traps, it will be different. We can send swift individuals to lure them, one at a time. Then, I will charge and push the creature into the trap, ensnaring it, and utilize the glow of the fireflies to diminish its strength. We shall strike while the iron is hot. The deadly chemist swallowed hard, regarding Zhongli with a mix of incredulity and admiration. Is this not too reckless? Can it truly work? Having been relentlessly pursued, the deadly chemist had never considered proactively eliminating these terrifyingly enhanced magical beasts. It can work. We defeated an Ashen Serpent enhanced by the mist in just that manner yesterday. Pineapple Beer tossed aside the apple core, rising to his feet. Well, since we have nothing to do, let us treat this as a chance to climb the leaderboard. I'm on board. Deshawn raised his great sword. What leaderboard? Nothing much. I'll handle the traps. Though small, the inconspicuous figure's eyes sparkled with determination. However, the materials must be sturdy. Ordinary traps won't contain these enhanced magical beasts. Worry not. As long as they can be restrained, the rest is up to me and Deshawn. For the next 2 hours, the monkey camp became a hub of fervent activity. The previously trembling monkeys suddenly noticed that this group of humans had gone mad. No longer cowering in the tree hollow, they conjured various tools. The hardwood material bundles traded with the monkeys earlier proved invaluable. Zhongli returned to her foundational skills. Her craftsmanship was commendable back on Blue Star. Coupled with the inconspicuous figure's talent, their efforts flowed seamlessly. In the dim light before the tree hollow, the meticulous positioning of the clasp was confirmed. Correct, Sister Bao, came the reply. Just a tad further to the left. This will enhance the sensitivity of the trigger. Daxian was instructed to erect a sturdy wooden post, ensuring it was buried deep. Understood, he responded. Poison Master, apply your paralyzing agent to these spikes. With each individual aware of their responsibilities and working in harmonious coordination, the monkey joined in to assist with the transportation of materials. 2 hours later, a colossal trap stood proudly within the illuminated area before the tree hollow. Its funnel-like structure faced the swirling black mist, firmly wedged between 2 towering trees. Constructed from dozens of thick hardwood beams, it was adorned with spikes and poisonous stakes. Inside the trap, the meticulous arrangements of 3 layers of snares awaited. At the trap's terminus, a pile of dazzling fluorite gleamed enticingly at the entrance of the tree hollow. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhongli admired the sturdy wooden post, deeming it a work of art. The Poison Master adjusted his glasses, gazing at the fearsome creation with admiration. Shao Transparent, your imagination is boundless. You could easily serve as a minister of justice in ancient times. With the trap complete, the testing phase commenced. Are we all ready? Zhongli inquired. Always prepared, Daxian replied. Shao Transparent nodded while gripping the tether. In the next instant, the figure of Pineapple Beer darted into the roiling black mist. Standing beside the fog, Zhongli squinted, fixated on the darkness ahead. Minutes later, a sudden cacophony of hurried footsteps erupted from within the mist, accompanied by furious roars. Roar! They are coming, Zhongli hissed, signaling everyone to be on high alert. The black mist churned violently as a lithe figure burst forth. It was Pineapple Beer. She sprinted with remarkable speed, glancing back and playfully taunting. Catch me if you can, silly dogs. However, it was evident that her talent for evasion was lacking, presenting a comical scene of an earnest individual throwing caution to the wind. Behind her, 2 massive shadow howlers, their eyes aflame with rage, charged forth, oblivious to the peculiar wooden structure ahead. Seizing the moment, Zhongli executed a charge, propelling the 2 beasts toward the trap. Sensing the glowing fluorite, the creatures finally perceived the peril and attempted to retreat. Daxian, wielding his great sword, rushed to assist, but was unable to hold them back. Fortunately, Pineapple Beer arrived just in time. With the combined efforts of Daxian and Pineapple Beer, they managed to halt the beast retreat, buying time until Zhongli's charge was ready. Charge! Zhongli commanded, thrusting forward once more to drive the 2 monsters deeper into the trap. As the pair of howlers crossed the funnel-shaped entrance, Zhongli shouted, pull. Shao Transparent yanked the rope with vigor. A series of mechanical clicks echoed as the snares, previously concealed beneath a layer of fallen leaves, sprang into action. The foremost shadow wolf felt a sudden tightening beneath its feet. The immense inertia rendered it unable to halt, causing it to lose its balance and tumble in like a rolling gourd. A howl escaped its lips. The following shadow wolf attempted to break, but was forcefully propelled forward by the wooden raft controlled by the pulley system. A thunderous crash ensued as the two colossal entities collided, tumbling into the depths of the trap, where the spiked wall awaited them. Simultaneously, the luminous glow of the luminous stone at the tree hollow illuminated them without reservation. The dark mist dissipated with a sizzle, and anguished howls filled the air. The once mighty, enhanced beasts now resembled toothless tigers, subdued within. Chapter 91. A frenzy of resources, a piercing howl erupted from the shadow wolf ensnared deep within the trap. Its massive frame was firmly wedged by several stout wooden beams, sharp spikes piercing its flesh, while a green paralyzing agent seeped into its bloodstream through the wounds. Yet, the greatest agony it endured was not from these physical injuries, but from the light, under the radiant glow of the piled luminous stones at the tree hollow. The once impenetrable layer of dark energy enveloping the wolf began to emit a sizzling sound, steadily evaporating into nothingness. Zhongli blocked the opening, denying the beast any chance of escape, and then advanced alongside Pineapple Beer, swinging their weapons. A splatter of blood flew forth. Enormous damage numbers ascended, and the shadow wolf let out a mournful cry as its previously struggling limbs went limp. Upon witnessing Jiang Li and his companion inflict actual harm upon the two shadow wolves, the ever-vigilant Deshan, who had been poised with his great sword, widened his eyes in astonishment. He had previously faced such dark mist-empowered creatures, yet now, seeing the once mighty monster being mercilessly battered like a lifeless dog, he felt as though his entire worldview had been reshaped. What are you waiting for? Deal more damage. Pineapple Beer's voice echoed from the shadows. She had already circled to the side of the trap, her dagger striking precisely at the wolf's flank. Oh, Deshan snapped back to reality, roaring as the earth-toned glow enveloped his great sword, sweeping horizontally towards the wolf's neck. Egg Tart and the others swiftly drew their weapons, unleashing a torrent of damage. With a final, muffled thud, the elite creature that had instilled fear in countless players finally breathed its last. Its massive form transformed into white light, dissipating into a flurry of luminous orbs. Beginner Weapon Enhancement Card, X2. Shadow Wolf's Claw, Exchange Voucher, X4. Dark Wolf Hair, Purple Hat Equipment Crafting Material, X5. And a skill book, as solid as a rock. Increases resistance by 10%. Jiang Li shook the blood from his axe, a satisfied smile curving his lips. As long as they drew the creatures into the light, they were merely a group of tougher, ordinary monsters. What do you think? No problem, right? Certainly. Pineapple Beer chuckled in agreement. Meanwhile, Deshan gazed at the pile of softly glowing luminous stones nearby, a sudden thought blossoming in his mind. Unable to resist the urge, he extended his hand to pick up a piece of fluorite, eager to examine its properties. How invincible would he be if he could bring it back to the snowfield? Ready to confront similar dark environments or dungeons in the future. However, the moment his fingers grazed the fluorite, a sharp, piercing cry echoed through the air. A scruffy old monkey, which had been observing from the sidelines, suddenly erupted into a frenzy. Like a bolt of golden lightning, it darted forward, swatting away his hand with a swift motion. In an instant, a dozen robust male monkeys surrounded him, baring their teeth and wielding stones, their eyes fixed on him as if he had threatened their very existence. Do not touch those stones. Jiang Li quickly interjected, halting Deshan's reckless actions. These fluorites were special scene props, totems belonging to the monkey troop. We had already tested it, and found they could not be stowed in our backpacks. Forcibly taking them would result in a loss of favor. Oh, is that so? My apologies. Deshan sheepishly withdrew his hand, and offered a biscuit from his backpack as a peace offering to the old monkey. The old monkey sniffed the biscuit, its demeanor softening at last, yet it still nudged the fluorite back towards the tree hollow, wary of the large figure's intentions. After a brief respite, Pineapple Beer once again ventured into the black mist. A few minutes later, another, ghost-faced spider, was lured into the trap. With a snap, the animal trap closed, ensnaring the spider. A few boulder monkeys picked up stones from the ground or brandished the bows and iron spears Jiang Li had previously provided, cautiously approaching the trap. Before Jiang Li could make a move, the monkeys, unable to contain their excitement, charged forward with strange cries. Though they lacked any skills, their sheer numbers prevailed. Some perched atop the trees, hurling stones, while others jabbed at the spider's bloated abdomen with iron spears. One monkey even brandished the lighter Jiang Li had given them, attempting to set the spider's leg hair ablaze. Although the damage was minimal, dealing only 1 or 2 points of force damage, the chaotic scene of their collective assault significantly alleviated the pressure on Jiang Li and his companions. Moreover, with so many targets harassing it, the spider's aggro became utterly disoriented, rendering it incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. With the monkey's participation, what had initially been a somewhat strenuous monster-slaying endeavor saw its efficiency double in an instant. Trap reset. Little transparent. Here it comes, here it comes. Poison applied. Poison master. I'm ready to. Pineapple, lure the monster. Deshan, prepare to engage. Leave it to me. Before the tree hollow, the hunt officially commenced. Time slipped by minute, from 10 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. For a full 6 hours, everyone was utterly immersed in this mechanical yet exhilarating process of procurement. Rest. Rest. Inventory check. Jiang Li commanded, panting as he felled the last, long night demon rat with a swing of his axe. Exhausted, they slumped to the ground, fingers trembling from fatigue. Yet smiles adorned each face as they gazed upon the pile of luminous treasures before them. How utterly extravagant. The poison master, hands quivering, picked up a piece of metal radiating a purple glow. Is this abyssal demon iron? A purple material. It is said that only by opening the golden treasure chest can one hope to find such treasures. And here is more. The little transparent figure raised several blueprints, his voice quivering with excitement. Blueprint for the superior level mechanical crossbow. And also, intermediate trap enhancement scroll. Meanwhile, Zhang Li was examining other items. Pure energy core, X30 description, high density energy, suitable for upgrading shelters. Spatial teleportation array magic core, X5, description, energy material for constructing teleportation arrays. Special blueprint, gothic magic chandelier, special blueprint, thermostatic fireplace, with built-in enchantment, luxury building material package, X10. In addition to these, there were numerous weapon enhancement cards, skill book fragments, and various materials for blue and purple equipment across different professions. Then came the more challenging phase of allocation. Zhang Li was not one to hesitate. She promptly divided the items into several piles, adhering to the principle of need-based distribution. She handed over the trap blueprints to the little transparent figure, saying, "These are for you. With these, your expertise in traps will be greatly enhanced. As for the crafting book for the universal crossbow, I shall keep it for now, so I can produce them for everyone without incurring crafting fees later." The little transparent figure cradled the blueprints, exclaiming, "Thank you, Sister Bao. You're welcome. Everyone has worked hard." Zhang Li replied, "Poison Master, these poison sacks, monster blood, and those nethergrass plants are for you." The deadly Poison Master adjusted his glasses and grinned, "Great. Thank you, Sister Bao. Deshawn, this brutal charge skill book and this heavy armor turtle shell are for you. You can craft a fine shield when you return." Deshawn stared at the items handed to him, momentarily taken aback. Although he coveted them, he was aware of his role. In this battle, while he had contributed, the true core leadership lay with Zhang Li and Pineapple Beer. The traps were designed by the little transparent figure, the monsters were drawn by Pineapple Beer, and the initial suppression was thanks to Zhang Li. He considered himself merely a supportive aide. "Bao Shan, Deshawn waved his hand, pushing the items back. "I am content to gain a bit of experience and gather some common materials. You should keep these rare items. I am already very grateful for being saved by you." The deadly Poison Master and the little transparent figure nodded in agreement. They were the ones rescued, and simply being alive was a stroke of fortune. "Take them. They are yours." Zhang Li furrowed her brow. Reward should correspond to effort. Moreover, the items being distributed were all relevant to their respective roles. She pointed to the 2 purple teleportation array magic cores, the pile of energy cores, and most of the advanced materials. "These are more beneficial to me, so I will not be modest. As for the remaining blue and purple equipment materials, Pineapple and I will take 60%, and the rest will be distributed among you. Is there any objection?" "No objection. Absolutely none." Deshawn shook his head vigorously. This was not a matter of contention. It was an act of utmost fairness. It is worth noting that in those so-called guild teams, all rare drops typically belong to the leader and core members, with ordinary participants fortunate to receive even a drop of the spoils. Zhang Li, who exerted herself the most, willingly prioritized distributing various skill books and blueprints necessary for different professions, while also allocating some basic materials to each individual. Truly, she was akin to a living bodhisattva. Thus, it was decided. Zhang Li proceeded to conduct a straightforward distribution of the remaining resources, as she, along with Pineapple Beer and Egg Tart, did not require such meticulous division. A bountiful harvest indeed. It was genuinely a bounteous windfall. With these energy cores and materials in hand, upon returning to the snowfield, her refuge could directly advance to level 5. "Let us take an hour's rest, have some food, and later we shall hunt a little more," Zhang Li suggested. To which the others readily acquiesced, for the rate of resource production was astonishingly formidable. Zhang Li glanced at the system time. 16:30. "Let us continue for a few more hours. We aim to clear out the enhanced monsters in this vicinity." Excellent. The morale of the group soared to unprecedented heights. The slaughter continued. As their cooperation became increasingly adept, the efficiency of their traps surged correspondingly. The monkeys, too, had completely lost their inhibitions. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away. As Zhang Li withdrew her dual axes from the cranium of a shadow demon bear, an unusual sensation suddenly enveloped her. The surrounding wind ceased. The previously biting chill was swiftly dissipating. Zhang Li lifted her gaze. Before her, the thick, impenetrable black mist was visibly thinning, akin to ink washed away by water, gradually revealing the scenery behind it. The outlines of the trees became distinct, and most astonishingly, the sky overhead transformed. The oppressive, pitch-black canopy that had loomed for an entire day and night was receding like a tide. In its place emerged a breathtakingly brilliant starry sky. There were no clouds, no fog, only countless diamond-like stars scattered across the deep blue expanse, with a Milky Way spanning the horizon, beautiful to the point of incredulity. Has the long night ended? King Egg Tart stared vacantly at the sky, murmuring to himself. Although it was 7 in the evening and still night, this starry vista felt warmer than sunlight. Chapter 92. The long night ends beneath the resplendent Star River. The suffocating black mist finally dissipated entirely. The forest regained its original verdant hue, though it remained chilly. The sinister aura that threatened to consume life had vanished. System announcement. The special celestial phenomenon of the long night has concluded. Congratulations to all surviving players. You have triumphed over darkness. The instance dungeon, Beast Forest, will close in 24 hours. Players are urged to explore swiftly. Final phase initiated. Hunt time. Rules have been altered as follows. Full map unlocked. The fog has cleared, and the minimap function is fully accessible. However, this does not guarantee safety, as all players' real-time coordinates will gradually appear on the map as red dots, shifting from obscured to clear, refreshing every hour. Communication restored. The regional channel has upgraded to a full instance channel, allowing all survivors to communicate freely. Note, the friend and private chat features remain disabled. Treasure marking. Based on the value of resources players acquire within the dungeon, encompassing loot from slain beasts, gathering, and plundering, the system will bestow players with distinct colored auras. Settlement announcement. At the conclusion of the dungeon, rankings will be determined based on the final value of resources held, with generous rewards awaiting. Reminder, in these final 24 hours, only the living shall qualify to claim everything. What on earth is this? A hunting moment. This is compelling survivors to turn on one another. Upon reading the system prompt, Egg Tart King voiced his thoughts. Mountain was equally astonished. But before he could express his sentiments, a sudden exclamation interrupted. Wow, Fortress Sister, Pineapple Sister, you're on fire. Egg Tart King exclaimed, pointing at Jiang Li and Pineapple Beer in astonishment. Everyone instinctively turned to look. There, the usually low-key Jiang Li was radiating a brilliant golden light, and it was constant. Not only her. Beside her, Pineapple Beer exhibited the same phenomenon. Though her glow was slightly less intense than Jiang Li's, it was still an unmistakable display of opulence. Together, they resembled two living golden statues. Pineapple Beer gazed at her glowing palm, her lips twitching in disbelief. Was this an attempt to ensure no one could miss their presence? Jiang Li, with an impassive expression, scrutinized her illuminated skin, inwardly cursing the dogged system and its entire lineage. She had always preferred to accumulate wealth quietly, and this forced display was more unbearable than death itself. You all seem to be doing quite well, Jiang Li remarked, gesturing towards the others. Mountain, the master of poison, Little Transparent, and even Egg Tart King were all aglow as well. However, their light was purple rather than gold. Master of Poison, viewing his purple aura, let out a bitter laugh. Now, anyone not blind could spot them from 800 meters away. I truly wish I could become invisible, Little Transparent murmured, shrinking his neck. Jiang Li activated the newly unlocked forest map feature. The previously pitch-black map was now dotted with countless red points, although most of the red dots were still somewhat indistinct. Merely outlining a general area, the number was staggering. Current survivor count, 426, 510, 000, more than half have perished. Mountain gasped in shock. How could there be so few left from a full 10,000? Furrowing her brow, Jiang Li opened the newly unlocked dungeon-wide channel. At that moment, the channel was ablaze with activity. Bystander, haha, I survived. Haha, I was practically marinating in that mud pit. Finally made it through. Berserker Zhao Si, what kind of ridiculous aura is this? I only picked up a few broken stones, and now I'm glowing blue? I look like a blue demon. How am I supposed to survive like this? Shadow Hunter, heh, the coordinates are revealed. I see on the map, 4,455, 890, that my previous location had 2 gold dots overlapping and shining for a moment. Brothers, that is a fat sheep. Charge. The nameless one remarked, those above. If you wish for death, do not drag us along. In a place like this, those who still shine with golden light after surviving must be either a prime target or a formidable beast. Little Red Flower lamented, wah. My friend was just torn apart in the black mist. He is truly dead. There is no resurrection. None at all. Cold Wind reassured, sister above. Do not let fear paralyze you. In the dungeon, death merely teleports you back to the snowfield. Once you return, you will find your friend cursing away in the sanctuary. Onlookers chimed in. Indeed, I once perished in a dungeon too. Though it was painful, after a week's recovery, I was fine. Let us refrain from spreading such rumors of genuine death. Does inciting panic serve any purpose? Moth interjected, do not dismiss it. There seems to be some truth to it. As they read these messages, a heavy silence enveloped the group in the tree hollow. A profound sorrow washed over them once more. For those fortunate enough not to witness the devouring firsthand, this remained merely an exhilarating game. Yet for those who had truly faced life and death, the world had revealed its most fearsome fangs. Shall we venture out? Jiang Li pondered. Perhaps not. She sank onto the ground. The golden light surrounding her blinding the nearby monkeys. To step out under such a glaring beacon would render one a target for all. While she was unafraid, it seemed unnecessary. Moreover, Jiang Li gestured towards the easily defensible monkey encampment, equipped with natural cover, traps, and a cadre of free fighters. As long as they refrained from recklessness, anyone who dared approach would meet their demise. For the final 24 hours, let us hunker down here, Jiang Li declared, planning to return home with supplies once the dungeon concluded. Agreed. The Egg Tart King was the first to raise a hand. I have no desire to move. This place is quite pleasant, and I have monkeys to keep me company. I share the same sentiment, Deshaun remarked, stroking his great sword. Just as they solidified their decision, the surrounding monkeys suddenly stirred. Chirp, chirp, chirp. With the long night finally yielding, the monkeys, who had been cooped up in the tree hollow for a day and night, were liberated. The leading old monkey charged forth first. Standing atop a large rock at the tree hollow's entrance, pounding its chest in exhilaration, releasing a resounding howl towards the stars. Following suit, hundreds of monkeys streamed out, celebrating as if it were a festival. Some climbed to the treetops to shout, while others began clearing debris from around the camp. Stronger monkeys collaborated to shift the boulders and logs that had blocked their path, expanding the camp's boundaries outward once more. Chirp. Move those bright stones out. Chirp. If you want to go, then go. The monkeys busied themselves fervently, relocating the previously concentrated pieces of fluorite from the tree hollow's entrance back to their original positions, rearranging them into a vast defensive formation scattered throughout the forest. Observing the diligent monkeys, Jiang Li and her companions did not remain idle. Since they had little else to do, they decided to lend a hand. Jiang Li stood up and walked over to a few male monkeys struggling to move a stone the size of a grinding wheel. The two monkeys, exhausted and gritting their teeth, could barely shift it even a little. Jiang Li approached, clasping the base of the stone with both hands. Inhaling deeply as an immense force surged forth. The colossal boulder began to shift. The nearby monkeys stood in stunned silence, their bananas slipping from their grasp. Is this still a human? This strength surpasses even their king. Where should I move it? Jiang Li inquired. Although the monkeys could not comprehend human speech, they understood the urgency in his gaze and promptly scampered ahead, pointing towards a nearby opening. Meanwhile, a little girl was assisting several monkeys in mending their slightly tattered leaf nests. Her deft hands not only crafted traps, but also skillfully fashioned essential items for their daily lives. In no time, she completed a sturdy, wind-resistant vine nest, which left the mother monkeys so moved that they nuzzled against her legs. The notorious Heisenberg was engaged in a dialogue with a few elderly monkeys, who appeared to be shamans. Despite the language barrier, he gestured with several herbs, and to his surprise, the old monkeys understood. They retrieved some shriveled poisonous mushrooms from their collection, seemingly in exchange for his supplies. As for the egg tart king, she was presently inundated by a swarm of little monkeys. Hold on. There's enough for everyone. Form a line. Sitting in the midst of them, she began distributing cookies. The previously tense atmosphere of the camp transformed into one of unexpected harmony and warmth in this corner. After over an hour of diligent work, the campsite had largely returned to its former state. To celebrate their survival, the monkeys organized a grand feast. This so-called banquet consisted of their treasured fruits, nuts, and some honey procured from unknown sources, all arranged on a natural stone table at the center of the campsite. Pineapple Beer gazed at the table laden with organic delicacies. His spirits lifted. Since the monkeys had shown such hospitality, it was only fitting that they reciprocate. The others eagerly complied. And soon the stone table overflowed with an array of uniquely presented dishes. In addition to the wild fruits and honey provided by the monkeys, Jiang Li produced several cans of gourmet braised beef. The little girl contributed a few vacuum-sealed packages of spicy duck necks and peanuts. Heisenberg unveiled his signature dish, French creamy mushroom soup. Even Big Mountain shyly produced 3 bottles of beer. I acquired this when I entered the snowy plains and had been reluctant to drink it, he said, scratching his head. How about we have a sip? It won't hurt if we don't overdo it. Then Heisenberg adjusted his glasses and retrieved a bottle of green powder from his bag. This is my specially crafted composite vitamin seasoning powder. Though its color may seem odd, it can replenish trace elements when sprinkled into soup. Would you like to try it? Get lost. The group responded in unison. What kind of joke is this? Who dares consume the powder produced by Heisenberg? What if it sends us straight to the afterlife? Laughter and playful jeers filled the air as the dinner commenced. At the stone table, several individuals radiating golden and purple auras gathered together, with a few old monkeys perched nearby, enjoying the feast. Cheers! Cheers! Their cups and bottles clinked together. Big Mountain shoved a large piece of beef into his mouth, tears nearly spilling from his eyes in gratitude. The Tart King served a bowl of mushroom soup to Jiang Li, saying, Sister Bao, do give this a try. I've added honey from the monkey. The flavor is exceptionally rich. Jiang Li took a sip, her eyes sparkling. Not bad, sweet yet not cloying. Hee. Then I shall be your personal chef from now on. The Tart King chuckled, his eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Then I shall reserve a position for a dishwasher, murmured the little transparent figure, carefully nibbling on a muffin. I eat little and work much. What nonsense are you spouting? Right. Count me in. The Heisenberg raised his hand. I could serve as the guild's alchemist. Although my potions have some side effects, they can be life-saving in critical moments. Just look at this time. My poison was somewhat effective. Upon mention of poison, the expressions around him turned peculiar. All right, as long as you don't poison your teammates, we'll save a spot for you. Jiang Li nodded. In her heart, she had already accepted these individuals. Deshawn raised his glass, to fate, to Baosheng, to being alive. Cheers to life. The group lifted their glasses once more. In this forest, which had recently witnessed life and death, surrounded by this band of monkeys, the seemingly modest dinner tasted like a grand feast. There were no schemes or calculations of profit, only the pure aroma of food and the bonds of friendship forged in life or death situations. After feasting, Jiang Li leaned against the stone table, gazing at the brilliant starry sky above and her teammates mingling with the monkeys in the distance. Only one day remained. She wondered how Nico was faring. With that thought, she sent some delectable food back through the feeding device. Chapter 93. The Warcraft forest concludes as the banquet came to an end and the night deepened. The wind in the forest, though no longer as biting as during the long night, still carried a hint of chill. The bonfire at the center of the camp had extinguished, leaving only a pile of glowing embers, radiating a lingering warmth. The monkeys had long since huddled together in slumber, producing a chorus of rhythmic snores, with a few small monkeys occasionally smacking their lips in dreams, likely envisioning the Tart King's honey cake. Jiang Li sat behind a rock outside the tree hollow, her dual axes gently resting on her knees. That damned golden light showed no sign of fading. In the pitch darkness of the night, she emanated a faint golden glow. Sister Bao, why not wrap yourself in a blanket? Suggested the little transparent figure beside her timidly. She, too, glimmered with a purple light, albeit not as pronounced as Jiang Li's, resembling a spirited purple sweet potato. Useless, Jiang Li sighed, pointing at the black cloak wrapped around her. This halo is a perspective effect. The system is intent on roasting us over a fire. No, Sister Bao. I meant to say I was worried you might be cold, the little transparent figure clarified, retrieving a fluffy blanket from her backpack and offering it. Ah, thank you. Jiang Li accepted the blanket with a hint of embarrassment and expressed her gratitude. You're welcome. The little transparent figure nestled closer, hugging her knees while gazing at Jiang Li's profile with admiration. This was her first opportunity to spend time alone with her idol, though Jiang Li was typically reticent. In the eyes of the inconspicuous player, she was as heroic as any savior from an animated tale, capable of toppling the malevolent Dark Knight Guild and cleaving through the oppressive shadows to rescue those in need. No one could fathom the profound sense of redemption felt upon witnessing the ID spicy chicken leg burger appear in the regional channel amidst the despairing darkness. Have you changed your class? Zhongli inquired. Huh, not yet. The inconspicuous player quickly straightened up. A couple of days ago, I gained considerable experience tagging along with Brother Dashin, and after grinding with all of you against the enhanced monsters today, I just reached level 10. Now I need class transfer certificate to continue leveling up. Alright, Zhongli nodded. The earlier levels were still relatively easy to gain, even after today's extensive grinding. She had only just reached level 16. It's fine. With the merging of zones, the drop rate for such items should increase, and there's also a mechanism for storing experience. Once you complete your class transfer, any excess experience will be returned to you, so there's no need to worry about falling behind. For an ordinary player, the inconspicuous one was already among the elite. Sister Fortress, the inconspicuous player hesitated before quietly asking, is it difficult to change classes? I mean, what do I need if I want to become a warrior? A warrior? Zhongli turned, surprised as she regarded her. You wish to become a warrior? Yes. The inconspicuous player nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with longing. I think warriors are so cool, especially when you charge in like Sister Fortress. Zhongli couldn't help but chuckle at her earnest expression. I am pleased you find me admirable. However, class transfer is not merely about being cool. It requires careful consideration of one's suitability. The warrior class relies heavily on physical prowess and combat intuition. You must engage monsters up close, which carries a low margin for error and is quite perilous. You must think it through before making the transfer. Were it not for Zhongli's exceptional equipment and high attributes that aligned well with the warrior class, she would have been reluctant to engage in such risky confrontations daily. After all, lurking safely in the back could be quite appealing. Moreover, every class has its moment to shine. It is not solely about wielding an axe to slay foes. The ability to enhance oneself and survive in the frozen wilderness is strength in its own right, Zhongli continued. The inconspicuous player nodded thoughtfully, though it was uncertain whether the message truly resonated. The two continued their conversation, seated behind a stone and wrapped in blankets. Suddenly, Zhongli's ears twitched slightly. Someone's coming. Her voice turned icy, the warmth of her demeanor dissipating, replaced by an aura of lethal intent. The inconspicuous player followed Zhongli's gaze. Zhongli remained motionless, her posture unchanged, exuding an air of unguarded calm. It's fine, let them approach. From deep within the forest, rustling sounds grew increasingly distinct, and the nearby bushes began to quiver. Boss, look, I told you it was golden light. Such a massive chunk. Shoo, keep your voice down. Anything emanating a golden aura is surely no good. What is there to be afraid of? There are only two of them, and that one glowing gold ISNT moving. Maybe it's asleep. Let us venture forth. At worst, we shall make a hasty retreat. Those unshod fear not the shod. We possess no valuables to lose. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. If we could obtain her bounty, our worries about sustenance would vanish for quite some time. The map marks this location as a den of monstrous creatures, yet there is no sign of activity. At this late hour, they must be slumbering. Look closely at that tree hollow. There is a glimmer of light within. 3 shadowy figures stealthily emerged from the darkness, their eyes gleaming with avarice as they gazed in Zhongli's direction. Make your move, roared the leader, a man wielding a large blade. As the trio encircled their prey in a formation, these individuals appeared to be well acquainted, their cooperation seemingly instinctive. In the blink of an eye, they approached within 5 meters of Zhongli, deliberately lowering their footsteps to catch her off guard. The timid onlooker felt her heart race, yet upon witnessing Zhongli's composure, she forced herself to regain her calm. One assailant dashed toward a nearby rock, shouting as he swung his blade toward Zhongli, who was presumed to be asleep. Yet, with such an abundance of supplies, to act carelessly was a grave error. In that fateful moment, as the blade descended, Zhongli sprang into action, her dual axes poised to meet the threat. With a resounding clash, the leading man felt as though he had collided with a wall, his body hurtling backward with twice the speed at which he had approached, a spray of blood escaping his lips mid-flight. What? The remaining 2 accomplices were struck with horror, unable to halt their momentum in time. Zhongli rose fluidly, her axes slicing through the air. The survivor on the left felt a chill at his throat as the world spun around him. In the next instant, his body erupted into countless white motes of light, dissipating into nothingness, leaving behind a glowing orb of supplies. Zhongli exhaled in relief at the sight of the vanishing lights. It seemed the long night had ended, and the death mechanism within this realm had returned to normal. This was indeed favorable news. With the threat of death lifted, there was no further need for caution. She swiftly approached and delivered the final blow to the initial assailant, turning her gaze toward the last remaining archer, who was now paralyzed with fear. She heard his desperate pleas. Please, don't kill me. I was wrong. I failed to recognize your might. The archer, witnessing the swift demise of his comrades, begged for mercy. Zhongli looked down at him from her elevated position and swung her axe once more. Was that all? The timid observer stood in a daze, having witnessed the entire encounter unfold in less than 20 seconds. 2 companions were dispatched in an instant, while one fled in terror. What else could one expect? Zhongli returned to her perch upon the rock, inspecting the orb that had fallen to the ground. It contained little of value, just some herbs and low-grade materials. No wonder they sought to rob her. As Zhongli had anticipated, throughout the night, drawn by her radiant golden aura, 2 more waves of eager youths attempted their luck. Yet, without exception, they met the same fate. either being sent back to their origins by Jiang Li's axe or ensnared by the traps set by the timid observer, only to be dealt with by Jiang Li like moles in a game. Later, Jiang Li learned to be more cunning, deliberately leaving one survivor each time and intimidating them severely, prompting others to reconsider before approaching. As the night wore on and it was time for the shift change, Pineapple Beer yawned and emerged from the tree hollow, while the master of toxicity rubbed his eyes and followed suit. How are you? No injuries, I hope? Pineapple Beer glanced at the additional bundles on the ground and realized someone had come. Certainly none, just a bit of minor scuffle, so I didn't bother waking you. Jiang Li stood up, dusting off her trousers. But they were all poor wretches, nothing of value. It's all yours now, I'm off to sleep. All right, go ahead, replied the master of toxicity, producing a bottle of green liquid and sprinkling it around the camp. The final hours passed quickly. When dawn broke, the forest was enveloped in tranquility once more. The remaining survivors seemed to have grasped the notion that Jiang Li's group was not to be trifled with, and no one dared to cause trouble any longer. Meanwhile, disturbances persisted elsewhere, with many displaying their fangs, engaging in mutual slaughter. Jiang Li and her companions had witnessed such scenes during their time in the underground dungeon, and it no longer surprised them. However, the channels began to buzz with tales of this desolate forest taking on an air of mystery. Whispers spread of a merciless witch residing there, while others claimed to have seen a monkey priest capable of commanding a horde of monkeys. The stories grew increasingly bizarre, culminating in claims that the area was a trap set by monkeys, with the witch being a camouflaged beast. Jiang Li and her friends paid little heed to the external rumors. The more outlandish the tales became, the more peace they found. They cherished these final moments. Rather than relentlessly hunting monsters, Jiang Li led her group to reinforce the camp's perimeter, dismantling traps to reclaim materials. After all, they were soon to depart, and whatever they could not take with them should not be left for those who would come after. The monkeys, unaware of their imminent departure, nonetheless recognized the assistance they had received. The lead old monkey, accompanied by his kin, presented Jiang Li and her companions with a final gift, a bounty of fresh thunderfruits and a bottle of monkey wine for each. As evening fell, the last rays of the sun bathed the forest in golden light. System notification, the dungeon monster forest is about to close. Countdown, 001000. All players, please prepare for mandatory teleportation. In the clearing before the tree hollow, Jiang Li, Pineapple Beer, Egg Tart King, Da Shan, Master of Toxicity, and Little Transparent stood in a line. We are going back. Egg Tart King gazed at the familiar forest with a hint of reluctance, despite the dangers. The days spent with the monkeys had been quite joyful. Come on, you're just going to miss those monkeys who served as your free labor. Once you're out exploring on your own, you'll be more subdued. Pineapple Beer bluntly exposed her sentiment. Pineapple Sister. Egg Tart pouted. What plans does everyone have once we return? Dashan inquired. What else is there to plan? Just survive, Jiang Li replied. She turned to Dashan and the others. See you in the snow plains. All right, see you in the snow plains. Countdown, 000010. The countdown resonated in everyone's ears. 10, 9, 8. The sky began to distort, and immense beams of light cascaded down from above, enveloping every survivor. A profound sense of weightlessness surged forth. The surroundings rapidly spun and elongated, ultimately dissolving into a vast expanse of white nothingness. Transmission complete. Welcome back to the winter snowfield. A biting cold wind rushed towards her, mingled with familiar snowflakes. Jiang Li abruptly opened her eyes. No longer was she greeted by lush forests, but rather a snowy wasteland. She exhaled a puff of white breath, the familiar sensation instantly awakening her senses. Chapter 94. The little griffin before her floated an enormous golden leaderboard, shimmering with light. Final ranking for the Beast Forest Dungeon. First place, Spicy Chicken Leg Burger. Second place, Pineapple Beer. Third place, King of Egg Tarts. Fourth place, Born Rich. Fifth place, The Way of Kings. 26th place, The Mountain. 56th place, The Master of Poison. 57th place, The Invisible One. The top 3 spots were monopolized by Jiang Li and her companions. In the server channel, as this was the first ranking, most players were unfamiliar with the IDs on the leaderboard. Yet the original retirement group from Area 8 erupted in excitement. Wow, it's Burger Sister again, amazing. I'm so envious of you all. I was eliminated shortly after entering, and my injuries haven't healed yet. Master of Poison. I was fortunate this time to encounter Burger Sister in the dungeon, catching a bit of luck. Oh, why are you so lucky? I haven't even met Burger Sister offline yet. What's she like in person? The Invisible One. She's stunning, both beautiful and fierce. Of course, Pineapple Sister and Egg Tart Sister are also perfect. No way. You've all met Burger Sister offline. No wonder you made it into the top 100. King of Egg Tarts. It's all right. It's all right. I'll send a small red envelope. Everyone keep up the good work. Jiang Li observed the flood of messages, with 80% praising her, which made her feel a bit shy, just as she was about to close the blinding leaderboard. Eager to explore the astonishing rewards in her backpack, the wooden door of the main lodge burst open with a bang. Jiang Li quickly stowed her belongings into her backpack, opening her arms to catch the little cannonball named Nico. The immense force caused her to stagger back a step, crunching the snow beneath her feet. The girl in her embrace, her fluffy cat ears quivering with excitement, clung to Jiang Li, her head nuzzling fervently into the crook of her neck. Li, you're finally back. Nico missed you so much. The girl's voice was soft and melodic. Jiang Li raised her hand, gently tousling Nico's soft hair while playfully pinching her sensitive cat ears. Jiang Li's voice instinctively softened. I'm back, and I shouldn't have to leave again for a while. Really? Nico lifted her head, her mismatched eyes glistening with unshed tears, her nose tip reddened from the cold. presenting an image both pitiful and easily deceived. Yet, what Zhongli asserted was indeed the truth. There would likely be no new instances in the near future. Of course, it was true. Zhongli smiled as she wiped away the tears at the corners of Nico's eyes. Then, adopting a deliberately stern expression, she inquired, however, during my absence these past few days, has someone been rather lazy? Zhongli jested, having already noticed the extra wood and a small shed that had appeared in the yard, intending to give Nico a chance to boast. Not at all. Upon hearing this, Nico's previously pitiful face instantly puffed up in indignation, resembling a dumpling, her frustration evident from the unjust accusation. She leaped off Zhongli, hands planted on her hips, her tail swishing angrily behind her. Nico has not been lazy. Nico has been diligent, seemingly eager to prove her worth. Nico grasped Zhongli's hand and tugged her towards the yard. Li, look. Just look. Zhongli allowed herself to be led into the yard. There, on the left side of the previously empty space, stood a neatly stacked mountain of timber. Zhongli approached, utilizing the system to reclaim the wood. Acquired. Wood X 850, and there's more. More. Nico tilted her face upward, her expression imploring praise, pulling Zhongli to another corner of the yard. There, a makeshift wooden shed had emerged. Although its structure appeared somewhat crooked, it was sufficient to shield against wind and snow. Beneath the shed lay a substantial pile of coal, pitch black and plentiful. To Zhongli's astonishment, beside the coal pile stood a mine cart. That cart, Zhongli pointed to the considerable contraption. Nico brought it back. It's convenient for transporting this black stuff, Nico proclaimed proudly, puffing out her small chest. Nico transformed into a big bear and pushed the cart back. Now we don't have to carry coal in that old broken basket anymore. Zhongli gazed at the eager girl before her, her mind conjuring the whimsical image of a brown bear racing through the snow while pushing a mine cart. Nico is truly remarkable, Zhongli lavishly praised, crouching down to meet Nico at eye level, earnestly stating, it seems our Nico is indeed the most diligent. You've worked hard these past days, keeping the house and accomplishing so much. Upon hearing the phrase most diligent, Nico's eyes sparkled like two bright lanterns, her tail wagging so vigorously it nearly blurred. Hee hee. As long as Lee is happy, Nico is happy. Nico grinned foolishly, then suddenly seemed to recall something, slapping her forehead. Oh yes, there's a surprise. A super big surprise. Another one? Zhongli responded with surprise. The abundance of resources in the yard was already an unexpected delight. What more could there possibly be? Lee, come quickly. Nico mysteriously tugged Zhongli towards the house. As they walked, Zhongli reflected on their earlier conversation, realizing how remarkably Nico's linguistic logic and vocabulary had advanced compared to before. In the past, Nico often stumbled over her words, favoring reduplication or struggling to express simple desires. However, now she not only adeptly counters Zhongli's jokes, but has also learned to use onomatopoeic expressions like heh and intricate sentence structures. It appears that the tablet has played an invaluable role in her progress. With a creaking sound, she pushed open the door to the inner room. The warmth emanating from the fireplace enveloped her. The familiar European-style sofa, the comforting fireplace, and the tablet on the coffee table displaying images all contributed to a sense of coziness. Yet, Zhongli's gaze was instantly captivated by an unfamiliar creature perched on the sofa. On her favorite beige beanbag, there sat a small being of the size of a toy dog. It was covered in soft, grayish-white fur, resembling a fluffy ball of yarn. However, its body bore a resemblance to a young lion, with unkempt mane-like fur sprouting in all directions. Its mouth was not that of a lion, but rather a sturdy beak, presenting a delicate amber hue. Most peculiar was the pair of underdeveloped wings folded against its back, which occasionally flapped awkwardly, adding to its charm. Zhongli's pupils dilated slightly, and memories of various fantastical works she had encountered on Blue Star flashed through her mind. A griffin? She instinctively uttered its name, as if responding to her call. The creature squatting on the sofa turned its head abruptly, tilting its head, its golden eyes fixated on Zhongli, filled with a clear, innocent curiosity reminiscent of Nico's gaze. Chirp. The small griffin emitted a sound akin to a combination of a bird's chirp and a cat's meow, flapping its wings in an attempt to stand. However, its short hind legs caused it to roll over on the soft sofa, landing on its back with its belly exposed. Unable to contain herself, Zhongli burst into laughter. Is this truly the legendary ruler of the skies? It looks more like a clumsy husky. Nico joyfully approached, cradling the awkward little griffin and presenting it to Zhongli as if it were a treasure. Li, look, that night was so cold, I was worried it would freeze. So I held the egg while sleeping, and then in the middle of the night, it popped out. As Nico spoke, she nuzzled her cheek against the griffin's fluffy head. It's so clever. It knows to follow me. Wherever I go, it goes. Zhongli gazed at the duo, her heart melting at the sight of the two adorable creatures. She extended her hand tentatively to stroke the griffin's head. The texture was incredibly smooth, accompanied by a warm, gentle heat. The griffin not only did not shy away but instead leaned its head into Zhongli's palm, closing its eyes and emitting a sound reminiscent of a contented purr. System notification, congratulations. Your pet polar griffin, juvenile, has hatched. Affection level, 70, intimate. Status, hungry, curious, dependent. Description, a sky ruler with ancient lineage. Though now merely a ball of fluff, its potential is immeasurable, as it was hatched by a druid. It seems to possess a strong affinity for nature and may develop some peculiar habits, such as an interest in anime. Anime? Zhongli's lips twitched slightly as her gaze fell upon the nearby coffee table. There, a tablet was playing Tom and Jerry, surrounded by several torn packaging bags and scattered crumbs of biscuits. Is it watching this with you? Zhongli pointed at the screen. Indeed. Nico nodded with conviction. It adores this show. Every time that clumsy cat gets sent flying, it flaps its wings in joy, and it also relishes potato chips. Jiangli sighed, placing a hand on her forehead. As long as it's happy. Observing the little griffin's distended belly, she waved her hand. And a multitude of items scavenged from the dungeon instantly cluttered the coffee table. Thunderfruit, fresh jerky, various herbs, an assortment of desserts from the pastry king, and even some monkey wine. Uncertain of their preferences, Jiangli decided to present everything for them to choose from. With a squeal of excitement, the little griffin abandoned Tom and Jerry, diving into the heap of food and devouring a piece of fluffy meat cake voraciously. Jiangli affectionately patted its rear before turning to Nico, saying, "You should join in too. There are plenty of delectable treats you haven't tried. Yay. I want the one with jam." Watching Nico and the little griffin indulge on the sofa, Jiangli finally felt the weariness of the day lift from her body. She retreated to the bathroom for a hot shower, then changed into a comfortable set of loungewear, sinking into the softness of the sofa. Oh, this is what life is about. Chapter 95. The little tray at the flames in the fireplace danced, filling the grand wooden cabin with a cozy warmth. After soothing the clingy Nico, Jiangli finally had a moment to access the system and check the rewards from her recent dungeon run. Rewards: Epic Skill Book Selection Box X1, Random Epic, Purple, Equipment X2, Random Epic, Purple, Equipment Crafting Book X1, Camp Building Blueprint, Beast Pen, X1, quite impressive. She received purple equipment directly without the need for crafting. Next, Jiangli opened the small group chat with just 3 members. Pineapple Beer, Spicy Chicken Burger Pastry King Sisters. Look at my rewards. I've drawn an epic dagger. It comes with both bleeding and armor-piercing effects. Pastry King, wow. Congratulations, Sister Pineapple. I also got something good. It's a master-level baking compendium. It includes many recipes that grant permanent attributes. I can make you strength-enhancing bread from now on. The downside is that the ingredients are somewhat outrageous, but there are also many buffing foods. Let me research them. And a purple wand that grants 15 magic affinity. Though it's a pity I can't use the previous lightning materials. Pineapple Beer. No worries, 15 magic affinity is quite high and will last a long time. By the way, where's Jiangli? Is she lurking? Spicy Chicken Burger. Just got home, tending to the child. Pineapple Beer. Child. Where did you get a child? Who did you have it with? Pastry King. Shock JPG. Burger Sister you. Jiangli looked at the messages in the group and couldn't help but laugh as her fingers flew over the keyboard. Spicy Chicken Leg Burger. What are you thinking? A gray egg I previously collected has hatched, revealing a little griffin inside. As she spoke, Jiangli sent a photo of Nico and the little griffin fighting over a cake. In the picture, the cat-eared girl and the grayish-white cub were covered in cream, staring at each other with wide eyes, exuding an overwhelming cuteness. Egg Tart King. This is simply adorable. I want one too. My heart is melting. Egg Tart King, is this the little Nico you mentioned? Such a delightful Nico. I want to pet the griffin. When will the teleportation array be completed? Even Pineapple Beer sent a small heart emoji. Spicy Chicken Leg Burger. It's coming soon. I will dedicate some time to research it. Building the guild first seems to save some materials. Egg Tart King. Hee, once it's built, I'll visit every day. Spicy Chicken Leg Burger. You are always welcome. Before long, another photo was shared. Egg Tart King. Image. JPG Egg Tart King. Tada? I have a little companion too. Sister Pineapple, take a look at my cotton candy. Jiangli opened the enlarged image. The backdrop was Egg Tart King's refuge, where a round, fluffy creature resembling a cloud was cradled in the arms of the egg tart. Its fur exhibited a dreamy light pink hue, resembling freshly spun cotton candy. 2 small, curved horns were a creamy white, and its eyes sparkled with innocence. Cotton Candy Cloud Sheep. Pineapple Beer. This is outrageous. So, Egg Tart, you have one too? It seems I am the most unfortunate in this dungeon. Egg Tart King. Its name is Softy. Egg Tart King. No worries, Sister Pineapple. You can come visit. Pineapple Beer. This is the first time I am so eager for the teleportation array. As Jiangli gazed at the picture of Egg Tart King and Softy, she suddenly remembered that she too had captured a magical beast earlier. Oh right. Jiangli straightened up, as if recalling something significant. She had also caught one in the sky tree ruins of the dungeon, hadn't she? At that time, she couldn't let it out due to the circumstances, and with the long night and other events, she nearly forgot about it. With a thought, Jiangli rummaged through the corner of her backpack and retrieved the seal ball. The surface of the sphere still radiated a gentle green glow, symbolizing the magical beast contained within. Come forth. Jiangli pressed the switch of the seal ball, and a soft green light illuminated the empty space in the living room. Buzz. The glow dissipated. A little creature, only about half a person tall, appeared on the carpet. Jiangli, Nico, and the little griffin all stared at this new member with wide eyes. It stood approximately 1 meter tall, composed of deep brown bark and tender green leaves, wearing a pair of denim overalls. Furthermore, the overalls had a large pocket in front, bulging with various tools. At that moment, the little treant stared at Jiangli with an expressionless face. It neither made noise nor acted cute, simply gazing intently at her. Jiangli tentatively waved her hand and said hi. Hello? The little treeman blinked, but remained unresponsive. Could it be that it cannot speak? Or perhaps it simply does not understand? Jiangli turned to Nico, intending to let her attempt a conversation, as they were both locals. Nico, equally curious, approached with her beast-like ears twitching. There was a scent of the forest emanating from it. Nico sniffed, clearly fond of this creature, though it appeared somewhat dim-witted. With that, she reached out a finger, intending to poke the treeman's face. A soft sound echoed as the treeman raised a hand resembling a gnarled branch, deftly and calmly deflecting Nico's finger. It then pointed towards the coffee table behind Jiangli, where remnants of food left uneaten by the little griffin lay. Ah, you are hungry? Jiangli realized, Promptly, she stepped aside, gesturing for it to help itself to the food. The little treeman was not shy. It ambled over, its short root-like legs making a gentle thudding sound, under the curious gaze of Nico and the little griffin. It did not pounce upon the food like the griffin, but instead elegantly picked up a thunderfruit. With a crisp bite, it chewed and swallowed, then set the fruit down. Not eating anymore. Zhongli was taken aback. Was it unpalatable? The little treeman shook its head. It then picked up a piece of meat floss cake, tearing off a small morsel to taste. Here, try this, Nico exclaimed, offering her stash of honey-flavored potato chips, which were absolutely delightful. Even Little Gray was eager to have some. The griffin chirped in agreement from the side. The treeman accepted the chips, glanced at the packaging, then looked at the expectant Nico. Politely, it took a chip and placed it into its crack-like mouth, crunching and swallowing it. Then, it performed an unexpected gesture, brushing off the crumbs from its hands and returning the remaining chips to Nico. Following this, it lowered its head and rummaged in the large pocket of its vine-like overalls. What was it searching for? Zhongli leaned in with curiosity. In the next moment, the treeman produced a palm-sized measuring tape, seemingly carved from some crystalline material, along with a miniature carpenter's hammer. With the tape in its left hand and the hammer in its right, it turned and strode purposefully towards the shelter's door. Hey, where are you going? Zhongli quickly followed, as it was cold outside and nighttime had fallen. The treeman paid no heed to Zhongli's call. Upon reaching the door, despite its short stature preventing it from reaching the doorknob, it calmly extended a finger, which instantly sprouted a slender vine that wrapped around the knob and gently pulled. Creak. The door swung open. A chill wind rushed in, causing the leaves atop the treeman to rustle, yet its steps remained resolute. Was it planning to run away from home? Nico was astonished. Was it truly because Nico's chips were unappetizing? No. Zhongli hastily grabbed a coat and, donning it, followed Nico and the little griffin outside. In the courtyard, the presence of the campfire altar prevented any accumulation of snow, and though the cold wind blew persistently, it was not biting. The little treant did not stray far. After surveying its surroundings, it made its way directly to the corner of the yard. There, it encountered the ramshackle wooden shed that Nico had hastily constructed over the past few days, a structure that was crooked, drafty, and on the brink of collapse. This makeshift shelter, erected to store coal, was commendable in spirit, yet distinctly rustic in craftsmanship. The posts varied in height, and the roof slanted precariously. Had it not been propped against the adjacent wall, it would likely have fallen by now. The little treant stood before the shed, craning its neck to scrutinize this unauthorized edifice. Then it turned its gaze towards Nico, who had followed it outside. After a brief moment, the treant's leafy crown quivered as it retrieved a tape measure from its suspenders. With a swift motion, it unfurled the tape and began measuring the tilt of the columns. Subsequently, it produced a red twig pen and marked lines across several beams of wood. With a series of precise taps using a miniature carpenter's hammer on a crucial stress point of a protruding beam, a remarkable transformation ensued. The seemingly diminutive hammer emitted a magical resonance, causing the uneven and gapped wooden pieces to come alive, melding together as if rejuvenated. Excess portions shed away while deficiencies were seamlessly filled. Within mere minutes, the precarious structure metamorphosed, under the astonished gaze of Zhongli and Nico, into a meticulously constructed storage shed, embodying a harmonious balance of straight lines and an aesthetic reminiscent of traditional joinery. But this was not the end. The little treant, a quintessential perfectionist, circled the shed once more, dissatisfied with the roof's snow resistance. Placing a hand upon the wooden planks, it glimmered with a verdant light. Astonishingly, a thick and dense layer of moss along with broad leaves sprouted instantaneously, forming a natural waterproof layer that fit snugly atop the roof. Having completed its task, the little treant stowed away its tools, clapped its hands, and stepped back to reassess its creation. This time, it nodded, seemingly content, albeit with a hint of reluctance. Wow, Nico exclaimed, peering from behind Zhongli, her eyes twinkling with wonder. It straightened up, and it looked so beautiful. Zhongli, too, was taken aback by the treant's prowess, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Yet the treant's endeavors did not cease. It strode purposefully towards a small wheat field in the corner and began tending to it. Forest gardener, special unit. Race, treant. Traits, taciturn, deeply passionate about horticulture. Capable of wielding various tools, and vehemently opposed to the destruction of flora. Special skills, advanced planting, plant ripening, garden maintenance, and capable of managing simple homesteads. Universal tool kit. Its suspenders serve as a fourth-dimensional pocket, filled with an array of unexpected tools. Note, although it is not articulate and does not enjoy socializing, it is undoubtedly capable of managing its tasks proficiently. Initially, Zhongli merely had a chaotic vegetable garden, but it was swiftly organized by the little treant. It seemed to sense Zhongli's fervent gaze and turned around, resuming its expressionless demeanor. It gestured toward the repaired shed and then at the fields before it, as if indicating, is there more work to be done? Let us get it all sorted at once. I'm pressed for time. The night is late, and the wind and snow outside are fierce. Zhongli crouched down, pointing at the warm window of the shelter. I understand your dedication to work, but since you are here, you are part of the family, not a mere machine. The little treant tilted its head, seemingly listening. Let me first share some important guidelines. First, do not venture outside the camp's boundaries, beyond the stone walls. Second, if you feel cold or fatigued, you must come inside to rest. Third, Zhongli indicated the pile of timber. Starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for the planning and construction of the entire yard, including the planting boxes over there. You may devise your own plans. I will place the seeds and plants you can use in the storage box in the room. Tools can be retrieved from the tool shed. But tonight, you need to rest. After a brief silence, the little treant glanced at Zhongli and then at Nico. finally nodding in agreement. Then, with a purposeful gait, it crossed Jiang Li and was the first to return to the warmth of the house. Jiang Li stood in place for a moment, then chuckled softly. If only this character could communicate, it would save us a great deal of trouble. Let us go home, Jiang Li exclaimed, scooping up the little griffin that had come over to join in the fun and pulling Nico along back to the cozy main house. As night deepened, tranquility returned to the main dwelling. The little griffin had curled up in a corner of the sofa, resembling a fluffy ball, emitting faint snores. Nico, meanwhile, was nestled against Jiang Li, clutching a tablet, her eyelids drooping heavily, clearly exhausted. The treant quietly found a dim corner to squat down, resembling a potted plant. However, since it seemed comfortable, Jiang Li chose not to disturb it. Jiang Li engaged in a chat with egg tart and pineapple beer in their small group on the system. They shared their gains and future plans, but as Jiang Li closed the chat window, her expression grew serious. The rewards from this instance were substantial. She opened the shelter upgrade panel. Currently, her camp was at level 4, equipped with stone walls, a generator, and an indoor restroom. Shelter upgrade preview. Level 4, level 5. Unlocked features. Territory shield. Basic activates an energy shield that can slightly resist ranged magical and physical attacks. Basement expansion. Adds 2 levels of underground space, usable for storage or refuge. Automated defense tower slots. Unlocks 2 arrow tower slots that will automatically shoot, though arrows require replenishment, and their rate of fire and power will increase with tower upgrades. Upgrade requirements. Wood, for 1,105,000, although Nico has gathered a considerable amount, as a common material. The consumption is still significant, and there is still a bit lacking, but it is relatively easy to collect. Stone, 500-1500. This gap is quite large. Yet as a fundamental material, it is also good for trading or gathering. Premium smokeless coal, 1568-800. This has long surpassed the limit. Having a mine at home affords one certain liberties. Energy core, 5550. A substantial amount was obtained from dungeons, coupled with sufficient stock. Precision electronic components, 45-100. Camp prosperity, 830-1000. Jiang Li gazed at the string of data, deep in thought. Both wood and stone are fundamental resources, easily obtainable. Prosperity is manageable as well. By crafting the furniture blueprints obtained from dungeons, such as the Gothic chandelier, constant temperature fireplace, and garden decorations. And by repairing the paths in the yard along with upgrading the surveillance system, reaching 1,000 points would be a breeze. However, Jiang Li's attention lingered on the precision electronic components section. 45100. Only 55 more are needed. A considerable amount of materials must be gathered to complete this, requiring a vast quantity of copper, zinc, silver, resin, and other resources for production. Perhaps tomorrow, as fatigue begins to set in. Chapter 96. The Builder on a Wintry Morning. The windows of the house were adorned with a delicate layer of frost, through which sunlight streamed, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. Inside, the fire in the fireplace crackled vigorously, filling the room with a warm embrace. A rich aroma of milk mingled with the scent of toasted bread wafted through the air. At the dining table, Jiang Li and Nico were hosting a rather eclectic breakfast gathering with a few pets. Jiang Li held a half slice of freshly baked honey toast, watching helplessly as a small griffin was vacuuming crumbs off the table. This little creature had just hatched yesterday, and despite a night's sleep, it appeared unchanged, still resembling a grayish-white ball of yarn. Yet, its appetite was insatiable. It seemed oblivious to how Nico had managed to feed it before. Whether it was the hard compressed biscuits, soft bread, or even the edges of the wooden bowl containing milk, anything edible was met with its eager pecks. Chirp. More. The little griffin gulped down half a boiled egg, choking slightly, rolling its eyes, then flapping its still soft wings, it leaned towards Jiang Li. Jiang Li sighed and poured a generous bowl of warm milk for it, hoping the nourishment might aid its growth. Nearby, Nico mimicked Jiang Li's previous breakfast routine, carefully cutting her portion of fried ham into small pieces, feeding them to the little griffin with a silly smile, insisting that eating more would help it grow, so they could soar high together in the future. In stark contrast to the bustling atmosphere at this end of the table, the other side exuded a serene vibe. The new family member, the forest gardener, sat upright in a chair. Due to its diminutive stature, it had to kneel on the chair just to reach the tabletop. Before it lay a sumptuous breakfast, warm milk, ham, bread, and jam. Yet, it did not cast a glance at the spread. In its hands, it cradled a thunderfruit, brought back from the copy by Jiang Li, and nibbled at it leisurely. The little tree consumed its food with a sense of ritual, chewing each bite 30 times before swallowing, then pausing for 3 seconds, as if engaging in some transformative rite of photosynthesis. Living solely on fruit and photosynthesis seemed remarkably easy. Jiang Li gazed at the little tree with eyes full of affection. This truly was the beloved of her dreams, so easy to care for. Have you had enough to eat? After finishing the last sip of milk, Jiang Li set down her cup. Nico, understanding, began to tidy up. The little tree also set down the uneaten pit and, jumping off the chair, stood upright, its eyes fixed on Jiang Li with unwavering determination, clearly expressing, "What shall I do today?" Ahem, no need to be so serious. Jiang Li chuckled softly, rubbing her temples, and retrieved a thick stack of blueprints from her backpack. Blueprint, Gothic Crystal Magic Chandelier, purple. Blueprint, Thermostatic Fireplace, enchanted purple. Blueprint, European Courtyard Fountain, decorative blue. Blueprint, Garden Decoration Pack. Here are these for you. Jiang Li handed the blueprints to the little tree, then pointed to a row of enormous storage boxes in the corner of the room, filled with stones, wood, iron blocks, and some decorative scraps. There are ample materials. Feel free to use them as you wish. The little tree nodded in acknowledgement, and, without further ado, turned and walked with a determined gait toward the tool room to select its tools. Jiangli stood up, stretched lazily, and followed her outside. 10 minutes later, the door of the refuge swung open. A peculiar procession ventured into the snowstorm. Leading the way was the fully armed Jiangli, followed closely by a massive brown bear, Nico in her transformed state. This formidable bear was pushing a minecart, exuding both ferocity and endearing clumsiness. Above them, a small gray-white griffin soared gracefully through the air. Initially, Jiangli had intended to leave it behind, considering the cold and the creature's small size. However, the little creature was quite persistent. Upon seeing Nico leave, it insisted on following. When Jiangli confined it indoors, it scratched at the door with its underdeveloped claws, emitting pitiful cries. With no alternative, Jiangli relented and allowed it to accompany them. Cheep cheep. The little griffin was buffeted by the wind, but reveled in its joy. It would swoop down to perch on Nico's broad back for a ride, then flit to Jiangli's shoulder to nuzzle her, even attempting to catch the snowflakes drifting through the air. Jiangli watched the little gray one, lost in thought. Polar griffin. The prefix polar was clearly not just for show. It was naturally adapted to this frigid environment, its fluff seeming fluffy, yet providing excellent insulation. One could only wonder how large it would grow. As Jiangli walked, she glanced at the item tucked away in the corner of her backpack. The Universal Saddle, Chapter 82. Description: it can automatically adapt to any mount's physique, providing exceptional stability and comfort. She had discovered this in a treasure chest earlier. If she could ride a griffin soaring through the skies in the future, wouldn't her efficiency in traversing the map be maximized? Ahead, the deep, resonant bear-like call of Nico interrupted Jiangli's thoughts. Nico lifted the mine cart and repositioned it on the tracks, then gestured towards Jiangli. Come on. Do you want to hop in? It's quite fun. Huh. Jiangli glanced at Nico, still somewhat hesitant, before finally sitting inside. Nico then began to propel the mine cart forward. The cart sped along the tracks, filled with Jiangli's shouts and the clattering sounds of the cart on the rails. They dug tirelessly for an entire morning. The little griffin in the sky, exhausted from play, settled on a large pile of coal, resembling a black coal ball with a patch of white mold. Jiangli and Nico's teamwork grew increasingly harmonious. Jiangli was responsible for collecting her portion with the system backpack, while Nico utilized her strength to extract large chunks of raw coal and load them into the minecart. Although this method of physical transportation was somewhat cumbersome, requiring Jiangli to manually touch the coal to deposit it back at the camp, it was hard to resist Nico's impressive strength. This cart was laden with several hundred pounds, equivalent to the amount Jiangli would have mined over a considerable period. That's about enough. My energy is nearly spent. Jiangli wiped the sweat from her brow and glanced at the system panel. Today's harvest, high-quality anthracite X 320 units. Let's head home. With a grand gesture, she and her companions, a bear and a bird, pushed the heavily loaded mine cart towards their warm sanctuary. As they approached the camp's entrance, Jiangli acutely sensed a subtle change. Pushing open the courtyard gate, she halted abruptly. Before her lay a smooth stone pathway, winding from the entrance and extending to the steps of the main house. The stones were not merely tossed on the ground. They had been meticulously cut and polished, each piece fitted seamlessly into the frozen earth, with the edges adorned with white gravel for a refined finish. Flanking the stone path, what was once a chaotic patch of mud had been cleared away, replaced with small flower beds. However, there were no blossoms, as Jiangli currently lacked any stock. It appeared the Trans had transplanted some green grass for aesthetics. Not far from the main house stood a meter-high European-style courtyard fountain. The fountain's centerpiece was sculpted from a solid block of granite, depicting a deity cradling a water vessel. Although dry now due to the lack of water supply, its presence elevated the ambience from that of a post-apocalyptic refugee camp to that of an exclusive resort. Wow. The transformed Nico gazed in awe at the scene before her mouth forming a perfect O. Tap, tap, tap. A rhythmic knocking sound emanated from the corner of the courtyard. Jiangli turned to look. There, perched on a wooden ladder, a treant was hammering away at something. It was applying the final decorative touches to the courtyard wall, adding a ring of wooden spikes to the formerly barren stone wall, both aesthetically pleasing and functional. Hearing a commotion at the door, the little treant paused its work. It turned around and looked down at Jiangli and Inaiku, both covered in coal dust, then glanced at the heavily laden minecart. With a nod towards Jiangli, it acknowledged her presence and proceeded to resume hammering its nails. Chapter 97. Renovation of the main house. Jiangli approached the base of the ladder and gazed up at the industrious little creature, feeling somewhat helpless. If you're tired, you can take a break. There's no need to rush. You're already doing wonderfully. The treant nodded in response, but showed no signs of ceasing its work. With a sigh of resignation, Jiangli recognized that it simply enjoyed its labor. She understood that altering habits takes considerable time and cannot be forced. So she shifted her focus to collecting the coal that Inai had pushed back. Placing her palm upon the coal pile, she concentrated her thoughts. Acquired. High-quality anthracite X 180 units. Current stock, 2052 units. With nearly 300 units to her name and over 100 from Inai. The day's yield was indeed impressive. Jiangli opened the regional trading channel. Copper and zinc are fundamental minerals often unearthed during stone mining. Resin can also occasionally be obtained from tree felling, making trading a viable means to amass such materials, albeit at a high cost. Jiangli squinted slightly, recognizing that. Armed with her hard currency of coal, she faced no obstacles. She first checked the current exchange rate for coal on the market. As everyone's physical attributes had seen substantial enhancements, and tree felling efficiency had improved, the price of coal, as a substitute for wood, had seen a slight decline, yet remained stable. She then proceeded to draft a new trade announcement. Seller, spicy chicken leg burger. Acquisition list, large quantities of coal for trade. Those in need of coal, look here. Copper blocks 2, 1, zinc blocks 2, 1, silver and mithrylate, 1, natural resin 2, 1, large quantities needed. Favorable rates. After a moment's contemplation, Zhongli recalled that she had several random rewards yet to be opened. An epic skill book selection box X1, random epic, purple, equipment X2, and random epic, purple, equipment crafting book X1. These system-generated rewards could not be opened by others. Thus her luck was solely in her own hands. However, given their rank, she expected nothing less than greatness. One by one, she began to unveil these rewards. Congratulations. You have obtained epic equipment. Red War God Ring Strength 8, Stamina 3, Constitution 2, Agility 1. Congratulations. You have obtained epic equipment. Yellow Assault Jacket Strength 4, Constitution 6. Agility 2 Special Effect. Movement speed is unaffected by blizzards. Both items were commendable, though it was somewhat disappointing that neither possessed any special attributes. Next, she moved on to the random crafting book. Rewards are being dispensed. Congratulations, you have obtained the crafting book for Cloak of Life, Epic, Constitution 12. Agility 2. The attributes granted by the purple equipment were exceedingly potent, and Zhongli could hardly fathom how formidable her prowess would become upon donning a full set of such gear. However, as one of the top contenders for the reward, it is hardly surprising that such overwhelming power exists. After comparing the materials required for production, Zhongli initiated a trade to gather what she needed. As soon as the message was sent, trade requests poured in like snowflakes. Zhongli had already set the exchange rate and was merely waiting for the automated transactions to occur. While she idly collected materials, she was not at rest. Glancing at the empty space beside her, which was an area to the left of the main house, she noted that although the current dwelling was quite nicely decorated, it was still a single room. It was manageable for her and Nico, but with the addition of Little Tree and the Little Griffin, it felt a tad cramped. Moreover, should egg tart or pineapple beer come to visit in the future, it would be quite unseemly to make them sleep on the floor. Zhongli rummaged through her backpack and produced a blueprint. Blueprint, basic animal shelter, upgradable. This blueprint had been obtained from a previous treasure chest and was originally intended for raising pigs and sheep. However, Zhongli did not intend to utilize it as a mere livestock shelter. She walked over to the left side of the main house and measured the space. System. Construct. Basic animal shelter. Sufficient materials detected. Wood. Stone. Shall we begin construction? Yes. With Zhongli's command, a flash of white light appeared. A very simple wooden shelter suddenly manifested on the formerly flat, snow-covered ground. For pillars, a roof, and wooden planks encircling it with a stone foundation beneath. Zhongli gazed at the rudimentary structure, her lips twitching slightly. It was rather shabby. If the little griffin were to reside here, it might feel so aggrieved that it would leave home. Nico, Zhongli called out. Nico, who was playing ball with the little griffin inside, dashed out upon hearing her name. What is it, Lee? I have a task for you, Zhongli said, gesturing towards the dilapidated shelter. I wish to transform this into a room for Little Gray and Little Tree. What kind of environment do you think they would enjoy? Oh, for Little Gray? Nico's eyes brightened as she circled the shelter twice, her cat ears twitching. Little Gray loves high places, and it needs to be soft. Nico animatedly gestured. There should be a large window so it can see the sky, and the floor should be covered in hay. No, it should be covered in wool. Like a big bird's nest. As for that wooden figure, Nico scratched her head. It seems to enjoy being planted in the ground. Perhaps we should leave a flower bed for it? That makes sense, Zhongli nodded. Although Nico's descriptions were abstract, she had captured the core needs accurately. Then let's get to work on the renovations. System. Activate free build mode. Zhongli rolled up her sleeves and picked up her tools. Nico, go fetch stones and wooden planks. Let us seal this shelter and connect it to the main house. Alright. With the system's assistance, Zhongli began the expansion project. First, she reinforced the shelter's walls with stones to enhance its thickness and insulation. Then, she broke down the original closed wall and installed a massive floor-to-ceiling window. Next, she opened a door in the wall between the shelter and the main house. Knock, knock, knock. As Zhongli wielded her hammer against the wall, a wooden hand gently rested upon her shoulder. Turning around, she discovered that the little tray ant had silently appeared behind her. Without uttering a word, it retrieved a tape measure and a hammer from its overalls, gesturing towards a nearby wooden board, indicating for Zhongli to hand it over. Clearly, a professional could no longer bear to observe the chaotic construction. Delighted by the assistance, Zhongli eagerly lent her hand to the tray ant. With its involvement, the renovation transformed from a crude endeavor into a work of art. The previously rough seams were meticulously refined, and even the doorway connecting to the main house was elegantly adorned with wooden strips, resulting in a charming arched entrance. Half an hour later, a uniquely styled side room was born. No longer a drafty beast stable, it had become a sunlit room brimming with the essence of nature. The roof was transformed into a semi-open glass structure, allowing daylight to flood in during the day and offering a view of the stars at night. One half of the room was covered with thick hay and a woolen carpet that Zhongli had acquired from the trading post, providing ample space for flying creatures to perch. This side was designated for the little griffin. The other half retained the original earthen floor, bordered by stones to create an exquisite indoor flower bed, serving as the Trent's bed. Additionally, Zhongli constructed an incubator in the corner using wool and wooden boards, placing the red-blue lord's egg obtained from the dungeon within. Initially, she intended to position it beside the altar in the small cabin, but after some contemplation, she decided to relocate the hay and wool back here, believing that the bustling energy might hasten the hatching process. The prospect of a lord-level egg filled Zhongli with anticipation. Perfect. Jiang Li dusted off her hands, admiring her masterpiece. However, one room alone was insufficient. She turned her gaze to the right side of the main house. In fact, the system had unlocked this second auxiliary building privilege during the third-level camp. Previously, it had seemed unnecessary to build it, but now, with thousands of units of wood and stone at her disposal, it would be a missed opportunity not to construct. System. Please build a standard wooden stone cabin, auxiliary, to the right of the main house. Consuming wood X50, stone X20, confirm. Confirm. With a rumble, the ground trembled slightly. A house, resembling the main dwelling yet slightly smaller, rose on the right side, though its design appeared somewhat rudimentary. Jiang Li promptly expended more wood and stone to upgrade it, ensuring its style aligned more closely with that of the main house. As she beheld this swiftly materializing structure, her heart swelled with joy. Yet, this was not the end. A mere house would not suffice. Everything needed to be interconnected. Jiang Li began to redefine the areas. The original living room of the main house would remain, but it needed to extend to the right, incorporating a portion of the new house to create an expansive, central hall. The remaining part of the new house would be divided into a private bedroom and a bathroom, forming the guest area. The original bedroom of the main house would be reserved for her, but she intended to merge it with the adjacent storage room to create a separate, master bedroom-bathroom. As for that corner, Jiang Li pointed towards a small nook near the entrance of the main house, transforming this space into an open kitchen. Under Jiang Li's direction, the little tray ant busily flitted about, while Jiang Li efficiently rearranged some furniture using the home system. Merely an hour later, all the structural modifications were complete. Standing in the newly minted central hall, Jiang Li surveyed her surroundings. The three connected houses had been transformed into a spacious, luminous, and distinctly zoned small mansion. The hall alone boasted over 30 square meters, adorned with a thick carpet made of beast hide. Above, a Gothic crystal chandelier hung gracefully, while the walls featured a thermostat fireplace ablaze with azure and gold flames. To the left, an arched doorway led to a stylish pet sunroom, while the corridor on the right opened into two immaculate guest rooms and a communal restroom. Directly ahead lay Jiang Li's private sanctuary, the master suite. Even the kitchen at the entrance had been equipped with a multifunctional cooking station that Jiang Li had brought back from the dungeon. Although it lacked running water and relied on manual filling, the cozy atmosphere was already fully realized. Jiang Li sank into the European-style sofa at the center of the hall, feeling as if she might dissolve into bliss. The little griffin was evidently delighted with its new abode. It rolled joyfully on the freshly laid wool carpet before fluttering its wings and perching atop a high branch designated just for it, surveying its territory with a youthful yet commanding call. The little tray ant also radiated satisfaction, planting itself in the indoor flower bed. It even retrieved a few seeds from its pocket to sow, having just received Jiang Li's luminescent grass seeds. Jiang Li suddenly recalled something. From the corner of her backpack, she unearthed a blind box that had remained dormant. Strange black seeds. These were the plants she had previously exchanged, languishing in their original small pots beneath a black cloth, growing at a painfully slow pace and appearing somewhat moribund. Now, with the sunroom and a professional gardener at her disposal, Jiang Li cradled the 3 black pots and ventured into the pet room. Here is a part-time job for you. The little tray ant opened its eyes, gazing quizzically at the pots in Jiang Li's hands. The moment its gaze fell upon the 3 black plants, its eyes widened in astonishment. Leaning closer to the pots, its leafy crown trembled vigorously. It reached out a finger, gently brushing against the dark leaves. To its surprise, the formerly lifeless black plants seemed to respond to an unseen call, slightly unfurling their leaves. Do you also find them extraordinary? Jiang Li inquired. The little tray ant nodded emphatically. I had intended for you to look after them. Would you be willing? The tray ant nodded again, then took the indoor cultivation dish, crouching down and pressing its hands into the soil of the flower bed. Before long, the once ordinary black soil began to churn and darken, enriched by the green light it emitted. Carefully, the tray ant extracted the 3 black plants from their pots and planted them in the very center of the flower bed. A miraculous scene unfolded. As the 3 plants were newly planted, they sprang to life as if quenched by a long-awaited rain, their previously wilted leaves instantly erecting, visibly rising an inch in height. Moreover, a subtle aura began to form around them, intriguing the nearby griffin, which curiously approached to sniff before disdainfully sneezing and scampering away. Jiang Li observed this scene with a satisfied nod. Although uncertain of what these 3 seeds would ultimately become, their presence assured her that no mischief would ensue. Having completed her tasks, Jiang Li checked the trading post. After several hours of automated purchases, she had gathered the basic materials, though one piece of green life crystal remained elusive. Chapter 98. Upgrading the shelter to level 5 with sufficient materials at hand, Jiang Li immersed herself in the tool room. Donning protective goggles, she focused intently on the workstation. Beside her lay a collection of raw materials recently acquired: dark red copper blocks, grayish-white zinc blocks, shimmering silver ornaments, and jars of viscous natural resin. System notification: synthesis successful. Acquired: precision electronic component X1. Wiping the fine sweat from her brow, Jiang Li picked up the palm-sized yet intricately structured component, nodding in satisfaction. The 100th piece. She tossed the final component into a nearby wooden box, removed her goggles, and peeled off her metal dust-stained work gloves, exiting the workshop. By now, evening had descended. Nico was sprawled on the living room carpet, serving as a cushion for the little griffin as they both enjoyed an animated film. Meanwhile, the tray ant was in its room, staring blankly at the newly transplanted black plants, seemingly contemplating how to accelerate their growth. Jiang Li accessed the shelter upgrade panel. At that moment, all the upgrade requirements glimmered in a soothing green. Wood, 5,200 5,000, satisfied. Stone, 1,600 1,500, satisfied. Coal, 1,788 500, satisfied. Energy core, 5550, satisfied. Precision electronic component, 145 100, satisfied. Prosperity, 1071,000, satisfied. Upgrade the shelter. Level 5. All conditions satisfied. Deducting materials, shelter upgrade in progress. Estimated duration, 10 seconds. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. With the commencement of the countdown, the ground began to tremble violently. Nico, startled, instinctively clutched at Jiang Li's leg. Fear not, the house is growing. Jiang Li steadied herself, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling window at the world outside. To her astonishment, the stone walls encircling the yard appeared to come alive. The heavy stones emitted a deep, grinding sound as they disassembled and reassembled, shifting outward at an incredible pace. The territory, originally spanning a radius of 30 meters, was rapidly expanding. The snow was pushed aside, and the frozen earth was enveloped anew. 40 meters, 50 meters, 60 meters. Yet, this is merely the beginning. In the center of the courtyard, the elemental altar that has been quietly ablaze expands rapidly, its radiance illuminating the surroundings. The altar's base is fashioned from an unknown black stone, intricately engraved with elaborate magical runes. Following this, the main house looms large. Jiang Li is startled by the creaking sound of wood growing overhead. She hastily steps outside and gazes up. To her astonishment, the once single-story wooden stone cabin is gradually elevating its roof. Above that sloped ceiling, a second level materializes. A delicately constructed loft. The loft boasts a pointed roof, with a spacious open terrace at the front, encircled by a charming wooden railing. Upgrade complete. Congratulations, players. Spicy chicken leg burger. Your refuge has been upgraded to level 5. Territory radius, 60 meters. Congratulations. You are among the top 10 survivors in this server to reach level 5, receiving a reward. Advanced Furniture Countryside Pack. Is my progress merely within the top 10? It surprises her that others have advanced more swiftly than she. However, she considers the possibility that the time frames across different servers may vary before the merge, and thus, she finds solace. As the system notification concludes, the tremors cease. The wind and snow persist. Yet within this territory, it feels as though a transformation has occurred. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Jiang Li absorbs the changes within her camp. She glances at the attributes of the newly upgraded altar. Facility name, Intermediate Elemental Altar. Coverage radius, 70 meters, fully covers territory. Constant temperature, 22. Special effect 1. Life Spring, restores 2 health points per minute within the radius. Special effect 2. Holy Exorcism, inflicts continuous burn damage on low-level undead shadow creatures entering the radius. Special effect 3. Mental Restoration, within the radius. Recovery rate of stamina and mental energy is increased by 15. The Life Spring has improved slightly, and a new restoration effect has been added. Additionally, she notices the newly unlocked feature on the system panel. Territory Shield, basic upon activation, consumes energy core power to form a translucent energy dome above the territory, capable of repelling remote physical projectiles, such as arrows and stones, and low-level magical attacks. Jiang Li feels quite pleased. Though it is a basic shield, it suffices against petty threats, if not against cannon bombardments. She unlocks the basement expansion. Would you like to expand? Yes. This expansion primarily consumes a bit of wood and stone, resources she possesses in abundance, so she opts for the expansion without hesitation. 2 underground spaces have been automatically generated, unfurnished. Jiang Li approaches the side of the main house and discovers a heavy iron door leading underground. Pushing it open reveals a vast underground warehouse of over 50 square meters, dry and cool. Automated defense tower position, 2 unlocked. Jiang Li spots 2 protruding stone bases at opposite corners of the wall, needing her to supply crossbow bolts, which is better than nothing. Lastly, there is this. Jiang Li lifted her gaze to the newly appeared loft atop the main house. Let us ascend and explore, she exclaimed, ushering her family back inside. At the side of the hall, a spiral wooden staircase emerged, leading directly to the second floor. Ascending the sturdy wooden steps, she pushed open the door to the loft. Wow. This room, approximately 30 square meters in size, was flanked by enormous floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides. She opened the terrace door and stepped onto the expansive balcony. The cold wind was held at bay by the territory's temperature-regulating force field, transforming into a gentle breeze. Though still mixed with snowflakes, it felt far from frigid. From this height, Jiang Li could survey the entirety of the refuge, even glimpsing beyond the walls to the vast expanse of white snowfields and her very own open coal mine. Chirp chirp. The little griffin clearly adored this place. It fluttered its wings excitedly, took off from the terrace, spiraled gracefully in the air, and then landed steadily on the railing. After a delightful tour, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Yet for Jiang Li at this moment, the night was no longer daunting. The golden-red glow of the intermediate altar combined with the lights of the main house illuminated the entire territory in a brilliant radiance. Dinner was enjoyed in the newly expanded dining hall. Sated and content, Jiang Li slumped on the sofa and opened the small group chat containing just 3 members. Spicy chicken burger. Is everyone here? Have you eaten? Pineapple beer. Yes, yes. What is up? King of egg tarts. Burger sister. I just saw a system notification. A refuge just upgraded to LV5. It must be you, right? Surely it's you. Spicy chicken burger. You actually received a notification? King of egg tarts. It was just a regular channel banner. I happened to see it while chatting. Spicy chicken burger. I can't believe I only placed in the top 10. This server is teeming with talents. King of egg tarts, huh? Is there someone faster than Burger Sister? Spicy chicken burger. I'm a bit surprised myself. Now that preparations are nearly complete, isn't it time to establish the guild? As the conversation shifted toward business, the atmosphere in the group became somewhat more serious. Pineapple beer, of course we can. King of egg tarts, what will the name be? Jiangli stared at the screen, her fingers lightly tapping the keyboard. In truth, she had already decided on the name during her journey home. Spicy chicken burger, let us call it Hope. Spicy chicken burger. We bear the title of Dawn's Watchers, and in this wretched place, what everyone craves most is hope, isn't it? Pineapple beer, excellent choice. It sounds far superior to names like Royal or Dominance. It carries a good meaning. I concur. King of egg tarts, I agree too. It sounds so warm. Very well. Jiangli closed the chat window and retrieved the item card from her backpack. Use. System announcement. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to players Spicy Chicken Burger for successfully establishing the Guild Hope. Guild ID 008. Guild Leader, Spicy Chicken Burger. Jiangli swiftly performed operations on the guild panel. Invite player Pineapple Beer to join the guild. Invite player King of Egg Tarts to join the guild. In the blink of an eye, the two individuals entered. Pineapple Beer was appointed as the vice president of the guild, and Egg Tart King was also appointed as vice president. The framework was established. Jiangli gazed at the empty member list within the guild panel, which contained only 3 members, yet she brimmed with confidence. First, let us explore the functionalities. She clicked on the guild territory option. Currently, with a level 1 guild, the features were rather basic, yet undeniably practical. Resource marking and protection. This feature allows the marking of a resource point on the map. Once marked, this resource point is regarded as the guild's private property and will not disappear with map refreshes. This is crucial. Without hesitation, Jiangli opened the map and circled the nearby open coal mine. System notification. Resource point open coal mine has been marked. This area will be protected by the system. With a sigh of relief, Jiangli felt reassured. She had always feared that one day, upon waking, the mine at her doorstep would vanish. Now, with this marking, her status as a coal tycoon was firmly secured. Guild warehouse and contribution system. This is akin to an internal trading system. Members can submit excess resources, equipment, materials, food, to the warehouse and earn guild contribution points. Subsequently, they can redeem these points for items submitted by others or for guild buffs and special items. This is excellent. Jiangli nodded in satisfaction, her gaze landing on the gray icon. Guild teleportation portal. Unlocked requires guild level 2. Current guild experience. 10005000. Guild establishment reward. 1000. The teleportation portal was the feature Jiangli desired most. With it, Egg Tart and Pineapple Beer could teleport to her at any time, making her excursions far more convenient. Only 4,000 experience points remained. Jiangli glanced at the upgrade instructions. Methods to acquire guild experience. Members complete guild tasks, submit rare resources, or consume contribution points for construction. With only the 3 of them in the guild, contributing some resources wouldn't be a loss. Thus, Jiangli took a portion of the coal from her inventory and promptly deposited it into the guild warehouse. System notification. President Spicy Chicken Burger has listed premium smokeless coal X500. Contribution points earned, 500 points. Following this, she tossed in several blue items obtained from the beast forest, along with some surplus low-level equipment. Egg Tart King. What are you doing, Burger Sister? Pineapple Beer. Are you farming contribution points? The teleportation portal unlocks at level 2. Spicy Chicken Burger. You've caught on. Pineapple Beer. Not at all. I'll join in as well. Egg Tart King. Me too. Before long, the warehouse brimmed with several assassin skill books, a few exquisite daggers, and an assortment of peculiar poison materials. In an instant, a once-empty guild warehouse was substantially filled by the 3 of them. Chapter 99. The Iron Triangle visits. As night fell, the relentless winds of the winter snowfield howled tirelessly. Jiangli reclined on the plush sofa, the guild panel before her emanating a gentle luminescence. As Pineapple Beer and Egg Tart King frantically filled the guild warehouse with everything from surplus equipment to heaps of bread, the contribution points soared skyward like a rocket. Current guild experience, 49, 505, 000. Current guild experience, 49, 805, 000. Just a little more was needed. The warehouse soon brimmed with several bottles of beginner's antidote, freshly added by Pineapple Beer. Guild experience, 50, 000, 000. Upgradable, at last. Without hesitation, Jiangli pressed the golden upgrade button. System notification. Consuming guild contributions. Congratulations. The guild has successfully upgraded to LV2. Maximum guild members increased to 50. New building unlocked. Guild teleportation array, small. All set. Jiangli swiftly navigated to the newly unlocked building page. Guild teleportation array, small. Construction requirements. Quality stone brick X20, mithril X2, magic energy core X2. Description. Can only be constructed within guild territory. Maximum quantity limit. 3. Upon seeing these construction requirements, Jiangli's eyes sparkled. It was noteworthy that the teleportation array blueprint she had previously acquired from Night Owl required not only magic energy cores, but also spatial runes for construction. In contrast, the guild's version demanded merely these items. The sole limitation was that it could only teleport within guild territory and had a quantity restriction. Yet that was sufficient. Currently, Jiangli's guild territory comprised only her own space, alongside the shelters of Pineapple Beer and Egg Tart King. Without a moment's hesitation, she rose and made her way to the courtyard. Jiangli's gaze fixed upon a vacant plot beside the main house, conveniently located near the flower room. Spacious and sheltered from the wind. With a mere thought, the materials from her backpack transformed into shimmering light and soared forth. The ground hummed with a gentle tremor. Two circular altars, each approximately 1.5 meters in diameter, began to rise from the earth, constructed entirely of gray-white quality stone bricks. Their surfaces were adorned with faint, blue magical runes. At the center of each altar lay a softly glowing energy core, though not as grand as a large teleportation array. The intricate rune design exuded an aura of mystery amidst the frigid landscape. Teleportation Array A. Unnamed. Status. Awaiting link. Teleportation Array B. Unnamed. Status. Awaiting link. Jiang Li opened the guild channel, her fingers flying over the keys. Spicy chicken leg burger, pineapple beer, egg tart king. The teleportation array is complete. I have set your shelter coordinates as anchor points. Now, all you need to do is confirm the link request at your home and stand still. Pineapple beer, so quick. Egg tart king, received. Finally, I can visit Sister Bao's house. A few minutes later, the runes on both teleportation arrays erupted in dazzling blue light. The space began to warp, the surrounding air emitting a soft buzzing sound. They had arrived. Jiang Li stood before the teleportation array, an unusual sense of tension and anticipation stirring within her. Buzz. The left teleportation array stabilized first, its radiant light dissipating to reveal a tall figure, clad in a form-fitting black leather armor. Draped with a white snow wolf fur coat adorned with a hood, and sporting knee-high combat boots, the figure's enchanting eyes sparkled with mirth as she surveyed her surroundings. It was pineapple beer. She reveled in the refreshing breeze, gazing at the smooth stone pathway beneath her feet, the meticulously trimmed flower beds flanking her, and the opulent statue fountain, which, though currently not in operation, exuded an air of grandeur. Finally, her gaze settled upon the two-story wooden and stone villa, aglow with light from its attic. Jiang Li and Pineapple Beer awkwardly turned their heads, pointing at the scene before them. Are you opening a resort here? Pineapple Beer had always maintained modest expectations for her refuge. Aside from the stone walls and essential furnishings, she eschewed any resource-wasting upgrades, focusing solely on enhancing her combat prowess. Jiang Li approached and embraced Pineapple Beer. At that moment, the right teleportation array also illuminated, its brilliance not yet fully faded when a startled exclamation pierced the air. A figure stumbled forth. It was the Egg Tart Queen, followed closely by a plump, pink sheep. Egg Tart. Jiang Li, quick as lightning, caught the Egg Tart Queen just before she could faceplant. Oh dear, that scared me. Teleporting felt like riding a roller coaster. Once steadied, the Egg Tart Queen shook her head, regaining her bearings, then surveyed her surroundings. Don't just stand outside. Come in and sit, Jiang Li urged, pushing open the grand door of the main house. Wow, this carpet is so soft. The lighting is stunning. The Egg Tart Queen, like an inquisitive child, twirled about the room with her cotton candy sheep. And this kitchen, goodness, there is such a large cooking island. But, wait a minute. Suddenly, the Egg Tart Queen halted in her tracks, her gaze fixated on a pair of beast ears peeking from behind the sofa, belonging to Nico, who was curiously observing them. At that moment, Nico was clad in a charming little cotton jacket, her heterochromatic eyes brimming with curiosity, though tinged with a hint of shyness. It's Nico, the Egg Tart Queen exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she rushed forward, skidding to a stop just half a meter from the timid creature, fearful of startling the adorable being. Hello, I'm Egg Tart, a friend of Sister Fort. She crouched down, attempting to speak in the gentlest tone imaginable. May I pet your ears? Nico blinked, glancing at Jiang Li, who smiled and nodded, reassuring her. It's all right, they are family. Gaining courage from Jiang Li's approval, Nico stepped forward. Hello, I'm Nico. Her voice was soft and tender. I know you. Li has told me about you. You are the Egg Tart sister who makes the most delicious cakes. Yes, that is me. The Egg Tart Queen, nearly moved to tears, exclaimed, do you want to eat cake? I want to make you cakes for a lifetime. Pineapple Beer, who was sipping water nearby, nearly sputtered it out. Egg Tart, tone it down a bit, though she spoke otherwise. Pineapple Beer's gaze remained fixated on the little griffin nestled in Nico's embrace. She leaned in closer, playfully prodding the griffin's round belly, which resembled a gas canister. Peep. The little griffin pecked at her in protest, then turned away, presenting its rear while continuing to gnaw on the jerky in its grasp. It certainly had a bit of a temper, which only endeared it more to Pineapple Beer. After a bout of laughter, they finally settled onto the sofa. Having already dined, they simply arranged some snacks on the coffee table and played music on a tablet, leaning against one another as they chatted. The King of Egg Tarts sprawled unceremoniously in his chair, remarking, honestly, Sister Fortress, if your standard of living were broadcasted on the World Channel, those envious folks would surely berate you to no end. Let them scold, Jiang Li replied leisurely, taking a sip of hot milk. They cannot intrude here regardless. Suddenly recalling something while interacting with Nico, the King of Egg Tarts placed the fluffy creature she had brought, a cotton candy cloud sheep, onto the table. Softy, come on. Put on a show for everyone. The pink little sheep bleated and shook its body, causing its wool to fluff up and release several puffs that floated gracefully towards the gathering. This was no ordinary wool. It exuded the delightful scent of strawberries, resembling cotton candy. Peep. The little griffin, engrossed in its meal, lifted its head to investigate the newly appeared pink puffs on the plate, curiously pecking at one. Instantly, its eyes sparkled with delight. Sweet. It melted in the mouth. Without a moment's hesitation, it abandoned the jerky, flapping its wings in pursuit of the sheep. Help. The cotton candy sheep, startled, dashed around the room, with the griffin in hot pursuit, while Nico chased after the griffin, exclaiming, Little Gray, you cannot eat your friends. You mustn't eat that. The living room erupted into chaos, filled with laughter and joy. Observing this delightful scene, Jiang Li, Pineapple Beer, and the King of Egg Tarts could not help but chuckle. After the merriment subsided, they transitioned to the carpet in front of the fireplace. Nico and the little griffin lay exhausted beside Jiang Li, while the cotton candy sheep nestled in the embrace of the king of egg tarts. The little treant seemed less fond of the raucous atmosphere, quietly squatting nearby and watching the group. Jiang Li, in turn, provided it with a few of its favorite fruits. The king of egg tarts gazed at Nico's exquisitely delicate face, growing increasingly fond of her. Nico is truly adorable, he mused, and so considerate. Even helping with chores, she is the dream companion. She can hold her own in a fight too. Jiang Li interjected. Even more perfect. The king of egg tarts gently stroked Nico's feline ears and softly inquired, Nico, do you have any sisters here? If so, might you introduce me? I wish to care for her as well. Though my home is not as grand as Sister Fortress S, I assure you, there will be an abundance of desserts and cakes. She will never go hungry. Upon hearing this question, the previously carefree Nico stiffened slightly. The pair of ears that had been joyfully twitching atop her head gradually drooped. She lifted her head, and a flicker of confusion and sorrow passed through her mismatched eyes. Sisters? Nico murmured to herself, then shook her head. They are gone. All gone. Egg Tart was momentarily startled, thinking she meant she had no sisters, and was about to offer comfort when Nico continued, it seems everyone has vanished. The forest used to be so lively. Nico hugged her knees, her gaze directed at the flames in the fireplace, as if she could glimpse another world through the dancing firelight. There were singing tree spirits, mischievous wind sprites, and a family of deer that always brought gifts to Nico. Beyond the forest, many villages thrived. But then, the skies changed. The white snow fell for an eternity, never ceasing. The leaves in the forest withered, the tree spirit fell into a deep slumber, never to awaken again. The companions that once filled the forest began to dwindle, scattering like snowflakes. Then, the black monsters arrived. Nico's body began to tremble slightly, and Jiang Li, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently wrapped her arm around her shoulder. They are numerous and vicious, attacking anything they encounter. Nico's later friend was a little deer, although it could not understand her words. It was the last of the forest's inhabitants. In the end, it too was slain by the monsters. Subsequently, only Jiang Li remained as her friend. Silence enveloped the living room, broken only by the faint crackling of the firewood in the hearth. The smile of Egg Tart King froze on her face. Under this cruel game setting, they were, in essence, a group of exiles who had lost their homeland. I'm so sorry, Nico, Egg Tart repeatedly apologized. Jiang Li gently patted Nico's back, relieved that she had not made any grave mistakes that might have cost her Nico. Everything will be all right. Jiang Li's voice was resolute yet tender. Those days are behind us. Here, no one can harm you. We are all here. From now on, we shall be your family. Nico lifted her head, gazing around at the concerned eyes surrounding her. She sobbed and nodded vigorously. Yes, Nico won't cry. Nico is very happy now. Chapter 100, Exploration of the Snowfields is easy. Jiang Li was intently assembling 2 new eagle-eye surveillance cameras in the tool shed. Although the territory was now shielded and equipped with automatic crossbow towers, the open coal mine several hundred meters away remained dear to her heart. It was now a private resource point for the guild and desperately needed surveillance. All done. Jiang Li snipped the excess wires and stowed the 2 finely crafted cameras into her backpack. Stepping outside into the yard, she found Pineapple Beer and Egg Tart King ready for their expedition. Over breakfast, they had discussed their plan. Egg Tart and Pineapple Beer aimed to mine some coal to bring back, as the campfire would continuously consume energy. If coal was plentiful, they would have more time to explore the snowfield. The coal mine was rich in resources and had now become a guild asset, so Jiang Li readily agreed. However, she intended to take a stroll on the snowfield after finishing the camera installation to open some reward chests. Jiang Li tossed the 2 brand new pickaxes she had prepared earlier to them. Then a group of individuals set forth towards the cavern, accompanied by a brilliant flash. The charming girl with cat ears instantaneously transformed into a lithe jaguar. Jiang Li stepped onto her finely crafted snowboard, while Pineapple Beer activated her assassin skills, swiftly distancing herself from the others. The anxious Egg Tart King shouted from behind, "Wait for me." Coo! A crisp eagle cry resonated from above. The little griffin, Xiao Hui, could hardly contain its excitement as it soared into the sky, circling above the group. Their first destination was the coal mine. Jiang Li deftly installed surveillance cameras at the entrance of the cave and at the high point, connecting them to the tablet in her hand. The screen illuminated, displaying a clear and stable image. Meanwhile, Egg Tart King and Pineapple Beer hefted pickaxes as they entered the mine. If I am not home when you return, you can ask the treant to let you in. I've informed it. If anything unexpected occurs, just send me a message, Jiang Li instructed. All right. It's fine, Baojia. You go ahead. Be safe. Okay, you all take care too. Only then did Jiang Li turn her gaze to the right. Previously, when the zones had just merged, she had noticed faint flickers of fire in that direction, indicating a level 3 shelter. However, it appeared rather quiet. It had not made any moves despite the time that had passed. Was it perhaps eliminated during the prolonged night of the monster forest? The 2 glided towards that direction for about 10 minutes, and after ascending a snow hill, the so-called neighbor finally revealed itself. Before them lay a sizable encampment. It featured a typical stone and wood structure, with high surrounding walls entwined with barbed wire. The main building was a sturdy stone edifice, with smoke billowing from its chimney. A level 4 shelter, not only had it survived, but it had also successfully ascended to level 4. It was less than 3 kilometers in a straight line from Jiang Li's encampment. This was indeed a matter of concern. Coo! Just as Jiang Li intended to draw closer for a better observation, the little griffin in the sky suddenly emitted an urgent alarm. Jiang Li's heart raced, and she quickly halted her snowboard, even pushing backward with force, carving a deep mark in the snow. Less than 5 meters ahead of her, the ground abruptly ended. Without warning, without slope, the earth appeared to have been violently cleaved apart, revealing a terrifying chasm of unfathomable depth. Jiangli glided to the edge of the chasm and peered down, a shiver coursing through her spine. The chasm stretched approximately 10 meters wide. Yet its depths were inscrutable, shrouded in darkness, with only the frigid wind howling upwards, producing a sound akin to the wails of malevolent spirits. This peculiar topography was undoubtedly a result of the system's random regional refresh. No wonder. Jiangli glanced at the encampment across the chasm. Although it was close in linear distance, this abyss acted as a despairing wall, completely isolating the two sides. Unless one possessed a flying mount or unlocked bridge-building technology, passage was impossible for them, and for her as well. Jiangli sighed in relief. At this stage, this chasm served as the most effective fortification. Since it is a dead end, there is no need for excessive concern. With this natural barrier in place, there is no rush to engage with others. The surveillance around my camp has been adequately reinforced. As long as I do not provoke others, I shall remain untroubled. Jiangli marked the positions of her neighbors on the map before turning away. Once she had stepped beyond the range of their sight, she did not head straight home. The long night had just passed, and the dungeon instance had concluded. Just like the last underground dungeon, upon completion, the treasure chests in the snowfield had been replenished with numerous drops. Coupled with the game's conservation law, given the multitude of deaths and the system's recovery of resources, it was certain that these would be reflected on the map in some form. Now was an opportune moment for treasure hunting in the snowfield. Thus, Jiangli set off on her skateboard with Nico. As she delved deeper, Jiangli increasingly sensed the dissonance of this world. To her left lay the endless expanse of the smooth snowfield, yet to her right, an incongruous patch of desert had appeared. Indeed, it was a frozen desert. The yellow sands lay encased beneath a transparent layer of ice, with several withered cacti standing like ice sculptures, and even a weathered earthen wall partially exposed. Which desert map had been stitched together here? As Jiangli approached for a closer look, she noticed a treasure chest, emitting a silvery glow nestled within the fissures of the rocks. Silver treasure chest. As expected, the drop rate had indeed increased. Typically, encountering a bronze chest in the wild would require fervent prayers, yet now, a casual stroll yielded silver-tier treasures. Jiangli rubbed her hands together and stepped forward to open the chest. Opening silver treasure chest. Acquired. Refined flour x 10 kilograms. Acquired. First aid bandage pack x 5. Acquired. Battery pack. Reusable. Energy points. 5. Acquired. Wires x 5. Acquired. Household appliance blind box x 1. A blind box. Jiangli was taken aback, retrieving the cube-shaped box and casually unboxing it. With a bang, a cloud of white smoke dissipated, revealing a large, black, square object on the snow. 70-inch LCD television. Description: although there are currently no broadcasting stations, it may still serve its purpose if one possesses a DVD player or game console. Simply plug it into use. Jiangli gazed at the television, lost in contemplation. While seemingly useless, it held potential value. Fortunately, she owned a tablet capable of internet connectivity for screen mirroring. Smiling, she stored it in her backpack, envisioning it as a decorative piece on the slightly bare wall of her living room, planning to have Little Tree craft a television cabinet. Continuing her exploration, the following hours saw Jiangli entering a mode of acquisition. This area, characterized by its complex terrain formed by various interconnected plates, combined with the recent end of the long night, yielded an astonishingly high chest respawn rate. Another silver chest. Acquired. Complete stainless steel cookware set, including knife, soup pot, slotted spoon, and 12-piece set. Acquired. Snowfield binoculars. A bronze chest. Acquired. Thermal underwear. Warmth level 2. Can be ignored by those with robust physiques. What is this? An automated vending machine encased in ice? Beside a fractured stretch of highway debris, Jiangli stumbled upon a vending machine that lay toppled at the roadside. After violently breaking through the layer of ice, he discovered that this peculiar contraption was still operational, offering an array of snacks for purchase. Points exchange. 1 wood equals 10 points. 1 coal equals 50 points. Soda. 3 points. Potato chips. 5 points. Chocolate. 5 points. Braised duck leg. 6 points. For Jiangli, the coal king, this was merely a trifling matter. Acquired. Soda x 200 bottles. Acquired. Potato chips x 150 bags. Acquired. Chocolate x 100 pieces. Acquired. Braised duck leg x 100 packets. Notice. Current vending machine out of stock. System will automatically recycle. Was this the limit of the vending machine's capabilities with just a slight effort? Jiangli gazed at the snacks in his backpack, feeling elated. With his substantial physical activity and extraordinary constitution, he had no worries about the health implications of indulging in these treats, which were essential for enhancing happiness. Although the variety was somewhat lacking. Just as Jiangli was preparing to head home, a sharp cry pierced the air from the small gray creature above him. It was a warning. Jiangli's gaze sharpened, and he promptly leaped from his snowboard, pressing his body against a large rock, his crossbow already loaded in hand. Nico, stay alert. Nico immediately crouched low, fixating intently on a snowy slope ahead. Through the blizzard, several dark figures were moving swiftly. They were not monsters, they were people. Jiangli retrieved the recently acquired snow binoculars, adjusting the focus. There were 2 survivors, their attire ragged and tattered, armed only with crude stone spears and wooden shields. They stumbled through the snow, glancing back in terror, evidently pursued by something. At this stage of the game, how could there still be survivors dressed in such a manner? Jiangli was filled with curiosity. Chapter 101. Accepting the natives, 3 ragged figures struggled through the knee-deep snow, their shoes fashioned from straw and rags. Wielding nothing more than a branch they had picked up, they were wrapped in tattered animal hides and worn burlap. their hands and feet frozen and bruised. Each step seemingly exhausting all their strength. Less than 50 meters behind them, a massive white beast was closing in. It was a snow bear, lacking a system display. Yet its nearly 3-meter height and razor-sharp fangs signaled its peril. Roar! The snow bear let out a deafening roar and surged forward. The last of the frail figures slipped and fell into the snow. "Uncle, save me!" the person cried out in desperation. The middle-aged man running ahead abruptly halted, gritting his teeth, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. He ceased his flight, turning instead to grasp a stone, bellowing as he charged toward the colossal beast. Attempting to buy time for his comrades, a realization dawned upon Jiang Li. If this were an act designed to lure, then the performance could easily warrant an Oscar. To save lives. With a low growl, Jiang Li swiftly loaded his crossbow, the piercing bolt crossbow. Whoosh! A steel-crafted bolt sliced through the air with a piercing sound, striking the frost bear squarely in its right eye. How? The beast emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Jiang Li and Nico charged down from the snow mound. The creatures of this snowy expanse did not possess the levels akin to those found in dungeons, but were mere flesh and blood. Seizing the opportunity while the frost bear rolled on the ground, clutching its wounded eye, Jiang Li pursued with his axe raised, while Nico transformed back into her human form, delivering the finishing blow with her bolts. After a few convulsive jerks, the massive creature lay still. There was no radiant light, nor any loot dropped, only a heavy, tangible corpse. The 3 survivors stood frozen in terror. Thud! The middle-aged man's legs gave way, and he collapsed into the snow. Thank you, kind sir, for saving us." His voice was hoarse and trembling, the language tinged with a peculiar accent, yet the system automatically translated it into words Jiang Li could comprehend. Jiang Li slid to a halt 5 meters before them, his crossbow still held in a vigilant stance. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" he inquired coldly. The middle-aged man lifted his gaze, etched with the weariness of life. "I am Joseph, formerly the blacksmith of Blackwater Town." He gestured toward the 2 shivering young men behind him. "These are my nephews and the town's apprentice baker." Blackwater Town? Jiang Li searched his mind, confirming the absence of such a place. The snowy expanse had always been a blank canvas, and after several resets, he had never heard of any nearby settlements. Indeed, we lived peacefully in the town. But one fateful day, an unprecedented blizzard struck. The sky darkened, our houses were razed, and when we awoke, the town had vanished, along with its people, leaving only us 3 amidst this snowfield. We had been wandering for a day, just the 3 of us. Jiang Li listened intently. Could they be the indigenous people? Nico had previously mentioned that before all this transpired, the snowy plains were inhabited. Yet, this was his first encounter with such indigenous humans in the wild. Jiang Li accessed the system interface for information, but the details were scant. Target, ordinary human, indigenous, male, level, none, lacks a database body. Status, extremely hungry, hypothermic, life-threatening, frostbite. Observing the 3 individuals on the brink of freezing into ice sculptures, Jiang Li retracted his crossbow. They were not players. They bore no backpacks, nor system panels, merely the essence of the native people. A pitiful lot indeed. Jiang Li sighed. She was not a cold-hearted being. Faced with such vulnerable kin, utterly devoid of threat, she felt no hesitation in extending a helping hand. With a mere thought, she acted. Jiang Li reached out her hand into the void, and 3 torches, ablaze with a fiery orange flame, materialized in her grasp. Exploration torch. Burns for 24 hours. Possesses a subtle dispelling effect and a warming aura. Subsequently, Jiang Li tossed the torches to the 3 individuals. Joseph fumbled to catch one, and as the wave of warmth radiated from the torch into his stiff palm, his murky eyes widened in astonishment. Is this magical flame? In this stormy wilderness, an ordinary torch's flame would never exhibit such stability. Yet, the flame of this torch remained unwavering, even dispelling the biting cold within half a meter around it. Then, as if conjuring an illusion, Jiang Li produced a bag of white bread and a jug of warm meat soup, placing them upon the snow. Let us first nourish ourselves and warm our bodies. This scene shattered the 3 natives' understanding of reality. In their worldview, only one being could summon objects from thin air and create eternal flames. The esteemed magician, the benevolent magician. Joseph, along with the 2 young ones, bowed fervently, expressing their gratitude for her gifts. You are the messenger sent by the gods to save us. Jiang Li's lips twitched slightly. A magician? Very well. In this world devoid of technological concepts, a player with a system backpack indeed bears a resemblance to a sorcerer. No need to bow. I do not believe in deities. Jiang Li said coolly. Once you have finished eating, follow me. This place is unsafe. If you have no other plans, you may accompany me to my camp nearby. 3 hours later, Jiang Li returned to the outskirts of her camp, accompanied by the 3 natives who had regained a modicum of strength. The return journey was slower, as she could not advance at full speed with them in tow. From a distance, Joseph spotted the camp rising majestically amidst the snowfield. The towering stone walls, the flickering energy shield, and the 2 automated crossbow towers slowly rotating in the storm only deepened his sense of awe. As they neared the mining area, Jiang Li glanced at the monitoring terminal. Pineapple Beer and Egg Tart King were no longer present, having left after fulfilling their quota for the day. Jiang Li initially intended to return to the camp with her companions for a brief respite before deciding on their accommodations, as it would not be ideal for them to stay directly within the camp. However, despite her suggestions, they vehemently refused to enter the camp. We are merely rescued refugees, filthy and infested with lice and odor. How could we possibly reside within that sacred camp? Jiang Li, feeling resigned, contemplated for a moment before deciding to offer them shelter in the mine. Firstly, it was also part of the guild's territory, ensuring safety. Secondly, it provided warmth. alleviating concerns about potential harm from the undead that might spawn at night. Zhongli pointed to the vast open coal mine ahead. Tonight, you shall reside there. Yes. Thank you for your hospitality, my lady. Joseph bowed deeply. That mine will shield us from the wind, 1,000 times better than the snowfield. We are more than content. Zhongli walked to the edge of the camp's wall. The wall, serving as the camp's outer boundary, had a radius of 60 meters. The altar's temperature-controlled area extends to a radius of 70 meters. This implies that, although this space lies beyond the walls, it still enjoys the enchanting constant temperature of 22 degrees. This locale is notably warmer. You may manage within the mine for now, and should any ideas arise, they can be pursued here. Joseph, leading the group, stepped into this zone and felt the warmth. Indeed, despite the howling winds and relentless snow outside, the moment he entered this area, the biting cold transformed into a spring-like warmth. How could this be possible? Joseph was astounded. Tentatively, he removed his tattered fur coat and felt enveloped in a comforting warmth, reminiscent of a midsummer afternoon. How could it be so warm without a fire? The young apprentice baker even reached out to touch the air, as if expecting to find an invisible furnace. Enough of such musings. Within this realm, it is perpetually spring-like, remarked Zhongli, who then led the trio toward the coal mine. The mine was not far, and they arrived shortly. She cast a glance at the dilapidated support structures at the mine's entrance, realizing that by the time they finished this task, dusk would be upon them. Though it was warm inside, they still needed to be wary of the undead at night. Zhongli opened the construction panel. Since this area had been designated as a guild territory, certain foundational constructions were permissible, a luxury not afforded on the snowy plains. Consumption, stone x50. Wood x30. Construction, simple stone wall, with large wooden door. With a wave of Zhongli's hand, a 2-meter-high stone wall rose from the ground, perfectly enclosing the courtyard of the mine's entrance, leaving only a sturdy wooden door for entry and exit. Divine magic. This is earth-based divine magic. Joseph exclaimed once more. The marvels he had witnessed in his lifetime paled in comparison to the wonders he had seen in this single hour. Zhongli retrieved 3 sets of thick wool blankets and some basic supplies from her backpack, tossing them to the others. You shall sleep here tonight. It is quite safe as long as the door is secured, preventing the monsters outside from entering. Additionally, Zhongli's gaze swept over the warm land surrounding the camp's walls. It would be a travesty to let such fertile ground go to waste. Joseph, Zhongli called out. Yes, my lord, what is your command? Joseph quickly rose to his feet. Are you a blacksmith? Indeed. I have spent my life forging iron. Joseph extended his calloused hands. Can you till the land? Till the land? Well, a little. When the smithy is not busy, I assist my family in growing potatoes. Zhongli nodded, with a flick of her wrist. She produced several previously discarded hoes and shovels, and distributed some coal mining tools among the group. Starting tomorrow, you have 3 tasks, Zhongli declared, holding up 3 fingers, her tone turning serious. First, you may cultivate the open land surrounding the stone wall of our camp for planting crops. Second, you must excavate coal from the mine to serve as your rent and protection fee. Third, during your leisure time, patrol the vicinity. If you encounter any locked chests, bring them back to me. Moreover, each of you strives for survival according to your own strengths. Should you lack anything, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Zhongli's voice, though frigid, resonated in Joseph's ears like celestial music. Rent? Protection fees? How reasonable. If this formidable sorcerer demanded nothing in return, merely nurturing them without recompense, Joseph would find himself sleepless, fearing he might one day be subjected to some nefarious living experiment. However, now that a transaction had been established, it signified their worth. As long as they possessed value, survival was assured. At your service, my lord. Joseph's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement, proclaiming, we shall endeavor wholeheartedly. Do not mention merely mining coal. Even if we must excavate through this mountain, we shall not slacken our efforts. The 2 young men behind him nodded vigorously, declaring, I can cultivate the land. I am quite adept at farming. Zhongli nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Before you achieve self-sufficiency, I shall provide you with some sustenance. As long as you are diligent, here, you shall not only escape freezing or starvation, but thrive splendidly. With that, Zhongli made no further delay and turned back towards the camp. Zhongli deliberately feigned a cold demeanor, primarily to prevent these individuals from perceiving her as overly benevolent. After all, she could not afford to sustain them without cause. Upon returning to the shelter, a rich aroma of food enveloped her senses. It was the reward from the egg tart transaction. After her return, she had allocated her upgrade card to the kitchen and bakery. Presently, the kitchen under the Egg Tart King was well equipped, especially with regard to appliances, not to mention the rice cooker. The upgrade card she had received in exchange for the egg tart remained unused, as Zhongli intended to retain it for now, given that there seemed to be no immediate necessity. While she dined, she engaged in a video call with egg tart and pineapple beer. Did you encounter other humans in the snowfield? And bring them back to the camp? Zhongli removed her armor, donned comfortable home attire, and approached the fireplace to warm her hands. Indeed, they are not survivors, but indigenous people, 1 blacksmith and 2 youngsters. Indigenous people? The Egg Tart King inquired curiously. Are they akin to Nico? Not quite, Zhongli replied, shaking her head. Nico is a magical being with special abilities. These individuals are merely ordinary people. They claim to be residents of a nearby town, having succumbed to unconsciousness during a fierce storm, only to awaken in the snowfield. Does that not align with what Nico mentioned? A blizzard? But how could they remain unconscious for so long without freezing to death? Egg Tart King questioned. I cannot say. Perhaps it is the wretched system at play. How strange. I feel as though things are becoming increasingly bizarre, though it could also be that I have not remembered well. My dreams have been dwindling in frequency. Pineapple Beer sighed. Fear not. Did you not say that the end of dreams always points toward the 20th layer of the dungeon? Once we develop further, I shall accompany you to explore that dungeon next time. We shall surely unveil your secrets. Zhongli consoled. Excellent. By the way, Sister Fort, where will you have them reside? I have arranged for them to stay near the mine, which is within the guild's territory. There. A stone wall has been constructed to fend off the undead. I distributed some food to them and left the remaining matters in their capable hands. Hee, Sister Fortress. Do you think the number of survivors will increase in the future? We could rebuild a grand empire on the snowfields and reign as queens. As night deepened, within the mine, Joseph and two young men sat together in a dilapidated stone chamber on the upper level, illuminated by the exploration torch left for them by Zhongli. The flickering flames cast a warm glow upon their dirt-streaked, yet hopeful faces. Wrapped in thick, warm woolen blankets, they held the white bread and meat soup provided by Zhongli. The young man took a bite of the bread and inquired, Uncle, what truly happened? What about the townsfolk? Where has Aunt White gone? I do not know. It is a blessing to be alive, Joseph sighed. It seems that the esteemed wizard is indeed a merciful master. While we patrol for her, let us also search for others nearby. Surviving is our utmost priority. Chapter 102. Ordinary people. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the glass. Cheep cheep. The little griffin, Xiao Hui, flapped its wings. Hopping about on the railing of the attic, Zhongli, draped in a soft robe and wearing slippers, descended the stairs. Upon entering the hall, she discovered a neatly packaged pile of wheat by the dining table. Each grain was particularly plump, shimmering enticingly in the morning light. Before she could approach, the wooden door swung open, and the little treant entered, carrying a large bundle of wheat. Indeed, it was time for harvest. Although she had neglected it for some time, she was unsure if it was due to the system's settings or the nature of this wheat. While the yield wasn't astonishing, the quality and growth rate were undeniably impressive. Although Zhongli was aware that crops in the game grew quickly, she had not anticipated such rapid maturation. Well done, little tree, Zhongli praised generously, taking out some rather common herbs from her backpack to offer it as a treat, before inspecting the wheat herself. With a mere wave of her hand, the wheat vanished from the ground, successfully reclaimed by the system. Acquired. Fine wheat x 20 kilograms. Acquired. Wheat seeds x 2 kilograms. Looking at the provisions, a profound sense of security surged within Zhongli. Treasure chests and trading posts were but transient resources. Only this wheat, cultivated in her own home, represented her true strength. Now, supporting a few more people was certainly feasible. Zhongli brushed the wheat chaff from her hands, her spirits lifted. After breakfast, she began to address another piece of loot from yesterday. Little tree, could you assist me? Zhongli retrieved the large item, a 70-inch LCD television, from her backpack. I wish to mount it on that wall. She indicated the blank space above the fireplace. The little treant glanced at the dark square, unsure of its purpose, yet nodded in agreement, driven by its compulsion for decorative arrangement. From his pocket, he retrieved a ruler and a spirit level, gestured a couple of times, and then hammered a few adhesive nails into the wall. Together, they securely mounted the television on the wall. What is this large stone? Nico, having transformed back into human form, curiously leaned closer, poking the dark screen with her finger, which reflected nothing. Zhongli chuckled and plugged it in. The indicator light flickered to life, the screen briefly shimmered, and then a brilliant white light emerged. As expected from a product of the system, it bore no brand logo. Zhongli adjusted the settings, revealing options for volume and brightness, yet no image materialized. Although he had anticipated this outcome, a tinge of disappointment lingered. Fortunately, screen mirroring was available. After all, his tablet was connected to the internet, allowing Eggtart and others to enjoy a larger viewing experience instead of crowding around a small screen. Next, Zhongli, like a magician, produced an assortment of junk food he had exchanged at the vending machine the previous day, a large bottle of sugary soda, tomato-flavored chips, and chocolate wafers. What is this? Nico inquired, eyeing the dark bottle and sniffing curiously. This is celestial nectar, Zhongli replied, twisting off the cap with a satisfying hiss as bubbles erupted. He poured a little for Nico, little tree, and even the small griffin. Give it a try. Nico cautiously extended her tongue and sampled the drink. In the next instant, her eyes widened in astonishment, as if she had been startled or had opened the door to a new realm. Wow, it's like a dance in my mouth. So many little people are tickling my tongue. She covered her mouth, stunned, but soon took a hearty sip. So sweet, so refreshing. A loud soda burp erupted, instantly lifting the atmosphere in the living room. Even the usually composed little tree wore a pensive expression after tasting the delightful beverage. It seemed to be analyzing the liquid's composition, ultimately concluding that while it was unhealthy, it indeed stimulated dopamine release. Thus, it silently poured another glass. As for the small griffin, it had already buried its head into the chip bag, having always had a penchant for them. Previously, Zhongli's scant supply had been devoured by it. Half an hour later, Zhongli donned a thick work uniform. She picked up several bags of prepared wheat seeds and a few tools, stepping out of the shelter towards the mine. In the distance, a wisp of smoke rose from behind a makeshift wall. The 3 indigenous people she had rescued were hard at work, not shirking their duties. They had organized a security room at the mine entrance using the discarded wood and stones Zhongli had supplied. In a corner, Joseph had even constructed a rudimentary stove from rocks and was boiling snow water in a battered iron pot. Upon hearing her footsteps, the 3 workers quickly set down their tools. Master Mage, Joseph greeted her with a beaming smile, though his face still bore the remnants of frostbite. Nevertheless, his complexion had improved significantly since yesterday. Zhongli surveyed the area, expressing her satisfaction. These are the seeds. Zhongli presented the wheat seeds to Joseph. stating that they could freely cultivate along the camp's perimeter, emphasizing the virtue of self-sufficiency. Thank you for your generous gift. Joseph accepted the seeds with both hands, as if cradling a rare treasure. In this desolate snowfield, seeds represented life, a hope more precious than gold. Furthermore, Jiangli retrieved an iron axe, a shovel, and other tools such as a hoe from her backpack. You may use these tools. And do not forget to help me dig for some coal when you have the time. Of course, esteemed sorceress. Please refrain from calling me that. I am not a sorceress, and it sounds rather peculiar, Jiangli replied, for she had never been addressed in such a manner on Blue Star. And she found it difficult to adapt to this form of address. After all, the new China had no slaves. Yes, esteemed magician. In a moment of speechlessness, Jiangli suddenly recalled a green weapon in her backpack that she had no use for, a longsword that could slightly enhance one's strength. Take this longsword. There may be some magical creatures lurking at night, and you should have it for protection. Joseph accepted the sword with repeated expressions of gratitude. However, Jiangli was taken aback when she noticed that the long sword, which had radiated a green glow, lost its luminescence the moment it was in Joseph's hands. After testing other quality equipment, she understood. This group of natives lacked a system. They could not perceive the attributes of items, could not activate the effects of equipment, nor did they possess a backpack or a data-driven body. They were truly mortal beings. This meant they could not strengthen themselves through monster slaying and leveling up like players. They could only rely on the most primitive forms of exercise and the inherent physical properties of the equipment. Chapter 103. The rise in wood prices. The biting cold winds howled across the snowfield, swirling countless snowflakes. Yet, around Jiang Li's camp, within the absolute warmth of the altar, a different scene unfolded. Clad in lightweight work attire, Jiang Li stood upon the soft black earth. This was the result of the intermediate elemental altar, continuously emanating heat day and night, transforming the once iron-hard frozen soil into a thoroughly thawed terrain. Joseph stood behind Jiang Li, gazing at the soft ground beneath him with deep reflections. In this endless expanse of frozen earth, the first challenge had been securing food. Soft, moist land was the prerequisite for sustenance. Jiang Li pointed to the circular area surrounding the perimeter wall, instructing, "Do not plant near the gate. Leave some space for me. You may cultivate freely in other areas." "Yes, my lady," Joseph exclaimed, invigorated as he and his two nephews brandished their hoes and began the arduous task of breaking ground. Jiang Li also remained busy, overseeing the layout of the land. At that moment, the chief of infrastructure at home, the little tree ant, stepped forward. Chirp! The little tree ant waved its vines, gathering all the rubble that Joseph and his companions had unearthed. Soon, the disordered stones were compressed and woven by the vines, swiftly transformed into neatly arranged stone slabs, which were then meticulously laid between the furrows, creating convenient pathways through the fields. Not only that, but the young tree also ventured to the edge of the boundary where warmth and cold converge, precisely at the limit of the altar's heat coverage. There lies the demarcation line between ice and black earth. The young tree requested some stones from Jiang Li and constructed a series of half-meter high water retention platforms with them. Jiang Li grasped its intention, and her eyes gleamed with understanding. How ingenious! Unable to contain her admiration, she gave the young tree a thumbs up. By shoveling the accumulated snow into these edge-located water retention platforms and utilizing the slight warmth seeping from the altar's perimeter, the snow would gradually melt into water. This water would then flow into the wheat fields through the stone channels reserved by the young tree. This constituted a fully automated temperature-controlled drip irrigation system. Once the infrastructure was completed, it was time for sowing. Jiang Li produced the batch of wheat seeds harvested the previous day and handed them over to Joseph and the others for planting. The hollow circular area outside the camp was quite expansive, providing ample space for several individuals to cultivate. Furthermore, given the terrifying growth rate of plants in this world, food would undoubtedly be sufficient. After delegating the agricultural tasks to Joseph, Jiang Li did not remain idle at home. Despite the current abundance of resources, idly consuming them was not in her nature. Moreover, as others continued to grow stronger, she realized that failing to enhance her own strength could render her a lamb to the slaughter. She could harbor benevolent intentions, but she must never be weak. Power is essential for having a voice. Today, she did not bring Nico along, so the little griffin did not accompany her. After adjusting her equipment and title, Jiang Li strapped on her skis and plunged once more into the snowstorm. On this day, fortune favored her yet again. Perhaps the bonus from the long night still lingered, as she discovered 2 silver chests and 1 gold chest. Acquired, high-quality down comforter X2. Acquired, canned coffee beans X5 kilograms. Acquired, generator components X5. Acquired, life crystals X5. Acquired, birch saplings X5. Acquired, potato seeds. Acquired, orange tree seeds. Not bad at all. These were all valuable commodities. Jiang Li stuffed the supplies into her seemingly bottomless, greedy scavenger's backpack. With 100 slots of spacious capacity, she was unconcerned about accumulating too many diverse items. Iron ingots, copper blocks, leather, and various basic materials filled her pack. As dusk approached and the wind and snow intensified, an eerie aurora shimmered on the horizon, prompting Jiang Li to return home, dragging her fully laden backpack behind her. From a distance, she spotted her fortress resembling a lighthouse, radiating a warm, golden glow across the dark snowfield. Upon nearing the walls, Jiang Li was astonished to find that the sowing of the wheat fields had been entirely completed. The black soil had been turned soft and level, and plump seeds lay nestled within, quietly germinating under the altar's nurturing. At the edges of the furrows, Joseph and the others had even constructed several makeshift scarecrows from surplus stones and hay to ward off birds. However, amidst such a fierce snowstorm, apart from the little griffin, Jiangli had scarcely encountered any avian creatures. Madam, you have returned. Joseph, who was patrolling the stone wall at the mine's entrance with his nephew, stood at attention and saluted upon spotting Jiangli from afar. Jiangli nodded at them while carrying her bag, reminding them to return early, as the corpses would appear if it got too late. After returning home and taking some time to rest, the sky had turned completely dark, and the distant snowfields echoed with the howls of the undead. They wandered in the darkness, yet dared not step into the radiance of the altar. Once the bonfire transformed into an altar, a special effect was activated, inflicting continuous burning damage upon low-level undead that entered its vicinity. Although the corpses lacked intelligence, their instinctive aversion to the persistent burning sensation ensured the safety of the wheat fields. As Jiangli entered the bathroom, a delightful aroma of cooked dishes wafted through the air, and Aiku was adorably perched at the dining table, waiting patiently for Jiangli. The kitchen utensils acquired yesterday were partially utilized, while the remainder was distributed among egg tart and pineapple beer. The reward naturally came in the form of egg tart-s feeding. Li, time to eat, and Aiku exclaimed joyfully, waving her fork upon seeing Jiangli. After removing her outerwear, washing her hands, and taking a seat at the table, Jiangli relished this rare moment of tranquility. Upon finishing her meal, instead of hastily resting, Jiangli proceeded to her workshop to organize some materials collected throughout the day. First on her agenda was the generator. The previous wind turbine generated merely 40 points of electricity, barely sufficient. With several new appliances in her home and materials on hand, she decided to construct 2 more. With the system's assistance, the process was convenient, and soon enough, they were completed and successfully powered on with the help of the other 3 small companions. Wind turbine, with energy storage, installation complete, current energy points, 120, television, 5, all lights on. 10 next on her list was to replenish arrows. Although 2 automatic defense crossbow towers had been established, they were not equipped with unlimited ammunition and required bolts for loading. Despite possessing a piercing crossbow, Jiangli rarely utilized it, resulting in a limited stock of arrows. A large-scale production was essential to supply the automated towers. Production requirements: fine iron arrows, set of 20. Materials: iron ingot X2, wood X2, raptor feather X1. Jiangli had an ample supply of iron ingots and wood. As for the feathers, she glanced at her backpack. She had indeed amassed some of the feathers shed by Xiao Hui, which the system could verify. However, to fully stock the arrow towers, it seemed that even plucking Xiao Hui bear would not suffice. A trip to the trading post was necessary. Wiping her hands, Jiangli opened the regional trading channel that she had not checked in a long while. Upon examination, her brow furrowed slightly. Today's popular trading categories: wood, common demand has surged. Wood, hardwood prices have risen by 30. Iron ingots, prices have slightly increased. Coal, demand remains stable, but the listing quantity is extremely low. Wood prices had risen? Jiangli was somewhat taken aback. It is well known that in this game, wood is the cornerstone of hard currency. It serves as the most fundamental fuel and is essential for upgrading shelters and crafting tools. Even in the mid to late stages of the game, the consumption of wood remains significantly high. Coal, as a premium fuel, alongside the system's substitution ratio, has consistently maintained a relatively stable exchange rate. Generally speaking, 1 unit of coal equates to 5 units of timber. For other commodities, if not bartering, it is commonly accepted to use timber or coal as a psychological benchmark, serving the function of a base currency. This is a consensus that has spontaneously formed within the market. However, today, Jiangli cast a glance at the trading area. Seller, anonymous, offering, coal X10. Price, timber X80, unit price, 18. Jiangli exclaimed, isn't this a bit exorbitant? She refreshed the page. Wanted, timber X500, bid, iron blocks X80, coal X75. The price of timber had astonishingly surged by 30. Deflation? The term flickered through Jiangli's mind. Although there are forests near the starting point for everyone, logging requires physical effort, and as time progresses, the trees near the safe zone have been depleted, compelling players to venture further afield at risk. Moreover, with many players recently leveling up to LV3 and even LV4, the demand for timber due to shelter upgrades has escalated exponentially. A price increase is inevitable. However, the rapidity and urgency of this surge, coupled with the disruption of the established exchange rate between coal and timber, clearly indicated foul play. Jiangli keenly observed that several IDs in the trading hall were frantically purchasing golden ingots. Wealth brings prosperity. Flourishing wealth, upon reviewing the records. These IDs had been aggressively acquiring timber and coal at slightly above market prices, almost instantly buying out any listings. Was someone maliciously stockpiling to monopolize basic resources? Jiangli narrowed her eyes. Such tactics are commonplace in online games. She opened a chat group with the 3 individuals and poked the most well-informed, the Egg Tart King. Spicy chicken leg burger. Egg Tart, what is going on in the trading hall? Why have timber and coal gone haywire? The Egg Tart King almost immediately replied. Egg Tart King. Ah, burger sister, you've noticed too. It seems that the trees near everyone's camps have been nearly exhausted, leading to a scarcity of wood. Egg Tart King. I heard from people in the group that it's supposedly the work of a guild called Golden Rose Chamber of Commerce. Spicy chicken leg burger. Golden Rose Chamber of Commerce. Egg Tart King, yes. It's also a guild. I've heard their leader has a talent related to trading. They've recruited quite a few people to specialize in buying low and selling high. Egg Tart King. They are currently spreading word in the global channel, claiming that an extreme cold storm is imminent, which will cause a severe shortage of timber and coal, instilling fear among everyone, causing them to hoard. Spicy chicken leg burger, whether true or false. What does the all-knowing pineapple beer have to say? Pineapple beer, huh? When did I become all-knowing? Don't tease me. Pineapple beer, in the short term. There shouldn't be any, but the system often has surprises, so I can't be sure. However, it is indeed urgent to plant trees, otherwise, a monopoly might really occur. Spicy chicken leg burger. Fear not, we have resources. A severe cold front? Even if such a storm were to occur, the rise in prices would not escalate to this extent. It is evidently a tactic to incite panic and exploit the masses. However, her coal mine continues to yield daily. Since the arrival of Joseph and his companions, production has surged. Presently, she possesses the most robust currency in the entire server. The increase in timber prices, the surge in coal prices, while these may spell disaster for others, for Jiangli, it presents an opportunity. Since you have inflated coal prices, I shall not hold back. Initially, she intended to purchase feathers, but now it appears she can leverage this inflation and utilize her coal to acquire all the undervalued rare materials on the market. Spicy chicken leg burger, egg tart, pineapple. Why don't you check the exchange for any useful items that may hold significant value in the future? Let us seize this opportunity to stock up. Pineapple beer. Keep an eye out for gunpowder and crystals. Additionally, various peculiar materials are available. Many items lack descriptions as their corresponding products may not yet be produced, making it easy to find hidden treasures. Jiangli opened the search bar and entered several keywords: raptor feathers, gunpowder, refined steel, magic scrolls, special blueprints, undescribed items. Indeed, due to the speculation by the Golden Rose Merchant Guild, the prices of basic survival resources have been artificially inflated. While these high-grade materials that cannot be consumed or burned have seen a relative price decrease, this wave of inflation has greatly benefited Jiangli. Seller, wandering toad selling, raptor feathers x50 demand, timber x80, or coal x20. Without hesitation, Jiangli made the purchase. System notification, transaction successful. Lost premium smokeless coal x20, gained raptor feathers x50. Continuing on. Seller, I want to go home selling. Blueprint for automatic irrigation sprinkler, excellent. Demand, food x 5 kilograms or coal x50 though I now have a trant. This item could be useful for egg tart. Purchased instantly. Seller, anonymous selling. Unknown beast bone, no description. Possibly a rare item. X10 demand. Coal x20 it appears to be useful. It may aid in crafting equipment later. Purchased instantly. Jiang Li's fingers danced swiftly across the tablet. In a mere 10 minutes, she sold less than 500 units of coal, exchanging 2 to 3 days of production for a substantial array of supplies. She amassed enough feathers to craft 1,000 arrows and gathered a significant amount of gunpowder raw materials. She even stumbled upon a blueprint for an intermediate tailoring table. As she gazed at her rapidly filling inventory of high-grade supplies, Jiang Li couldn't help but express her gratitude. Thank you to the comrades of the Golden Rose Merchant Guild for their inflated prices. Without their deliberate price hikes, acquiring such a wealth of items would have cost her at least half again as much. Just as Jiang Li was reveling in her purchases, a private message suddenly popped up. Stranger's message, Golden Abacus. My friend, I noticed you have quite a bit of coal. Are you interested in collaborating? I can offer you a bundled price of 1 coal for 5 wood. What do you say? This is quite a premium offer, as the current market rate is 1 to 4. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow at this message. Did they intend to target this small-scale seller? They aim to purchase my goods at a low price, monopolize the market, and subsequently inflate the prices? 1 for 5? The scattered offers outside were already at 1 for 4, yet this Mr. Jean was willing to propose 1 for 5? The calculation sounded quite appealing. But it seemed likely that after acquiring my goods, they would raise the price to 1 for 6, or even 1 for 7, and then sell them back to me. Jiang Li leisurely replied, I'm not interested at the moment, and isn't the original ratio of coal to wood already 1 to 5? Chapter 104. Abundance in resources. The flames in the fireplace flickered, crackling with warmth. On the newly mounted 70-inch television on the wall, a classic scene from Tom and Jerry played, as Jerry struck Tom's toe with a hammer, causing Tom to inflate into a red balloon and emit a comical scream. Ha! Nico, nestled in a soft sofa with a bag of tomato-flavored chips, laughed uncontrollably, her legs flailing in the air. Little Tree and Little Gray squatted beside Nico, tilting their heads in curiosity, unsure if they comprehended the humor. Meanwhile, at the other end of the sofa, Jiang Li reclined against the cushions, cradling a cup of freshly brewed hot cocoa. Just moments ago, that member of the Golden Rose Chamber of Commerce, who attempted to purchase her coal at a low price, sent another message. Golden Abacus, elite of the Golden Rose Chamber friend, don't be so quick to decline. Business is all about negotiation, isn't it? I know you have a considerable stock. We can discuss a suitable price. If wood doesn't interest you, we can exchange other hard currencies. Golden Abacus, we have stones, food, and even rare tools and materials. As long as you are willing to part with coal, we can agree on a favorable price. Golden Abacus, you must understand, in this weather, while holding coal is warm, lacking other essential resources, such as stones for upgrading your shelter or weapons for self-defense, can be quite discomforting. This individual spoke with remarkable finesse, enticing while subtly hinting at the risks of relying on a singular resource. Jiang Li blew gently on the froth of her hot cocoa, a slight smile gracing her lips. If she were an ordinary player, hoarding coal while lacking food and clothing, such words might indeed sway her. After all, no amount of coal could substitute for sustenance or fortress walls to fend off monsters. But unfortunately for them, they encountered Jiang Li. She set down her cup and began to formulate her response. Spicy chicken leg burger. Oh, you certainly sound formidable. However, I tend to be rather lazy. Selling in small quantities is too troublesome. How much can you handle? The response from the other side was almost instantaneous. Golden Abacus. Haha, my friend, feel free to state your terms. Our Golden Rose Chamber of Commerce is bold enough to source goods through the World Channel, and we have the capacity to back it up. How much do you have? We will take that much. Jiangli pondered for a moment, glancing at the numbers in her system backpack. Including yesterday and today, along with Joseph's excavations, her inventory of high-quality smokeless coal had reached 400 units. Moreover, the open coal mine resembled a treasure trove, producing a stable output of several hundred units daily as long as there were miners. Spicy chicken leg burger. I currently possess approximately 400 units of coal. If you can offer me satisfactory resources, I might consider packaging it all for you at once. After sending the message, the chat box on the other side fell into a prolonged silence. Golden Abacus, 400? Please hold on. Spicy chicken leg burger. Isn't this a transaction? Why must I wait? At this moment, on a plain in the snowy expanse, within a level 4 shelter constructed of hefty logs, a slightly plump man clad in a thick bear fur coat was fixated on the luminous screen before him, his eyes nearly bulging. 1,400? The man, known as Golden Abacus, drew a sharp breath. At this stage, what did 400 units of coal signify? Converting it based on current calorific value, it equated to 7,000 units of timber, sufficient for a standard shelter to comfortably burn for several hundred days. Golden Abacus wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If it were merely dozens or hundreds of units, he could make the decision on his own. However, this magnitude fell within the realm of strategic reserves, and the volume of material exchange was too substantial for him to act unilaterally. Golden Abacus promptly switched to a different chat window, locating a pinned ID. Jinhua Hai, Vice President of the Golden Rose. Golden Abacus, Vice President. Urgent matter. I just discovered a retail merchant in this area, a super big player. She possesses an astonishing 400 units of coal. After a few seconds, a message arrived from the other side. Jinhua Hai, 400? Are you certain you didn't misread the decimal? How could a retail merchant possibly hold such a large amount of energy? Surely, they must be a big shot from a guild. However, as far as she knew, no other guild members were that affluent. Golden Abacus, absolutely certain. She just stated it herself. Moreover, from her tone, it seems she is not boasting and might even be eager to clear her inventory. Vice President. If we can secure this batch, our energy monopoly plan will be solidified. On the other end of the chat, Jinhua Hai lapsed into silence, weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, a voice message came through, low and deliberate. Acquire it. We must secure it. Such a large retail merchant poses an unstable factor. If she sells this batch of coal cheaply to others in the market, the timber prices we have worked hard to elevate will collapse. Golden Abacus, what bidding ratio should I offer? Earlier, I tentatively proposed 15, 1 coal for 5 wood. But she did not respond. Jinhua Hai, 400 is a significant amount. She must recognize its value. Try offering 16. The bottom line is 17. Jinhua Hai, remember, don't raise the price too quickly. These individuals are quite greedy. If you exhibit excessive eagerness, she will surely raise her price. You must project an attitude of assisting her in clearing her inventory. Golden Abacus, understood. I shall proceed to negotiate. Golden Flower C, by the way, how is the timber acquisition progressing? Golden Abacus, approximately 1/3 of the circulating loose goods have been collected. The asking prices in the trading hall have already risen, with many anticipating a bullish market, either waiting to see or hoping to seize the opportunity to exchange goods for food. Golden Flower C, humph, a bunch of fools. A trace of cold mockery laced Golden Flower C's voice. Let them sell. Once we hold the vast majority of energy resources in our grasp, and when the next wave of trees has been nearly felled, they will realize that the food and stones in their possession cannot provide warmth. When energy is scarce, and the campfire extinguishes, lives will be at stake. At that time, even if we offer an exorbitant price of 120, those on the brink of freezing will beg us to sell. By then, all high-quality materials will depreciate, and they will become our lambs for slaughter. Listening to this, Golden Abacus felt a surge of blood rush to his head. This is the power of capital. This is the strategy of the guild. In the survival game, possessing resources equates to wielding the power of life and death. Golden Flower C, go ahead, act swiftly. Also, be cautious, prioritize acquiring supplies, avoid conflicts, and refrain from trading personal information. There are likely several advanced guilds with teleportation arrays as well. If cornered, they may act desperately, revealing their coordinates, which would spell trouble for us. Utilize the guild's trading links directly. Golden Abacus, received. I assure you I will accomplish the task. After concluding the call with the vice president, Golden Abacus took a deep breath, adjusted his expression, and reopened the chat with spicy chicken leg burger. Golden Abacus, apologies. My friend, I was momentarily occupied. I have reconsidered. Golden Abacus, 1,400 units is indeed substantial. How about this? To demonstrate my sincerity, I will offer you a premium price. The exchange rate will be 1 coal for 6 timber, in addition to timber, equivalent stones, iron blocks, or any items you require will be acceptable. What do you think? Zhongli glanced at the 16 displayed on the screen and chuckled softly. Only 6. It seems you are not in too much of a hurry either. She picked up a chip and leisurely popped it into her mouth, taking her time to respond. The art of negotiation lies in the fact that the one who shows urgency first is the one who loses. Indeed, 2 minutes later, as Zhongli remained silent, Golden Abacus sent another message. Golden Abacus, my friend, this price is already quite generous. You are aware of the current market conditions. While timber prices have risen, they are artificially inflated. Once everyone's levels increase and they venture outside to fell trees, timber prices will undoubtedly decline. Now is the peak for you to make a move. Zhongli typed leisurely. Spicy chicken leg burger, is that so? But I have a feeling it will be even colder ahead. I will keep the coal for myself. It can last for quite some time. If I exchange it for a pile of stones, I cannot exactly huddle with stones for warmth. Spicy chicken leg burger, never mind. I think I will keep it for myself. After all, I am not lacking in supplies. This tactic of retreating to advance struck at the very core of Golden Abacus's weakness. He was not afraid of Jiangli making exorbitant demands. He feared her refusal to sell. Golden Abacus, no, please don't. We can negotiate. In the realm of negotiations, the stakes have escalated. This is truly the limit for our guild, exclaimed Jin Suanpan, and I can offer you rare materials in exchange. However, Jiangli remained steadfast. I am not unreasonable. Yet the coal I possess is premium anthracite, durable, non-toxic. You know well that burning inferior wood in a closed space during winter can lead to poisoning. This is a matter of life and death. 18. I will not entertain less, insisted Jiangli. 18. This is utterly outrageous. The current market value is at most 145. Jin Suanpan retorted. Then it's settled. I shall retire for the night. I am utterly exhausted from a day spent outdoors. The mention of fatigue prompted Jin Suanpan to pound his thigh in frustration. He gritted his teeth. The vice president had set the bottom line at 17. What about 17? He proposed, reaching his limit. Still a bit hesitant. Perhaps I could offer only a portion? Jiang Li's indecision sparked urgency in Jin Suanpan. If he didn't secure the entire quantity, how could he monopolize the market? Once he achieved that, selling at 120 would not merely be a dream. This was a long-term investment. He resolved to use some of his personal funds, planning to recoup his losses once prices soared. 175. My friend, I truly cannot go any higher. However, I can assure you that I will compensate entirely with the high-grade materials you require. I understand that you, as a prominent player, are not lacking in basic resources, but are in need of blueprints and special items. Upon hearing the figure of 175, Jiang Li recognized that the moment was ripe. Pressing further might lead the other party to abandon the deal or grow suspicious. Very well, considering your earnestness. However, I will not accept inferior items. I require these specific materials. Jiang Li swiftly compiled a list of her needs. These were items she had observed in the trading market, deemed too pricey or unnecessary, or materials required for guild upgrades and crafting advanced equipment. Refined steel ingots, superior to ordinary iron blocks. Essential for repairing equipment and upgrading fortresses. Electronic component packs, crucial for crafting monitoring devices, defensive towers. And appliances. Gunpowder, a fundamental ingredient for explosives. Basic skill upgrade scrolls, though rare. The guild would surely have stock. Antibiotic anti-inflammatory medicine. A hard currency among hard currencies. A substantial quantity of stone bricks. Basic building materials to fill price gaps. Jin Suanpan winced at the sight of the list. Feeling a pang of regret. These items were typically used by their guild to attract high-level players or for auctions. And now he was required to part with such a significant quantity all at once. Yet, the prospect of monopolization was too enticing to resist. Agreed. It's a deal. However, I have one condition. All 1,400 pieces of coal must be traded in a single transaction. That is acceptable. Yet, I too have a requirement. The transaction link must be encrypted. I do not wish for others to discover that I have released such a large quantity at once, lest I attract unwanted attention. Haha, I completely understand. That aligns perfectly with my intentions. Jin Suanpan was elated. He was also wary of Jiang Li spreading rumors or revealing his coordinates. Since Jiang Li wished to remain low profile, it felt as if fortune favored him. Ding. The system's notification chimed melodiously. Transaction successful. Lost. Premium smokeless coal x 1400. Gained. Refined steel ingots x 200. Electronic component packs x 20. Gunpowder x 5 kilograms. Basic skill upgrade scrolls x 2. Antibiotics x 10 boxes. Refined stone bricks x 2000. Observing the sudden influx of coal in his backpack and the swift accumulation of various high-tier materials, Jiang Li stretched luxuriously. Then entered the storage compartment to organize her belongings. Blissful indeed. Is this the joy of having a mine at home? Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen. It's done. Finally accomplished. Haha. This fool actually emptied his entire stock. Jin Suanpan's laughter made the flesh on his face quiver. He could almost envision the near future, where Jiang Li would shiver in the cold due to a lack of fuel, ultimately kneeling before him, pleading to buy back a mere handful of coal at tenfold the price. With only 1,400 in stock, he had exchanged it all with us. Such a person is merely fortunate, lacking any foresight. Jin Suanpan immediately sent a triumphant message to the vice president. Jin Suanpan, vice president, it's done. That fool has been completely duped, and all 1,400 coal is in our hands. She probably has barely a few firewood sticks left. Jin Huahai, well done. Now we hold half the energy lifeline of the district. Let's keep an eye on the lumber prices. Once they have felled enough trees, or when the storm arrives, it will be our time to reap. In the shelter, Jiang Li closed the chat window and couldn't help but shake her head. Although it felt somewhat like deceiving a fool, she hadn't lied. At that moment, her backpack indeed had just over 1,400 left. She simply hadn't mentioned her daily production capacity. Rising, she walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant open coal mine. Thanks to the faint glow of the eagle-eye monitoring, she could see several diligent figures moving in and out of the mine. Those were Joseph and his companions. In gratitude for the wizard's kindness, these natives had taken coal mining as a belief, mining whenever they had a moment to spare, making Jiang Li feel a bit embarrassed. Chapter 105. Daily mining. Early the next morning, Jiang Li arrived at the tool room. Ziz. Holding an electric drill, Jiang Li skillfully drilled holes into a smooth wooden plank. With the system's assistance, two simple yet sturdy pinewood bunk beds were quickly assembled. Crafting successful. Gained. Simple wooden bunk bed. Ordinary. Jiang Li brushed off the wood shavings from her hands, surveying the nearby pile of furniture. 2 bunk beds, 2 large wardrobes, and a sturdy square wooden table. All of these were crafted from the wood she had previously stockpiled for practice. As the level of the shelter increased, she now sought furniture imbued with special attributes or exceptional comfort. Such ordinary wooden creations, aside from occupying space in her backpack, served no purpose for her. They were just right to improve the living conditions for Joseph and the others. Residing in the security stone room of the former mine, their circumstances were indeed somewhat harsh. With a grand gesture, Zhongli stored all the furniture in her backpack. Nico, are you ready? Grab your tools. We're going mining today. Zhongli called out to the house. Soon, Nico's response echoed back. Just a moment, Li. I'll be ready right away. Shortly after, a petite figure burst forth from the house, accompanied by a faint green glow. The small girl instantly transformed into a large brown bear, yet this bear was not fierce. Around its neck, it wore a red scarf given by Zhongli, appearing rather endearing, with several tools strapped to its back. As they pushed open the camp gate, a gust of wind mixed with snowflakes rushed towards them. However, after only a few steps, Zhongli spotted a familiar figure. In the circle of wheat fields beyond the stone wall, Joseph was hunched over, carefully clearing the ridges with a shovel. Just a day after planting, tiny green shoots were already visible. Against the backdrop of the vast, white expanse of snow, this touch of tender green seemed out of place. Joseph tended to the seedlings as if they were his own children, occasionally squatting down to shield them from the wind with his rough hands, checking on their condition. Good morning, sir. Upon hearing footsteps, Joseph straightened up, startled at first by the sight of Zhongli and the giant bear, then quickly bowed respectfully. No need for such formality. Good morning. Zhongli nodded, glancing at the wheat seedlings, which appeared to be thriving. Indeed, it's nothing short of a miracle, Joseph exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. I've farmed my entire life and have never seen wheat grow so quickly in such cold weather. At this rate, it may only take a month for it to mature again. Then I appreciate your hard work. Zhongli pointed toward the nearby mine. I'm going to check on the mine and extract some coal. Joseph felt a pang of anxiety, fearing Zhongli was coming to inspect them, and hurriedly explained, Sir, Jeff and Rod are working inside. Though they are young, they are strong and would never dare to slack off. Relax, I'm not here to supervise. You are not my slaves. When you have some spare time, just help me with a bit of mining. Zhongli waved her hand dismissively. I'm merely going to mine. Understood. Joseph nodded, filled with admiration for this powerful, yet approachable sorceress. After bidding farewell to Joseph, Zhongli and Nico entered the open coal mine. As they stepped into the cave, they immediately noticed a stone house serving as the security room. Zhongli raised an eyebrow. It had been meticulously organized, the gravel on the ground had been swept away, and the cracks in the corners were tightly packed with earth and hay, blocking the cold wind from seeping in. In the corner, a makeshift stone stove held the iron pot that Zhongli had provided, simmering with melted snow water and some provisions, giving off a gentle steam. In the corner, a large bed was fashioned from blankets and furs. Though rudimentary, it exuded the essence of home, and cleanliness was evidently cherished. Zhongli nodded in satisfaction, her thoughts igniting a flicker of light from her backpack. Instantly, the once desolate stone room was transformed, revealing 2 double-decker wooden beds, 2 spacious wardrobes, a square table, and several chairs. Moreover, she produced an antique cast-iron coal stove, placing it in the center of the room. This piece, procured from a treasure chest, required only a chimney to function, providing excellent warmth through coal burning. Given that the room was semi-open, the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning was negligible. They should no longer feel the chill. Having accomplished this, Zhongli did not linger, instead leading Nico deeper into the mine. Within the depths of the mine, the sound of rhythmic clinking reverberated through the dark tunnels. 2 youthful figures, drenched in sweat, swung their picks against a coal wall with fervor. Jeff, what do you think has happened to this world? How did it come to this? Rod, the slightly frielier of the two, wiped his brow and whispered, Do you think we're mining too slowly? If we fail to meet our quota, will the master cast us out? The sturdier lad, Jeff, muttered in response. Stop fretting and get to work. Uncle said as long as we are diligent, the master is merciful. As their conversation unfolded, a low, guttural growl echoed from the tunnel behind them. Both youths froze, mechanically turning to face the sound. Emerging from the shadows were 2 eerie green lanterns, followed by a colossal brown bear towering over 2 meters, slowly advancing. Beside the bear stood a figure clad in full armor, wielding dual axes. Oh my, a bear! Rod gasped, dropping his pick, which clattered to the ground, landing painfully on his foot, causing him to grimace in silence. Jeff's complexion drained of color as he instinctively shielded Rod, raising his pick despite his trembling legs, his gaze resolute. Observing the 2 frightened young men, Zhongli could not suppress a chuckle. Relax, there's no need to be alarmed. She patted Nico, who obediently waved a paw in greeting. Greetings. Nico chimed in her cheerful tone. At the sound of Zhongli's voice, the 2 regained their composure. Your Excellency? Jeff, finally recognizing the figure, nearly collapsed in reverence. We are so sorry. We thought a monster had entered. There's no need for concern. Your vigilance is commendable. Zhongli reassured them as she picked up Rod's fallen pick and handed it back. Now, let us get to work. I am here to mine coal as well. You are personally mining coal? Rod's eyes widened in disbelief. In his view, someone of Zhongli's caliber should be sipping wine in a warm castle, directing subordinates, not toiling in a mine. Am I not human? There is nothing peculiar about working with my own hands. The laboring class is the most admirable, she declared, moving to a nearby coal wall and drawing out her pick. With a resounding strike, she began her work. The entire coal wall trembled, with a cacophony of sound. A large block of high-quality coal, nearly the height of a person, was pried loose. Acquired, high-quality anthracite X10. Both Jeff and Rod stood in astonishment. Nearby, Nicole raised her pickaxe and began to dig alongside them, her extensive training having rendered her quite adept at coal mining. In an instant, the cavern was enveloped in dust, with coal cascading down like a torrent. Fortunately, the collection of coal simultaneously gathered the coal dust that floated in the air, sparing many from becoming covered in soot. Observing the frenzied pace of work between the human and the bear, Jeff and Rod glanced at their meager pickaxes and suddenly felt superfluous. After more than 4 hours of labor, Jiang Li's coal inventory had increased by 300 units. Taking a moment to rest, Jiang Li stowed his pickaxe, unfurled a picnic blanket on a flat stone, and retrieved a thermos of hot tea along with several bags of bread. Come over and take a break. He beckoned to the two young men still standing nearby. Jeff and Rod felt somewhat hesitant, but under Jiang Li's encouraging gaze, they cautiously approached and settled at the edge of the blanket. Have some tea, Jiang Li offered, pouring 2 steaming cups. As the warmth of the tea flowed down, their tension gradually dissipated. What did you do before? Jiang Li inquired casually. Sir, Jeff replied honestly, I am an apprentice blacksmith, having worked under my uncle for 5 years. My strength is considerable. I usually wield the heavy hammer. I am an apprentice at the bakery next to the blacksmith shop, working under old Jack, Rod added, somewhat bashfully scratching his head. Tell me about your former lives, Jiang Li prompted. As they began to recount their past, a shadow dimmed in their eyes. Our world is called Ariel. Through their narrative, Jiang Li gained a deeper understanding of their indigenous background. It was a quintessential low-magic medieval realm, devoid of skyscrapers and electricity, yet perhaps touched by faint traces of magic. People lived under the protection of various lords, thriving on a continent known as Ariel. Jeff gestured animatedly. The strongest among us is the captain of the Royal Knights, reputed to cleave boulders with a single sword strike. Though I believe he may lack the strength of your earlier blow, sir. Jiang Li chuckled. This was the advantage of system enhancement, with attributes sufficiently elevated. Even tearing apart formidable foes could become a reality. In contrast, the natives were bound by the limitations of their human forms, even with rigorous training. They faced an inherent ceiling. Then came the blizzard. Rod's voice trembled. The white storm arrived suddenly, obscuring everything. When we awoke, we found ourselves in this wretched place. And the townsfolk had vanished. We know not if they still live. Jiang Li placed a reassuring hand on their shoulders. As long as you are alive, there is hope. Perhaps we will find other kin in the future. At this, a glimmer reignited in their eyes. Just then, footsteps echoed from the cave entrance. Sir, are you still there? It was Joseph's voice. Joseph rushed in, panting heavily, his face weathered yet his eyes gleaming with excitement. In his arms, he clutched 2 boxes radiating a warm, bronze glow. Uncle. Jeff and Rod quickly rose to their feet. Sir. Joseph approached Jiang Li, presenting the treasures he held. In accordance with your instructions, I have made it a point to patrol the vicinity of the camp during the day. Today, I stumbled upon these 2 items in a collapsed snowdrift. They are the kind of chests that cannot be opened. Joseph rubbed his hands together sheepishly. I thought they must be valuable, so I wanted to bring them back for you. However, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't open them, not even with an axe. Jiang Li glanced at the boxes. Indeed, they were 2 bronze chests. In the hands of the indigenous people, these would be regarded as unyielding stones. This was a safeguard imposed by the system, allowing only survivors like her to unlock them. Well done, Joseph. Jiang Li praised him generously. Set them down. I shall open them. With a gentle touch of her finger, she prompted the system. System prompt. Detected bronze chests X2. Would you like to open them? Open. As 2 faint glimmers flashed, the lids of the chests sprang open automatically. Joseph and the others widened their eyes, scarcely daring to breathe. To them, it appeared as if Jiang Li had not even touched the boxes, yet they had opened of their own accord. Jiang Li surveyed the contents. The first chest yielded. Acquired. Coarse flour X 5 kilograms. Acquired. Iron nails X 20. Acquired. Water tank X2L. The second chest revealed. Acquired. Windproof lighter. Refillable. X1. Acquired. Ordinary blanket X1. Acquired. Wood X10. Acquired. Stone stove X1. These were all basic supplies. Trivial for Jiang Li at this stage. Nevertheless, she picked up the windproof lighter. I shall take this, she declared. Although she possessed flint, this lighter would prove convenient. And she lacked tools of this nature. As for the remaining items, Jiang Li pushed the bag of flour, the water tank, the blanket, and the iron nails toward Joseph. These are for you. What? Joseph was taken aback. At a loss for words, he hesitated. Just take them, Jiang Li insisted as she rose, brushing off the cold dust from her clothes. Oh, and when you return, check your rooms. I've placed some furniture inside. Do not sleep on the floor. It could lead to rheumatism. Furniture? The 3 exchanged puzzled glances, wondering when Jiang Li had managed to do that. After a break, they resumed their coal digging. 2 hours later, Jiang Li glanced at the pile of coal at her feet, estimating that, along with her own efforts, they had gathered at least 500 or 600 units. All right, that will suffice for today, she announced, stretching her limbs. The coal we collected is ample. You may now decide how to spend the remaining time. Tidy up your rooms and get a good night's rest. If during our patrols we come across such boxes, even if they are merely wooden, please bring them back to me. They can be entrusted to the little tree men in the camp. Yes, my lord. Joseph and his companions exclaimed in unison, their voices resonating through the cavernous mind. At that moment, in their hearts, Jiang Li's image transcended that of a mere powerful sorcerer. She embodied a benevolent lord, the sole savior in this world of ice and snow. They watched as Jiang Li departed the mine with Nico, and could hardly contain their eagerness to return to the stone house. As soon as they pushed open the door, Rod let out a gasp. There stood 2 sturdy double-decker wooden beds and a robust wardrobe against the wall, while a thoughtful oil lamp rested on the table in the center. What moved them most was the cast-iron coal stove, Jiang Li had even connected the chimney for them. And all they needed to do was light a fire to bring warmth to the space. Chapter 106. Gentle Persuasion within Jiang Li's Sanctuary. Current inventory. Premium smokeless coal X 622. This is the comfort of having a mine, Jiang Li remarked with satisfaction, clapping her hands. Even after a significant transaction of coal with the Golden Abacus, her energy reserves had not diminished. Rather, thanks to the diligent efforts of those 3 workers, they were steadily replenishing. After organizing the warehouse, she neatly arranged the refined steel ingots and electronic components she had exchanged in the trading post. Jiang Li then glanced at the large television hanging on the wall from yesterday, pondering whether she should ask the little treeman to craft a TV cabinet and tidy up the tangled wires. At that moment, a sudden blue glow erupted from the teleportation array in the courtyard. As the spatial fluctuations subsided, a familiar figure emerged, the king of egg tarts. She descended with 2 enormous insulated food containers and immediately called out to the main house, Sister Fortress. Nico, are you home? A few minutes later, a mouth-watering aroma wafted through the dining hall of the main house, the unmistakable scent of authentic Chinese stir-fry. Jiang Li's eyes lit up as she beheld the 2 dishes on the table. One was shredded pork with green peppers. Though the pork was cut unevenly, some pieces resembling chopsticks while others were akin to fingers, the vibrant green peppers appeared particularly enticing under the light. The other dish was garlic baby bok choy, crisp and tender, glistening with droplets of oil. How is it? The king of egg tarts said, slightly bashful as she rubbed her hands together. My profession is a pastry chef. After all, baking bread and making cakes are my specialties. But I've only just begun to learn Chinese stir-frying. I exchanged these dishes for 2 large cakes with a player who specializes in farming. Since we can't live on sweets alone, I tried my hand at stir-frying these. However, I may have misjudged the cooking time, as the pork is a bit tough. The king of egg tarts scratched her head, gazing at Jiang Li with anticipation. Jiang Li picked up a chopstick full of bok choy and tasted it. Crisp, refreshing, with a hint of garlic and a subtle sweetness. Delicious. Jiang Li offered her highest praise, declaring it infinitely superior to canned food. After all, pre-prepared meals could never compare to freshly cooked dishes. Really, the eyes of the egg tart king sparkled with excitement. Then I shall practice more. The survivor mentioned that in the future, she could exchange carrots and potatoes with me. As for potatoes, I have seeds available here, which I've entrusted to the local inhabitants to cultivate. Jiang Li replied, next time, see if you can barter for some seeds. I inquired earlier, but she seemed somewhat reluctant. However, I suggested that with more transactions, perhaps we could foster a better rapport that might encourage her to exchange. Especially since her vegetables weren't exorbitantly priced, unlike those who inflate their costs. Hell, beside us, Nico could hardly contain herself. Though she preferred meat, the vibrant green leaves appeared quite appetizing. Imitating Jiang Li, she clumsily speared a piece of shredded meat with her fork and joyfully closed her eyes in bliss. Delicious. Sister egg tart is the best. Eat more, eat more. The egg tart king beamed with pride at the praise, nearly pouring both dishes into Nico's bowl. What about pineapple beer? Jiang Li asked while enjoying her meal. Did you call her? I did, but she claimed to be busy. The egg tart sighed, showing Jiang Li the chat records on her tablet. See, her avatar is lit, but her status shows in a special area. She is likely off clearing land again. Jiang Li glanced briefly and shrugged. Let her be. She was not concerned. As a reborn individual, Pineapple Beer's survival skills surpassed most, and her attributes were not vastly inferior to her own. In the snowy expanse, danger was relatively minimal. Having satisfied their appetites, the 3 of them, along with a tree and a bird, gathered around the fireplace to digest. Jiang Li habitually opened the regional channel. Upon doing so, her brows arched in surprise. The atmosphere within the channel was fervently peculiar. Typically, at this hour, individuals would either be complaining about the cold or seeking food. Yet today, the channel exuded a festive cheer akin to a holiday celebration. Mad lumberjack. Haha, struck gold. I chopped trees all day and sold 1,200 units of lumber. I directly exchanged it for a blue piece of equipment with 2 special attributes. Snowy little flyer. Me too. Those lumber tycoons have gone mad. The prices have nearly doubled. I cleared out my inventory and traded for quite a few items. Stockpiling expert. Brothers, sell quickly. I've heard insider information that this is just a fleeting market trend. That major guild is hoarding lumber to level up, and once they VE gathered enough, prices will plummet back to rock bottom. Investment master. Exactly. This is what they call buying low and selling high. Now is the time to sell lumber and coal at high prices for food and equipment. In a few days, when prices drop, we can buy them back at lower rates. This cycle will double our assets. Observing these discussions, Jiang Li felt a sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, the trend had been set, and everyone believed they were savvy, eager to profit amidst the chaos. Some even attempted to stir the waters further to capitalize on this price surge, buying high and selling low. Theoretically, it held merit. However, the crucial premise was that one must be certain prices would indeed revert. Moreover, these individuals seemed to overlook a fatal flaw. Lumber and coal are consumables, indispensable for survival. If, after casting your throw, a sudden blizzard descends, plunging temperatures, and you find yourself with naught but a pile of provisions and gear, unable to ignite even a modest flame, the cessation of your campfire could spell doom. Once these trees are felled, timber will only grow increasingly precious. The mere thought of such a scenario sends a chill through Jiang Li. The rhythm of events is all too apparent. Jiang Li pointed at the user ID labeled Financial Master, exclaiming, "Look at this individual. It is evident he is a secondary account of the Golden Rose Trading Guild." Deliberately sowing panic and greed within the channel, the King of Tarts leaned in, equally incensed, stating, "This is utterly malicious. Is this not a ploy to deceive everyone into relinquishing their life-sustaining resources? In the short term, it may seem harmless, but should the timber yield diminish, we will encounter serious problems. Moreover, the woods near my camp have been nearly depleted. The next grove is quite distant, Jiang Li remarked, in the face of immense profit. Individuals often overlook latent risks. The allure of doubling one's fortune is sufficient to cloud many minds. This was not confined merely to the regional channel. Jiang Li opened the chat of the District 8 retirement home, a small group of over 100, comprised of the surviving elite from the initial merger. Typically, they supported one another, maintaining a rational atmosphere. However, today, even within this group, a palpable restlessness loomed. Passerby, wow, I couldn't resist either, sold half my stock. Swapped for numerous blueprints, feeling quite the profit. Snowy lone wolf, I also let go of a bit. They were offering so much. If I didn't sell, I'd feel I lost a fortune, unnoticed. But if we sell all our wood, what shall we burn tonight? Little flying mustache, just keep a little for yourself. We can always chop trees tomorrow. This snowy expanse may lack variety, but there are plenty of dead woods. With a bit of diligence, harvesting a few hundred units in a day is no trouble. The majority in the group clung to the notion that they could chop tomorrow. They perceived timber as a vital yet easily obtainable resource. As long as one possessed strength, it lay abundant. Thus, capitalizing on the inflated prices to convert into more valuable blueprints and gear seemed a prudent course. Only a handful maintained their clarity. Ñoño, everyone, exercise caution. Timber is not merely fuel, it is also vital for repairing shelters. Should, and I emphasize should, the forests outside diminish or monsters proliferate, rendering tree felling impossible, lacking a stockpile could be perilous. Let us remain rational and prepare adequately. There is no room for error in the snowy expanse. One misstep could lead to death. Though Ñoño's words were wise, they were swiftly drowned out by a chorus of exuberant declarations of profit. Passerby, Ñoño, you are just too cautious. Timber is simple to chop. Passerby B, alas. It's a pity I didn't unearth much coal from the treasure chests. Now coal prices have skyrocketed, nearly reaching 25 times their original exchange rate with those gears. Flying little mustache. Haha, I was fortunate. I retained quite a bit of coal. I'll see if I can find a higher rate. The allure is too tempting. Observing the chatter in the group, Jiang Li let out a soft sigh. This is the essence of human nature. The Golden Rose Chamber's tactic of slowly boiling the frog is indeed masterful. They do not need to coerce anyone. They simply inflate the prices. And greed naturally compels players to shed their life jackets in exchange for gold. Sister Bao, should we mention this in the group? Egg Tart King expressed some concern. The relationships among everyone are generally amicable, and it would be quite unfortunate if someone were to be deceived. Jiang Li pondered for a moment. She cannot save everyone. She can only save those who wish to survive. Moreover, if she were to jump in now and warn everyone against selling, claiming it to be a conspiracy, those who are currently engrossed might perceive her as an obstacle to their fortunes. Yet, the veterans of Zone 8 have indeed shared both hardships and joys. A reminder is in order, but it should be subtly conveyed. Alright, under Jiang Li's guidance, Egg Tart sent a message in the group. Egg Tart King, it's wonderful that everyone is making money, but in such extreme weather conditions on the snowfield, the environment changes rapidly. Egg Tart King, it's best to keep at least a few weeks worth of fuel in reserve. Sell only the surplus. If a blizzard strikes and you can't step outside, having plenty of blueprints will be of no use if you can't start a fire. The recent sharp price increases surely indicate some underlying schemes. Everyone should also pay attention to the production methods of fuel-related supplies and leave some options open. Egg Tart usually maintains a persona as an amiable leader in the group, and everyone respects her. Anonymous, Sister Egg Tart is right. I also feel a bit uneasy. It's better to keep some reserves. Snowfield Lone Wolf. That makes sense. I want to sell everything. I'll keep some in reserve. Passerby, huh? Don't worry, Egg Tart. We are aware of the situation. However, this market is just too enticing. I can't sleep at night if I don't profit from it. Seeing the atmosphere in the group calm down a little, Jiang Li nodded. That is all that can be said. Those who can heed the warning will naturally survive. For those who cannot, Jiang Li gazed out at the pitch-black night sky. In that endless darkness, the wind and snow seemed to be even more ferocious than during the day. Chapter 107. A chance encounter with the guild declaration of war in the early morning at the camp. Nico, we have a heavy task today. While helping Nico adjust the red scarf around her neck, Jiang Li, like an unscrupulous capitalist, painted a grand vision. The day before yesterday, we sold a large batch of coal. Although we exchanged it for many valuable items, our warehouse has significantly emptied. To ensure we have soda and chips every day in the future, we must work hard to replenish our stock. Okay, Nico transformed into a massive brown bear. Despite her imposing size, the clear, naive look in her eyes revealed her true nature as Nico. Remember to bring back the excess coal that Joseph and the others mined. Jiang Li shook a jar of honey she had previously acquired in a dungeon and tucked it into Nico's small bag, which was already filled with a bountiful lunchbox. Watching the energetic Nico scamper toward the open coal mine, Jiang Li nodded in satisfaction. The Joseph trio had been industriously toiling in the fields, while the little treemen reinforced the greenhouse framework within the camp. Given the expansive space of Jiang Li's current encampment, she had thoughtfully designated several areas for the cultivation of various plants, including the recently acquired white birch saplings, which she had planted in suitable locations around the camp. Everything at home was progressing in an orderly manner. Jiang Li checked her equipment. A yellow windbreaker with strength 4, constitution 6, and agility 2, the red martial god ring. Purple in hue, boasting strength 8, constitution 2, and agility 1. With the addition of these two pieces of gear, her attributes had experienced a significant enhancement. Level 18 620 1000. Strength 3 2, 2, 2 3, 4 3 3 4 8 6 1 Agility 2 1 3, 1 2 3 4 3 2 1 4 0 Constitution 2 1 4 3 1 2 3 4 3 6 2 4 9. However, with the conclusion of the dungeon, the drop rate of the Snowfield treasure chest had notably increased. Observing the channel, it was evident that many players were gradually acquiring blue equipment. To maintain her advantage, Jiangli knew she could not afford to be complacent. Departing the camp, she donned her refined snowboard and sped down the snow slope on the right side of the camp. This direction led to the previously discovered, seemingly bottomless canyon, as well as the level 4 shelter neighboring it. Jiangli intended to explore this area today while keeping an eye on the movements of the opposing party. Just as she approached the canyon's edge, a cacophony of sounds carried by the wind halted her in her tracks. Boom. Fire the arrows. Don't let them near the walls. Charge. Break down the door. The supplies inside are ours. The shouts of humans, interspersed with the muffled sounds of explosions, resonated harshly across the desolate snowfield. Are they fighting? Jiang Li's eyes narrowed as she swiftly stowed her snowboard, crouched low, and stealthily crept behind a massive rock at the canyon's edge, using the snow mounds as cover. She retrieved her snow binoculars, adjusted the focus, and peered across the expanse. Upon closer inspection, her brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing into an expression of curiosity. What a grand spectacle. The camp on the opposite side of the canyon was currently the epicenter of a fierce battle. The camp was substantial, with a mixed stone and wood wall manned by several individuals, approximately 5 or 6, a relatively uncommon sight in the snowfields. They wielded an assortment of bows and handmade spears, desperately shooting downward. Outside the camp, the attackers numbered even greater, at least a dozen, clad in matching dark red armbands. Some even donned standard leather armor. The Werewolf Guild? Jiang Li recognized their emblem, having seen it before in the Warcraft Forest dungeon. The defenders must be the owners of this camp. Jiang Li shifted her binoculars towards the main building of the camp, where a flag adorned with peculiar symbols fluttered, alongside several large characters reading, Wilderness Free Alliance. The Free Alliance? I haven't heard much about them. They must be a relatively low-profile guild. Thus, this camp likely belongs to the guild's higher-ups, Jiang Li mused thoughtfully. The guild may not appear formidable, yet the defensive structures of this camp are impressively constructed, successfully repelling several assaults from the Werewolf Guild. However, Jiang Li's attention was swiftly drawn to several intriguing objects at the outskirts of the battlefield. Behind the group of Werewolf members, 2 wild-looking black vehicles were stationed. With tracks, skis, a streamlined body, and exhaust pipes belching black smoke, they were snowmobiles. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. In an era where travel relies on 2 legs and skis, snowmobiles are exceedingly practical. Possessing such a device would significantly enhance efficiency in traversing the terrain, transporting goods, or pursuing enemies. It is no wonder that the Werewolf Guild could traverse such a distance to attack this location. They evidently have mechanized units at their disposal. Jiang Li had been puzzled. The teleportation circle for self-selected destinations differs from that of the guild and consumes a substantial amount of magical energy. Using it to assault another guild at this stage seems a bit impractical. The battle was intense. Although the Werewolf Guild was numerous and had these 2 snowmobiles for transportation, the opposing side was fortified by high walls and advantageous terrain, making it difficult to breach. However, prolonged defense inevitably leads to failure. Jiang Li observed keenly that the members of the Werewolf Guild were employing various ranged tactics to assault the camp's walls. The 4th-tier camp lacked a protective shield, and the arrows from the Werewolf Guild appeared to be inexhaustible. Should the camp fall, given the nature of the Werewolf Guild, this neighboring settlement would likely face complete annihilation. Sighing, Jiang Li reflected that even though she did not know the vice president of this loose alliance, allowing the Werewolf Guild to establish a foothold at her doorstep was absolutely unacceptable. The camp was merely 3 kilometers away in a straight line from her Dawn Fortress. If the Werewolf Guild were to seize control of that location, even with the canyon separating them, Jiang Li would be unable to sleep without keeping one eye open. Moreover, it seemed that the Werewolf Guild's camp was not too far from her own. Assistance was imperative. Rising to her feet, Jiang Li surveyed the vast chasm before her, measuring 20 meters wide and unfathomably deep. This presented her greatest obstacle. Without Xiao Hui, even if he were present, his current size could not carry her across. Her skis were insufficient for such a distance. Searching through her backpack, she found no professional tools such as grappling hook launchers. She would have to resort to a more rudimentary method. She retrieved 6 iron spears from her pack, crafted earlier. Though lacking special attributes, they were sturdy. Jiang Li took several bundles of rope, securely fastening one into the spear's tail and tying the other into herself. She hefted the spear in her hand. This solid iron spear, weighing over 10 kilograms, felt as light as a chopstick in her grasp. Taking a deep breath, she stepped back, engaging her core, her arm muscles tensing instantaneously. Whoosh! The moment the spear left her hand, it produced a piercing sonic boom. It transformed into a streak of black lightning, spanning the chasm of several meters, and struck forcefully into the ice cliff on the opposite side. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. Through the telescope, one could see that the spear had plunged deeply into the ice, leaving only its tail exposed. Steady now. Jiang Li repeated the process, casting 2 more spears to form a triangular anchor point. Testing the tension, she pulled on the rope, which tightened, creating a rudimentary safety apparatus. However, after glancing at the rope and then at the distance across, an inexplicable thought crossed Jiang Li's mind. Perhaps she could leap across directly. It was a reckless notion. A standing long jump of several meters? That was the realm of superheroes. Yet, Jiang Li, in her current state, was not far removed from such extraordinary capabilities. With agility rated at 40 and strength at 61, coupled with the speed enhancements from her gear, her explosive potential had already surpassed human limits. Her typically exaggerated agility instilled her with immense confidence. To be prudent, she decided to prepare a secondary safety measure. After inspecting the rope secured to her waist, she stepped back a considerable distance. Then, she began to accelerate, her legs propelling her forward. Just as she was about to leap, she invoked her professional skill, charge. Though no adversary lay before her, the surge of speed was tangible. She soared through the air, her form tracing a parabolic arc. The wind howled in her ears, and the abyss yawned below her. This sensation of flight sent her adrenaline soaring. 10 meters, 15 meters, 16 meters, gravity began to assert its pull, and the sensation of descent enveloped her. Ultimately, she fell short by 2 meters, but that was sufficient. As she began to plummet, after 3 or 4 meters, she finally collided with the ice wall. Simultaneously, she swung her dual axes with force. Crack! The razor-sharp axes penetrated the hard ice, as if it were mere tofu, embedding deeply until their handles were buried. The immense inertia caused her body to sway, yet she secured her position. Breathing heavily, Zhongli glanced down at the unfathomable darkness below, but fear did not grip her. It seemed she had overestimated her own capabilities. A faint smile crossed her lips, yet she felt a thrill in the danger. The safety rope around her waist remained slack, dangling behind her, temporarily unused. Even if she had failed to secure the ice with her axes, the rope would still catch her, allowing for another ascent. Utilizing her arms, she climbed with the agility of a nimble gecko, swiftly reaching the cliff's summit with ease. Upon reaching the top, Zhongli did not rush to reveal herself. Instead, she removed the safety rope from her waist and, employing the same method, threw 3 more spears tied with ropes to secure her return path. This way, should any unforeseen incident occur, she would have an escape route. Once all was accomplished, she dusted off her hands and gazed towards the camp. Before her lay a stony expanse, more than 200 meters from the camp, positioned perfectly at the battlefield's flank. Let me see how this battle has unfolded. A closer observation revealed the situation to be even more dire. The Werewolf Guild had evidently come prepared this time. In addition to the 2 snowmobiles, they erected a sturdy line of wooden shields at the front, effectively blocking the arrows shot from the camp. A burly man clad in dark red armor stood beside the snowmobiles, wielding a massive 2-handed hammer. Bellowing commands, the vice president has decreed that once we breach the camp and acquire what we need, a bountiful reward of contribution points awaits. The treasures in the guild's warehouse are yours for the taking. That rogue known as North Wind from the Wandering Alliance. I shall personally shatter his bones. Upon hearing this, the members of the Werewolf Guild surged with fervor, pushing a colossal log as they relentlessly battered the camp's gates. Thud, thud, thud. Each impact sent a mournful groan from the wooden door, the supporting pillars behind it quaking under the strain. On the camp's wall, the commander of the Wandering Alliance, presumably the North Wind mentioned by the burly man, gripped a bow, anxiously loosing arrows. Hold the line. We must endure until nightfall. Once the undead emerge, they will have to retreat. North Wind shouted, pouring the last of the boiling oil down. Splash! A cauldron of scalding oil cascaded over the wall. Ack! Several werewolf members shrieked in agony, clutching their faces as they rolled in the snow, hastily retreating to cover to heal. You asked for it. The burly man fumed, rallying his comrades behind the cover to unleash magical attacks. A robed man raised his staff, channeling energy before unleashing a fireball that struck the camp's wall. It was evident that the wall was well supported. Even as the blow struck, it did not easily collapse. Continuing to withstand the assault, Zhongli gazed at the 2 snowmobiles, her eyes gleaming with realization. Previously, she had been curious as to why the Werewolf Guild would declare war on a level 4 camp. Attacking via a teleportation array would have been a disadvantage, given the magical energy costs associated with designated destinations, which differed from the guild's directional teleportation arrays. This revelation about the snowmobiles indicated one crucial point. The Werewolf Guild was likely closer than anticipated. Zhongli stealthily moved into range, aiming at the head of the mage. From her position behind cover, they were utterly unprepared for an attack from behind. Her arrows found their mark, striking the back of his head, instantly incapacitating him as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The battlefield was in a state of flux. With the mage's sudden demise, the Werewolf Guild's offensive momentarily faltered. Where did those arrows come from? This is impossible. What kind of damage is this? A few arrows nearly took him out. Quick, someone help him. Don't let him die. The members of the Werewolf Guild frantically sought cover, their once cohesive siege formation disintegrating in chaos. Meanwhile, Jiang Li, concealed behind a pile of rubble, offered them no respite. Click. The armor-piercing crossbow was reloaded once more, aimed at a target on the left. Whoosh. A crossbow bolt pierced the man's thigh with precision, pinning him to the snow-covered ground. He collapsed with a pained cry, his torch extinguished as it fell into the snow. Whoosh. Another arrow was loosed, striking through his shoulder. Jiang Li did not strive for headshots. At this distance, such accuracy was challenging. Her strategy was to incapacitate, by injuring the legs or arms. Not only could she diminish the opponent's combat effectiveness, but she could also exploit the wounded to hinder the other's movements. Ah, my leg. Help me. Forget the motorcycle. Find that sniper first. The members of the Werewolf Guild were thrown into disarray, their confusion exploited by those within the camp who launched a counterattack. The Werewolf members were oblivious to the source of the assault, feeling only the gaze of death itself upon them. On the camp's wall, Bei Feng observed the sudden chaos below, momentarily stunned before being overtaken by joy. Someone is aiding us. It's that sniper. She is marking her targets. Bei Feng, being astute, seized this rare opportunity. Everyone, Don't cower. Suppress their fire. Under the combined pressure of the internal and external assault, the Werewolf Guild's offensive was utterly dismantled, forcing them to seek refuge behind their makeshift cover, unable to mount an effective counteroffensive. Jiang Li, too, was in no hurry to advance. This was not her battle, and taking risks was unnecessary. She remained hidden in the snow, occasionally taking shots to whittle down the enemy's remaining strength. As the tide turned, only 7 or 8 of the Werewolf members retained their combat capability. Let us leave these scoundrels behind. Kill. Having long endured oppression, the camp's inhabitants seized the opportunity for retaliation, their spirits ignited. The gates of the camp swung open with a resounding crash. Though they numbered only 6 or 7, and their equipment varied in quality, their morale soared. Charge. Avenge Old Li. Annihilate these bandits. Bei Feng led the charge, wielding a two-handed sword that, though somewhat dulled, remained sharp. As he roared toward a Werewolf member attempting to retrieve their captain's weapon, the ensuing battle was fierce. However, the Werewolf Guild, leaderless and stricken with fear from Jiang Li's cold arrows, quickly crumbled under the assault from both flanks. Don't kill me. I surrender. The supplies are in the bag. One man knelt, pleading for mercy. Yet in this cruel expanse of snow, especially following a life-and-death struggle, pleas for mercy held no weight. With a furious glare, Bei Feng dispatched the supplicant with a swift stroke of his sword. Why didn't you think of surrendering when you were encircling us? 10 minutes later, the battlefield fell into a profound silence. Scattered across the snow lay a dozen corpses, their blood staining the white landscape, quickly congealing into crimson ice crystals in the frigid air. Panting heavily, Bei Feng leaned on his sword, his breath coming in gasps. His leather armor bore several gashes, and his face was marked, yet his eyes shone with an unusual brightness. The remaining members of the scattered alliance stood trembling, some still reeling from the brutal reality of the slaughter, and a few even wretched nearby. The death in the snowy expanse was starkly real. There are no resurrection points. No second chances. Once dead, one is truly dead. Stop dawdling. First, gather your belongings. The North Wind admonished, then turned, casting his gaze towards the pile of jagged stones where Jiang Li was concealed. My friend, thank you for your timely assistance. North Wind called out. If you would not mind, might we converse? The Alliance of Free Spirits would surely offer a generous reward. Behind the rubble, Jiang Li observed the wounded survivors. Recognizing that they posed no threat to her, she brushed the snow off her clothes, stowed her crossbow, and brandished her twin axes of the shattering wind as she emerged. However, North Wind, upon noticing her composed demeanor, felt a pang of unease. He feared that Jiang Li might turn against them. With their teleportation crystals depleted and still in a state of war, should a confrontation ensue, there would be no reinforcements. Jiang Li remained silent, descending the snow slope with resolute purpose, traversing the battlefield with unwavering intent. The members of the Free Spirits instinctively parted to grant her passage, refraining from uttering a word. Her objective was unmistakable. She disregarded the loot scattered among the corpses and advanced directly toward the 2 massive vehicles nestled in the snow. Heavy snowmobile. Jiang Li approached one, her hand gliding over its cold metallic surface. Vehicle, snowmobile, durability, 85,100. Maximum speed, 80 kilometers h. Fuel consumption, moderate, requires gasoline or diesel. Current fuel, 34. Description, a miraculous vehicle for traversing the tundra. As long as there is fuel, none can pursue you. Such a fine treasure, Jiang Li mused, a smile gracing her lips. She bent down and swiftly removed the key lodged in the handlebars. With a swift motion, the massive snowmobile transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing into Jiang Li's system backpack. Initially, she had worried that its size would hinder her from navigating the glacial crevasses on her return. But it seemed the system occasionally exhibited a degree of intelligence. As long as the original owner was deceased and the key or control was obtained, it could be stored. Unceremoniously, she proceeded to the other snowmobile and repeated the process. With both snowmobiles secured, her exhilaration knew no bounds. Observing Jiang Li claimed the largest spoils without hesitation. The expressions of several nearby free spirits shifted, some appearing ready to voice their discontent, but were silenced by a fierce glare from North Wind. Stepping forward with a smile, North Wind said, Of course. Had it not been for your intervention today, our camp would have been lost. Please, take whatever you need. After collecting the vehicles, Jiang Li finally took the time to appraise her neighbors. Are you members of the Free Spirits Alliance? She inquired. Indeed, I am North Wind, the vice leader, he replied, gesturing to himself and then indicating the camp behind him. This camp is mine and serves as our guild's branch in this region. We usually maintain a low profile, primarily banding together for warmth. Oh, Jiang Li responded with a hint of amusement. Then why has the Wolfpack Guild been so relentless in attacking you? Even going so far as to travel from afar on snowmobiles. North Wind's eyes flickered, revealing a moment of hesitation. They are merely here to seize our resources. A young lad beside them could not help but interject. This group of dogs, they know we unearthed. Silence. Xiaolu. Bei Feng suddenly turned around, his voice sharp and commanding. The young man named Xiaolu was taken aback and quickly covered his mouth, though his gaze involuntarily drifted towards the direction of the camp's warehouse. Jiang Li understood immediately. Indeed, no one rises early without a motive. The Werewolf Guild, a band of brigands, would not expend such significant resources to besiege a city without credible intelligence of valuable treasures. However, Jiang Li refrained from probing further. Since it was something they had strived to excavate, she had no interest in claiming it as long as it did not involve her. Furthermore, her own gains were already quite abundant. Jiang Li waved her hand. All right, I'm merely passing through, lending a hand. With that, she began to rummage through the boxes of corpses scattered in the snow. This one is mine. This one too. She selected various items as she pleased. Though Beifeng felt a twinge of regret, he could only manage a forced smile. Of course, of course. Please, take your time. Jiang Li's luck proved fortuitous. Within a bag that appeared to belong to a mage of the Werewolf Guild, she discovered a crystal radiating a gentle green light. Life crystal, perfect. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled. She now had all the materials required for crafting the Cloak of Life, epic. This would mark the acquisition of her third piece of purple gear. With delight, she stowed the crystal in her backpack. In addition to this, she scavenged some, refined arrowheads, crossbow bolts, and other useful items. Once she concluded her search, Jiang Li glanced at Beifeng and the others who stood nearby. That friend, Beifeng rubbed his hands together, tentatively inquiring, I see you possess remarkable skills. May I ask where you reside? If it's convenient, could we possibly add each other as friends? In case the Werewolf Guild returns. Oh. He seeks to latch onto someone powerful. Jiang Li shook her head. No need. I prefer to wander alone. As for her residence, she pointed towards the Great Rift. I dwell just beyond the canyon. Today was merely a coincidence. In the future, be more cautious and refrain from carelessly revealing your coordinates. Upon hearing that Jiang Li lived across the canyon, Beifeng was taken aback. The terrain there was elevated, and they occasionally spotted smoke rising from that direction. Previously, they had assumed it was a small survivor, but little did they know a formidable figure resided there. Being neighbors, it was all the more imperative to cultivate a good relationship. Beifeng hastily retrieved a package from his pocket. Friend, you have saved us. Please, take a look at what you might need. We are more than willing to share if we possess it. He was surprisingly considerate, his demeanor almost incredulous. However, Jiang Li did not expect them to have anything of great value, and she felt it would be awkward to outright ask. Thus, she casually inquired if they had any seeds. Such supplies were indeed something she lacked. The group exchanged whispers before finally presenting her with a package. Upon receiving it, Jiang Li examined its contents. Mixed vegetable seed pack, common. Contained seeds for cold-resistant crops such as lettuce, bok choy, and carrots. Although not particularly rare, it was still a generous gift. Thank you. Jiang Li did not hesitate to accept the offer, as her household was in need of some leafy greens. After expressing her gratitude, she turned on her heel and departed without a moment's delay. Beifeng and the others watched the figure, burdened with dual axes, vanish behind the pile of rocks, and only then did they exhale deeply, relieved. The vice leader is exceedingly formidable, Xiao Lu remarked, still shaken. Those few arrows felled that mage. And she also dispatched the squad leader. What an impressive display of power. Surely her attack must exceed level 20. Beifeng's expression grew grave. Level 20 is indeed terrifying. Thankfully, she harbored no ill will towards us. Casting a glance at the desolate snowy expanse, he felt a pang of regret for the snowmobiles. But nothing compared to the value of one's life. Quickly, clear the battlefield. Repair the gate. Beifeng commanded loudly. The Werewolves had just lost a captain and 2 vehicles, and they would not take this lightly. Everyone, help me rebuild the camp. We must delay the Guild's declaration of war. Chapter 109. Reinforcing the camp, Jiang Li returned to the crevice and leapt back in the same manner, leaving behind a few bewildered individuals. Vice President, earlier you mentioned a wide crevice over there. Did she just jump down? Could she possibly reside below? One person asked, clutching a wound on their arm in confusion. Yet Beifeng himself was equally perplexed. Jumping directly down? Was she out of her mind? There certainly was a large crevice. But how could she live beneath it? Hadn't she previously stated that her camp was on the opposite side? Before long, they witnessed a figure scaling the cliffside and emerging on the other side. Jiang Li, having reached the opposing cliff, remained oblivious to the discussions behind her. She glanced back at the spears and ropes on either side. Best to leave them for now. As it stands, few could traverse the chasm in such a manner, and she might need to cross again in the future. The snowstorm began to swirl once more, yet Jiang Li's spirits soared. She produced a key, and with a thought, a snowmobile materialized before her. Back on Blue Star, her motorcycle skills were average, but thankfully, the snowmobile was less complex and did not require additional balance. After a few laps on the snowfield, she grasped the essentials and set off towards home, mindful that she had only found a single crate of gasoline among the spoils, which was insufficient for reckless use. She could not afford to roam aimlessly. Riding her newly acquired snowmobile, she sped back without a moment's pause, arriving at the open coal mine in no time. Master, you've returned, Joseph exclaimed, emerging from the depths of the mine with 2 others, pushing a small cart filled with coal, their faces smeared with dark soot, yet brimming with energy. Spotting the snowmobile nearby, their curiosity was evident. Yet they refrained from asking too many questions. Sensing their inquisitiveness, Jiang Li decided to explain in a manner they could somewhat comprehend. This is a snowmobile, akin to a carriage that consumes special feed, capable of racing swiftly across the snow. Joseph and his companions nodded thoughtfully, while Jiang Li continued to inquire about their gains. Thanks to your assistance, along with the excellent tools you provided last night, Lady Nico and I managed to excavate 3 carts of coal today, Joseph proclaimed proudly. Patting his chest, Jiang Li looked up, estimating that there were roughly 400 units. Not bad, she acknowledged with a nod. Glancing at her energy bar, she noted that more than half remained. With the various equipment bonuses, her daily activities consumed little energy. Since I'm here, I might as well lend a hand. Jiang Li retrieved her pickaxe and ventured deeper into the mine. Bang, bang, bang. The echoes of her vigorous mining sent shivers down one's spine. An hour later, with the last massive chunk of smokeless coal falling, she received the notification. Acquired. Premium smokeless coal X 150. Wiping the slight perspiration from her forehead, Jiang Li felt her nearly depleted energy bar and reveled in the sense of satisfaction. Together with Joseph and his team's yield, today's coal increase had surpassed 600 units. This steady income ensured that Jiangli would not lack resources, allowing her to exchange them for various necessities. Once she had collected all the coal and finished her tasks, Jiangli proceeded to the tool room. Opening the construction page, the long-hidden, life cloak, epic, crafting blueprint, finally illuminated. The last necessary material, life crystal, had been found today in the unfortunate fellow from the War Wolf Guild's pack. Craft. Jiangli pressed the button without hesitation. Suddenly, a brilliant purple light erupted from the workbench. The precious materials appeared to melt, intertwining in the air, and the entire production line began to flow. Thanks to the 2 wind turbines currently installed, the crafting speed exceeded Jiangli's expectations. Ultimately, the materials coalesced into a deep green cloak radiating a faint glow. Congratulations. Acquired. Life cloak. Epic. Jiangli quickly picked it up to examine its attributes. Equipment. Life cloak. Quality. Epic. Purple. Attribute bonus. Constitution 12. Agility 2. Special effect 1. Lifelong vitality. Passive in a resting state within the snowfield. Health signs will slowly recover, and wounds will heal more rapidly. Restores health every minute in dungeons. Special effect 2. Life shield. Effective in dungeons while in a state of vitality. Generates a shield equivalent to 30 of health. Cooldown. 1 hour after shield is broken. These attributes. Constitution 12. This meant her constitution had reached 491,261, nearly tenfold from the beginning. A quantifiable comparison revealed that wounds which once took 10 days to heal now required just 1 day. And this enhancement was comprehensive, elevating her overall physical quality. Coupled with the lifelong vitality, passive healing, and the altar buff, as long as she wasn't mortally wounded, resting in the camp for 2 days would restore her to full condition. The active shield, effective in dungeons, was truly a life-saving skill. She no longer feared ambushes. Jiangli gleefully donned the cloak. The soft texture, along with the continuous influx of vitality coursing through her body, enveloped her in a sensation akin to luxuriating in a hot spring. Fortunately, the equipment interface featured a function allowing the selective concealment of items rated purple and above. Even though these items retained their attributes when worn, they could be hidden, preventing an odd appearance with both armor and a cloak draped over it. Having completed her equipment upgrades, Jiangli remained diligent. The presence of the War Wolf Guild on the opposite side of the canyon indicated that their main force could not be far away, although separated by a chasm. Caution is the mother of safety. She swiftly crafted a storage box, and, alongside a collection of refined iron bows, iron spears, and several bundles of refined arrows she had scavenged earlier, placed them within. Jiangli took the weapon storage box with her, and summoned the Treant to accompany her to the mine. "Milady, what brings you here?" the Treant exclaimed. Jiangli promptly retrieved a box from her backpack and gestured towards it, indicating its contents. "Distribute these weapons among yourselves." Joseph, gazing at the array of sharp implements, felt a twinge of unease. "Does this mean we are preparing for battle?" Jiangli responded with gravity. "Things have been unsettled lately. I fear that unusual individuals may launch an assault here, so I am providing you with weapons for self-defense. Furthermore," she pointed to the Treant beside her, "I will leave some materials here. Work with the Treant to reinforce the outer walls. And it would be prudent to set up a few traps or watchtowers at the entrance." Although the Treant was not loquacious, its execution was impeccable, as it immediately gestured to Joseph with its short legs. "Go. Remember, if you encounter anyone with a red armband, do not engage directly. First, report to me through the monitoring systems in the mine. Self-preservation is paramount." "Understood," Joseph replied solemnly, bowing before departing with the weapons and the Treant, exuding confidence. Once the outer defenses were arranged, Jiangli opened the system chat interface. "Spicy chicken burger, pineapple beer, egg tart king, are you all there?" "Egg tart king here." "Here, just finished baking a batch of cookies. About to send some to Nico." "Pineapple beer, just cleared a small relic and am on my way back." "What is up? Is there a situation?" Jiangli gathered her thoughts. "Spicy chicken burger, I encountered members of the War Wolf Guild on the opposite side of the canyon. They are attacking the camp of the Icefield Free Alliance. Although I thwarted their plans, I suspect their main base is not far from here." Spicy chicken burger, therefore, I wanted to inform you to refrain from venturing too far recently. I may require your assistance, and I wouldn't want you to be away from the teleportation point." "Egg tart king what? The War Wolf Guild? The notorious band of marauders?" "No worries, I haven't gone far lately. Just call for me if you need help, Sister Burger. I'm currently level 14 and my stats are quite commendable. Last time in the dungeon, I made them retreat in disarray, and I can do it again." Pineapple beer remained remarkably composed, even exhibiting a hint of excitement. "Pineapple beer, I shall refrain from venturing out for exploration. I am approximately half a day's journey from the camp. It would be prudent to return now." Spicy chicken leg burger, very well, we shall discuss upon your return. Do take care." Ending the call, Jiangli glanced at the time, 4:30 in the afternoon. With daylight still at her disposal, she resolved to enhance the camp's defenses further and promptly immersed herself in the tool shed. After a span of several minutes, Jiangli emerged once more into the snowy expanse outside the main gate, a crucial thoroughfare for entering the camp. Construction, caltraps, superior. Consumption, wood X20. Iron nails X10. With a wave of her hand, a series of sharp wooden caltraps materialized, arranged in a triangular formation within a 50-meter radius before the gate. These caltraps, reinforced by the system, were not only immensely sturdy but also bore special effects on their spikes, thereby creating a natural buffer zone. Should any adversary attempt to breach the gate, they would first need to clear these obstacles, granting ample time for the crossbow towers and Zhongli to unleash their firepower. Having completed the defensive structures, Zhongli turned her attention to the unutilized patch of land within the walls. Coincidentally, the north wind had delivered a package of vegetable seeds. Today, Zhongli retrieved the seeds, lettuce, bok choy, and carrots. Although these vegetables were commonplace, they were indeed a rarity in the snowy expanse. Thus, with Nico's assistance, she cultivated a few small plots for planting near the kitchen of the main building. Turning the soil, sowing the seeds, and channeling the melted snow from the altar, Zhongli felt a wave of satisfaction as she watched the seeds nestled into the warm earth. Once these vegetables sprouted, they would be perfect for a hot pot feast. After completing all these tasks, Zhongli finally felt a sense of fatigue wash over her. She returned to the main house, collapsed onto the sofa, and sipped the warm milk that Nico handed her. Opening the regional channel, she prepared to catch up on the day's happenings in the world. Chapter 110. Energy crash. As soon as she opened it, several high-definition images dominated the pinned messages. Bloodwolf of the Werewolf Guild, President to all members and survivors across the server. Some audacious little mice believe that banding together allows them to challenge the majesty of the werewolf. This is their impending doom. The accompanying image was strikingly impactful. In the background stood the camp of the Icefield Freelancers Alliance, located across the canyon. The angle of the photograph was evidently meticulously chosen, showcasing a dozen members clad in dark red battle robes lined up outside the camp. Two snowmobiles, imposing in their presence, stood at the forefront while the burly captain brandished a giant hammer, poised to strike at the camp's entrance. One could hardly deny the sense of intimidation conveyed by this photograph. To an uninformed observer, it would undoubtedly appear as though the Werewolf Guild was laying siege, with the opposing faction trembling in fear, on the verge of annihilation. Werewolf Guild Fan 1. The president is magnificent. These trash from the Freelancers Alliance dare to compete with us for resources, utterly oblivious to their fate. Onlooker. Whoa, what is that black vehicle? Is it a mode of transport? It's incredibly stylish. Werewolf Guild Public Relations Officer. That is our guild's secret weapon, the heavy snowmobile. It reaches speeds of 80 miles per hour. Want to escape? In this snowy expanse, none can escape the relentless pursuit of the werewolves. It is a decree that those who are far must surely be punished. Zhongli gazed at the photographs of several snowmobiles, then turned to glance outside his window. In the camp, two identical behemoths stood quietly, while a small tree creature diligently wiped the snowflakes from their surfaces, preparing to construct a connected garage beside the tool shed. Initially amused by the news from the Werewolves Guild, Zhongli found humor in the fact that despite their members being decimated and their vehicles now in his possession, they still had the audacity to boast. However, upon reflection, Zhongli comprehended the underlying tactics. This was a battle of public perception. The Werewolves Guild had disseminated information about this operation on the regional channel, driven by both ulterior motives and a desire to establish dominance. The photographs had already been shared, even if their team went silent now, as long as the Solo Alliance remained in the shadows. They had to maintain the facade that all was as usual. Should everyone learn that they had mobilized against a small camp of merely 5 or 6 individuals, only to be countered effectively and have their most valuable vehicles seized, how could the Werewolves Guild ever recover their reputation? Could they still recruit members? Therefore, they had to perform. Even if they suffered injuries, they had to swallow their pride and present a facade of strength, as if they were still engaged in battle while the opposition merely resisted stubbornly. Such psychological fortitude was wasted if not employed in the performing arts. Truth Seeker, if you're so powerful, have you captured it yet? Why has no one posted a photograph of the conquered site? It seems the Solo Alliance hasn't made a peep either. What is going on? Werewolves Fury. What else could it be, haha? Our guild leader is showing mercy. We've given them an ultimatum to surrender their supplies. If they refuse to yield, we'll obliterate them along with their camp. A bystander. But I heard it was a fierce battle there yesterday. Can anyone in the know provide some insight? The members of the Werewolves Guild swiftly engaged in damage control, issuing threats and intimidation to suppress dissenting voices. Meanwhile, the other party involved, the Solo Alliance, exhibited a response that was particularly intriguing. Zhongli took the initiative to search for the vice leader, known as North Wind, and a few of the subordinates he had encountered yesterday. All were silent. There were no rebuttals, no mockery aimed at the Werewolves' embarrassment, not even a distress signal. The entire guild seemed as if they had collectively lost their internet connection. This left the onlookers in the channel bewildered, leading them to speculate that the Solo Alliance had indeed suffered a crushing blow. However, the most perplexed were undoubtedly the members of the Werewolves Guild. Werewolf Blade. Don't we yet understand what transpired over there? I gave them 2 of the Guild S3 vehicles. Surely they can't be unable to conquer a guild that lucked into existence? Werewolf Armor. I'm not sure, Vice Leader. Initially, it seemed that Dolly sent a message indicating it was a bit tricky and that there might be a delay, but since then, we haven't heard from them. Logically, they shouldn't be incapable of taking it. More than 10 members went, and that guild isn't particularly strong. Besides, they can't establish many teleportation arrays, at most. 6 or 7 individuals could defend the camp. In the midst of the unfolding drama, the situation grew increasingly enigmatic as the avatars of both factions turned black. Have they perished? Surely, that cannot be the case. Perhaps they ventured into a special dungeon? Pondered Zhanlong Guangdao, noting the silence from the Sanren Alliance. Have they met the same fate? Why are they no longer speaking? With both sides remaining inactive, the atmosphere thickened with uncertainty. Very well. I shall report to the president and ascertain our next steps. We must acquire the schematics for the oil extraction device, if necessary. We may have to dispatch a large contingent to investigate, he declared. The propaganda team should follow closely, ensuring that we manage public sentiment effectively and attract more individuals. In such times, discretion equates to safety. Allowing the Zhanlong Guild to take center stage while quietly amassing wealth is the true path to success. If they wish to engage in conflict, then I shall remain a mere bystander, content to observe. Jiang Li closed the page related to Zhanlong. After all, those two motorcycles now bore the Jiang surname, and none could claim them. Beyond this somewhat farcical guild war, another silent struggle unfolded within the regional channel, the plummeting prices of resources. Just yesterday, a fervor for lumber gripped the masses, with prices soaring to astronomical heights. Countless individuals, eager to capitalize on the surge, either sold their weapons and blueprints or converted all their materials into timber and coal, convinced that prices would continue to rise. Others liquidated their holdings entirely, leaving no room for regret. Yet, by this afternoon, the tide had shifted dramatically. Real-time trading data, after 3 consecutive days of increases. Lumber and coal, which had reached 4 times their original price, began to decline, having in value within mere hours, announced the channel. A chorus of lamentations erupted. Far more harrowing than the raging snowstorm outside. Those who had sold early might count themselves fortunate, while the survivors who had liquidated their assets in anticipation of further increases found themselves at a loss. Yesterday, I traded a finely crafted dagger for 100 units of wood, hoping to profit from the rising prices. Yet today, I discovered that this meager amount couldn't even procure a broken stone axe. I've lost everything, cried a distressed trader. I too. Where is that charlatan, the so-called financial guru? Did he not proclaim that prices would continue to rise? Wasn't he touting this as the final opportunity to invest? Lamented another. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy. Where are the members of the Golden Rose Trading Company? Step forward and face the consequences, shouted an enraged participant. However, in the face of the crowd's fury, those financial advisors, once brimming with enthusiasm, now donned a different facade. Financial guru, disguised as a member of the Golden Rose Trading Company. Everyone, remain calm. Investment carries risks. One must proceed with caution. This is merely a normal market fluctuation. Furthermore, with prices so low, it presents an excellent opportunity to buy at the bottom. I foresee further declines. Everyone should quickly sell off their lumber and acquire some food instead. Rich Blossoms, trading company buyer. We are buying bread and bottled water at high prices. Selling lumber in bulk. 12 units for a steel. Act fast. Observing the unfolding chaos, Jiang Li scoffed quietly. What a cunning scheme. These individuals first incited panic, liquidating their high-value assets while deceiving retail investors into relinquishing their precious supplies. The prices have now plummeted, and they have begun to manipulate the narrative, promoting the notion that timber is worthless, aiming to persuade those who are desperate from their losses to offload their wood at a pittance. It is a double-edged strategy, harvesting from both ends. Jiang Li shook her head. Though their methods are despicable, in this unregulated apocalyptic world, it is the most primitive form of capital plunder. Those who follow trends and speculate can only blame their own greed and lack of wisdom. Jiang Li exited the murky regional channel and opened the small group of the District 8 retirement home, which had just over 100 members. The atmosphere here instantly became much more normal. Although some had incurred losses, there was none of the hysterical despair. Passerby sigh. I couldn't resist the temptation yesterday and bought in at a peak. I lost a bit, but thankfully, as per Egg Tart Girl's advice, I only used surplus supplies to test the waters, not daring to touch my principal. Snowy Wolf, me too. I initially considered going all in, but then thought better of it. Although prices have fallen now, timber is still a necessity. Keeping it for personal use is not a loss. That Golden Rose Guild is truly unscrupulous. Little transparency. I was fortunate yesterday and sold some at the peak, trading for a basic healing potion blueprint. I see everyone seems to have lost, so to lift spirits, I'll send a red envelope for everyone to enjoy. System notification. Little Transparency has sent a luck-based red envelope. Red envelope contents. Baked potatoes X10. Passerby, A received baked potatoes X1. Heisenberg received baked potatoes X2. Thank you, Transparency. These potatoes are truly delectable. Haha. A consolation prize is still a prize. Everyone, don't lose heart. As long as we are alive, resources will always be available. Observing the group as they comforted one another, sharing food to mend their spirits in this rare display of warmth amidst the apocalypse. Jiang Li felt her heart swell with warmth. This is why she chose to remain in this small group. Many who survived here were originally selected from District 8, possessing decent morals. Although a few bad apples slipped through, most still retained their humanity, their principles, and were receptive to advice. I shall send a red envelope as well. Jiang Li pondered. Currently, she lacked nothing but coal. Following yesterday's transactions, combined with the output from Joseph and his team, her inventory had returned to a very healthy level. Spicy Chicken Leg Burger has sent a luck-based red envelope. Red envelope contents. Premium Smokeless Coal X50. Jiang Li didn't send too much. She merely wanted to contribute to the atmosphere, keeping it modest as she did not wish to flaunt her wealth. The group erupted in excitement. Passerby, A wow, what generosity. 50 units of coal. Even after the drop, it still holds some value. Snowy Wolf. Thank you, Burger Sister. Best luck. I snagged 10. Just last night, I burned a bit too fiercely and was running low. Plate. Wolf brother, how can you be so shameless? Your resources are substantial too. Plus, you are the luckiest. Snowy Wolf, what are you saying? Every little bit counts. Knife, I got some too. Now I feel secure. Burger Sister is magnificent. Heisenberg, I got some too. Now I feel secure. Burger Sister is magnificent. The king of egg tarts. Haha, I managed to grab one too. Sister Fortress is the best. Dining table. It seems our esteemed leader has made quite a fortune in this recent fluctuation. Thanks for sharing, esteemed leader. Jiang Li observed the flurry of gratitude flooding the group chat and chose to refrain from unnecessary chatter. They believed their fortune lay in the coal they had acquired. as long as they concealed their wealth. After pondering for a moment, she typed a message in the group, "Spicy chicken burger, everyone. Do not be overly concerned about temporary fluctuations. In the frozen wilderness, energy and sustenance are always paramount, regardless of external influences, as long as you possess coal and provisions. There is no need for alarm. Spicy chicken burger, hold on to some of this durable fuel, do not sell it all. Even if the price drops to 11, do not sell. Life is invaluable. Dining knife. Listening to Sister Fortress is always wise. Everyone, keep these supplies well guarded. Little transparent, indeed. I also sense the winds have grown stronger lately, and those subterranean creatures seem to have multiplied. I just went mining, and the soil feels harder than before. Bystander A, acknowledged. Since Sister Fortress has spoken, I shall act as a miser and refuse to sell. Seeing the group collectively affirming their understanding and locking away their resources, Zhongli nodded with satisfaction. This is how it should be. As long as this group does not get swayed by external influences and refrains from selling their life-saving supplies at a low price to the Golden Rose Commerce, all will be well. Chapter 111. Treasure Chest Airdrop. As night deepened, the glow of the fireplace softened, leaving only a few glowing coal pieces quietly radiating warmth. Nico had her own room now and no longer had to squeeze in as a little white cat with Zhongli. The gluttonous griffin, Little Gray, surprisingly behaved, burying his head in his wings and dozing off atop the television cabinet. Zhongli added another handful of coal to the fireplace, checked the doors and windows, and confirmed that the Eagle Eye surveillance system was functioning properly before yawning and returning to the master bedroom. That night, her slumber was particularly peaceful, until the following morning. A series of alert tones roused Zhongli from her sleep. Beep beep beep. Drowsily, Zhongli stretched her hand from under the covers, fumbling around the bedside for a while before remembering that the system displayed information directly on her retina. With half-closed eyes, she began to operate in midair. It was a message from the money-making trio group. Pineapple beer, spicy chicken burger, king of egg tarts, wake up. Don't sleep. Something big has happened. Pineapple beer, quickly check the system announcement. Special treasure chests have refreshed across the entire server. Pineapple beer, Zhongli, get up. Platinum treasure chests have emerged. Zhongli abruptly opened her eyes, the remnants of sleep instantly dissipating at the mention of platinum treasure chests. She quickly sat up and deftly tapped open the system interface. Indeed, a yellow pinned announcement hovered at the top. System announcement. The Winter Carnival event has commenced. Description. The system will randomly distribute a large number of resource treasure chests across the entire map. Survivors, seize the opportunity to search. These will be crucial resources for enduring the harsh winter. Chest levels: wooden, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond. Special rules: high-tier chests of gold level and above will display real-time coordinates prominently. The highest reward this time is the platinum chest. Even if picked up and placed in the backpack, it will continue to be displayed for a period. Real-time coordinates display. Zhang Li's pupils slightly constricted. The system truly possesses a wicked sense of humor, relishing in such a battle royale scenario. She recalled the moment she obtained the Flame Wolf King's egg and the subsequent events as the monster forest drew to a close, where the system maliciously orchestrated situations enticing others to commit crimes. However, this time in the snowfield, circumstances appeared somewhat different. After all, the appearance of chests relied purely on luck, and there existed the possibility for a weaker player to fortuitously stumble upon one. Without delay, she leaped out of bed, neglecting to wear her slippers, and hurried to the window, forcefully drawing back the curtains. Outside, the snowstorm seemed to have abated significantly compared to yesterday, with the sky cloaked in a gloomy leaden hue. Zhongli activated the system's HUD display, and immediately a dense array of luminous points materialized nearby, though regrettably, their distances were rather far. Nonetheless, chests of silver grade and below would not be displayed, making it uncertain how many lay close to the camp. As she extended her view to a broader area, an extraordinarily radiant marker abruptly appeared in the northwest direction of the map. Its brilliance surpassed all surrounding markers. Distance, 985 kilometers. Level, platinum chest. Status, unpicked. Terrain, unknown. Potential presence of high-risk creatures guarding it. Platinum, 100 kilometers. Zhang Li's heart raced fiercely. In this game, the best she had ever opened was a gold chest, yielding purple gear and special blueprints. A platinum chest guaranteed at least a legendary orange weapon. Moreover, while 100 kilometers might seem despairing to the average player, for her, equipped with a vehicle, it was a different story. Zhang Li promptly replied in the group chat. Spicy chicken leg burger. I'm awake. I have a platinum chest here. It's roughly 100 kilometers away. No sooner had she sent the message than Pineapple Beer responded almost instantly. Pineapple Beer, platinum. Zhang Li, what divine luck do you possess? I can't see a single golden chest within a 50-kilometer radius. It's probably all just worthless scrap. Spicy chicken leg burger. Hee. I guess luck has finally favored me for once. Don't say it like that. Egg Tart King. Hee. Good morning, burger sister. My luck is also quite good. There's a gold chest not too far from me. I've already set off on my little sheep. Egg Tart King. Looking at the map, it seems there aren't many players near that gold point, so I shouldn't worry about others stealing it. Moreover, the drop rate of chests along the way has significantly increased. I just casually opened a silver one, and aside from other supplies, it astonishingly gave me a whole box of self-heating hot pot. I was utterly amazed. Pineapple Beer. Egg Tart, you've become the embodiment of luck. I'm not faring as well over here. My luck is terrible. However, I did open a few silver chests, and they were indeed different. Pineapple Beer. I obtained fireplace blueprint and high-quality smokeless coal. The drop rate is clearly skewed towards heating and survival supplies. This might be the last boon before the storm. There are even blueprints for radiators circulating. Additionally, there are designs for batteries. The current drop rate is utterly outrageous. This is undeniably abnormal. At this point, the tone of pineapple beer grew somewhat serious. Zhongli, do you sense it? This reckless expenditure resembles a desperate gamble. The system is subtly indicating that something extraordinary may be forthcoming. Perhaps the extreme cold storm you mentioned previously is indeed imminent. Pineapple beer continued. Based on experiences from the past, such a severe snowstorm typically lasts around 7 days. During that time, temperatures could plummet to minus 40 or 50 degrees. The campfire's ability to maintain warmth will be significantly compromised. Without additional heating resources, many individuals may freeze to death within their shelters. Zhongli, upon hearing pineapple beer's analysis, wholeheartedly concurred. Spicy chicken burger, I share your sentiments. That's why I wish to take the risk for that platinum treasure chest. Pineapple beer asserted, the platinum chest is certainly worth the gamble. Such a treasure could potentially yield an upgradable shelter core component, or even legendary weapons. Pineapple beer added, if traversing 100 kilometers on skis, it would take 5 or 6 hours, not accounting for encounters with monsters or challenging terrain. However, I possess a survival tent that can temporarily shield us from the stench of the undead and the cold. If we set off now, we should arrive before nightfall. At worst, we can spend the night there. Pineapple beer exclaimed, Zhongli, wait for me. I will teleport to you immediately. I have provisions and potions. All my gear is ready. We shall depart at once. It was evident that pineapple beer was in a battle-ready state, eager to rush over. Zhongli smiled at the urgent message displayed on the screen. 5 or 6 hours. That is a time frame suitable for bipedal humans. Spicy chicken burger. All right. Prepare to come over. Barring any unforeseen events, we should not need to spend the night outside. Pineapple beer retorted, your agility can't possibly exceed mine, right? 100 kilometers will still take at least 4 or 5 hours. Enough of this chatter. We'll discuss it upon meeting. I will be there shortly. Spicy chicken burger. Very well, you will see when you arrive. After concluding the group chat, Zhongli did not immediately proceed to the teleportation array to await pineapple beer, but casually glanced at the regional channel. The channel was already abuzz with excitement. Passerby, who placed a golden treasure chest at my doorstep? But I'm too afraid to retrieve it. A pack of ice wolves is guarding it. Robber, passerby, share your coordinates. I'll help you get it. You can have a share of the loot. Onlookers, don't believe the person above. A fool just revealed their coordinates and got ambushed. The treasure chest is merely bait. Little flying stick. I saw a large treasure chest at 8988652222. Did anyone else notice? Big soda water. Are you trying to scare us? There's a monster gathering area over there. What are you trying to accomplish by deceiving us? Truth seeker. Has anyone spotted that large beam of light in the northwest? A platinum treasure chest. If we obtain it, won't we be invincible? Ava, warning. The platinum treasure chest in the northwest is the target of our temple guild. Unaffiliated individuals, disperse. Otherwise, we will show no mercy. As the onlookers engaged in a heated exchange of insults and threats, Zhongli grew increasingly convinced that this event was not merely a benefit, but rather a brutal selection process. Time was of the essence. Hesitating might very well result in others claiming the coveted treasure chest. She quickly completed her morning routine, adjusted her gear, and took a moment to reassess her rather unfortunate title. It seemed that this treasure chest event, being a special occurrence initiated by the system, was not influenced by titles. As the location of the chests was visible to all, upon entering the living room, she found Nico, Little Gray, and the trance stirring awake. Nico, still groggy and rubbing her eyes, inquired in confusion, what is happening, Lee? There are treasures everywhere today. While helping Nico into a thick winter coat, Zhongli swiftly laid out the plan. She intended to pursue the platinum treasure chest herself, but the chests near the campsite could not be overlooked. She could delegate that task to Nico and the others. Nico, today, Sister Pineapple and I will venture far to retrieve something substantial. While I'm away, not only must you guard the house, but you also need to help Joseph and the others with their tasks. Little Gray, Zhongli gestured towards the small griffin perched on the sofa. Have Little Gray assist you with aerial reconnaissance. Joseph and the others are in charge of transporting all nearby chests back to the camp. Nico, transform into a large bear and haul that wooden sled. Remember, if you encounter any unusual individuals, do not engage. Retreat to the house and wait for my return. The camp is secure with its protective shield and arrow towers. Upon hearing about the treasure haul, Nico's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Understood. Let's empty them out. She nodded vigorously, already eager to transform. Once she had arranged everything at home, Zhongli finally pushed the door open and stepped into the courtyard. Nico and the others began their tasks, dragging the wooden sled from the tool shed, planning to rendezvous with Joseph. At that moment, the teleportation array illuminated with a radiant glow. The air shimmered, and in an instant, Pineapple appeared, clad in her combat attire. Today, she looked particularly sharp, adorned with an array of colorful potion vials at her waist, and a large military pack slung across her back. Zhongli, hurry. Stop dawdling. I've used up all the potions I collected before, and I even prepared some agility-boosting pastries for the egg tarts. We need to act swiftly before the effects wear off. As Pineapple hastily stepped outside, exhaling visible puffs of steam in the cold air, she scarcely paused for pleasantries. The distance of 100 kilometers was no trivial matter. We must chart our course carefully to avoid deep snow areas and monster hotspots. I glanced at the map earlier. We need to traverse a desolate forest where ghouls may lurk. Her thoughts were consumed with how to reach their destination before nightfall and how to survive in the snowy expanse. However, Zhongli remained motionless, arms crossed. A cryptic smile gracing her features. What is the rush? Zhongli pursed her lips and gestured towards the newly constructed wooden shed beside the main house. What do you see there? Pineapple Beer paused momentarily, following Jiang Li's gaze. Inside the simple wooden shed, rather than a heap of clutter, lay two formidable snowmobiles, poised majestically. Their sleek designs, robust tracks widened for the snowy terrain, and the imposing front crash bars commanded respect. Pineapple Beer halted in her tracks, taken aback. With childlike enthusiasm, Jiang Li approached the snowmobiles and patted the cold seat, producing a crisp sound. Heavy-duty snowmobiles, modified versions. They can reach a top speed of 80 miles per hour. Excel in climbing, and can also carry cargo. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Indeed. Can you operate it? Of course. A rare expression of delight illuminated Pineapple Beer's face. She rushed over to inspect the machines, examining them intently. Jiang Li, where did you acquire these snowmobiles? I've never even seen the blueprints. Some fortunate misfortunes found their way to me. Jiang Li replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Pineapple Beer recalled Jiang Li mentioning a conflict with the members of the Werewolf Guild the previous day, realizing that their encounter with Jiang Li had indeed been unfortunate. So you not only defeated them, but also managed to procure these advanced vehicles? Now it dawned on her why Jiang Li appeared so unperturbed. 100 kilometers to traverse? If skiing, it would be a race against life and death, battling against nature itself. But on these machines, it would take merely over an hour. Pineapple Beer's eyes sparkled as she calculated the time. As long as there was enough fuel and the road conditions weren't too dire. They could even enjoy lunch on the other side and collect the treasure chest on their return. We have sufficient fuel. Jiang Li rummaged through her backpack, producing a canister of gasoline and tossing it to Pineapple Beer. Fill up the tanks. Today, we shall experience speed and thrill. Pineapple Beer deftly unscrewed the fuel cap, pouring in the gasoline, each movement brimming with excitement. With a roar, the engines came to life as she turned the keys. The large gates slowly opened. Jiang Li donned her windproof goggles, mounted the snowmobile, and raised an eyebrow at Pineapple Beer. Are you ready? Pineapple Beer tightened her helmet and replied succinctly, let us go. The two black streaks of lightning surged forth like arrows released from a bow. The tracks churned up clouds of snow dust, etching long trails across the pristine white expanse. The wind howled in their ears, and the exhilarating push against their backs sent adrenaline soaring. Behind them, Nico transformed into a massive brown bear, dragging a large sled along with a group of comrades, embarking on their own grand transport endeavor. This day was destined to be a bountiful one. Chapter 112. The treasure chest with extended opening time. Woo-woo. Pineapple Beer's excited scream was torn apart by the howling wind, dissipating across the vast snowy landscape. The tracks crunched through the snow with a dull rustle, while the powerful engines vibrated, causing the snow on the surrounding barren trees to cascade down in flurries. Jiang Li similarly reveled in the exhilarating rush of adrenaline. Since her arrival in this world, she had spent most of her time meticulously calculating and exercising caution. It was only in moments like today, where she could recklessly accelerate, that the essence of the apocalypse truly manifested. She cast a glance at the dashboard, where the speedometer had surged to 80 miles per hour. Ahead of her, the previously boundless expanse of snow was now marred by a dense, ominous forest. The trees twisted and withered, resembling monstrous specters with claws outstretched. While a direct route would necessitate traversing through the woods, the presence of motorcycles rendered such risks unnecessary. Given their considerable speed, we're moving swiftly, and the platinum treasure chest hasn't shifted. It surely hasn't been claimed by anyone else. Let us circumvent it. Jiang Li shouted, her voice piercing the wind. Understood, came the response from Pineapple Beer beside her. In perfect synchrony, they lowered their bodies, and the two motorcycles carved a graceful arc across the snowy terrain, deftly avoiding the foreboding forest as they continued their rapid journey northwest. Their speed was so great that they remained oblivious to the scattered survivors on the snowfield, while the regional channel erupted with activity. Snowy little flyer. Wow, guys. I'm not hallucinating. Two black snowmobiles. They're genuine snowmobiles. They're moving at an absurd speed. I could barely capture a photo, only a blur. Accompanying this was a blurry image, barely revealing two trails of black exhaust and a cloud of swirling snow. Bystander A, engine noise? Where on earth did this place get fuel? Where are the vehicles coming from? Are you seeing things from the cold? Snowy little flyer. I swear. They headed northwest, towards the platinum treasure chest. Upon reading this message, many travelers en route toward that direction felt a jolt of urgency. Northwest? Motorcycles? At this stage, where travel relied solely on foot, only one faction could possess motorcycles. Truth Seeker, motorcycles? Isn't that the standard for the Battlewolf Guild? They were just showcasing photos in the channel yesterday, boasting that they would eliminate anyone in their path. It seems they are determined to secure that platinum treasure chest. In an instant, all attention was directed toward the Battlewolf Guild. Some even directly addressed the Sanctuary Guild, who had previously claimed they would monopolize the event. Onlooker, Sanctuary Guild as Paladin. It appears someone is disregarding your authority. The Battlewolf Guild has already raced ahead on motorcycles. If you don't hurry, you might miss out entirely. Meanwhile, the vice president of the Battlewolf Guild, Frenzied Blade, stared at the messages in the channel, utterly bewildered. Motorcycles? 2 of them? He glanced at the guild's inventory, which was devoid of any supplies, not even a single screw remaining. Ever since that elite team had gone missing yesterday, the president, Bloodwolf, had unleashed his fury, berating the entire guild. They were still unaware of how those few individuals had perished, let alone the whereabouts of those 2 exceedingly valuable motorcycles. Could it be that the president had secretly taken them? Frenzied Blade felt a pang of doubt. The president indeed owned a private motorcycle, but it was his prized possession. Even if the president had ventured out, it would only account for 1 vehicle, not 2. Could it be that those wretched rogues have betrayed us, seizing the opportunity to claim the platinum treasure chest and establish their own dominion? Yet, He dared not voice such thoughts. The entire server was abuzz with tales of the formidable might of the Werewolf Guild. To suggest otherwise, to assert that the lost vehicle was theirs, would surely tarnish the reputation of the Werewolf Guild. Just as he hesitated, members of the Temple Guild arrived at his doorstep. Temple Guild Paladin, Guild Leader, Werewolf Guild's Kwang Dao. What is the meaning of this? You dare to intrude from such a distance? Do you truly believe that possessing a couple of decrepit vehicles grants you sovereignty over the snowy plains? Temple Guild Paladin, this platinum treasure chest is coveted by our temple. Show us some respect, or you may force our hand. Faced with such brazen accusations, Kwang Dao felt his ire rising. The Werewolf Guild was accustomed to dominance. They had never endured such indignity. However, he could not openly acknowledge their involvement. If it were indeed the guild leader acting in secret, admitting the truth would ruin the leader's plans, and he would undoubtedly face the wrath of his superior. Denying it was also not an option, for the entire server was watching. Yielding would jeopardize their recruitment efforts. The atmosphere had become charged with tension. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have retorted boldly, questioning whether the Werewolf Guild needed to justify their actions. Yet, they had indeed not dispatched anyone. Thus, he crafted a vague response. Werewolf Guild Kwang Dao, huh? In the snowy plains, the worthy shall claim what is theirs. If you are frightened, best retreat quickly. A mere message should not send you quaking in fear. Cease your incessant prattle. This message, once sent, stirred a veritable hornet's nest. Temple Guild Paladin, excellent. Since you are so arrogant, do not blame us for being ungracious. Brothers, accelerate. Should you encounter anyone from the Werewolf Guild, show no mercy. In an instant, the air in the channel crackled with animosity. Although the Temple Guild's overall strength did not rival that of the Werewolf Guild, it was still significantly superior to that of the scattered alliances. Given the considerable distance between them, the Werewolf Guild would find little advantage in a long trek, rendering the Temple Guild less apprehensive about their rival. The minions of both grand guilds began exchanging barbs, inundating the chat with challenges. Meanwhile, the main forces of the Temple Guild surged toward the platinum treasure chest, invigorated as if spurred on by a potent elixir. Unbeknownst to Jiang Li and Pineapple Beer, who were engrossed in their high-speed pursuit, they had inadvertently cast a heavy shadow upon the Werewolf Guild and ignited a guild war. Their sole focus was the radiant pillar of light growing ever closer. There it was, just ahead. Pineapple Beer exclaimed with excitement. Before them, in a vast expanse of snow, a pillar of platinum light, several meters wide, shot into the sky. At its base, a massive chest, archaically designed and encrusted with shimmering gemstones, hovered serenely in the air. Platinum treasure chest, unique, break. Jiang Li executed a graceful drift, bringing the snowmobile to a halt 10 meters from the chest. The two quickly disembarked, stowed their vehicle, and rushed forth with weapons drawn. Yet, as they approached the chest, they found themselves dumbfounded. Jiang Li reached out to touch the treasure chest. System notification, initiating platinum treasure chest. Opening progress, 01. Warning, this treasure chest is a special reward, and the opening process requires 20 minutes. During this time, the opener cannot move or attack. Any interruption will reset the progress to 0. Warning, the treasure chest cannot be stored in the backpack and must be opened in place. What a hassle. Pineapple Beer couldn't help but curse. 20 minutes? Standing still to read the progress? Does this system want us to perish? In this snow-laden expanse rife with watchful eyes, remaining stationary for 20 minutes is akin to being a living target. Moreover, that colossal beam of light seemed to shout to everyone, "Come and strike me. I am opening a treasure chest." Jiang Li frowned, surveying her surroundings. This was an open area, with hardly any cover aside from a few massive boulders. There was no alternative. Jiang Li decisively stated, "Pineapple Beer, you open it. I'll keep an eye out." Me? Pineapple Beer hesitated for a moment but quickly dismissed her doubts. Jiang Li was a warrior, and this stationary task was indeed better suited for her. All right, I'll do it. Without further ado, Pineapple Beer pressed her hand on the treasure chest. Opening progress, 12. As the reading commenced, a faint golden light enveloped Pineapple Beer, rendering her immobile. Jiang Li, wielding the Rift Wind twin axes, stood 5 meters in front of her, scanning the area. Time ticked away. 10 minutes passed. The progress bar had just reached halfway. "They're coming," Jiang Li suddenly whispered. In the distance, more than 20 dark figures appeared. They glided swiftly on their snowboards, utilizing ski poles with remarkable speed. The leader, clad in shimmering silver armor and wielding a long sword, exuded an imposing aura. It was indeed the members of the Temple Guild, who had previously boasted in the chat. They had clearly spotted Pineapple Beer, who was engaged in the opening process, as well as Jiang Li standing nearby. Haha, timing is everything. The silver-armored warrior, ID, Temple Knight 007, laughed heartily. Someone is indeed opening a chest. The Werewolf Guild hasn't even made a move. Only 2 of them are here. Let us show them who's boss. That one standing still is mine. The rest of you, interrupt the one opening the chest. We'll seize the treasure. Those 2 motorcycles belong to us as well. This group evidently mistook Jiang Li and her companion for members of the Werewolf Guild. In an instant, over 20 individuals dispersed, forming a fan-shaped encirclement. Pineapple Beer glanced at the unfolding scene, feeling a twinge of concern for Jiang Li. She was currently immobile, and if Jiang Li couldn't hold them off, both of them would meet their demise here. Stay focused. Concentrate on the opening process. Jiang Li's voice was eerily calm. Slowly, she retrieved the armor-piercing crossbow from her back and fired a series of warning shots. Whoosh. The crossbow bolt sliced through the air. Boom. The arrow didn't strike anyone but landed in the snow right in front of the group, startling the leading members of the Temple Guild, who hastily braked. Cross the line, and you die. Jiang Li's voice, though quiet, resonated clearly across the vast snowy expanse. Stop your theatrics. The silver-armored warrior let out a cold snort, thinking he could stop us with just himself against 20? What a dream. Brothers, let us charge together. Her crossbow takes time to reload, rushing and guarantees victory. With that, he relied on his finely crafted armor and activated the charge skill, barreling towards Jiang Li like a rampaging bull. This warrior was a level 13 fighter, boasting commendable attributes. A true expert among ordinary survivors. However, he faced Jiang Li. As the silver-armored warrior charged at her, Jiang Li did not flinch. She stowed her crossbow and gripped her Riftwind twin axes with both hands, meeting the warrior's long sword head-on. Clang! The deafening sound of metal colliding resonated through the air. The silver-armored warrior felt an irresistible force surging from the blade, causing his grip to shatter. Realizing something was amiss, he quickly adjusted the angle of his sword to dissipate the force. Just as he positioned himself, Jiang Li seized the opportunity and swung her axe again, this time catching him off guard and slicing through his chest. Blood gushed forth. Feeling the imminent threat of death, the bravado he once displayed evaporated, and he hastily retreated. His gaze now filled with fear. Noticing his attempt to create distance, Jiang Li chose not to pursue. Instead, she drew her crossbow and shot 2 arrows that struck his back. The young man fell forward, his fate uncertain. Just as Jiang Li prepared to deliver a finishing blow, members of the Temple Guild, who had arrived late, finally appeared. A stout man with stubble, evidently a tank, rushed forward, raising his large shield to block Jiang Li from executing her strike. Jiang Li's twin axes struck fiercely against his heavy tower shield. The immense recoil sent a tingle through her wrist, and the quality tower shield buckled under the impact, causing the tank to grunt as he was forced back 3 meters, carving deep grooves in the snow beneath his feet. What incredible strength! Is this person a monster? The tank exclaimed in terror. Though the shield barely absorbed Jiang Li's assault, the jarring force made him feel as if his insides were in turmoil. Meanwhile, the once chaotic sounds of battle around them fell momentarily silent. 3 moves to defeat him? That old bull, one of the top 3 fighters in the guild. The remaining members of the Temple Guild watched Jiang Li's bloodied axes, their expressions wavering for the first time. Yet, the Temple Guild was a formidable force in the game. And the deputy leader, Judgment of Holy Light, was no pushover. What is the panic? Judgment of Holy Light bellowed, driving his knight's sword into the ground. A golden halo radiated from him, enveloping the area. Weapon effect. Nearby allied members gained fear resistance and a 5 increase in attack power. She's all alone. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. That axe strike was undoubtedly a powerful skill. The one opening the chest is still standing there. If we eliminate this woman, the platinum chest and motorcycle will be ours. The tanks from the 2nd and 3rd teams advance. Do not allow her to approach. She must also be a warrior. Ranged units, spread out. Kite her with ice spikes and slow arrows. One must admit, this commander exhibits remarkable professionalism. The previously disoriented formation swiftly reformed. 3 tank players, wielding heavy shields, advanced in AV formation, completely obstructing Jiang Li's path. Behind them, 2 priests were diligently providing potions. In the snowy expanse, the priest's healing range lacked numerical indicators as seen in dungeons, merely offering restoration of vital signs. To make matters worse, the flanks were occupied. For archers and an ice mage had distanced themselves, taking cover behind several large boulders. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first wave of arrows rained down, aimed at the pineapple beer. But during the box opening process, it was immune to ranged attacks. The arrows and magic dealt no damage. Thus, the second wave followed closely. Jiang Li's gaze sharpened, her footwork slightly shifting, narrowly evading the key strikes. Yet, one arrow grazed her shoulder, drawing a small bead of blood. They were treating her like a boss. Jiang Li bit her lip, the ferocity in her eyes intensifying. Ignoring the blockade of the tanks, she transformed into a fleeting shadow, leaping directly onto the shield of the central tank. In midair, she executed a somersault, swiftly switching her armor-piercing crossbow, and aimed an arrow at the ice mage who was casting a spell. Thud! The magical shield surrounding the mage shattered upon impact, and he was knocked down onto the snow. Damn it! Stop her! Do not let her breach the backline. The Light's Judgment panicked. Shield bash. Taunt. The 3 tanks were not mere decorations. One of them reacted swiftly, turning to deliver a shield slam directly at Jiang Li's landing spot. Boom. Snow erupted. Although Jiang Li managed to block with her dual axes, the immense force caused her to stagger. Immediately, a torrent of skills descended upon her like raindrops. Fireballs, ice spikes, poison arrows, and the warrior's cleave. Despite her overwhelming attributes, she was not invincible. Under the relentless barrage of AoE, area of effect, skills, the time it took her to eliminate one opponent was ample for several others to strike her multiple times. The battle had reached a stalemate. Clang, clang, clang. Jiang Li swung her axes with impenetrable precision. Another assassin attempted a sneak attack, but was met with a swift axe that severed the dagger and sent him flying 5 or 6 meters away. However, she paid a price. The durability of her equipment began to noticeably decline amidst the relentless combat. Although the healing effects were potent, the opposing team's damage output was exceedingly high, especially from the ice mage, who, despite being injured, continued to fire from the back, posing a constant threat. Ice binding. A blue halo erupted beneath Jiang Li's feet. She felt her legs grow as heavy as lead, her movement speed instantly reduced by 30%. An opportunity. Focus fire. The Light's Judgment gleamed with excitement. All melee units, surround her. Do not give her a moment to breathe. Ranged firepower unleashed fully. There was no need to conserve arrows. In a moment, a myriad of colorful skill effects nearly engulfed Jiang Li. she was compelled to activate the life shield of her life cloak. A resonating hum filled the air as a layer of verdant light enveloped her, shielding her from this lethal onslaught. Yet, the shield shattered under the relentless barrage in less than 3 seconds. Gasping for breath, Jiangli leaned against a massive boulder, seizing this fleeting moment of respite to steady her breathing. These adversaries were formidable. She cast a glance at the nearby platinum chest, its progress bar steadily inching upward. 5 more minutes remained. She could only endure a little longer. What on earth was happening? Were the members of the War Wolf Guild truly this resilient? From the other side of the stone, the voice of the Holy Light's judgment erupted in exasperated curses. We've lost 4 or 5 brothers. How can this person still have strength left? That cloak she wears must be of exceptional quality. Listening to her subordinate's discourse, the face of the Holy Light's judgment at the back of the formation turned ashen. Initially, they believed they were merely facing 2 vanguards, even against the War Wolf Guild. A 20-2 matchup should have been a rout, especially with one individual preoccupied with opening a chest. However, they were taken aback by the sheer prowess of this woman tasked with defense. After a brief moment of disarray, they quickly organized an effective counterattack formation. 3 heavily armored warriors, fully invested in defense, took turns bearing the brunt of the assault. Whenever one sustained injuries, they would retreat to the medical team at the rear to tend to their wounds and restore their vitality. Even more vexing were the archers at the back, persistently unleashing arrows and ice spikes. Jiangli spat a bloodied mouthful in frustration. Her predicament was indeed dire. Although her strength and constitution were sufficient to overpower any solitary foe, the sensation of being kite like a boss was profoundly disheartening. While the passive healing of the life cloak was potent, it could not withstand the concentrated fire of so many adversaries, especially given their numerical advantage, allowing them to perpetually rotate fresh combatants to wear her down. Were the members of the War Wolf Guild truly this tenacious? The vice-captain of the sanctuary, observing Zhang Li as she cleaved another assassin with her axe, could not restrain his ire. What benefits did your leader Blood Wolf bestow upon you? Is it worth this level of desperation? Are you truly prepared to fight to the death over this single chest? Upon hearing this, Zhang Li, concealed behind the stone, momentarily froze. What War Wolf Guild? She hadn't even revealed her affiliation. Then, unable to contain herself, she laughed. Perhaps it was due to her riding a motorcycle adorned with the insignia of the War Wolf Guild, combined with the lack of communication from the scattered alliance, that their vehicles had been overtaken and no word had spread. Naturally, she was mistaken for a member of the War Wolf Guild. These individuals certainly possessed vivid imaginations. However, since they were so keen on this notion, she would oblige them. Fight to the death? Jiang Li's dual axes stirred a tempest of blood and fury. With such wretched foes, did they truly think they could challenge the War Wolf Guild? Her leader had proclaimed, "Today, that platinum chest belongs to us. Anyone who dares to interfere shall lose their hand. Let us see who dares to meet their demise." This diabolical monologue, coupled with her blood-soaked visage, surpasses even the most ferocious of wolves. The face of the Holy Light's judgment contorted with rage. How utterly audacious. Truly outrageous. The Wolf Guild has overstepped its bounds. Brothers, do not hold back. Annihilate this lunatic. Cripple her equipment. Seize those 2 motorcycles. The members of the Temple Guild were entirely consumed by fury. Their assaults grew increasingly frenzied, even willing to exchange injury for injury. The pressure on Jiang Li intensified. Wounds began to mar her body, although the Cloak of Life endeavored to mend her injuries. Fresh wounds appeared at a pace far exceeding its healing capabilities. A poisoned arrow struck her left arm. Though it spared her bones, the numbing sensation slowed her movements. Die! A rogue seized upon this vulnerability, his dagger glinting ominously as it plunged toward Jiang Li's lower back. Begone! Jiang Li bellowed, twisting her waist forcefully to deflect the dagger with the handle of her axe, yet she still sustained a cut that stained her cloak crimson. The situation grew increasingly dire. The encirclement of her foes tightened, forcing Jiang Li closer to the radiant column of the platinum chest. She was nearing her limit. Push harder. The final wave. Holy Light's judgment observed Jiang Li's staggering form, a cruel smile creeping upon his face. He refrained from rushing in, instead commanding his subordinates from the rear to deplete her remaining strength. As a competent commander, he understood the peril of a cornered beast. A few more minutes of this, and she was undoubtedly doomed. Holy Light's judgment had even begun to envision the elevation of his status within the guild upon securing the platinum chest and those 2 snowmobiles. Before Jiang Li could launch a counteroffensive, 2 arrows sliced through the air towards her face. Whoosh, whoosh. Forced to evade, Jiang Li sidestepped just in time as one arrow grazed her cheek, leaving a scratch upon the hood of the Cloak of Life. Damn. Perhaps I was a bit too overconfident. Breathing heavily, her gaze remained fierce, yet her mind raced to assess the situation. The pineapple beer would require approximately 3 more minutes. Should the tide turn against her, and she fall under their suppression, compounded by the slowing effects, she risked being ground down by this throng. The onslaught must not cease. She could not afford to grant them the opportunity to reorganize their encirclement. Jiang Li tightened her grip on her axes, preparing for a burst of offensive energy, aiming to eliminate either the enemy commander or that bothersome mage first. In the next moment, she propelled herself forward, charging at the 2 tanks that had been relentlessly pursuing her. The tanks, seeing her approach, hastily raised their shields in defense, bracing themselves. Yet after a prolonged wait for the anticipated impact, they lowered their shields only to discover Jiang Li had already executed a drift to the side, targeting a nearby mage. With a swift strike, she secured a kill. Simultaneously, she feigned a retreat, luring the tank warriors to pursue her, only to unleash another explosive charge directly toward Holy Sword's judgment. Block her. Stop her. She intends to reach me. Alas, Holy Sword's judgment discerned Jiang Li's intent, shouting for a retreat. Suddenly, a barrage of AoE attacks descended upon Jiang Li's path, leaving her no choice but to retreat momentarily in search of an opportunity. Yet, as she withdrew, she found herself ensnared by several tanks. These individuals, engaged in a relentless war of attrition, had been rendered nearly mummified by the priests and medics at the rear. A well-coordinated team was indeed a formidable challenge to vanquish. For the first time, Jiang Li felt a sense of empathy with the bosses encountered in dungeons. After prolonged exhaustion, she could no longer mount an effective offense, merely struggling to endure and buy a little more time for pineapple beer. The vice captain of the temple watched as Jiang Li remained trapped in place, a sinister grin spreading across his face. The mad dogs of the War Wolf Guild, perish. He raised his longsword, preparing to personally suppress her and deliver the final blow. However, at that moment, utterly focused on Jiang Li and poised to issue the command for a final assault, he overlooked something, or rather, someone. The box opener, who had been standing as a living target and backdrop amid the beam of light, had gone unnoticed. In that fleeting second, the lengthy progress bar finally reached its conclusion. Just as he lifted his sword, a shadow suddenly elongated on the snowy ground behind him. Before he could react, a figure had already flashed to his side. Chapter 114. Special life-saving item. He hastily adjusted his sword to defend himself, but it was too late. A soft yet deadly sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. The vice captain's malicious grin froze on his face as he looked down in disbelief at the black blade protruding from his chest. The tip not only glistened with blood but also shimmered with an eerie purple poison. Who? He struggled to turn around. Your nightmare. A cold female voice whispered in his ear. In the next instant, the shadow forcefully withdrew the battle knife. And the holy sword of judgment had yet to emit a cry before he crumpled to the ground like a marionette with its strings severed, lifeless in the snow. Vice President. The surrounding priests and mages were paralyzed with terror, having barely registered what transpired. One moment. The woman who had been behind the vice president appeared at their side. With a swift stroke, a priest was instantly slain, and the remaining ones dared not advance. She showed no inclination to linger. Using the momentum from her strike, she kicked the priest's corpse aside, executing a flawless backflip and landing gracefully in front of Jiang Li. A profound silence enveloped the arena. All gazes turned in fear towards the woman who had emerged so abruptly, clad in tight leather armor, wielding a black dagger. Her gaze was as sharp as her blade. It was indeed Pineapple Beer, the box opener who had been expected to stand idly in the beam of light. Pineapple Beer. Jiang Li, recognizing the familiar silhouette, felt the tension in her body finally ease. Pineapple Beer, without looking back, reached for 2 vials of advanced healing potion from her waist and tossed them to Jiang Li. Are you alright? Pineapple Beer gazed at Jiang Li, bloodied and battered, her eyes briefly reflecting concern. I won't die. Jiang Li grinned. If you delay any longer, I will truly be compelled to fight them to the bitter end. Apologies. Did the system not state that opening the treasure chest would take 10 minutes? ISNT, there's still 2 minutes remaining? I possess the swift gloves, which have enhanced my casting speed. As he spoke, Pineapple Beer deftly retrieved 2 vials from the potion pouch at his waist without even glancing, tossing them directly to Jiang Li. First, let us administer some healing. Your injuries are quite severe. Rest assured, none of them shall survive. Jiang Li accepted the potions and tilted her head back to drink. A warm sensation surged through her entire body, and even the minor abrasions she had sustained rapidly healed under the combined effects of the life cloak and the potion. The restorative effects in the snowy expanse differed entirely from those within the dungeons. The sensation of flesh knitting together left Jiang Li feeling slightly itchy. She wiped the potion residue from the corner of her mouth, and the twin axes in her hands glimmered with a renewed crimson glow. Has the chest been opened? Jiang Li inquired. It has. We must deal with them first before we examine it. All right. Together, Jiang Li and Pineapple Beer began to collaborate, shifting the tide of battle. The psychological defenses of the Temple Guild began to crumble, as they were constantly wary of a rogue's ambush, while a fearsome warrior loomed before them. With a swift strike, the last of the Temple Guild's priests was sent back to their homeland by Jiang Li's axe, marking a dramatic turn in what had initially been a one-sided confrontation. The snow-covered ground was littered with bodies, with no commander and no tank to absorb the damage. This fragile group was like lambs to the slaughter before Jiang Li and Pineapple Beer. Jiang Li took the lead, leveraging her high defense and health to draw fire and disrupt the enemy formation. Meanwhile, Pineapple Beer, like a merciless harvester, utilized the high mobility of Shadow Dancer to navigate the periphery of the battlefield, striking down anyone attempting to flee with her glimmering blades. With a flourish, Jiang Li shook the blood from her axe and exhaled deeply, the suffocating feeling of being pressed upon for so long finally dissipating. Pineapple Beer sheathed her weapon and approached Jiang Li, brushing the snow from her cloak. I'm glad you're all right. I was immobilized and nearly frantic back there. This was all thanks to you. Of course, I am the hope of the entire village, Jiang Li replied with a grin. Had it not been for this armor, I wouldn't have dared to let you cast in safety. They exchanged a knowing smile, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Jiang Li glanced at the scattered loot around them. Let us hasten to clear the battlefield. If we linger too long, other factions may arrive. Indeed. They began to gather their spoils. Acquired, Rare Iron Shield X1. Acquired, Fine Chainmail X2. Acquired, Medium Magic Potion X5. Acquired, Skill Book, Chain Fireball, Rare. Such was the might of the Temple Guild's elite. Though the supply chests contained only a fraction of their stock, Jiang Li's haul was substantial. She even collected several pieces of commendable blue gear, which she could contribute to the guild's repository, thereby equipping numerous members. It is time to strengthen our guild. Just as the two were fervently scavenging, Jiang Li suddenly halted her movements, her gaze fixating on a corpse not far away. It was the body of Holy Sword Judgment. Ordinarily, upon a player's demise, the corpse would swiftly transform into a loot box and vanish. Yet this particular body not only remained intact, but was also exhibiting a slow, peculiar writhing motion. Jiang Li squinted. She had distinctly witnessed Pineapple Beer deliver a fatal backstab, and there had been no priest to administer healing. Could it be a special life-saving item? Jiang Li signaled to Pineapple Beer, gesturing towards the corpse. Being an experienced player, Pineapple Beer immediately grasped the situation. A playful smile curled at her lips as she approached with her battle knife in hand. TSK, TSK, TSK. Even corpses have become cunning these days. As she stood beside Holy Sword Judgment, she delivered a forceful kick to his backside. Hey, are you dead? If not, transform into a box quickly. Don't delay my looting. The body remained unresponsive. Oh, quite resilient, aren't we? Pineapple Beer scoffed, raising her battle knife high, the blade aimed at the unsuspecting nape of the neck. Since you refuse to become a box, allow me to assist you in meeting your end. With that, the knife descended with a fierce whoosh. Just as the tip was a mere millimeter from the neck, the corpse suddenly sprung to life, resembling a zombie resurrected from the dead, scrambling backward in panic. I'm alive. I'm alive. Don't kill me. Witnessing the once commanding vice-captain of the team, now pleading like a wretched dog. Both Jiang Li and Pineapple Beer could not suppress their disdainful expressions. Oh, that has quite the skill, Jiang Li remarked, approaching with her axe, looking down at him. Is it feigned death? Or some other life-saving tool? Quite sophisticated to deceive the system's death judgment. Holy Sword Judgment's complexion turned ashen. He indeed possessed a life-saving ace. Deadman's Puppet, consumable, which allowed him to retain 1 hit point when receiving fatal damage, entering a feigned death state for 5 minutes. As long as he wasn't dealt a finishing blow during this period, he could survive. He had initially intended to sneak away while these two fiends dealt with others. But he had not anticipated their ruthless efficiency in eliminating the others, leaving him no time to escape. Oh, those 2 female warriors, no? The 2 heads of the Battle Wolf Guild. At that moment, in his desperation to survive, Holy Sword Judgment cast aside any semblance of dignity. I want to claim the platinum treasure. Truly, it's yours, Battle Wolf Guild. I'll leave. Right now? Upon hearing the title Battle Wolf head, Pineapple Beer paused, glancing at Jiang Li with a look of confusion. When did we join Battle Wolf? However, Jiang Li returned her a knowing gaze, stepping forward to place her foot on Holy Sword Judgment's chest, gently tapping his face with her axe. What is this? Now you're frightened? Jiang Li's voice was husky and laden with an oppressive force. Just moments ago, hadn't she been eager to engage in a life-and-death struggle with our werewolf guild? Wasn't she threatening to obliterate my gear? Pineapple Beer quickly comprehended the situation. This was a role-playing scenario, specifically designed to incite hostility towards the werewolf guild. Such an advantageous opportunity was not to be missed. Pineapple Beer immediately donned a fierce expression, brandishing her blade against the throat of the Holy Sword Judgment. Why waste words on such trash? Just slay him and seize the gear. After all, our werewolf guild has never flinched at the thought of murder. The Holy Sword Judgment trembled in fear, nearly losing control. No, don't kill me. I am of use. I possess resources. With shaking hands, he opened his backpack, hastily discarding its contents like refuse. This is my gear. This is potions. These are materials. All of it is yours. Just spare my life. Jiang Li glanced at the scattered items on the ground. Most were merely common blue gear and potions, though they held some value. However, as the vice-captain of the Temple Guild, he could not possibly possess only such trifles. Is this all? Jiang Li scoffed, applying pressure with the axe. It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of your predicament. Does our werewolf guild truly lack such worthless items? I desire that which could secure your life. Jiang Li's intent became clear. She demanded the most valuable schematics or items he possessed. Fail to produce every item, and I shall reduce you to a mere stick figure. Hanging at the entrance of your temple guild, the Holy Sword Judgment's body quivered violently. Although the life-saving item was a one-time use, he still had 2 exceedingly precious resurrection dolls, consumables, tucked away, which he had kept as a last resort. Such a rare commodity was not something he was willing to relinquish. However, contemplating the murderous intent emanating from the 2 female fiends, particularly the assassin who boasted that the werewolves never hesitated to kill, the Holy Sword Judgment's mental defenses crumbled entirely. What was the point of a future if his life was forfeit? I will hand it all over. I will surrender everything. Trembling, he retrieved a peculiar little puppet from his inner pocket, along with a glowing golden scroll. Resurrection Dolls X2. After stowing the doll, Pineapple Beer delivered a fierce kick to the Holy Sword Judgment. And stop pretending. Hand everything over. Startled, Holy Sword Judgment gasped. How does she know what else I possess? Could she have a revealing item? Feeling cornered, he dared not hold back any longer, producing another item. Camp Expansion Order, rare, can enhance the camp's authority within a limited range, allowing for construction beyond the walls. He then revealed a piece of black stone. This is obsidian, a high-grade material. Jiang Li seized the expansion order, her eyes sparkling with interest. Begone. Return and inform your guild leader that in the future, encountering anyone from our werewolf guild is best avoided. Otherwise, for every meeting, there shall be a kill. If you have the capability, seek vengeance against our werewolf guild. Yes. Yes. I shall leave immediately. I shall depart. As the Holy Sword's judgment was granted a reprieve, he scrambled to his feet, not daring to look back, and fled into the distance with a velocity surpassing that of his arrival. Observing his hasty retreat, Pineapple Beer could no longer suppress his laughter. Ha ha, Jiang Li. You are truly wicked. You intentionally spared him to ensure he would return with news, didn't you? Holding his stomach in mirth, he remarked, well, it seems the Werewolf Guild is now irrevocably at odds with the Temple Guild. They've been handed a blame more fitting than they deserve. After all, they relish the notion of being pursued relentlessly. Zhongli shrugged and replied, I am merely helping them to establish their notoriety. By the way, how did you know he had something on him? Such individuals are often the most cunning. I was merely probing him for information. I had no idea he was indeed concealing something. Impressive. Zhongli gave Pineapple Beer a thumbs up, simultaneously noticing the faint, glimmering platinum beam ascending from above his companion's head. It was the special marker of possessing a platinum treasure chest. You are now quite the luminous beacon. Zhongli pointed to the light. Though there is no one around, we cannot discount the possibility of other guilds approaching this location. The commotion from earlier was considerable. Moreover, that beam is too conspicuous. We must make our exit post-haste. Pineapple Beer glanced up at the radiant column and ceased his laughter. Indeed, this is far too ostentatious. Let us go. Get in the vehicle. The two swiftly cleared the battlefield, stuffing every salvageable resource into their backpacks before mounting their snowmobiles once more. With a roar, the engine sprang to life. Chapter 115. Circling in the snow, the thunderous roar of the engines echoed across the expansive snowfield. The two heavy snowmobiles soared over the undulating snowdrifts, racing ahead. Zhongli gripped the handlebars, his eyes narrowing behind the goggles as he leisurely accessed the regional chat channel, surveying the bustling activity. The lively exchanges in the area channel rivaled the festivities of a New Year celebration. Curious bystander, hey, everyone, look at the map. The beam of the platinum treasure chest is moving, and it's moving fast. Drama enthusiast, the Temple Guild S Paladin, the Holy Sword S Judgment, the Werewolf Guild S Madblade, the Bloodwolf of the Werewolf Guild. What's the situation on the front lines? Who will claim the prize? Don't play dead. Give us a live update. Casual Observer 007. Temple Guild, Werewolf Guild. Yes, don't pretend to be lifeless. Come out and take a stroll. Who secured the treasure? ID twists and turns. I just spotted them nearby. Two snowmobiles. They were truly magnificent. They zoomed past in a blur, and the exhaust nearly sprayed me. Plus, there S that enormous beam. ID just another bystander. Snowmobiles? The case is cracked. It must be the Werewolf Guild. Bystander 2. So, does that mean the Werewolf Guild has emerged victorious? Bystander 3. The Temple Guild isn't to be underestimated either. It's truly hard to say who will claim the treasure. As Zhongli read through these messages, a smile crept across his face. Who will claim the prize? It shall be I. Meanwhile, Pineapple Beer ahead was joyfully maneuvering the vehicle, reveling in the thrill of the chase. Yet the resplendent platinum beam emanating from her was akin to a colossal glow stick affixed to the forehead of a Pineapple Beer. Wherever she traversed, the beam followed, rendering her more conspicuous than a lighthouse against the dim expanse of the snowy wilderness. Meanwhile, 5 kilometers distant from the freshly spawned platinum treasure chest, nestled in a snowy hollow, the Holy Sword Judgment, the vice leader of the temple, was trembling beneath a tattered blanket, having narrowly escaped death, and was now fervently venting in the guild channel. The image of him weeping and pleading for mercy before Zhongli had vanished, replaced by an expression of bitterness and indignation. Holy Temple Guild, Holy Sword Judgment. President, brothers, the Battle Wolf Guild are despicable. They are nothing but a bunch of vile knaves. Holy Temple Guild President, Judgment, what on earth happened? I see the squad icons are all blacked out. Where's the treasure chest? Holy Sword Judgment, don't even mention it. We were on the verge of defeating the guardian boss of that treasure chest, a forced fabrication for the sake of pride, only to find the Battle Wolf Guild lurking nearby. There were even 2 female fiends, likely a warrior and an assassin, who ambushed us when we were unprepared. They lay in wait for us. Holy Sword Judgment, especially that assassin. She had poison on her blade. She even rammed us with a snowmobile. Holy Sword Judgment. When I confronted them, they were incredibly arrogant, claiming they were specifically targeting our temple, stating that they would kill us on sight. President, we cannot endure this indignity. As Holy Sword Judgment elaborated, his narrative grew increasingly animated, painting a vivid portrait of victimhood. He refrained from mentioning how he had pleaded for mercy or how his numerous followers were overpowered by sheer numbers, instead placing all blame squarely on the treachery of the Battle Wolf Guild. Upon hearing this, the president of the Holy Temple Guild was incensed. Consequently, an official statement from the Holy Temple Guild appeared instantly on the World Channel. Holy Temple Guild Paladin, Battle Wolf Guild Blood Wolf. What cunning tactics? Ambush, poisoning, overwhelming us with numbers. For the sake of a mere chest, have you no regard for the reputation of a major guild? We shall remember this transgression. When next we meet in the wild, it shall be to the death. This message placed the Battle Wolf Guild under intense scrutiny. ID Casual Bystander 007. The main character has appeared, selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, and bottled water in the front row. ID Holy Sword Judgment. The despicable members of the Battle Wolf Guild had the audacity to lay in wait in the snow. They launched a suicidal charge against us, exploiting the high mobility of their snowmobiles. ID Holy Sword Judgment. Moreover, they smeared their weapons with deadly poison. My brothers were felled by their toxins. Bloodwolf. For the sake of victory, have you no shame? Is this what you call the premier combat guild? Bah. Poisoning, ambushing, overwhelming us with numbers. This is your strategy? As the paladin continued to berate them, he seemed to embody the valor of a tragic resistance, oblivious to how much the vice leader had embellished the tale to avoid censure. Though I, Holy Sword Judgment, may have faced defeat, I still hold my head high. At least we confronted them head on. The words spoken were imbued with fervent emotion, igniting a whirlwind of discussion. After all, terms such as poisoning and sneak attack easily provoke undue speculation. It is widely acknowledged that the recent contest for the Platinum Treasure Chest was claimed by the Werewolf Guild. For those who revel in the chaos, Bloodwolf of the Werewolf Guild, what treasures lie within that chest? Can you enlighten us? In my opinion, a loss is a loss. True strength belongs to the Werewolf. Observing the escalating tensions, the Paladin's ire surged. Paladin of the Holy Temple Guild. For those who thrive on the turmoil, little brat, just wait until I catch you. At this moment, several dozen kilometers away, Bloodwolf, the leader of the Werewolf Guild, stared in bewilderment at the deluge of vitriol flooding the guild and world channels. He was riding the last remaining motorcycle, the biting wind stinging his cheeks, yet the anguish in his heart surpassed the pain on his face. Bloodwolf furiously typed in the guild's chat. Can someone explain this situation to me? Where's the vice president? What transpired on the front lines? Did our members not refrain from participation? Who among you ventured there in secret? Crazy Blade, did you send someone over there? Did you hide the previous motorcycle? Crazy Blade shook his head vigorously. I am Rond, guild leader. I did not attend their last operation. I am unaware of what transpired. Moreover, given the distance, even if we wished to fly over, we would not arrive in time. Then what is the meaning of this? Bloodwolf pointed at the rapidly moving platinum beam on the map, and then at the accusations from the Holy Temple Guild. Could it be that another faction is masquerading as us? Yet Crazy Blade hesitated. Is it the Solo Alliance? Did they consume that squad? Or do they possess some secret artifact? You need to figure it out yourself. Do not burden me with further trouble. You are more of a hindrance than a help. Bloodwolf scolded fiercely. Initially intending to secretly join the fray on his snowmobile, he was now left utterly baffled by the unfolding events. This truly vexed Bloodwolf. Crazy Blade, chastised, dared not retort, instead repeatedly admitting fault, his mind preoccupied with his own schemes. No. I must personally lead a large force to investigate the situation at North Wind, Crazy Blade resolved, convinced that some special artifact from North Wind had disrupted matters. Meanwhile, Bloodwolf took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and sent a particularly ostentatious message in the regional channel. Bloodwolf of the Werewolf Guild. All's fair in war. A loss is a loss. Do not seek excuses. This platinum treasure chest was rightfully claimed by us, the Werewolf. As for a declaration of war, we are always ready. Since the blame has already been placed upon us, we shall bear it to the end. At least we can attain the reputation of being the strongest in the entire server. On the other side, the two culprits, reveling in the thrill of racing amidst the snowstorm, were enjoying the moment. This is hilarious. Pineapple Beer nearly lost his grip on the handlebars. Jiangli, look. Bloodwolf actually admitted it. Jiangli couldn't help but laugh aloud. This is what it means to wear the yellow robe, unable to act freely. We have taken the spoils while he bears the blame. Shall we return to camp to inspect the chest's rewards? Pineapple Beer inquired. No. Jiangli shook his head. We cannot return now. Look at the map. The chest marker is still present. Although we are not weak, it is unnecessary to draw the attention of the entire server to our doorstep. Presently, many envious eyes are fixated on this beacon. Your assertion holds merit. Thus, we shall merely take a stroll, for this marker will not vanish for another half hour. After checking the fuel gauge and confirming its sufficiency, Pineapple Beer spoke up. As a result, a remarkable spectacle unfolded across the snowy expanse. The radiant beam of the platinum treasure chest, symbolizing the highest reward in the game, danced like a mischievous sprite, tracing bizarre lines upon the map. At one moment, it traced ends over the eastern ice lake, then along the western pine forest. Quick! Block the mouth of the canyon ahead. He is bound to pass through there. A group of players, breathless, hurriedly set traps. Boom. Before they could even pull up the tripwire, two shadowy figures soared from a small snowbank, leaping over them from several meters above, only to shift direction midair, accompanied by a taunting remark. Bro, nice knot. But next time, don't tie it too tight. You might trip your own. That unmistakably was Pineapple Beer's voice. Damn. How audacious. This must be the Werewolf Guild. Only a major guild could be so brazen. The captain, infuriated, hurled his spear to the ground. Yet in the next instant, an arrow landed at his feet, startling him into a stupor. The allure of the platinum chest was insatiable, and waves of players surged forth. Those attempting to encircle the prize often found that as soon as they glimpsed the beam on the hillside, it had already zipped several kilometers away to the valley below. How on earth can we pursue this? Is this some sort of cheat? Such speed is not meant for mere mortals. I'm utterly exhausted. I'm done chasing. Let whoever wants it, take it. Half an hour later, countless players who had attempted to intercept could only watch helplessly as the beam, traveling at a staggering speed of 80 kilometers per hour, swept past the horizon, leaving behind a trail of exhaust and snow-laden faces. The few survivors, panting and having missed even the tailpipe fumes, finally surrendered in despair. At that moment, the dazzling platinum beam above Pineapple Beer flickered twice before gradually extinguishing. System notification. Special marker time has ended. Treasure chest coordinates have been concealed. At last, it has faded. Time to call it a day and return home. Jiangli immediately eased off the throttle, reducing their speed. Without the beacon, they were but inconspicuous specks of dust in the vast snowy wilderness. The two skillfully navigated around regions teeming with high-level monsters, following a hidden route toward Jiangli's campsite. As twilight descended, the winds and snow seemed to intensify. When the two snowmobiles crested the final ridge, the familiar sight of the enormous campsite emerged, allowing Jiangli's taut nerves to finally relax. To his surprise, the area outside the camp was quite lively. From a distance, he spotted several figures bustling about in the snow. Nico had transformed into a massive brown bear, adorned with thick ropes, dragging a sizable makeshift sled behind her. The sled was piled high with treasure chests of various hues, a task assigned by Jiangli prior to their departure. to scour the nearby area for ordinary chests. Beside Nico, the little tree ant, known as Little Tree, was skillfully wielding its branch-like arms, deftly unearthing chests buried beneath the snow and tossing them onto the sled. Above them, Little Gray circled low, occasionally emitting a chirp to indicate the location of the next hidden chest. Joseph and his companions, bundled in thick winter attire, were pushing a slightly smaller sled. Their faces flushed from the cold, but radiating the joy of a bountiful harvest. 1, 2, 3, lift, Joseph shouted, hoisting a heavy metal chest. Uncle, there seems to be another one in that direction, Jeff exclaimed excitedly, pointing at a snowdrift in the distance. Move, bring everything back. The adults said we need to take all the chests. A buzzing sound of engines approached. Nico abruptly halted, her round, bear-like eyes sparkling with excitement. Oh woo, Lee is back. Chapter 116. The treasure chest competition. 2 snowmobiles drifted to a stop in front of the camp. Jiangli elegantly dismounted, swiftly removing the key and stowing the vehicle in her backpack. Nearby, Pineapple Beer also removed his frosted goggles, pulled out the key, and instinctively extended it towards Jiangli. Here you go. Jiangli, while adjusting her cuffs, glanced at the key but did not reach for it. Instead, she waved her hand dismissively. You keep it. You seem quite fond of it, and I can't ride 2 at once. Pineapple Beer paused, his hand hovering in the air, but he quickly smiled and said, what about the egg tart? No worries, we can get her another one later. There will always be a second, and likely a third. As long as it's not unique, it's manageable. Besides, we can always carry her. Alright, I want to be modest then. Pineapple Beer grinned broadly, tucking the key into the pocket of his leather armor, then clapped Jiangli on the shoulder. Best friends, let us brave the world together. Let us skip the treacherous paths. Repairing vehicles can be quite costly, Jiangli joked, then turned her gaze to the center of the courtyard. In the spacious courtyard, a neat row of treasure chests was stacked beneath the wide eaves. Wooden, bronze, and even a few shimmering silver chests were lined up. Upon a quick count, there were over 20. Wow, exclaimed Pineapple Beer. With so many people, the efficiency is remarkable. Indeed, Nico and the others did a fantastic job. Upon hearing the praise, Nico strutted over, hands on her hips, wearing a proud expression. Jiangli assessed their spoils. 15 wooden chests, 8 bronze chests, and 3 silver chests. In addition to the still warm platinum chest in her backpack. This bounty from the airdrop was already substantial. Money-making trio, spicy chicken leg burger, Jiangli Egg Tart King. How did your haul go? Barely 2 seconds after sending the message, a reply from Egg Tart King appeared. Egg Tart King, the terrain in my area is too complicated, filled with rocky debris, and the little sheep can't run quickly. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon me as I stumbled upon a plethora of materials, even discovering a golden treasure chest. However, it was precariously perched at the edge of a cliff, and it took considerable effort to retrieve it. Egg Tart King. Hee. Although the process was rather exhausting, the rewards were indeed worthwhile. Inside, I unearthed 2 pieces of purple gear, not blueprints. You shall find them useful. I'll bring them over shortly. One is a bracer, and the other a pair of shoes. Spicy chicken leg burger. That's excellent. Your luck remains as splendid as ever, managing to acquire 2 pieces of purple equipment. As one ascends to blue quality gear and beyond, the probability of obtaining completed equipment diminishes significantly, and blueprints are mostly one-time use, with reusable ones being exceedingly rare. Spicy chicken leg burger. Have you finished over there? We are planning to host a celebration banquet tonight. Egg Tart King. Hooray. I'm on my way. Wait a moment. Burger sister, a celebration banquet? Have you gone after the platinum treasure chest? You wouldn't have already secured that platinum chest, would you? Egg Tart King, despite being on the road, had caught glimpses of the intense verbal altercation in the World Channel moments ago. Egg Tart King, was it not said that the treasure chest was claimed by the Werewolf Guild? Did you have a confrontation with them? Are you unharmed? Pineapple Beer, Jiangli sustained some injuries, but I have avenged her. Moreover, if you do not arrive soon, we might just open the platinum chest without you. It is said that the first opening provides bonuses, and who knows what divine artifact might emerge. Initially concerned for the 2, Egg Tart King suddenly grew anxious, eliciting a shared smile between them. Egg Tart King, no, spare the chest. I shall arrive post-haste. Give me 5 minutes. No, 3 minutes. I too wish to feel the texture of the platinum chest. I beg you. I'm on my knees in supplication. Jiangli chuckled as she closed the system interface. Pineapple, let us clear away these space-consuming low-grade treasure chests before she arrives. And Ku and the others cannot trigger the system for opening chests. It is solely up to us. Alright, though the wooden bronze chests were numerous, their sheer quantity made them manageable. Furthermore, low-grade chests occasionally yielded basic life supplies, which are currently in high demand. Click. Jiangli was the first to open a wooden chest. Acquired. Purified water, 5L, X2. Acquired. Bread X10. Acquired. Wood X8. Click. The second one. Acquired. Bandages X3. Acquired. Coal X3. Acquired. Blueprint for permanent burning iron base torch. After opening 5 wooden chests, all containing rather mundane resources, Jiangli sighed and reached for the bronze chest. Acquired. Blueprint for simple workbench. Common. Acquired. Blueprint for thick cotton door curtain. Common. Acquired. Forest wolf fur X2. Acquired. Equipment. Forest leather boots. Common. Though nothing particularly astonishing was unearthed. At least some equipment and blueprints were obtained. Meanwhile, Pineapple Beer had also opened a piece of equipment. She held up a ring that emanated a soft green glow. Swift ring, green quality. Attributes, agility 3. Effect, slightly enhances finger dexterity. The effect is rather commendable, albeit it is merely of green quality. After scrutinizing the ring for a moment, Pineapple Beer promptly deposited it into the guild storage. Seed of orange tree, improved, X1. Description, cold-resistant fruit tree seed, genetically modified. Although still sensitive to cold, it can flourish rapidly in suitable environments. Maturity period, 30 days. Fruit. Zhang Li's eyes sparkled instantaneously. Though the supplies in the fortress are ample, bread, jerky, and canned goods abound, fresh fruit is undeniably a luxury among luxuries, providing essential vitamins, especially since this is an improved variety. Cold-resistant, and not a potted plant. Zhang Li carefully accepted the seed and tucked it away with great care, with the assistance of a tray ant. It is likely that in a few weeks, they could enjoy oranges. The two shared laughter, yet their diligent efforts did not wane. Before long, the several low-level treasure chests on the ground were entirely emptied. A plethora of resources was meticulously sorted and stacked, hundreds of units of timber, over 100 units of coal, along with various miscellaneous basic materials. Though no artifacts were found, this batch of resources was sufficient to sustain a modest shelter comfortably for a week. Zhang Li brushed the dust from her hands and cast her gaze upon the 3 glimmering silver chests. Shall we each open one of these? We can save the remaining one for egg tart when she arrives, Pineapple Beer suggested. Agreed. Zhang Li, feeling no need for formality, placed her hand on the nearest silver chest. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly lifted the lid. A flash of silver light erupted. Acquired. Refined steel X10. Acquired. Energy core X5. Acquired. Blueprint for heated carpet, blue rare. Acquired. Blueprint for home electric heater, blue rare. Heated carpet. Laid on the ground. It emits warmth when powered, effectively raising indoor temperatures by 35 degrees and providing extreme comfort. Home electric heater, a high-power heating device that offers considerable warmth in a small area. Though both items are energy guzzlers, Zhang Li recently installed a motor, making them quite practical. Not bad, indeed, Zhang Li remarked. Meanwhile, Pineapple Beer had opened her own silver chest. Clang. Acquired. Home dual-burner gas stove, blue product, X2. Acquired. Blueprint for liquefied gas cylinder, blue rare. Acquired. Blueprint for efficient coal heating stove, green. It seems the system believes we ought to enhance our meals. I truly miss cooking with a gas stove, Zhang Li chuckled. At that moment, the small teleportation array in the camp courtyard suddenly buzzed to life. As the light dissipated, a familiar figure emerged, riding atop an enormous cotton candy cloud. Sister Fortress. Sister Pineapple. I'm here, exclaimed Egg Tart King, riding forth from the teleportation array. The cotton candy cloud sheep beneath her seemed to have grown considerably since their last encounter. Bah! The sheep emitted a soft, squishy bleat, seemingly greeting Zhang Li. Has your sheep grown? Zhang Li exclaimed in surprise. Hee hee, it seems like it's been enjoying sweet treats with me every day, the Egg Tart King replied. Glancing back at the cotton candy, she hadn't particularly given it anything special. Well, I thought you had some extraordinary tool. I wish to see my little gray grow faster, Zhang Li responded. After all, she possessed a versatile saddle, and perhaps when little gray matured, she might truly ride it through the skies. Egg Tart hopped down from Cotton Candy's back, and the cloud sheep immediately pranced away to play with Nico and the little tree man in a corner. The trio of non-human beings soon tumbled into a joyful heap, creating an incredibly heartwarming scene. Egg Tart eagerly looked towards Zhang Li. Sister Fortress, what about the platinum treasure chest? It's still here, right? It hasn't been opened yet? Indeed. It is here, Pineapple Beer chuckled, shaking the exquisite little metal box. Can you even wait for you? Egg Tart sighed in relief, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the pile of resources on the ground. Wow, so many things. See what you lack and help yourself. Zhang Li indicated the remaining silver treasure chest on the floor. Additionally, this silver treasure chest is reserved for you. Feel free to try your luck. All right. Egg Tart did not hesitate. Rubbing her little frozen, rosy hands, she breathed on them, then solemnly placed her hands on the chest lid. Heavenly spirits, grant me a divine artifact. Click. The lid opened. Acquired. Blueprint for polar cold-resistant coat. Set. Acquired. Blueprint for precision arm guards. Blue. Acquired. Blueprint for snow slip boots. Green. Acquired. Plant growth acceleration lantern. Special artifact. It seemed, compared to Zhang Li and Pineapple Beer, her luck was indeed somewhat superior. Polar cold-resistant coat. Attributes. Warmth 30. Special effect. Adaptability. Reduces the cold resistance level by 1 for the wearer. Note, this equipment is simple to craft and also effective for NPC natives. Effective for the natives. Zhang Li keenly grasped the crux. Players like Zhang Li, who hailed from Blue Star and possessed system equipment, could endure harsh conditions even in a bikini, provided their attributes were high enough. However, the natives were genuinely affected by physical loss. Although Joseph and the others had received old clothes from Zhang Li, there remained a risk of frostbite while working in such sub-zero environments. This lantern is quite nice. Pineapple Beer pointed at the oddly shaped lantern radiating a warm yellow glow. Plant growth acceleration lantern, blue. Effect, when hung in a farmland area. It enhances the growth speed of surrounding plants within a 10 by 10 meter radius by 50 and prevents frost damage. Energy, requires the consumption of magic crystals or electricity. Chapter 117. Seaside Vacation. The group collected the rewards from the silver treasure chest and finally turned their attention to the main event of the day, the platinum treasure chest. Pineapple Beer placed the delicate little platinum treasure chest on the carpet between the three of them. This box was small, only the size of a palm. Crafted entirely from an unknown platinum-colored metal, its surface intricately engraved with complex magical patterns, faintly shimmering with flowing light. The only platinum treasure chest of this event. Come on, let us open it together. Zhang Li extended her hand, resting it on one corner of the chest lid. Upon hearing this, Pineapple Beer placed his hand on top of Zhang Li's. The Egg Tart King hurriedly brought his hand over, carefully positioning it on top. Then, a burst of golden light illuminated the small box. As the radiance faded, the trio finally beheld the interior of the palm-sized platinum treasure chest. It appeared that the space within had been compressed by some form of folding technology. Within the seemingly diminutive box, items wrapped in luminous orbs floated serenely. Zhongli silently reached inside, extracting each item one by one and laying them on the carpet. The floor sparkled with brilliance. Zhongli first picked up the stack that seemed the least conspicuous but was, in fact, a collection of cards coveted by countless players. Backpack expansion card, 20 slots. X4, description, a straightforward yet powerful space folding technology. Upon use, a player's personal backpack will permanently increase by 20 slots. 20 slots. And 4 cards. Pineapple Beer exclaimed, the expansion cards available on the market, even those that add just 5 slots, are quite expensive, and can only be used once within a specific time frame. Zhongli smiled, casually handing one card to Pineapple Beer and another to Egg Tart. Since we have them, let's use them. Who wouldn't want a larger backpack? With a flash of light, Zhongli glanced at her attribute panel. 2 additional lines appeared in her backpack section, imparting an immensely satisfying sense of spaciousness. This way, she wouldn't need to lug around the cumbersome, greedy scavenger's backpack, which offered no weight reduction. There remained one card. Zhongli held the last card in her hand and spoke. Pineapple, shall I give you this final card? You often venture far, and your backpack slots may not suffice. Zhongli had hit the nail on the head. Due to the existence of a special tent, she frequently embarked on treasure hunts that lasted several days, leading to a genuine shortage of backpack space. The Egg Tart King nodded vigorously, saying, that sounds good. I have no objections. I don't spend much time outdoors and won't stray too far. In dungeons, one type of dessert occupies only one slot, so my backpack is entirely sufficient. Zhongli suddenly slapped her forehead and remarked, oh right, you still need to bring desserts. Do you really have enough slots? Now that you mention it, it seems fair to give you this card. The Egg Tart King waved his hands dismissively. Sister Bao, I'm fine, truly enough. If I needed more space, I wouldn't hesitate to let you know. Alright then, we'll distribute it this way for now, and next time we find expansion cards, you'll be prioritized. Good. After distributing the backpack expansion cards, the group began to examine the subsequent rewards. There were 2 cards emanating a mysterious silver-gray sheen. Random space card, special item, X2. Description, upon use, it can randomly generate an independent subspace attached to the main world. The environment of the space is random, as is its size. Due to the extreme stability of the space, it can serve as a plantation, storage, or secret base. A subspace? Zhongli picked up a card and looked at Pineapple Beer. Have you seen such a thing before? Pineapple Beer furrowed his brow in contemplation for quite some time before ultimately shaking his head. I haven't encountered it before. In fact, in my memory, this platinum treasure chest is considered a rather rare reward. It seems our progress has been too rapid, resulting in a butterfly effect. The system must have released some high-tier items prematurely to balance the difficulty, or simply to reward our first kill. Zhongli pondered for a moment. Since he had never seen it, he decided to give it a try. After all, he had 2 cards. Shall we use it here? Pineapple Beer glanced around. Let's head to the courtyard. The subspace sounds intimidating. We wouldn't want to damage my magnificent mansion. Zhongli chuckled. He first stored the light orb, and then stood up, card in hand, making his way outside. Upon reaching the vacant area in the courtyard, originally reserved for expansion, Zhongli held the card and summoned the system interface. Use. The card in his hand transformed into a streak of radiant light that shot skyward, followed by the sounds reminiscent of house construction. Countless hexagonal patterns of light intertwined before the onlookers, materializing in mere seconds. A structure of aesthetic beauty appeared atop the snowy ground. It was a hemispherical glass house, approximately 3 meters in diameter, composed entirely of transparent hexagonal crystals, resembling half of a colossal soccer ball resting on the ground. A pale blue energy liquid flowed at the joints of the crystals. Wow, it's stunning. Egg Tart exclaimed. It looks like a crystal ball. Is this the subspace? Zhongli circled the glass house, noting its modest size, around 4 to 5 square meters. Through the transparent crystalline walls, the interior appeared vacant, save for a white gardening rack adorned with a few empty flower pots. Opposite the entrance, a massive floor-to-ceiling mirror dominated one wall. The mirror was not made of glass, but rather a swirling, profound gray vortex, exuding an ethereal and mysterious aura. The frame was crafted from brass, intricately engraved with various floral designs. Zhongli took the initiative, stepping closer to the glass house. The door was automatically activated, sliding open with a hiss as he approached. I'll go in first, he declared. Be careful. If anything happens, retreat immediately. I'll be here at the entrance to assist, Pineapple Beer cautioned. Even though this is a reward item, caution is paramount in this post-apocalyptic world. Understood. Zhongli nodded and stepped into the glass house. The ground felt solid beneath his feet, akin to a synthetic material. The room was indeed small, allowing him to see the ceiling at a glance. His gaze was drawn to the enormous, illusory mirror. Current status, stable, internal environment. Zhongli took a deep breath and tentatively extended his hand, slowly approaching the swirling vortex of the mirror. The moment his fingertips made contact, he encountered no resistance and effortlessly passed through. There was no pain, only a faint warmth. Zhongli's heart raced. He glanced back at Pineapple Beer and Egg Tart standing at the entrance. They exchanged a knowing look. With determination, Zhongli took a step forward, instantly vanishing into the mirror. 2 seconds later, just as Pineapple Beer was nervously preparing to rush in to rescue him, the mirror suddenly rippled with a wave. Zhongli's figure suddenly emerged from within, stumbling slightly due to the abruptness of her movements. Zhongli, are you alright? Pineapple Beer stepped forward to support her. Sister Bao. Are there monsters inside? Egg Tart asked with evident concern. However, Jiang Li's expression radiated sheer delight. Most notably, Pineapple Beer keenly observed that Jiang Li's hair was disheveled. Quick! Jiang Li's voice trembled, a manifestation of her overwhelming excitement. You must come in. It is truly a paradise inside. Pineapple Beer and Egg Tart exchanged glances, bewildered. Paradise? In this apocalyptic world? Driven by immense curiosity, they cautiously followed Jiang Li to the mirror, with one hand grasping each of them. She stepped into the swirling vortex once more. Their vision twisted into darkness for an instant, followed immediately by a resounding crash that filled their ears. Then came the blinding sunlight that brought tears to their eyes, accompanied by an onrush of sweltering heat. Always composed, Pineapple Beer found herself momentarily stunned upon opening her eyes. At that moment, they were not in a dim underground chamber nor a cramped plantation. Instead, they stood upon a soft, delicate, golden sandy beach. Above them was a radiant sun, and beneath their feet, the sand was pleasantly warm. At the far end of this space, roughly the size of a football field, lay an endless expanse of azure ocean. The waves lapping at the shore felt strikingly real. Surrounding them were towering weathered rocks, providing shade from the relentless sun. The waves crashed against these massive formations, sending up sprays of white foam. Remarkably, amidst the crevices of the rocks, clusters of vibrant green seaweed thrived, alongside two crooked coconut trees. Is this the seaside? Egg Tart King quivered as he scooped up a handful of sand, feeling the warmth slip through his fingers. This is real sand. Warm. Truly warm. The temperature here must be at least 30 degrees. Jiang Li spread her arms wide, savoring the long-awaited sea breeze against her cheeks. She gazed at this modest yet breathtaking private beach. The group adjusted their attire through the system's interface, opting to go barefoot as they strolled along the shore. Pineapple Beer approached the water's edge, playfully kicking up some seawater, which felt cool and refreshing. This is clearly a resort. If we ever tire, we can come here for a swim, bask in the sun. Oh, I can hardly fathom such a life. Moreover, this place boasted soil, water, and sunlight. Outside, the temperature plummeted to several degrees below zero with relentless snowstorms and the menace of the undead. Yet here, merely a mirror away, they possessed their own eternal, unfrozen little world. As the group sauntered along the beach, they noticed faint, ethereal currents in the distance. With a thud, Jiang Li extended her hand, her fingertips brushing against an invisible barrier approximately 100 meters from where they had entered. Before her lay an expanse of endless azure sea and sky, with white waves frolicking in the distance. Yet, the sensation in her hand revealed a formidable barrier of air. It was not boundless after all. Jiang Li withdrew her hand, feeling no disappointment, but rather a sense of inevitability. If she were to be granted an infinite world, it would cease to be merely a prop card and transform into a divine artifact of creation. Nonetheless, this private beach, comparable in size to a football field, remained a marvel in itself. The warm sand beneath her feet, coupled with the sea breeze carrying a distinct briny aroma brushing through her hair, made her feel as if she had transcended to the Maldives, were it not for the shimmering portal leading to the snowy expanse in the distance. Although devoid of seagulls and crabs, the scenery was nothing short of breathtaking. At this moment, Pineapple Beer lay sprawled on the beach in an unabashed manner, utterly entranced. Jiang Li, there is only one thing I wish to do right now. What? Grab a shovel and bury myself, never to emerge again. The Egg Tart King, cautiously cradling a handful of seawater, took a sip and grimaced. Yuck. It's so salty. This system is far too meticulous with the details. He mused. Perhaps it's not fabricated. Maybe it has truly transported us to another realm. Jiang Li chuckled softly and approached a control panel beside the portal. The screen illuminated, revealing lines of data. Current space, subspace number 1, beach system, space level, LV1, environmental simulation degree, 95, constant temperature, 18°C. Humidity, 65, biosphere carrying capacity, 020, currently allows for the relocation of small animals or plants. Building modules, 05, capable of constructing uniquely styled buildings. An independent construction system? Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. It seemed that building within this subspace came with restrictions. One could not simply erect structures wherever desired. However, the most significant detail was the biosphere's carrying capacity. Did this imply that in the future, she could nurture small creatures captured from the beast forest within this space? Jiang Li shut off the panel and turned to her two companions, who were now thoroughly engaged in their revelry, toying with the remaining, random miniature world creation card. As Jiang Li began to speak, Pineapple Beer, as if possessing a sixth sense, intuitively grasped her intent. She sat upright from the sand and waved her hands dismissively. Don't look at me. It would be a waste to place that in my hands. Pineapple Beer brushed the sand from her body and thoughtfully remarked, You see, my camp lacks even a decent living room aside from the essential structures. I often venture out, so it would be best utilized here with you. Indeed, chimed in the Egg Tart King, his eyes sparkling. If it's here with Fortress Sister, we have a teleportation array, allowing us to visit whenever we wish. All right. Jiang Li conceded, having no strong objections. With the teleportation array in place, it mattered little where the card was kept. However, let us refrain from activating the card just yet. Let us keep an air of suspense. Agreed. Jiang Li stowed the card back into her backpack and then retrieved the luminous orbs once more. Firstly, the first orb of light consists of 5 crystalline entities emanating a cerulean glow. Source Core, Epic, X5, Effect, upon activation. It generates an inexhaustible spring, shape can be designated, yielding a maximum of 1,000 liters of pure water per day. Jiang Li picked one up and remarked. Although the outside is blanketed in snow, extracting water from it is rather cumbersome, not to mention the waste of coal and labor. The taste invariably carries a hint of earthy flavor. Moreover, snow water contains numerous impurities, and excessive consumption could jeopardize our health. Let us distribute these among the three of us, one for each. Zhongli promptly allocated them. As it stands, the daily yield of 1,000 liters is ample for both domestic use and agricultural irrigation. After a moment's contemplation regarding the remaining two, Zhongli suggested, perhaps we should store them in the guild warehouse. With our guild's expansion on the horizon, they could serve as rewards for contribution points. Next, there lay a substantial stack of cards. Equipment enhancement card, intermediate, X100 100 cards. Gazing at the gleaming pile, Zhongli could not help but feel a surge of exhilaration. Although the resources required for enhancement escalate exponentially with the increase in equipment quality, the gear enhanced with these 100 cards would undoubtedly confer a significant advantage at this stage. Zhongli initially intended to divide them evenly, but Egg Tart indicated that her need for equipment was not as pressing as that of Jiang Li and Pineapple Beer, thus she requested only 20. Consequently, Jiang Li and Pineapple Beer each received 40 cards. Following the enhancement cards were the equipment blueprints. The first blueprint was for an orange level item, Touch of the Spirit Wand. It allows for a single production and cannot be replicated. This required no further discussion, as the wand, suited to priestly classes, was naturally designated for Egg Tart. Delighted, Egg Tart embraced the blueprint, lost in a reverie of wielding the wand with an air of authority. The remaining two blueprints were of broader applicability. Blueprint, Polar Walker Boots, orange, repeatable production. Accompanied material package, pads of the Polar Bear X10, core material. Blueprint, Tactical Rune Leggings, orange. Repeatable production. Accompanied material package, tendons of the Dark Beast X10, core material. Zhongli examined the boots blueprint closely, scrutinizing its attributes. Polar Walker Boots, attributes, agility 25, constitution 15, special effect 1, effortless movement. Movement speed on snow and ice is unhindered and increased by 20. Special effect 2, double jump, allows for aerial propulsion, enabling a second leap. Double jump, Zhongli exclaimed, struggling to fathom the spectacle of executing a skill she had only witnessed in games. As her gaze shifted downward to the crafting requirements, her expression darkened instantly. Production requirements, single item, core material, Polar Bear Paw X5, provided by system. Basic materials, refined steel X20, advanced beast leather X5. Magic crystal powder X10, rubber X5. Jiang Li's lips twitched in annoyance. This dogged system is exceedingly stingy. She could not help but voice her complaints. Having provided the core materials, why not simply deliver the fully assembled item? Why must there be so many tedious additional materials? Though she grumbled verbally, her hands were quite honest, carefully stowing away the blueprint. This is a repeatable orange-grade equipment. Perhaps the entire guild could be outfitted. Next, she encountered a blue blueprint radiating spatial fluctuations. Intermediate teleportation array, blueprint. Description. Establish a spatial anchor point for point-to-point teleportation, allowing the selection of teleportation locations. And simultaneously create a return spatial anchor point for convenient round trips. Restrictions. Coordinates must be recorded in advance. Usable up to 5 times per day. Consumption. Each teleportation consumes 1 primary energy core. This is excellent. The King of Egg Tarts excitedly pointed at the blueprint. Previously, the basic teleportation array only allowed for one-way travel and had a long cooldown. This one allows for round trips. And 5 times a day. With this, our efficiency will double whether we are visiting resource points or supporting allies. Indeed, compared to the basic teleportation array, this is significantly more advanced. It allows for designated teleportation coordinates and round trips, while also reducing energy consumption. Subsequently, Jiang Li picked up a hefty black iron block model from the Orb of Light. Magical Anvil, special facility. Function, automatically repairs equipment. Consumption, raw materials corresponding to the repaired item, e.g., repairing an iron sword consumes iron blocks. Repairing leather armor consumes beast leather. This comes at a most opportune time. Jiang Li glanced at her equipment. Although they had emerged victorious in the earlier battle, the durability of her gear had diminished considerably. Repairing equipment in this game is most troublesome. One must either seek out a repair NPC or utilize expensive repair scrolls. With this anvil, as long as she tosses in some scrap metal, it can repair itself. Pineapple Beer also wore a broad smile. Jiang Li checked the durability of her equipment, only to discover unexpectedly that the Rending Wind double axes and the Pathfinder bracers appeared to have no durability. Oh, she suddenly exclaimed softly. What's wrong? Pineapple Beer leaned in closer. Look here, Jiang Li pointed to the axe's attribute panel. It seems this weapon lacks a durability attribute slot. Previously, the wear and tear on the equipment was minimal, so I didn't notice. After this battle, the disparity has become glaringly obvious. No durability? Pineapple Beer's eyes widened, glancing at his dagger, which prominently displayed durability, 85,100. What is the meaning of this? Jiang Li pondered thoughtfully, stroking the axe handle. This double axe was crafted by her own hands using renovation tools and materials she had brought from Blue Star when she first traversed here. In contrast, the Pathfinder bracers were a novice reward gifted by the system at the onset. Did a glimmer of insight flash in Jiang Li's eyes? Could it be that the tools brought from Blue Star, along with the special equipment granted by the system's achievements, were devoid of the concept of wear and tear? This Pineapple Beer recalled that there indeed existed such a notion. It is essential to understand that in the later stages of intense combat, the sudden loss of durability in equipment is not uncommon. Although it may not lead to the shattering of weapons, the deprivation of special attributes upon losing durability could very well determine the outcome of battles. At last, only a seemingly unremarkable and warmly illustrated blueprint remained on the carpet. Cotton home set, blueprint, living class. Includes cloud quilt, onesie pajamas, plush slippers. Effect 1, self-cleaning. Always remains clean, odorless, and free from stains. Effect 2, constant temperature. Locks in the ambient temperature, providing a soft touch. Required materials, cotton X10, ordinary fur X5, silk thread X2. When Zhongli uttered the word self-cleaning, the green light in the eyes of the two girls in the room shone even brighter than when they had encountered the orange weapon. Self-cleaning. Does that mean it won't get dirty even without washing? The egg tart king was so thrilled that she nearly leapt up in this dreadful place. Doing laundry was exceedingly troublesome, and these pajamas felt like a lifesaver. Moreover, constant temperature. Pineapple Beer also looked on with yearning, clearly quite satisfied with this ensemble. And the materials were so inexpensive. Zhongli glanced at the requirements. They had a stockpile of cotton, and there was an abundance of fur. Chapter 119. Constructing a mid-level teleportation array, the three of them squeezed into a tool room brimming with modern vibes, surrounded by piles of soft fur and pristine cotton bundles. Tap, tap, tap. Zhongli sat before the automated equipment in the tool room, her hands moving so swiftly that only afterimages remained. Meanwhile, Egg Tart handed her the required tools. Although the system offered assistance, crafting items at the workbench was not particularly challenging. For some reason, however, the Egg Tart King and Pineapple Beer did not possess the authority to use the tool room, so they could only assist with ordinary tools from the sidelines. Before long, Zhang Li's fingers danced, and with a flash of light, the previously scattered cotton and fur swiftly transformed under her skilled hands into a series of charming onesie pajamas. Done. This batch is small-sized. Egg Tart lifted a pink pajama adorned with cat ear hoods, her face beaming with satisfaction. There were ones for Nico, the treant. And she glanced at the griffin cub dozing by the fireplace in the corner, hesitating momentarily. Little Gray probably didn't need clothing. Its feathers were warmer than our cotton garments. Let us make it a scarf instead. Pineapple Beer, her face full of curiosity, began to wander around the tool room. That makes sense. Egg Tart promptly adopted the suggestion, casually tearing off a piece of excess fabric. Zhongli, how is it that your tool room is so out of sync with the level of your camp? Pineapple Beer finally noticed something amiss. Did you bring a factory with you during the teleportation? Not at all. It just so happens that the tools are rather complete, which will come in handy in the early stages. After all, didn't Egg Tart also bring a substantial set of baking tools? Zhongli explained with a smile. By the way, Pineapple, what did you bring? Do you believe me when I say I brought nothing? Pineapple Beer spread her hands. In her memories of the previous life, she arrived empty-handed, relying solely on her fierce nature. This time, she was left to depend entirely on her recollections. With no opportunity to select her tools, she simply found herself awakening in a snowy expanse. Then, dear Pineapple, it seems your reincarnation is rather unfortunate. Egg Tart remarked with a smile. Whether or not you are truly reborn remains uncertain. Perhaps clarity will come once we return to the 20th level of the underground city. Pineapple sighed, still perplexed by the situation. She could not discern if the memories in her mind truly belonged to her. It's all right, we will accompany you. Her companions reassured her. Half an hour later, the floor of the Lord's main house was neatly stacked with over 20 sets of cotton homeware. Apart from the custom-made versions for Egg Tart and Nico, the others received the default styles, including Joseph and his two nephews. As they received the soft, cloud-like cotton garments, Joseph's rough hands trembled. Is this truly for us, my lord? Joseph asked, gently touching the fabric, his eyes reddening. This is exquisite fine cotton. Even among the noble lords in the city, few would be so generous as to use so much cotton for nightwear. Take it and wear it. There's no need for formalities. We're all in this together now. Zhongli waved her hand. These garments have self-cleaning properties, after a day's work in the mines. You must be dirty. Wearing these will ensure a more comfortable sleep. Moreover, they are warm enough to keep you from freezing while working outside. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Joseph and his companions expressed their heartfelt gratitude as they clutched the garments, vowing their loyalty to the magical lord. Unfortunately, the treant seemed less enthusiastic about the clothing and decided to forego a set. As for the remaining garments, there was no rush. Whether traded or stored in the guild's warehouse, they represented a valuable choice. Lady Fortress, Pineapple, look at the two new pieces of equipment I just opened. King Egg Tart exclaimed, pulling out the two finished items from the golden treasure chest. Purple gold bracers, purple excellent. Attributes, strength 10. Constitution 4, durability, brand new, special effect, block. 10 chance to block a normal physical attack. Flowing wind boots, purple excellent. Attributes, agility 12. Movement speed 10, special effect, lightness. Reduces resistance from falling snow, jump height increased by 20. Durability, brand new. Egg Tart initially intended to give the bracers to Zhongli. However, upon glancing at the slightly worn Pathfinder bracers adorning her wrist, she furrowed her brow. Although the purple gold bracers boasted superior enhancements and a blocking effect, the glaring durability bar reminded her that repairs required proportional consumption of crafting materials. You take this bracer, Pineapple. Zhongli tossed the purple gold bracers to Pineapple Beer. And what about you? Pineapple asked, catching the bracers. Surprised at their superior attributes compared to her own. I'm fine with what I have. Zhongli raised her wrist. Although my predecessor's wrist guard lacked some attributes, its durability was unmatched. I decided to gradually enhance it with reinforcement cards. After all, the comfort of a wear-resistant item is unparalleled, and the system's achievements offer a wider array of special equipment attributes. Very well, I shall not be modest. Pineapple Beer promptly accepted the wrist guard. As for the pair of flowing wind boots, after a moment's contemplation, Zhongli decided to pass them to Egg Tart. Here, Egg Tart. You can wear these shoes for now. I have the little lamb mount, so I don't need to run that fast, Egg Tart replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. Jiang Li and Pineapple Beer had always regarded her as one of their own, consistently considering her in their distribution of items. After finally obtaining this piece of equipment, Egg Tart naturally wished to express her gratitude. It's perfectly fine, Egg Tart, Jiang Li laughed. Well aware of Egg Tart's character after their time together. Once the orange, polar walker boots are crafted, these purple ones will be obsolete. At that point, we can sell them at the trading post for a handsome price and acquire some rare materials. For now, enjoy the thrill of the purple gear. Don't regret selling it later. Alright, you're the best, Sister Fortress, Egg Tart exclaimed, shedding her hesitation as she swiftly donned the new boots. She bounced around the living room, exclaiming, wow, they're so much lighter. I feel like I can jump and touch the ceiling. I can finally see the world from a higher altitude. What altitude? You're not short at all, Pineapple Beer replied, gazing at her in confusion. I meant in terms of attributes, Sister Pineapple, Egg Tart clarified, darting around the two of them. Next time we go on an adventure, I'll be able to run fast too. You can't leave me behind just because you think I'm slowing you down. I can handle it. I'd be worried waiting for you all by myself. Egg Tart's sudden declaration caught Jiang Li off guard. She hadn't realized how much Egg Tart had been affected by being left alone in the monkey camp during that long night in the Beast Forest, while she and Pineapple Beer went to rescue others. However, this was typical of Egg Tart. Despite her outwardly gentle demeanor, she was a rational, reliable, and fiercely competitive girl. Alright, Egg Tart, you're amazing. Of course. We don't think you would slow us down. The three of them spent some time enjoying their new home attire. Once they finished handling their minor tasks, Jiang Li's gaze finally fell upon the freshly acquired blueprint for the intermediate teleportation array. All the materials were ready. There was no time like the present to build it. Having acquired the blueprint for the basic teleportation array quite some time ago, they had a surplus of materials, and the requirements for the intermediate array were not significantly greater, with most of the consumption occurring during usage. Jiang Li walked to a vacant area beside the courtyard. She used the blueprint. As she silently chanted within her mind, the blueprint in her hand transformed into shimmering starlight, dissipating along with the consumption of corresponding items from her backpack. Immediately, the snow covering the ground appeared to be swept away by an invisible hand, revealing the frozen soil beneath. Countless intricate silver magical patterns automatically traced themselves upon the ground, intertwining and eventually coalescing into a complex magic circle with a diameter of 4 meters. At the center of the array, a stone platform, half a person's height, slowly rose, adorned with a fist-sized pale blue crystal that radiated a gentle spatial vibration. System prompt: Intermediate teleportation array construction complete. This is the intermediate teleportation array. The king of Egg Tarts circled around the formation, noting its significantly larger size compared to the primary one, though he wondered if the swaying sensation during teleportation would persist. Jiang Li stepped onto the stone platform, placing her palm against the crystal orb. With a hum, a semi-transparent holographic panel unfurled before her eyes. Current coordinates: 1120 CN camp, bound. Recorded coordinates: none. Manual input coordinates. Teleportation cost: 1 magic energy core per use. Cooldown time: none, but consecutive teleportations are prohibited until energy is depleted. Manual input? Jiang Li's eyes sparkled as her fingers swiftly entered a series of numbers on the panel. 6585, 3428, 68. Detected coordinate point. Unknown area. Would you like to teleport? Where is this? Pineapple Beer leaned in to see the coordinates and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. It seemed reminiscent of a previous adventure. A smile formed at the corner of Jiang Li's mouth as she recalled that this was the coordinate used when they ventured to raid the Dark Knight Guild's lair. Pineapple Beer suddenly enlightened, realizing it was the Night Owl's camp. Correct. Jiang Li nodded, recalling how they had been at a lower level back then and had opted to leave directly. I remember that behind the camp there was a chasm, deep within which lay several exposed crystal mines and formidable magical beasts. We could visit there in the future when we need crystals. Perhaps there might be unexpected gains. However, not today. Jiang Li canceled the teleportation request, as 1 energy core was rather expensive, and it was getting dark. We aren't prepared now, so it would be unnecessary to squander resources merely for sightseeing. Indeed, Pineapple Beer concurred. By the way, Jiang Li seemed to have suddenly remembered something. Turning to her 2 companions. Since we spent so much time at the teleportation array, why not drop by your place for a visit? A visit? The king of Egg Tarts and Pineapple Beer paused in surprise. Yes, Jiang Li said matter-of-factly. Even though we see photos you post daily in the group. I have never been to your camp. It's always you visiting mine. I heard you've created something akin to a zoo there? There's no zoo. Egg Tart said bashfully, scratching his head. I just have a few chickens. Pineapple Beer, however, had no objections to the visit. Alright, there's not much to see at my place. How about we head to Egg Tart's first? Upon hearing they would go to Egg Tart's place, Nico, who had been playing games with a tray ant in the corner, perked up instantly. In a flash, she dashed to Jiang Li's side. Her big eyes sparkling with excitement as she tightly clung to Jiang Li's arm, shaking it. To Egg Tart's house? I want to go too. I want to go. Although Nico's vocabulary was limited, her ability to express her desires was remarkably strong. As she shook Jiang Li, she clumsily praised, Sister Egg Tart is great. The food is delicious. There are tasty treats. She gestured to indicate their respective desserts, ultimately managing to exclaim just 2 words, so wonderful. Observing Nico's eager attempts to flatter but struggling for words, the 3 couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 120. A visit to the Egg Tart camp despite the superior capabilities of the intermediate teleportation circle. The group collectively opted for the more economical primary teleportation circle to conserve magical energy cores. After all, as a facility belonging to the guild. Its usage was significantly less costly. With a low rumble, the runes on the teleportation circle erupted in brilliance. Immediately thereafter came a sensation of continuous weightlessness, akin to an endless descent. Pineapple beer and egg tart had evidently become accustomed to the teleportation, having used it frequently in recent times. For Jiang Li and Nico, however, it was their inaugural experience with the teleportation circle. Although Jiang Li possessed a robust constitution, he still needed a moment to regain his composure. "Welcome to my little abode," Egg Tart King exclaimed, extending his arms in invitation for them to explore at their leisure. Jiang Li lifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings. They had arrived at a sheltered haven nestled within the embrace of two steep cliffs. Towering rock faces rose like the arms of giants, shielding this place from the biting cold winds. Although the sky remained shrouded in gray and snowflakes danced in the air, the wind here was notably gentler, imparting an inexplicable sense of security. The vegetation appeared quite lush in this secluded refuge. Hardy climbing plants clung to the cliffs, their leaves a dark green, almost black hue. Yet in the midst of this predominantly white landscape, they exuded a rare vitality. Judging by its size, it was evident that Egg Tart's camp was a level 4 establishment. During their prolonged endeavors of resource gathering, they had all become quite affluent, and upon returning, had upgraded their camp facilities. The compactness of the camp allowed for an immediate understanding of its layout. At the center stood a vibrantly decorated main house, surrounded by several functional structures, a chicken coop enclosed by wooden fencing, alongside a modest wooden hut serving as a storage facility. Yet, the most captivating sight was undoubtedly the massive tangle of green plants in one corner of the camp. These were thick pumpkin vines, coiling together like serpents, nearly forming the size of a small wooden house. The vines were adorned with deep green leaves the size of basins, their veins faintly glowing with a soft yellow luminescence, suggesting they were far from ordinary flora. As if sensing the presence of strangers, the enormous pumpkin vines suddenly stirred. With a rustling of leaves, several round figures emerged from the depths of the vines. They were 6 diminutive beings, standing only half the height of a person. Their heads were large, resembling orange pumpkins, complete with carved eyes and mouths, while their bodies were fashioned from vines and wooden blocks, brandishing sharpened wooden spears. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow. "Are these the malnourished pumpkin soldiers you mentioned in the group chat?" She recalled how Egg Tart had previously lamented their frail appearance, likening them to mere decorations. "Hee, that was then," Egg Tart King replied with pride. "Now it's a different story. I've administered plenty of high-grade nutrient solution to them, and they've been thriving recently. Look how formidable they are." Upon concluding her words, she proudly puffed out her small chest and exclaimed to the pumpkin soldiers, "Attention! Form ranks. On the count of 3. As soon as the command left her lips, the 6 pumpkin soldiers, who had previously been aimlessly wandering, instantly lined up in unison as if wound up by a spring. Despite their modest stature, the precision of their movements and the determination reflected in their eyes evoked the semblance of a proper regiment. Left turn, charge, with a resounding call. 6 spears thrust forward in perfect synchrony, stirring a gentle breeze. "Impressive," Pineapple Beer remarked, somewhat surprised by the obedience exhibited by these seemingly dim-witted little pumpkins. "Indeed, they are my loyal guard," she replied, patting the largest pumpkin on the head. "Now, continue your patrol." The pumpkin soldiers, upon receiving their orders, promptly dispersed. Some stationed themselves by the chicken coop, while others climbed the walls to keep watch, each with a clear division of labor. "Nico, may I join them in play?" Nico peered out from behind Ginger, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at Egg Tart. "Of course, dear Nico. Come play with your sister. Treat it as if you were at home." "Yay. Thank you, Sister Egg Tart." Unable to contain her excitement any longer, Nico dashed out at once, approaching the stationed pumpkin soldier like an inquisitive kitten and playfully poked its belly with her finger. To her astonishment, the pumpkin soldier did not resist. Instead, it tilted its head and regarded Nico with its dark, hollow eyes, before plucking a leaf from itself and offering it to her, seemingly in a gesture of goodwill. "It gave me a leaf," Nico exclaimed joyfully as she scampered back, beaming with delight. "They can move. They acknowledge me. Unlike the little tree, which is always busy. It's no fun at all." Meanwhile, far away at Ginger's camp, the little treant busy with snow suddenly sneezed, a rare occurrence for a magical creature. "Your camp seems quite lively now," Ginger observed, smiling at the scene. "With these little ones around, even when you sleep, there will be someone to keep watch over the camp." "Indeed," Egg Tart nodded, though a flicker of concern crossed her gaze. "However, a couple of days ago, I thought I saw shadows moving across that cliff." She pointed towards the towering precipice in the distance, where a few figures dressed in tattered animal skins appeared. Bearing little resemblance to survivors like themselves, they looked more like indigenous people. I wanted to call out to them, but they vanished in the blink of an eye. I've made a point to search that area since, yet I have not seen anyone again. Indigenous people? Pineapple Beer immediately grew cautious. "Be careful. It's possible that some survivors might disguise themselves as victims to gain trust before striking. Could they also be spies from other guilds?" Ginger added. "I doubt it." Egg Tart shook her head. "Their clothing is indeed ragged, and their demeanor, how should I put it, seems timid, much like the indigenous people you've sheltered." "If they are indeed indigenous, that would be a relief," Ginger pondered for a moment. "This world has been rather unjust to them. If we encounter them, I hope we can offer them a chance for self-sufficiency within our means." Yes, I share that sentiment." Egg Tart nodded emphatically. "All right, keep your wits about you. If anything seems amiss, alert us immediately in the group or make a swift escape," Jiang Li advised. Rest assured, after discussing the matter at hand, their gazes shifted towards the chicken coop, which was closely guarded by the pumpkin soldiers. Although it was a level 4 camp, the scale of the Egg Tart business was still modest. Inside the coop, 6 chickens leisurely scratched at the hay, foraging for food. Don't even mention it, sighed Egg Tart, a frown creasing her brow. These chickens may lay eggs fairly quickly, producing a new batch every few days, but the hatching success rate is utterly dismal. I've tried hatching over 100 eggs, employing various temperatures and humidity levels, and thus far, only one chick has emerged. She pointed to the corner where a solitary yellow fluffball peeped, the sole survivor amidst a sea of rotten or dead eggs. And with my cake and cookie business, the demand for eggs is immense. 6 chickens are simply insufficient. That's to be expected, Pineapple Beer chimed in, displaying his experience. This world has been modified by the system. The natural reproduction probability has undoubtedly been suppressed. Otherwise, with such rapid growth, everyone would have already amassed wealth through livestock farming. To expand, we will need specialized livestock generation cards or eggs dropped from dungeons. At this point, Zhongli couldn't help but interject. Don't remind me. The boss egg I snatched from the Warcraft forest is still dormant. Fear not, Sister Fortress. The boss egg is surely different, Egg Tart comforted. It's destined to be a legendary beast. It will surely be extraordinary compared to my few chickens. As they conversed, they made their way to the main house. Egg Tart's dwelling, though not as grand as Zhongli's, exuded a charming homeliness. Upon entering, a wave of warmth and a rich, sweet aroma enveloped them. How delightful. Nico's nose twitched, her senses captivated by the fragrance, her gaze fixed intently on the kitchen. Yet, without the owner's permission, she remained obediently in place. Come in. Don't be shy, Egg Tart beckoned, donning a pair of freshly made, cotton home slippers. The living room was modest, measuring roughly 12 to 13 square meters. To the left lay the kitchen, while the right led to the bedroom and bathroom. Though the space was somewhat limited, it was arranged with utmost coziness. Furs of unknown animals adorned the walls, a thick hand-woven carpet covered the floor, and the windowsill was brimming with luminous potted plants. Even the fireplace was adorned with strings of dried chili peppers and corn, evoking a pastoral charm. This place is quite lovely, Zhongli remarked, surveying her surroundings. It seems I must take inspiration from your creativity and add some soft furnishings to my home. Hee, it's all haphazard, Egg Tart replied, a hint of bashfulness in her tone. Initially, I hadn't even built a bathroom. It wasn't until I saw your achievement being announced server-wide that I was motivated to gather materials and construct one. The constant announcements of others' accomplishments were truly anxiety-inducing. As they shared laughter, they finally approached the kitchen, under Nico's eager gaze. Now allow me to showcase my prized assets. The Egg Tart gently pushed open the wooden door. When Zhongli and Pineapple Beer caught sight of the scene within, they stood in astonishment. What they initially believed to be an ordinary small kitchen revealed itself to be a realm of wonder. This kitchen occupied nearly half the entire house, which explained the cramped living room. To the left was a traditional Chinese cooking area, complete with a massive iron wok, stainless steel countertops, and an array of pots and pans, even featuring a somewhat antiquated yet gleaming wooden stove. On the right lay a paradise for baking enthusiasts. The focal point was 2 enormous brick ovens, while shelves overflowed with an assortment of molds, whisks, measuring cups, and bags upon bags of flour and sugar piled high. In the center stood a large preparation table, hosting a sophisticated automatic dough mixer, tirelessly kneading a vast mass of dough, emitting a soft hum. Adjacent to it were 2 proofing cabinets and a natural refrigerator connected to the outdoor cool air. How remarkably professional. Chapter 121. Cooking in action. While it may not be deemed professional, I have endeavored to replicate the working environment of Blue Star. The upgrade card obtained during the decryption quest proved invaluable, allowing me to enhance all my kitchen appliances. Now, as long as I have sufficient ingredients, I can practically create any dessert, the Egg Tart explained. That's impressive. Zhongli and Pineapple Beer marveled at the array of modern equipment surrounding them. Not everyone arrives in this world empty-handed. Some may carry peculiar tools that, while not immediately beneficial for survival, can be invaluable later on. Had the Egg Tart monarch not endured the initial period of hardship, these ovens may have remained unused. By the way, Zhongli suddenly recalled something and reached into her backpack to retrieve a hefty item. It was the household double-burner gas stove, finished product, she had previously discovered in a treasure chest. With 2 burners, it was perfect to give one to the Egg Tart, allowing her to replace her wood-burning stove. Since your kitchen is so professional, this should come in handy. Zhongli placed the gas stove on the nearby idle countertop, the pristine stainless steel gleaming under the lights. As for the gas canister, I'll prepare it and bring it to you later, along with the blueprints for the heating carpet and heater. Once I gather the materials and craft them, I'll deliver everything together. Thank you, Sister Fortress, the Egg Tart exclaimed, rubbing her hands together in excitement. While her wooden stove was not without merit, it was challenging to control the heat, requiring constant replenishment of firewood, making cooking rather hectic. The gas stove would adeptly address these issues. Glancing at the wall clock, the Egg Tart cheerfully suggested, since we're here, why not stay for a meal? It's time to eat, and no one is leaving. Stay and taste my culinary skills. I agree. Nico was the first to raise her hand, her animal ears twitching rapidly as she instinctively began to move toward the dining table. Nico wanted to savor delicious food. Nico can help. I have no objections. Pineapple Beer shrugged and acquiesced. Although her exterior displayed no particular emotion, her heart had long been conquered by the culinary prowess of the Egg Tart King, whose skills she greatly admired. Fine, Jeanly nodded, removing her heavy coat and hanging it aside, rolling up her sleeves. It would be rude to let you toil alone. Let us work together. With determination, the 4 of them immediately busied themselves in the kitchen. Come now, let us gather what we have in our backpacks. The Egg Tart King skillfully retrieved several semi-finished desserts from a storage box in the kitchen corner and placed them into the oven. Today, we shall blend Eastern and Western cuisines. I will start by baking some fresh mini cakes. I also have chicken and eggs to use, along with some bok choy. Chicken? You wouldn't dare to use the little chicks in your yard, would you? No. The egg tart king hastily clarified. These chicken pieces are from a reward box. The little chicks lay eggs daily and are easy to care for. I would never bear to eat them. I have meat as well. Pineapple Beer cheerfully produced several frozen chunks of wild boar and deer meat, obtained from the loot boxes of those guilds in the sanctums. They're of no use to me. Shall we cook them today? Excellent. I also have some vegetables left over from before, though not much. It should suffice for our meal. Now that I have seeds, I anticipate we will soon enjoy a bounty of vegetables. I have some too. Nico pondered for a moment before pulling several red berries from her pocket and inquiring, can these be added? Perhaps not this time. Jean Lee smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Nico. We are more adept at cooking. Just lend us your assistance. All right, Nico replied, lowering her head. Having just recently learned human language, she found it difficult to grasp the intricacies of human cooking, perceiving it merely as the act of mixing various ingredients to conjure up delicious dishes akin to magic. Though the assortment of ingredients they gathered was relatively ample, there was a hint of disappointment. What a pity we lack garlic, the egg tart king lamented. Searching through all the cupboards. We have scallions and ginger, but garlic is elusive. I have yet to find any. Not to worry, it is not a grave loss. Jean Lee consoled. In the absence of garlic, we shall add more spice to create a robust flavor. Roles were quickly established. The egg tart king, as the host and initiator of the gathering, assumed the role of head chef. Pineapple Beer was tasked with slicing the meat, deftly cutting the tough wild boar into translucent slices. Jean Lee took charge of preparing the vegetables, while Nico was responsible for washing and assisting, diligently following Jean Lee's instructions. She eagerly ran back and forth, fetching plates and ingredients, immersed in the bustling activity. Sizzle, as the egg tart king skillfully added wood to the old fire stove. Vibrant orange flames leaped up instantly. Nico eagerly positioned herself by the stove, following the egg tart king's guidance to add more kindling. The pan heated up, and as the oil sizzled, the aromatic fragrance of scallions and ginger permeated the entire kitchen. How delightful! Nico stood on her tiptoes to peer into the pan, nearly drooling in anticipation. As the hot oil sizzled, Nico instantly became obedient, retracting her head. Do not fret, the first dish will be ready shortly. The egg tart king skillfully tossed the ladle. The kitchen was spacious enough, accommodating 4 individuals without a sense of crowding. With assistance, within half an hour, 4 dishes and a soup were served steaming on the dining table. The main courses were braised wild boar and braised chicken pieces. Although the wild boar meat was somewhat tough, the egg tart king's special treatment, marinating it in cooking wine and then simmering it slowly, rendered the meat tender and flavorful. Its vibrant red hue inviting. Each morsel was enveloped in a rich sauce, leaving a lingering aroma with every bite. The side dish was scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Its golden red color and the sweet sour tomato juice enveloping the tender egg pieces were visually enticing. Additionally, there was a refreshing stir-fried bok choy. Its vibrant green leaves exuding a fresh fragrance enhanced by the pork fat, providing a delightful contrast. Finally, a steaming pot of egg drop soup awaited. Although lacking seaweed, chopped cabbage leaves served as a substitute, and on this chilly winter night, sipping a bowl of hot soup was a comforting warmth that enveloped one from head to toe. The remaining dishes included freshly baked coconut buns and egg tarts, all made on-site without ever being stored away. The group carried the dishes to the dining table in the living room, where Jiang Li retrieved a bottle of previously saved juice, pouring it for everyone. Let us dine. At the egg tart king's command, the group could no longer contain their eagerness, quickly picking up their chopsticks. This meat is exquisite, Jiang Li exclaimed as she popped a piece of braised pork into her mouth, her eyes narrowing in delight. Indeed, it was remarkable. Pineapple Beer also grabbed a piece of bok choy, perfectly cooked, crisp, and refreshing. Egg tart, your culinary skills are exceptional. Indeed, the egg tart king proudly lifted his chin, recalling his golden award from the community baking competition in the real world. Although this was Chinese cuisine, the principles remained similar. Nico, upon learning that these 2 dishes involved a pig and a chicken, hesitated to use her chopsticks, opting only for desserts, vegetables, and egg drop soup. Sister egg tart is amazing. Even grass can be made delicious. Nico praised repeatedly, eliciting laughter from the group. Not daring to eat meat, Nico found no pressure from Jiang Li, who refrained from imposing any expectations, avoiding comments about nutrition or taste. After all, Nico did not entirely belong to humanity. Her thoughts were perfectly valid. Come, let us toast. The egg tart king raised his juice-filled cup. To our platinum treasure chest today, to this splendid feast. Cheers, cheers. The crisp clinking of glasses echoed in the cozy little living room. At that moment, the wind and snow outside seemed to soften. In this harsh and desolate world, having such a warm meal and a few genuine friends gathered for casual conversation was, in itself, an immense blessing. Jiang Li gazed at her surroundings, a warm current swelling in her heart. Perhaps this was the true meaning behind her relentless stalking and striving for strength, not merely to survive. In pursuit of a life imbued with dignity, warmth, and hope, Jiang Li swallowed a mouthful of soup, as if suddenly struck by an epiphany. Just now, I spotted that dough mixer in the kitchen, and an idea emerged. What idea? Egg tart curiously inquired. Since we possess such excellent kitchen equipment and a plethora of flour and ingredients, why not embark on a side venture? Jiang Li set down her chopsticks, a spark of inspiration glimmering in her eyes. For instance, we could establish the only post-apocalyptic restaurant or dessert shop in the entire region, with everyone gradually becoming more affluent. Opening a shop could potentially yield substantial profits, don't you think? Egg Tart King shook his head and explained, Sister Fort. While that notion is appealing and I once entertained similar thoughts, and even sold products for a time, The primary concern is the lack of time and production capacity. During the day, I must gather resources to ensure the campfire remains lit, while simultaneously enhancing my equipment to bolster my survival capabilities in various scenarios. Consequently, the time left for such endeavors is quite limited. Indeed, Jiangli nodded in agreement. The more you say, the more I believe that taking in those few indigenous people was a wise choice. No worries. Just because it's not feasible now doesn't mean it won't be later. My wheat fields are gradually taking shape, and I can provide you with a steady supply of flour in due time. That would be splendid. If I could finally open the shop of my dreams in the snowfields, it would be fantastic. The aspirations I couldn't realize in Blue Star may find fruition here, establishing my very own cake shop. Jiangli smiled, acknowledging his culinary prowess. Who knows, you might even open a super restaurant that marries Eastern and Western cuisines. That makes sense. Egg Tart King's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. So, does that mean I would become a dual chef of Eastern and Western culinary arts? How impressive that sounds. Presenting the Egg Tart chef, Jiangli teased. Laughter once again filled the room. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group did not rush to depart. Instead, reclining languidly on the sofa, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Chapter 122. 3 beds suddenly. Egg Tart, who was initially engrossed in accessing the system within the water group, sat upright with a furrowed brow. Sister Fort, Sister Pineapple, check the world channel. Something seems amiss. What is it? Jiang Li and Pineapple Beer leaned in closer. Following the unexpected treasure chest airdrop event, some boasted about acquiring blue gear, others lamented over receiving mere bread. And discussions ensued regarding the grievances between the Wolf Warriors Guild and the Temple Guild, or the mutual insults exchanged by adversaries involved in the afternoon's conflict. However, the majority of survivors found satisfactory gains from this event, and the prevailing sentiment on the world channel was one of jubilation. Yet, beneath this seemingly harmonious surface, an undercurrent of tension was brewing. World channel, ID Snowy Old Go. Has anyone noticed that the prices of fuel-related resources have begun to rise again? ID Eating Melon Littlely. Haven't they always been increasing? Although compared to the last surge, it has adjusted somewhat. The overall prices remain elevated. ID Little Flying Stick. Last time, everyone chased the rising prices, leading to significant losses for many. ID Green Player. Have you noticed how high the drop rate of these small appliances in this treasure chest is? ID Heating Magnate. I've noticed too. Conversely, the blueprints for those heating appliances, like electric heaters and heated carpets, have plummeted in value. ID Rational Analyst. ISNT this rather unusual? Everyone seems to think the campfire is sufficient. Those small appliances are merely burdens, consuming excessive power with little practical utility. On the other hand, coal and wood remain valuable commodities. If I were you, I would hastily sell those extravagant blueprints for energy resources while their still demand, and repurchase them when the temperatures drop in a few days. Upon reading these remarks, Jiang Li felt a sense of familiarity. The rhythm of the conversation felt overly contrived. Pineapple Beer scoffed. Clearly someone was stirring the pot from behind the scenes. The one called Rational Analyst had just been praising the fair pricing of the Golden Rose Society a couple of days ago. And now he was instructing everyone on how to conduct business? Jiang Li remarked. This group indeed possesses some cunning. First, they inflated the price of wood. And now they are driving down the price of blueprints while hoarding fuel. They aim to deceive ordinary survivors into relinquishing their goods, only to sell the fuel at exorbitant prices once the cold wave truly arrives. Egg Tart expressed some concern, but once prices begin to rise, it becomes uncontrollable. Everyone believes they are not the ones who will be left holding the bag, yet it is merely a game of hot potato. Once prices surge, rationality dissipates, and they are eager to sell everything in their backpacks to chase the rising tide. Jiang Li pondered for a moment. Perhaps we should give the folks in the retirement group a heads up. She raised her head, her gaze resolute. I had previously refrained from involving myself too deeply, thinking that managing the guild would be troublesome. However, after the battle with the Temple Guild, I must concede that in this world, one cannot thrive alone. Sometimes, having a larger group makes tasks easier. Especially now, with the Golden Rose's tactics, it's clear they are stockpiling strategic resources. If we don't intervene, acquiring those blueprints or rare materials in the future will put us at their mercy. Moreover, Jiang Li glanced at her two teammates. Our guild has been established for quite some time, yet we have yet to formalize our operations, merely treating it as a threshold for establishing a teleportation array. This opportunity allows us to sift through and select a core team. Those who heed advice and possess good character can be groomed for future developments. Agreed, Pineapple Beer nodded. Let us take action. Jiang Li opened the Zone 8 Survivor Retirement Home. Spicy Chicken Leg Burger. Greeting, JPG. She first sent an emoji. The previously casual group chat fell silent for a few seconds, then erupted into a flurry of responses. Passerby A. The big shot has resurrected. Passerby B. What are you saying? It sounds as if the big shot had died. Trey. Big shot. What are your instructions? Observing these familiar and unfamiliar IDs, Jiang Li wasted no time and got straight to the point. Spicy Chicken Leg Burger. It's not so much an instruction, but the market sentiment seems off lately. If you trust me, over the next few days, convert all equipment, blueprints, and basic materials that are not currently needed, except for heating-related items, into energy resources. Spicy Chicken Leg Burger. Particularly concerning those small household appliances designed for heating, it is imperative that they not be sold, even if they appear to be of no use at present. The fact that some are maliciously attempting to drive down prices suggests they will undoubtedly prove valuable in the future. Jiang Li did not explicitly state that they would be useful during the cold wave. She merely noted that someone was negotiating a lower price, which struck her as suspicious. After all, this information was derived from the memories of her previous life, conveyed through the Pineapple Beer, and it should not be disclosed openly. As soon as this information was shared, the group erupted in a frenzy. Passerby B. What? But coal is so expensive now. Wouldn't it result in a loss if we exchanged it? Passerby C. Exactly. That electric heater blueprint is utterly useless. I have 2 copies that I want to discard. Are you certain we should keep them? Rational Emperor. Big Boss. Are you trying to offload this onto us? Fuel prices are rising. If we purchase now, won't it lead to a loss? If we incur losses, will you compensate us? Initially, the situation was manageable. But the Rational Emperor's comment prompted many to begin doubting and hesitating, with several even inquiring if Zhongli would cover their losses should they purchase energy-related items. Zhongli felt somewhat exasperated, unsure if the Rational Emperor was being intentionally contrarian or genuinely believed so. She could accept the caution of others, but could not comprehend why he presented himself as the most astute, enlightened individual, seemingly having unraveled all of life's complexities, thereby attempting to set the group's pace. They had profited without sharing anything with Zhongli. Why should she compensate them for their potential losses? Fortunately, there were still many steadfast supporters. Knife and Fork, I trust the big boss. She has no reason to deceive us. She has assisted us numerous times. Minor player, Sister Burger must have her reasons for suggesting we keep them. I believe in Sister Burger. Master of Poison, indeed. Sister Burger's integrity is evident to all. Observing the group's reactions, Zhongli refrained from providing explanations and avoided engaging with the sarcastic Rational Emperor. She simply stated, Spicy chicken leg burger. Everyone, just take note. I am merely offering a reminder. Then she closed the chat window. Egg Tart. Zhongli turned to the Egg Tart King, instructing him to monitor the group's dynamics over the next few days, coupled with his previous insights into their behavior. This would be instrumental in selecting suitable candidates for our guild. As for those who stir trouble and exhibit sarcasm, they should be promptly removed. We do not wish to nurture ingratitude within our guild. Understood. The Egg Tart King nodded earnestly, pulling out a small notebook to begin recording. I have already removed the Rational Emperor and marked several others who had joined in the ruckus for close observation. After addressing the guild matters, they meandered through the trading hall, with Pineapple Beer and Egg Tart exchanging various redundant equipment and blueprints for resources. As for Zhongli, the coal magnate of the Middle East, she preferred not to engage in such trifles. Let us go, it's time to digest. Having completed these tasks, Zhongli stood up, stretched lazily, and pondered, shall we visit Pineapple Beer's home? That sounds fine. Pineapple Beer was indifferent, but advised against harboring high expectations, as there was nothing particularly special about her place. Once again, they traversed the teleportation array, experiencing that familiar sensation of weightlessness. Moments later, as clarity returned to my vision, a biting cold wind rushed towards me. The campsite of Pineapple Beer lay desolate amidst a barren expanse of gravel. There was no shelter in sight. The bare rocks stood exposed, eroded by the relentless wind and snow. Surrounding the camp were numerous sharp spike traps and animal snares. Aside from the watchtower and the main building, there were no other structures within the camp. Upon entering the main house, the furnishings struck one as astonishingly sparse. Apart from a carpet and some weapon racks, the only semblance of furniture was a European-style sofa set akin to that of Zhongli, provided by Egg Tart, one set per person. To the left of the living room was a workshop, cluttered with various metal parts and semi-finished traps. On the right were the bedroom and bathroom. When I was alone, I would create and dine by the campfire in the center of the campsite. Pineapple Beer shrugged nonchalantly, expressing that he had no high demands for the environment. A shelter from the wind sufficed. Later, with Egg Tart's provisions, I even spared myself the trouble of cooking, using the campfire solely for warmth and illumination. Egg Tart gazed upon this humble abode with a touch of sympathy, exclaiming, this is rather harsh. Not at all. Pineapple Beer laughed. At that time, I was solely focused on enhancing my strength, too indifferent to concern myself with superfluous matters. With that, Pineapple Beer led the trio towards the bedroom. Upon pushing open the door, it was clear that my bedroom had received a modicum of decoration. For slumber is indeed of great importance. As they stepped inside, both Zhongli and Egg Tart were taken aback. The bedroom was indeed extraordinary. First and foremost were the curtains, crafted from several layers of thick black beast hides, meticulously blocking out every window. Even during daylight, with the curtains drawn, the room was enveloped in pitch darkness. Secondly, there were the beds. In this modest room, 3 beds were surprisingly arranged. In the corner stood a hammock suspended from the beams, gently swaying with the breeze. In the center lay a soft bed, generously padded with down, exuding comfort. The last, positioned by the window, was a simple wooden bed. Why so many beds? Pineapple, do you possess the art of duplication? Pineapple Beer fell silent for a moment, approaching the window and running her fingers over the thick blackout curtain. Her voice was low and tinged with exhaustion. It's for sleeping. The initial period after my rebirth was quite arduous. Pineapple Beer turned, leaning against the windowsill, her gaze somewhat distant. I harbor 2 sets of memories. One is from my previous life, struggling in that cold, despairing underground city, culminating in a tragic demise. The other is from the beginning of this life. These 2 memories clash within my mind. During the day, it's manageable, but once night falls and silence prevails, closing my eyes brings forth the roars of monsters from my past life, along with the screams preceding my death. I often find it difficult to discern whether I am dreaming or awake. She gestured towards the hammock. At times, I feel as if I am swaying on a ship, so I resort to sleeping in the hammock. The gentle rocking helps me feel a semblance of reality. He gestured towards the hardboard bed, and at times, I find myself still on the cold stone floor of that dungeon. The softness of a bed brings forth nightmares, as if it were a trap. Only the discomfort of sleeping on a hard surface can rouse me from slumber. It is only when I am utterly exhausted and my mind is in a haze that I dare to rest on that soft bed. At this point, Pineapple Beer chuckled self-deprecatingly, wondering if it seemed rather pretentious. having lived a second life, yet still being pursued by the shadows of the past. Thus, these 3 beds serve as my sleeping pills. Changing my environment aids my rest. Upon hearing these words, a brief silence enveloped the room. The king of egg tarts approached and gently embraced Pineapple Beer's arm, while Zhongli stepped forward to pat her shoulder. The trio exchanged few words. How are things now? Zhongli inquired with concern. Still having trouble sleeping? Much better, Pineapple Beer replied, a bright smile returning to her face. Ever since I met you, that sense of anxiety has diminished considerably. Although I still occasionally have dreams with mixed memories, I no longer suffer from sleepless nights. She glanced at Zhongli, her eyes sparkling. Moreover, given our current progress and equipment level, that 30th level of the dungeon will soon no longer be a nightmare. Chapter 123. Completion of the orange equipment. Zhongli and the Egg Tart King gathered some furniture and small appliances that might be useful for Pineapple Beer. Initially, she was hesitant to accept, mentioning that she spent most of her time searching for treasure chests and barely stayed at home. However, Zhongli placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Regardless of the time, it is essential to love yourself well. I had no idea you had been living so modestly. The Egg Tart King nodded in agreement. Indeed, Sister Pineapple, becoming stronger is important, but do not lose yourself in the process. You have been too accommodating. Pineapple Beer stared at the two before her, pausing for a long moment before breaking into a wide smile and finally accepting the items. After a leisurely stroll, they decided to return to Zhongli's camp to utilize the remaining subspace card to accommodate Pineapple Beer and the Egg Tart King. Zhongli adjusted the locations of the 2 teleportation arrays, planning to place the subspace on either side of the arrays for their convenience, as it belonged to them collectively. Would you like to activate the random subspace creation card? Zhongli asked, holding the card that radiated a gentle glow, turning to the 2 behind him. Let us go. This is the last blind box of the evening. Pineapple Beer had by now fully composed herself, while the Egg Tart King eagerly rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, I'm not picky. Anything but the snowfield will do. Then let us give it a try, Zhongli said without further ado, lightly tapping the card. In an instant, it transformed into a stream of light, merging into the frozen earth beneath their feet. A familiar humming sound resonated. Countless ancient, resilient vines and hardwoods erupted from the ground, twisting and intertwining. Within mere seconds, a half-circular wooden house, imbued with the essence of nature, rose majestically from the earth. Unlike the previous glass house, this one was not as transparent. Its roof was shrouded in a thick layer of moss, while several unknown little flowers bloomed on its walls. The entrance was a heavy wooden door intricately carved with elaborate patterns. Upon pushing it open, the interior revealed an identical scene to the previous glass abode. Save for the flora adorning the wooden shelves and a magnificent copper mirror, its surface emanating a halo of light. Drawing from past experience, Zhongli stepped boldly into the copper mirror, followed closely by Pineapple Beer and Egg Tart King. A gentle breeze, imbued with the earthy fragrance of soil and the fresh scent of greenery, caressed their cheeks. A moment of disorientation enveloped them, and when the sensation of solid ground returned, the sight before them left the group momentarily speechless. They found themselves in a tranquil and secluded glade within the woods. Above them hung a radiant full moon, casting a silvery glow that illuminated this space, roughly the size of a football field. Towering trees surrounded them, their canopies forming vast umbrellas that shielded the sky, allowing only dappled moonlight to filter through. Beneath their feet lay a soft carpet of grass, speckled with flickering fireflies that danced amidst the foliage. At the center of the meadow was a small pond, measuring about 7 to 8 meters square. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the moon above, and occasionally, fish leapt from the surface, creating ripples that spread across the pond. How beautiful! Exclaimed Egg Tart King, unable to contain his admiration. The climate here was not as sweltering as at the beach, but rather possessed a refreshing coolness characteristic of early summer nights. The air was moist and invigorating. Zhongli approached the pond's edge, dipping her hand into the cool water. Pineapple Beer pointed towards the sky, noting that the passage of time here seemed to align with the outside world. It was night outside, and it was night here as well. That is a bit disappointing. If only this place had an independent time flow like that puzzle instance, we could rest here more often, Zhongli mused. Egg Tart King was already excitedly planning the uses of this little haven. I want to plant a patch of moonlight grass I brought from the beast forest over there, and glowing mushrooms. We could even raise some koi in this pond. By the way, have you ever seen fish? I've seen piranhas in the beast forest. Pineapple Beer replied, his expression unchanging. Forget it then. Egg Tart King shook his head vigorously. Zhongli led the way, rolling up her trousers and sitting at the pond's edge, splashing the water with her feet, and playfully pulling Pineapple Beer down beside her. Thus, the 3 of them sat shoulder to shoulder by the pond, gazing at the luminous moon, feeling the evening breeze in the woods, and relishing this rare tranquility. It was not until deep into the night, when the dew became heavy, that they reluctantly departed from their little paradise, returning to the biting cold of the snowy plains, each teleporting back to their camp to rest. In the ensuing days, life for the trio became both busy and fulfilling. The outside world continued as usual, with the Golden Rose Society's hype still in full swing, yet Zhongli and her companions remained unaffected. One could even say they were capitalizing on the chaos. Amassing wealth with fervor, Zhongli, leveraging her monopoly on coal resources, eagerly acquired various rare materials at the trading post. The high-grade metals and beast leathers, once deemed temporarily useless, transformed into strategic reserves under Zhongli's stewardship. These materials ultimately transformed into powerful equipment. Within the Zhongli camp, in the tool room, a resounding chime echoed, signaling success and enhancement. With the system's prompt, the Rift Wind dual axes, which had accompanied Zhongli the longest, erupted into a dazzling purple radiance. Rift Wind Dual Axes, purple. Attributes, Strength 14, Special Effect 1, Dual Wield Speed, Special Effect 2, Bloodthirsty, Special Effect 3, Whirlwind, new. In the absence of formidable obstacles within a certain range, the axes can be summoned back to the wielder's hand through sheer thought. It is accomplished. Zhongli grasped the dual axes, which seemed to pulsate with life, her eyes glistening with elation. Utilizing 30 enhancement cards to elevate its status from blue to purple significantly boosted its attributes, yet what truly astonished her was the introduction of the new trait, Whirlwind. This was akin to the skill bestowed by Thor's hammer. Just envision the battlefield. She hurls an axe, vanquishing an adversary, then with a graceful gesture, the axe returns to her hand, potentially taking a few misfortunate souls along for the ride. The imagery was simply exhilarating. Zhongli approached the tool room's entrance, casually tossing the axe into the air before summoning it back with her mind. The axe, originally embedded in the soil, trembled as if drawn by an unseen force before soaring back into Zhongli's grasp. Magnificent. Zhongli couldn't help but commend the spectacle. If she continued to enhance it, this axe might indeed evolve into a legendary artifact. With great affection, she caressed the axe's handle, realizing that she must conserve her enhancement cards, as investing all in this weapon would be worthwhile. Having secured her weapon, she turned her attention to the unaltered system achievement reward, the Pioneer Bracers. Zhongli retrieved 32 enhancement cards, using 2 to elevate the bracers to blue and the remaining 30 to push them to purple. Fortunately, Zhongli had previously amassed numerous enhancement cards from her ventures in the Beast Forest, an endeavor that few could manage to achieve. A burst of radiance flickered as the once dull gray-green bracers shed their antiquated exterior, revealing a profound azure metallic sheen, which then transformed into a brilliant purple. Pioneer Bracers, purple. Attributes, Strength 15, Constitution 1, Special Effect 1, Lumberjack Mastery, Special Effect 2, Divine Strength, new. When lifting, wrist strength is augmented by 10, Special Effect 3, Work Efficiency, new. During gathering, mining, and other production activities, resource yield increases by 10, while energy consumption decreases by 10. Goodness. Zhongli gazed at the attributes, nearly bursting into laughter. Every upgrade seemed to consistently yield an additional trait, and with no durability concerns. Enhancing such equipment was indeed a lucrative venture. However, the number of enhancement cards consumed was rather unreasonable. Reaching orange status required an astonishing 100 cards each. In the subsequent 2 days, aside from acquiring essential resources, Zhongli focused intently on transforming useful blueprints into tangible items. She began with the gas canister blueprint, mass-producing several gas canisters. In the kitchen, a gas stove and gas canister had been installed. Zhongli planned to find the Egg Tart King to learn culinary skills whenever she had the time. Although she had cooked before on Blue Star, her culinary prowess was merely sufficient to create dishes that were recognizable, albeit at a level that would not be fatal. Most of the time, she relied on takeout. The surplus gas canisters were sent to the Egg Tart King. Additionally, she crafted 5 more sets of wind turbines. The Egg Tart King and Pineapple Beer each received 2 sets, while the remaining set was allocated to Joseph and his companions. Recently, the temperature had been dropping, and the Egg Tart King and Pineapple Beer lacked sufficient energy to power their new heating devices, prompting Zhongli to supplement their supplies with 2 additional turbines each. The installation process was considerably simplified for Joseph's group, as the coal mine fell within the guild's territory, allowing them to utilize the system's construction capabilities without much effort. Finally, the most exhilarating moment arrived on the evening of the 4th day. Zhongli gazed at the pile of materials and let out a long sigh of relief. She had gathered everything. Core materials, Polar Bear Paw Pads X2, system provided. Core materials, Advanced Beast Tendons X1, system provided. Basic materials, Refined Steel X40. Advanced Beast Hides X10, Magic Crystal Powder X20. Although the materials were sufficient to craft only 3 pairs of shoes and a leg ring. This was the limit of her current capabilities. It was time to commence the work. Zhongli held her breath and focused intently as she activated the crafting panel. As the progress bar advanced slowly, the entire workshop was enveloped in a dazzling orange glow. 10 minutes later, 3 pairs of battle boots radiating with formidable magical energy and a finely crafted leather leg ring lay quietly on the workbench. Polar Walker Battle Boots, Orange Epic. Attributes, Agility 25, Constitution 15, Special Effects, like walking on flat ground, 20 speed increase on snow, double jump, use force in midair. Tactical Magic Pattern Leg Ring, Orange Epic. Attributes, Strength 15, Magic Affinity 8, Constitution 5, Agility 5, Special Effects, Magic Flow, accelerates mana and stamina recovery. Upon hearing that the orange equipment was ready, Pineapple Beer and the Egg Tart King rushed over. Egg Tart, here you go. Zhongli first handed the leg ring to the eagerly waiting Egg Tart. Given that this leg ring offered an extraordinary 8 points in magic affinity, it would yield the greatest benefit for the priest class, making it unequivocal to prioritize giving it to Egg Tart. After all, the main materials were already sufficient, and gathering the remaining materials would be a swift endeavor. Wow, thank you, Sister Bao, Egg Tart exclaimed as she eagerly donned the leg ring on her thigh. The leg ring automatically resized, conforming perfectly to her leg shape, and the faint magical aura emanating from it made her feel significantly lighter. And the boots. Zhongli handed over another pair of battle boots to the Egg Tart King and Pineapple Beer, encouraging them to try them on. The group swiftly changed into their new gear. Zhongli glanced at her attribute panel. Player, Zhongli, Spicy Chicken Leg Burger. Level, LV 19, Strength, 84. Agility, 62. Constitution, 64. Even without equipping the orange leg ring, just by wearing the boots. Her agility had surged to 62, which was already formidable. Let us go outside and test out the new shoes. Pineapple Beer could no longer contain her excitement and stepped out of the tool room in her new shoes. Outside lay a vast expanse of snow. She took a gentle leap, and at the pinnacle of her ascent, just before she began to descend, the boots beneath her suddenly unleashed a gust of energy. In that moment of weightlessness, devoid of any leverage, she astonishingly summoned strength anew and executed another jump in midair. Truly, a double jump was possible. Zhongli attempted a leap as well. The sensation of being able to step on air once more was utterly enchanting, reminiscent of a trampoline that seamlessly followed her every move. The Egg Tart King, upon experiencing this marvel, could hardly stop bouncing in place, laughter spilling forth uncontrollably. Chapter 124. The behind-the-scenes manipulator. After indulging in their new equipment for a while, dusk fell, and the day's labors came to a close. Zhongli, Pineapple Beer, and the Egg Tart King nestled comfortably on the sofa, each cradling a steaming cup of milk tea. From the staircase on the second floor came the sounds of joyous frolicking. Nico was riding her cotton candy cloud sheep in pursuit of Little Gray, while the tree man diligently trailed behind, gathering the fallen cotton candy wool. Their ruckus resumed. Pineapple Beer took a sip of her milk tea and pointed to the server channel, where a freshly popped message had just appeared. Loudspeaker message. Invincible Tyrannosaurus warrior. Willing to purchase coal. Timber. Whatever you have, I'll take it. No matter the quality. As long as it can burn, I'm interested. Private message for prices, which will surely satisfy you. Zhongli quietly perused the trading post data. Indeed, just as she had anticipated. A grand harvesting feast targeting all survivors in the region had commenced. The previously stable fuel prices had skyrocketed within a week, as if propelled by a rocket. Current exchange rate. Timber iron, ore 13, previous day 21. Coal green blueprints 21, previous day 51. It was absolutely outrageous. The Egg Tart King gazed at the ludicrous prices, her small face scrunched up in disbelief. Now, 20 pieces of coal could be exchanged for a green equipment blueprint? Such blueprints used to require a minimum of 100 pieces of coal. Were these individuals treating blueprints as mere scraps of paper? Zhongli remarked with a calm demeanor that most people had little stock left, coupled with the notion that prices would continue to rise, prompting some to seek profit while others fanned the flames. Although everyone recognized the absurdity of the exchange rates, they found themselves unable to resist engaging in transactions. What should we do? Pineapple Beer inquired. Should we sell a bit? Not yet, Zhongli replied, shaking her head. This is merely the appetizer. The true speculators have yet to reveal their cards. If we were to sell off a large quantity now, it would only cause prices to drop, allowing the Golden Rose Trading Company to save money. However, Zhongli glanced at the continuously refreshing purchase requests, her fingers tapping the virtual keyboard. Since there were those eager to play the fool, we ought not to be overly polite. A small sale could help us gauge the bottom line. With that, Zhongli listed 300 units of coal for sale. Price, 1 coal for 21 units of iron or other resources. The price is slightly above the current market value, yet not so exorbitant as to be unacceptable. You should release some stock as well. I cannot manage to release too much on my own, lest they come seeking me. Zhongli turned to the two beside him. All right, both Pineapple Beer and Egg Tart King nodded in agreement, beginning their operations. Ding. Merely 2 minutes passed. System notification. Your premium smokeless coal X100 has been sold. The resources meet the established value. Reward. Refined iron ore X50. Refined beast hide X10. Magical energy core X1. The speed is indeed impressive, Zhongli remarked. Meanwhile, Egg Tart King gasped in surprise. What? Sister Bao, I've sold out too. And it hasn't even been long since I listed it. This is astonishing. No haggling whatsoever. Clearly, the buyers are in a rush. Zhongli chuckled. Or perhaps, their assets exceed our expectations. Such a rapid purchasing spree is certainly beyond the capability of ordinary players. For the remainder of the night, the trio lounged on the sofa, engaging in conversation and watching television, while intermittently tossing coal into the trading market. Each time, it was 100 units, and each sale was instantaneous. Moreover, the prices continued to rise. By the early hours, some individuals even began offering rare blue materials in exchange for coal. These people have truly lost their minds. Egg Tart, witnessing the outrageous transaction records, felt as though his worldview was crumbling. That mithril powder, once a luxury I could scarcely procure even with wealth, is now being traded for heaps of dark coal. Simultaneously, in the original Zone 8 retirement group, the atmosphere was electric. Table, the big shot speaks the truth. The timber and coal I hoarded a couple of days ago has all been sold. I updated my equipment and made a fortune. Plate, me too. I was hesitant about selling that useless heating panel blueprint, but thankfully I listened to the president and held on to it. Although no one wants the blueprint now, I sold my surplus coal and exchanged it for plenty of food. Knife and fork, I profited as well. Where is that rational emperor who once mocked the big shot? Come out and take a few steps. Have you been humbled? The group was abuzz with excitement. Those who heeded Zhongli's advice to stock up or refrain from hasty selling were reaping substantial rewards. Naturally, there were discordant voices. A certain bystander. They merely advised you to be rational. You've profited, so enjoy it. It was just a kind reminder. If you end up losing, don't come crying to us. Before Zhongli could respond to such snide remarks, Egg Tart King had already expelled the individual from the chat. A certain bystander has been removed from the group chat. Well done, Egg Tart King. Pineapple Beer applauded him. Why keep such people around? They would even be slow in seizing red envelopes during the new year. If you had kicked him out any slower, I might have felt compelled to offer my own curses. Subsequently, Jiang Li sent a message in the group. Spicy chicken leg burger. For those with a significant amount of coal, it would be prudent to hold on to some. Don't sell it all just yet. I have plans. As soon as this message was sent, the group fell silent. In the past, there might have been some skepticism. However, following these two precise predictions, Jiang Li's prestige within the group has reached its zenith. The next afternoon, as Jiang Li and her companions, Nico and Joseph, returned to the camp, dragging sleds laden with freshly mined premium anthracite, the sky had transformed dramatically. What had previously been a somewhat overcast atmosphere had now darkened significantly. A fierce wind howled, accompanied by heavy snowfall that reduced visibility to less than 10 meters. The temperature had plummeted. Jiang Li glanced at the environmental monitoring data displayed on her system panel. Current outdoor temperature, -45, continuously declining. It seemed that the heavens were in league with their performance. Observing Joseph and the others preparing to depart, Jiang Li inquired, "Is it still warm over there? Do you have enough to eat?" "Yes, my lord, it is quite warm." "Your magical furnace is very comforting," Joseph replied. Jiang Li couldn't help but smile at his endearing reference to the small sun as a magical furnace. Deciding against offering an explanation, she continued, "The weather is growing increasingly frigid. If you have any mature wheat, be sure to store it well. If it gets too cold, you need not come out to work, just stay in the coal mine. Arrange it as you see fit, and inform me if you encounter any difficulties." "Yes, my lord," Joseph replied before heading back while there was still some light. Jiang Li brushed off the snow from her clothing and returned to the warm main hall with Nico. She casually opened the trading channel. Upon glancing at it, even she could not suppress a raised eyebrow. It exploded. It was as if the entire marketplace had been detonated. The previously dense listings of energy-related materials had been reduced to a scant few pages, all sold out. Moreover, the prices had reached outrageous heights. Current exchange rates: wood, iron, or 1. 4. Coal, green blueprint 1. 5. Coal, iron, or 1. 60. It quadrupled compared to the initial prices. This represented an increase of nearly 20 times. In the group, Pineapple Beer stared incredulously at the figures, wondering if these people had gone mad with greed or if someone genuinely was buying. "Someone is buying." Jiang Li pointed to the continuously scrolling list of purchase requests. "Look at these IDs. Many belong to the usual lurkers. They are genuinely frightened." At that moment, panic had reached its peak within the world channel. ID, cold fearing little white. "Oh no, what should I do? My wood supply will only last for a few more days. It's so cold outside. Could there really be a cold wave? Can anyone sell me some coal?" ID, apocalypse survival expert. According to reliable sources, this extreme cold storm will last for over a month. The temperature will drop to -60 degrees. Without sufficient fuel, survival is impossible. Those with supplies should stock up quickly. Don't sell. ID, Tuluan book. Is that true? Over a month? My fuel supply is indeed running perilously low. The soothsayer has revealed that the previous rumors were authentic. The system had long provided warnings. Those small heating appliances are utterly ineffective. Only fire, only the genuine flame can save lives. A deluge of mixed messages has shattered the already fragile psychological defenses of the survivors. A month of frigid temperatures is truly terrifying, coupled with those who deliberately incite panic. The desperate cries echo, "I do not wish to perish." Seizing the opportunity before coal prices soar, amidst this atmosphere of overwhelming dread, even the most rational individuals find themselves wavering. What if one could truly freeze to death? Consequently, those who had been hesitating rushed into the fray to procure supplies, further inflating the prices. At this critical juncture, the shadowy puppet master, the Golden Rose Consortium, finally emerged. District announcement, paid announcement, Golden Rose Golden Abacus. Greetings, fellow survivors. Golden Rose Golden Abacus. In light of the severe cold weather and extreme scarcity of fuel resources, we have decided to offer a batch of our premium fuel for sale to assist you in weathering this crisis. Golden Rose Golden Abacus. However, due to limited resources and transportation difficulties, we must prioritize survivors who are capable and have made contributions. Therefore, this sale will only accept exchanges of rare materials, high-level blueprints, and special items. Ordinary supplies will not be accepted. Golden Rose Golden Abacus. The specific exchange list is pinned at the trading post. Supplies are limited. First come, first served. For the sake of survival, please make rational choices. This announcement struck like a thunderclap, reverberating throughout the district. The veil has been lifted. This is a blatant display of coercion, a naked act of harvesting. They initially exploited low prices to acquire fuel from individual players, creating an illusion of scarcity. Then, through weather shifts and manipulated narratives, they incited panic. Ultimately, when all hope seemed lost, they stepped forth as saviors, exchanging their hoarded fuel for the most precious rare resources from the hands of individual players. This scheme aims to deplete the high-end combat strength and potential assets across the district in one fell swoop. Chapter 125, the first round of distribution yet. The more they revel in their dance, the less concerned Jiang Li feels. For during this period, the group had been industriously mining vast quantities of coal. With the assistance of Nico and Joseph, Jiang Li managed to stockpile an impressive 5,000 units after accounting for regular consumption. Together, they amassed nearly 10,000 units. A reserve capable of influencing the market. As Jiang Li stated, panic serves as the finest catalyst. Those unaware of the truth, swept up in this frenzy, are compelled to spend extravagantly on fuel supplies. As transaction notifications flood the trading channel, the atmosphere of panic continues to spread. ID Wild Pig. My dear friends, my heart aches. I just sold my fine-level dagger blueprint in exchange for some coal. Though it pains me, it is better than freezing to death. ID Romantic. Wise choice upstairs. Equipment can be replaced, but life is singular. I perceive that the weather is quite peculiar. The temperature has plummeted to a chilling minus 45 degrees. If we do not stock up soon, tomorrow may herald our demise. ID fire hydrant. Do not even mention it. Had I known, I would not have sold. During the first surge, I chased it to the summit, only to see it plummet right after my purchase. This time, I thought I had outsmarted the market, only to witness another rise after my sale. How can I possibly keep track of this vast market with my meager resources? ID big pagoda tree. Who isn't in the same boat? One might genuinely believe that I alone influence the market. ID little puddle. The equipment market has recently taken a nosedive, and I have exchanged everything for gear. I was initially relieved to possess a few blue items. Yet now I am uncertain whether to sell or hold on to them. ID Golden Rose Promoter 1. Breaking news. An extreme cold front is imminent. Although current prices are high, they are bound to escalate further tomorrow. Purchase early to reap the benefits. ID Golden Rose Promoter 2. Timber and coal are available at favorable prices. Interested parties should proceed to the trading post. Various battery types and blueprints for heating appliances are also up for grabs, so act swiftly. The Golden Rose is indeed taking a gamble. They wager that this cold wave will not only arrive, but will linger for an extended period. They have staked their guild's liquid assets, as well as resources accrued from previous material fluctuations, entirely on this fuel monopoly. Zhongli observed that they must have consolidated the core assets of the entire guild. However, their resource reserves are indeed substantial, and the equipment they release has significantly enhanced the overall combat prowess of the server. Pineapple Beer interjected. Should we liquidate our assets now? The Egg Tart King inquired. There's no rush, Zhongli replied, shaking her head. Although there is a palpable sense of urgency, we have not yet reached a point of complete despair. The scythe of the Golden Rose has only just been raised. If we act now, we will not achieve our goal of sanctioning them. Zhongli rose and moved to the window. Despite the curtains being drawn tightly, the muffled sound of wind and snow battering against the walls was still audible. The weather is deteriorating. She extended her hand, her fingertips lightly grazing the icy glass. The following morning, Egg Tart King and Pineapple Beer did not return home. As the night had grown late, Zhongli arranged a makeshift bed for them on the second floor, allowing them to spend the night there. Server-wide announcement. The extreme cold storm has commenced. Current outdoor temperature has plummeted to minus 55. Wind force, level 10. All survivors are advised to remain indoors and keep the campfire burning brightly. The shelter will protect against the elements, but the constant temperature effect will be significantly diminished. Please rely on heating devices for warmth. Do not forget, if the campfire goes out, you shall perish. As this bold red announcement appeared before everyone's eyes, reactions were mixed. Some rejoiced while others despaired. The cold wave had truly arrived, and with a ferocity that exceeded all expectations. The Golden Rose Merchant Guild, having set their plans into motion the moment they sensed the slightest change in weather, was elated, proclaiming it a divine blessing. However, those survivors who had exchanged their fuel resources were filled with trepidation, for the system did not specify the duration of this cold wave. Should it last too long, acquiring fuel amidst the storm would become nearly impossible, and if the campfire extinguished, death would surely follow. Outside the Fortress of Dawn, the distant mountains that were once visible have now vanished entirely within the white, swirling tempest of snow. The howling wind reverberates in my ears, a constant wail of nature's fury. Inside, despite the presence of a fireplace and heating, the temperature fluctuates noticeably. For those survivors lacking adequate indoor heating, it feels as if the apocalypse has returned. Just as they had managed to elevate their quality of life, they must now confront the biting cold once more. The world channel erupted in chaos. ID Big-Eared Dog. My health points are continuously depleting. I feel so cold, even though I am indoors with the campfire lit. Why is it still so frigid? The system alerts me that my core temperature is critically low. ID Big-Eared Dog. The campfire has been subdued, and its warmth is ineffective. I just measured the temperature in my room. It's minus 5 degrees, only slightly warmer by the fireplace. ID the Little Match Girl. The wind is too fierce. We can't even leave the door. Surely this one tea lasts a whole month, will it? ID Despair. It's unbearably cold. My water has frozen. Amidst this desolation, the members of the Golden Rose Guild are naturally reveling in the turmoil, seizing the opportunity to exploit the situation. All district announcement. Golden Rose Golden Abacus. Haha, I warned you all to stock up. Those who disregarded my advice are now facing the consequences. Are you frightened now? Golden Rose Golden Abacus. Given the adverse weather, transportation costs have surged. Henceforth, our fuel prices will increase by 40. We will no longer accept ordinary material exchanges. Only rare blueprints, skill books, or high-tier magic cores will suffice. Golden Rose Supply Department. Limited stock available. Purchase swiftly. 3 units of coal for a green equipment blueprint. 30 units for a blue blueprint. Fair dealings for all. Zhongli observed the skyrocketing transaction curve within the trading hall and the audacious demeanor of the Golden Rose Guild, realizing it was the opportune moment to act. To bring about their downfall, one must first incite their madness. She turned to the 2 individuals behind her. The time had come. Zhongli opened the original Zone 8 retirement group. At that moment, the atmosphere in the group was equally tense. Although everyone had heeded Zhongli's advice to stockpile, the terrifying weather outside and the heart-pounding prices in the trading hall rendered them restless. Plate, chicken leg burger boss. Prices outside are outrageous. If I sell my coal now, I could exchange it for materials for a set of blue equipment. But I fear that if I sell, I won't have enough left for myself. Knife and fork. Boss, should we take action? I sense that the Golden Rose members are on the verge of monopolizing the market. Their arrogance suggests they might have secured all the goods. Table, these bastards are ruthless. I just attempted to list an order, and it was snatched up instantly. The current market is truly desperate. In recent days, the Tart King has been discreetly weeding out mischief makers and those with ulterior motives. With prices soaring, many have chosen to offload their goods, leaving only about 30 individuals with items to trade. Spicy chicken leg burger. The current price seems quite reasonable to me. You can start releasing your products now, as future price fluctuations will not be particularly significant. You can rest assured and maximize your profits. Prices will gradually decline and will not be outrageous. Spicy chicken leg burger. The listed prices can be slightly lower than market value, but only for the materials you are missing. Be bold. Do not hesitate to request what you lack. Someone will assist you in gathering them. The moment the message was sent, the chat group erupted in unison. Dining table. Got it. Let's get started. Stool. Understood. Charge ahead. Order board. Trust the big boss. In the trading hall, Jin Xiao was seated comfortably in his warm room, holding a glass of red wine, watching the guild's assets soar, unable to contain his smile. President, we have made a fortune this time. Beside him, another man radiated joy, Jin Huahai, the vice president of Jin Chongwei. In just half a day, we have harvested 30 green blueprints from the entire region, along with several blue blueprints. These people are willing to give anything to survive. Humph. We gambled correctly this time, indicating that fate is on our side. Let us reap the rewards. Those who perish are of no consequence. Perhaps with this wave, all these guilds will bow before us. What use is mere brute force? What are the war wolves, the Holy Temple, the Blazing Alliance, and the Mafia to us? Jin Xiao swirled his wine glass. They are all waiting to be subordinate to us. Once we grasp them by the throat and force them to kneel, they shall remain on their knees. When the time comes, we will arm our guild with the collected gear and enhance our strength with resources. We will control both resources and military might. We shall become the new rulers here, able to do as we please. At that moment, Jin Swan Pan chimed in, and the two shared a knowing smile. Send my orders. We shall raise the prices again this afternoon. I want to. However, before he could finish his sentence, a series of alerts suddenly blared from the trading monitoring panel. Jin Xiao's hand trembled, spilling red wine all over himself. What is happening? Jin Swan Pan glanced at the messages before speaking. It's not a significant issue. Jin Huahai mentioned that a large batch of goods has suddenly arrived at the trading post, and it's quite substantial. However, they are demanding some blueprints and rare materials, which is quite ambitious. Suddenly, dozens of new sell orders sprouted in the trading list, previously dominated by Jin Chongwei's high-priced orders, like mushrooms after rain. Seller, little transparent selling. Quality coal X 150 demand. Blue equipment blueprint X4, any slot. Price comparison, 2 lower than Jin Chongwei. Seller, order board selling. Wood X 500 demand. High-level magic scroll X1 price comparison, 2 lower than Jin Chongwei. Seller, deadly poison master selling. Anthracite X 100 demand. Rare alchemy materials. Although these sell orders were not for large quantities individually, their abundance was noteworthy. Moreover, their pricing is remarkably astute, slightly undercutting the listings of the Golden Rose, yet just enough to drive desperate buyers into a frenzy. Jin Xiao stared wide-eyed. How could this group of independent players possess such an abundance of stock? Had they not already been drained dry? Never mind, let us just clear them out. They won't stir up much commotion. Purchase. We'll find ways to meet their demands. Securing the goods is our priority. Those players who were previously pinching pennies to buy the overpriced coal from the Golden Rose, upon seeing the bargain here, immediately flocked to it. System notification. Seller Xiaoti transparent. Your goods have been sold. 40. You have received excellent grade plate armor blueprint X1. System notification. Seller order board. Your goods have been sold. You have received Fireball skill book X1. After the transactions were completed, elation erupted in the original Zone 8 retirement group. Xiaoti Transparent shared a screenshot showcasing a freshly acquired blue blueprint, which he had coveted for quite some time. The previous seller insisted on exchanging it for a special item. Now, miraculously, it was obtained for just 40 units of coal. It felt like a windfall. Fork and knife were equally ecstatic, exclaiming incoherently, "Wah? I got it. I obtained the beginner planting technique, advancement scroll. Thank you, chicken leg castle master. Deadly poison master. I too have acquired what I desired, thanks to castle sister." With this wave of sales, the previously acute fuel shortage in the market was significantly alleviated. Though prices had not seen a substantial drop, as the Golden Rose merchants continued their purchasing spree. By 3 in the afternoon, the sky outside was as dark as night, and the cold wind howled fiercely. Due to the frigid temperature, a group of people huddled together on the sofa in Jiang Li's living room. All sorts of beings, sheep, griffins, trants, humans, and elves, rarely gathered to watch television, surrounded by several electric heating devices. Simultaneously, Jiang Li's private messages buzzed with activity. Beep beep beep. Upon opening, he was greeted with a flurry of thank you notes from group members, filled with various supplies, a true testament to their goodwill. Deadly Poison Master and Xiao Ti Transparent contributed particularly significant gifts, bestowing a plethora of rare materials. Deadly Poison Master, Castle Sister, ever since returning from the Warcraft Forest, I've wanted to thank you personally. I felt that mere words of gratitude were too insipid, and I hadn't dared to bother you before. I finally gathered these materials after a long wait. This is a special enhancement potion. You will surely find it useful. I hope you will accept it. Private message attached. Extreme Strength Potion X5. Upon use, strength increases by 30%, simultaneously granting immunity to all slow effects. Attacks can restore personal stamina. Jiang Li gazed at the potions sent by Deadly Poison Master, somewhat taken aback. Judging solely by their attributes, these potions were indeed formidable. Likely crafted from expensive materials, classifying them as high-rarity items. It was probable that Deadly Poison Master had exhausted his resources to procure these few vials. Meanwhile, Xiao Transparent also contributed some rarely seen high-level materials, two of which Jiang Li could indeed utilize to craft leg rings. Gazing at the screen filled with red envelopes, Jiang Li initially opened the ones from the notorious Breaking Bad and the inconspicuous Little Transparent. After graciously accepting them, she expressed her gratitude individually, for she had shared moments with them and held them in high regard. Accepting their gifts, Jiang Li felt justified and was eager to engage in this emotional exchange. As for other IDs, she returned their offerings. Spicy chicken burger. I appreciate the sentiment. I shall accept the materials, and you may keep the equipment to enhance your strength. This gesture deeply moved the members of the group, evoking tears of gratitude. Look, this is what one calls vision. With such a formidable leader, who could despair of surviving in this apocalypse? Even the most frugal members, usually reluctant to share, began to send red envelopes, creating an unprecedented atmosphere of harmony. Some even playfully chimed in. Menu. Spicy chicken burger. Esteemed leader, I have a proposal. Since our group is so united, why not establish a guild? I shall be the first to join. Dining table. Count me in. It has become clear to me that lone wanderers are merely victims. With a guild to protect us, those large factions would think twice before bullying us. Jiang Li had intended to announce this herself, as the guild had been established, but few had paid attention to the channel notifications. Moreover, Jiang Li and her companions had not publicized it, leaving many unaware of the guild's existence. Observing that the moment was ripe, she turned to the ever-prepared egg tart king beside her. Jiang Li slowly typed a message in the group chat. Spicy chicken burger. Since everyone is on the same page, I shall speak plainly. Spicy chicken burger. I have actually established a guild, named Hope. The group fell silent, all holding their breath in anticipation of what was to follow. Spicy chicken burger. However, I must be forthright. Currently, our guild consists of only 3 members, and our level is low, with the welfare system yet to be fully developed. Spicy chicken burger. The guild's future relies on everyone's contributions. There are no ready-made riches here. I hope we can become a brotherhood that can trust one another with our backs. Spicy chicken burger. For those interested, please approach the Egg Tart King to register. The doors of hope are open to you. Her words were neither obsequious nor arrogant, devoid of grandiose promises or condescending charity. The essence of having nothing but each other resonated deeply with these survivors, who had long drifted in the desolation of the apocalypse. Ketchup, I sign up. Sweet chili sauce, I sign up. Dining table, I want in too. In an instant, the private chat window of the Egg Tart King was inundated with messages. Wow. So many people. As Egg Tart hurriedly recorded the names, a smile spread across his face. Chapter 126. More and more purchases. Jiang Li sat on the sofa, her fingers dancing swiftly across the pale blue guild management panel. The guild warehouse function had been modified. The guild shop function had been activated. The guild member list refreshed. Previously, the guild had merely served as a prerequisite for a teleportation array. Many settings had yet to be configured. Now that the numbers had increased, it was time to make some adjustments. For instance, the permissions regarding the guild warehouse and the feature allowing the exchange of materials within the warehouse for contribution points. As more individuals entered the retirement group, the guild chat erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Tomato sauce, am I seeing things? Are the items in this warehouse real? Menu board. And look at those rows of blue equipment schematics. Lone wolf, I'm flabbergasted. Purple materials, and they actually have stock here. And all it takes is contribution points to exchange for them. Knife and fork, the big shots are still too low-key. Weren't we told the guild was just starting and needed our contribution? Cola, this is fantastic. As long as we work hard, wealth and glory await us. Dining table. That row of desserts clearly showcases the prowess of the king of egg tarts. Everyone was awestruck by the opulence of the warehouse. On the first page of the guild warehouse, there hung dozens of blue rare-grade equipment schematics, along with heaps of rare metals and monster leathers. Not to mention the vast array of other materials. However, these items were essentially what Jiang Li and a few others had previously deposited to level up the guild. Surplus items that were of no use. Nonetheless, rules must be established. Jiang Li set a threshold on the management panel to prevent unscrupulous individuals from taking advantage. System announcement. The rules for exchanging materials in the guild warehouse have been updated. Blue quality and above materials, including rare schematics and finished appliances, a minimum of 1,500 contribution points is required. And the member must be promoted to official member to redeem. Green quality and basic materials, a minimum of 500 contribution points is required, and no record of violations. This threshold is not excessively high, yet it is certainly not low. Achieving 1,500 points means an ordinary member must diligently complete guild tasks for at least 1 or 2 weeks, or submit a considerable quantity of materials to reach that goal. However, this did not dampen anyone's enthusiasm. Instead, it intensified the fervent atmosphere of determination. Observing the eager expressions of those who seemed ready to rush out and dedicate themselves to the guild, Jiang Li couldn't help but smile. This group was indeed motivated. But given the current weather conditions, she glanced outside at the raging snowstorm. It was impossible to undertake any tasks, especially since there seemed to be little for them to do at the moment. Thus, she decided to offer a sweet incentive. After some contemplation, Jiang Li casually posted a few absurdly simple welfare tasks. Guild task, indoor cleaning, organize the hygiene of each member's shelter. Reward, 10 contribution points. Guild task, inventory check, report any surplus basic materials. Reward, 20 contribution points. Guild task, daily sign-in, check in on the guild channel. Reward, 5 contribution points. These tasks were essentially free points. Instantly, the guild channel erupted with cheers. Menu board, the president is generous. I'm off to clean. Spare ribs sauce, signing in. Signing in. First day check-in. Each member's ID was now adorned with the gleaming hope prefix. Though the lively atmosphere was delightful, it proved slightly overwhelming for Jiang Li and Pineapple Beer, both of whom harbored a touch of social anxiety. The incessant notifications in Jiang Li's private chat window were nearly deafening. President, may I exchange 2 sets of timber for contribution points? President, could you reserve that generator blueprint for me? Staring at the multitude of red notifications, Jiang Li felt her head buzzing. She turned to the equally disenchanted Pineapple Beer beside her. Did we establish this guild too early? Rubbing her temples, she mused. I feel akin to a neighborhood committee ant. Be confident. Let go of that feeling, Pineapple Beer remarked, resting his legs on the coffee table with a mischievous grin. The two exchanged a knowing glance and simultaneously directed their gaze towards Egg Tart King, who was playfully engaging with Nico. Egg Tart, Jiang Li called out. What's the matter? Egg Tart King turned, his eyes sparkling with curiosity at the two grinning figures. Jiang Li cleared her throat, adopting a serious demeanor as she patted Egg Tart's shoulder. The organization has decided to entrust you with the significant responsibility of managing the guild. From now on, anyone with questions, seeking tasks, or desiring conversation will come to you. Egg Tart was momentarily taken aback. But I lack management skills. Not to worry, as long as you can converse with them, that's sufficient, Pineapple Beer added, fanning the flames of encouragement. Aren't you the one who thrives in lively environments? This crowd will surely entertain you. Besides, you are our guild's logistics overseer. And these trivial matters fall under your purview. Egg Tart hesitated, yet upon witnessing Jiang Li's trusting gaze, he ultimately nodded. All right, I'll give it a try. However, if I encounter any significant issues, I shall still seek your assistance. Absolutely, Jiang Li replied, visibly relieved. She paused, her tone turning more serious. While we have carefully selected these individuals, a larger group inevitably brings a mix of characters. Please remain vigilant for any particularly promising talents or individuals with a knack for management, and above all, good character. If you truly find it overwhelming, we must recruit someone more suitable for this role, as neither Pineapple Beer nor I are fit for it. Understood. Egg Tart diligently jotted down notes. I will keep an eye out. Reflecting on it, Jiang Li realized she had yet to encounter anyone with management potential, so for the time being, Egg Tart would have to hold the fort. With internal matters resolved, Jiang Li finally exhaled in relief. Yet, this did not signify her reprieve. The world outside remained tumultuous. Global announcer, Golden Rose Golden Abacus, last batch of fuel. Buy quickly. Miss this opportunity, and it may never return. Although prices are high now, it's better than freezing to death. Golden Rose Golden Flower C. Everyone, do not heed the nonsensical chatter of the solo players. This cold wave is of epic proportions. The system has issued a red alert. The meager stock you possess will not suffice. Only we, the Golden Rose, have ample reserves. Trade rare materials for survival. Observing the incessantly scrolling red announcements in the World Channel, Jiang Li calmly deduced, they have hoarded an excess of overpriced fuel. And with uncertainty surrounding the duration of the cold wave, they are hastily manipulating the market. Otherwise, once the cold wave passes, they will be unable to maintain such inflated prices and will find themselves facing dire losses. Thus, even now, despite the clamor of loudspeakers, the aim is to incite a wave of panic, compelling the scattered individuals to take the plunge. Given their eagerness to sell, Jiang Li retrieved a card exuding a faint, dark glow from her backpack, an anonymous trading card. Let us assist them, she declared. This time, we shall adopt a different strategy. Jiang Li accessed the trading platform, her fingers dancing swiftly across the virtual keyboard. Unlike her previous approach of flooding the market with a substantial quantity, which would be too conspicuous and easily detected by the Golden Rose, she opted for a subtler method, akin to boiling a frog slowly. Anonymous seller, selling premium smokeless coal X200. Price, 5 units lower than the current listing by Golden Rose. Requirements, magic gold powder X40 or high-grade beast hides X20, specified materials. The slight discount was just enough to lure indecisive buyers without precipitating a market collapse. Jiang Li elaborated, moreover, I have specified the crafting materials for polar walker boots and tactical magic pattern leggings. The blueprints are reusable, and these core materials are in high demand. In the future, our guild will require these for orange equipment. Pineapple Beer also produced an anonymous card, indicating, I shall gather some potion materials and special items for future dungeon runs. As long as the listings were made, the anxious ones would be the Golden Rose Guild, who would strive to procure them. Thus, an unspoken sniper battle commenced anew. Each time Golden Rose listed a high-priced fuel item, before the unfortunate scattered buyer could muster the resolve to place an order, Jiang Li's anonymous listings quietly appeared at the top of the list. The quantities were modest, 200 to 300 units at a time, priced just slightly lower than Golden Rose. For the thrifty, scattered individuals, why purchase the expensive when cheaper options were available? Another bargain has emerged. Though it was only a slight discount, they eagerly bought, thinking they could resell at a profit later. This anonymous seller is indeed a benefactor. Always timely. The vampires of Golden Rose would surely find it challenging to sell this time. With each transaction completed, Jiang Li's backpack brimmed with those once scarce refined steel, high-grade beast hides, and magic crystal powder, accumulating at an astonishing rate. After all, Golden Rose, in their quest to ensure their orders maintained the lowest prices, would go to great lengths to offload these even lower-priced listings, while their own offerings suddenly languished in neglect. At the Golden Rose Guild's headquarters, crack! Jean Chao smashed the red wine glass in his hand, the crimson liquid splattering across the opulent carpet, a shocking sight. What on earth is happening? Why are sales stagnant? He pointed at the nearly stagnant trading data and bellowed at the vice president, Jean Swan. Did we not ascertain that the scattered individuals had sold out their goods? Did we not confirm that panic had set in? Why is no one buying? President. This is not right, Jean Swan retorted, receiving a scolding and quickly signaling to his subordinates. Standing before the desk, Jean Huahai, who had come to report, was drenched in cold sweat, clutching a freshly compiled market report, his hands trembling. We investigated, and indeed, someone is releasing goods, anonymously. Each time, we find ourselves just shy of our desired price. Initially, I presumed it was merely the sporadic inventory of casual players, and thus I dispatched individuals to procure it. However, Jean Huahai swallowed hard, his voice quavering. Yet, we continued to acquire more and more. The anonymous seller's supply seemed like an endless abyss. We purchased 200 units, and he listed another 200. After 500, he added yet another 500. Now we have accumulated 3,000 orders. What? Jean Suanpan's eyes widened in disbelief. A chill racing up his spine. Are you implying that someone is hedging against us? And their stockpile surpasses ours? How is that even possible? Aside from us, who else in the region possesses such a vast inventory? It remains unclear, but we have already dispensed half of our stock. Should we continue, President? Jean Huahai inquired. Just by, Zhang Jinshao gritted his teeth. This time, we are destined for greatness. Once we complete our purchases, the price will be entirely within our control. Chapter 127. Resource Reflux. On the third day of the raging blizzard, within the tool shed of Jiangli Camp, Jiangli, Pineapple Beer, and Egg Tart King were gathered around a massive workbench, with partially cut timber laid out before them. Nearby, a small treant was assisting them with assembly. With little else to do while cooped up at home, the trio decided to craft several wooden items, such as lounge chairs, umbrellas, and small round stools, to be stored in their two subspaces. Although lacking blueprints, the presence of the treant made the task feasible, as they had ample tools at their disposal. After completing the major cutting processes, the three intended to take a break and decided to check the trading platform for updates. The system panel before them displayed fluctuating trade data akin to a roller coaster ride. TSK, 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 those golden roses are truly relentless. Pineapple observed as he gazed at the incessantly flashing purchase list. Even at this hour, they're still hoarding supplies? How much liquid capital do they possess? At that moment, the trading channel resembled a bottomless pit. The Golden Rose Guild acted like a gambler blinded by losses. Each time prices dipped slightly, they frantically listed high bids, attempting to exhaust the scattered goods in the market to sustain the inflated fuel prices. Purchased again? Jiangli noted that the recently listed 500 units of premium smokeless coal had vanished in an instant. Mine has already been acquired. How about you, Pineapple? Mine has sold as well. Though it remains limited to those core materials, Pineapple Beer indicated the additional items in his backpack. Refined steel, high-grade monster tendons, and magic crystal powder. They had supplemented the last few with other materials, and I suspect their inventory is dwindling. Then let us proceed, Jiangli declared without hesitation, dispatching another batch of stock, instructing Pineapple Beer and Egg Tart King to sell in increments. Anonymous seller, selling premium smokeless coal X 500. Price, 5 less than the current market highest. Required materials, various home design blueprints, herbs, gunpowder. This tactic of gradually increasing supply is nothing short of brilliant. By releasing only a few hundred units at a time, it gives the Golden Roses the illusion that with just a little effort, they can seize control of the market once more. Yet, each time after their meal, Jiangli would, as if by magic, produce another batch. Once, twice, thrice, spanning 3 whole days. Jiangli and her companions did not plunge their adversaries into despair all at once. Each time, they released a portion of their goods, then allowed a pause, instilling the illusion that this was the last of their stock. They perpetually offered glimpses of hope, only to plunge their opponents back into despair. As time stretched on, their anxiety regarding the passing cold wave intensified, fueling their urgency. The Golden Rose Guild resembled an insatiable beast, voraciously consuming nearly 6,000 units of premium coal from Jiangli and her companions. It is worth noting that this coal had soared in price after several rounds of inflation. Each unit of coal exchanged was a treasure hoarded by the ordinary survivors or rare materials painstakingly amassed by the Golden Rose Guild. Items such as enhancement cards, magical energy cores, and various special function item cards. 6,000 units of coal indeed indicated that Golden Rose possessed significant resources, suggesting they had previously monopolized a fair share. Jiangli nodded slightly, remarking with a hint of disdain, unfortunately for them, they have crossed paths with us. It was nearly time. Jiangli cast a glance at the trading hall's data curve. As the purchasing frenzy of Golden Rose noticeably slowed, even exhibiting sporadic signs of selling off, she understood that this silent war was drawing to a close. Their supply of resources had run dry. Jiangli closed the trading panel, stretched languidly, and contemplated that if they continued at this rate, their guild might struggle to maintain its daily operations. At the Golden Rose Guild's headquarters, the sound of shattered crystal resonated through the air. President Jin Xiao, a seemingly astute middle-aged man, wore a grim expression, his hands braced against the table, his chest heaving. Haven't we uncovered the source yet? He exclaimed, pointing at the trading hall where new sell orders continued to flood in, his voice trembling with rage. Who is the imbecile conspiring against us? 6,000 units. A staggering 6,000 units. After one fluctuation, even if we combined all the scattered players in the region, they wouldn't have such stock. President. Vice President Jean Swan paled, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. We have scrutinized every conceivable force. The Scattered Players Alliance has long run out of stock. The Temple Guild has been embroiled in conflict with the War Wolves and is in disarray. The Mafia and similar factions with slightly more numbers also seem unlikely, leaving only a few small guilds with fewer than 50 members that rarely show their faces. They certainly lack the strength for such an endeavor. Then who could it be? Is it a ghost? Or has someone been hoarding supplies from the very beginning to target us? Even if they have seen through our plans, they shouldn't possess such a stockpile. Jin Chao kicked over a chair in frustration. Our inventory of rare materials has been depleted. The discontent among those below began to surface. The guild's warehouse was empty. And if this continued, unrest would ensue. Moreover, with coal being the only remaining commodity, should the cold wave pass, the prices might not hold. President, perhaps we should consider selling our stock? Jean Swan cautiously suggested. While the current price is slightly lower than its peak, there are still profits to be made. If we delay further, and that anonymous seller strikes again, we might find ourselves in dire straits. Jinka took a deep breath, closing his eyes in contemplative silence for a prolonged moment. Ultimately, he weakly gestured with his hand. Let it out, but do so cautiously. First, recoup some of the funds. As for this batch of coal, we shall observe the situation further. It is imperative to stabilize the sentiments within the guild. Jinka was acutely aware that this farce could not endure much longer, as the guild's resources had already been depleted. Yet, he remained troubled by the origins of the surplus coal. Could it be that the system was clandestinely offloading goods, attempting to reclaim these materials? Given the system's notorious nature, such a scenario was not beyond the realm of possibility. Had fate turned its back on him? Leaning against his chair, Jinka's mind was in disarray. Various possibilities flashing through his thoughts, yet all that remained were feelings of frustration and resentment. At this juncture, his only recourse was to minimize losses. Having consistently lurked in the shadows, reaping the benefits from others' efforts within the Golden Rose Trading Company, he had finally incurred significant losses. As the Golden Rose Guild ceased its purchases and began to sell off assets, the once robust fuel prices began to plummet like a deflated balloon. Although they had not yet returned to bargain basement prices, they had settled into a range that, while still costly, was manageable for the average player. This fuel war, instigated by the Golden Rose yet intercepted by Jiang Li, had finally reached its conclusion, resulting in substantial losses for the Golden Rose and an influx of materials into Jiang Li's possession. In Jiang Li's workshop, excitement filled the air. "Weevee struck gold. Weevee struck gold," exclaimed the king of egg tarts, gazing at his backpack brimming with materials. "Sister Bao, I just organized my bag. And now it's overflowing with a myriad of items." The designated orange gear materials Jiang Li had been acquiring, though not abundant, coupled with the supplies gifted by the system and the sporadic materials received over time, were sufficient to assemble 4 complete sets of orange equipment. Perfect, Jiang Li mused, calculating. 3 pairs of shoes, 2 leg rings. We have shoes, and egg tart has leg rings. If we craft 2 additional leg rings, each of us will be equipped with a complete set of orange gear. A glimmer of brilliance sparkled in Jiang Li's eyes as he glanced at the surplus 3 pairs of polar wanderer boots. Let us place these in the guild warehouse for exchange. It's reasonable since we already possess them, and enhancing their capabilities benefits the guild as well. Pineapple Beer nodded in agreement. Just ensure they aren't exchanged by those with ill intentions. Fear not. I've set the exchange threshold quite high, Jiang Li replied, pointing to the management panel. A contribution of 5,000 points is required, along with promotion to elite member. Without a couple of months of hard work, no one can make the exchange. Even elite members must receive our approval. The king of egg tarts gave a thumbs up, even if they can't make the exchange. Simply seeing that orange icon atop the warehouse will undoubtedly boost the morale of everyone in the guild. With a smile, Jiang Li set to work in the workshop. Half an hour later, the guild announcement rang out. Guild announcement. New items in the warehouse. Item. Polar Wanderer Boots, Orange, Epic, X1. Exchange requirements. Contribution points 5,000. Elite member status. Note. Patience is key. Once the blizzard abates, guild tasks will gradually increase, and opportunities will abound for all. Due to the snowstorm, there was little that could be done. Essentially, everyone merely engaged in casual conversation within the group, sharing stories and boasting. Thus, when the news broke, the guild channel erupted instantaneously. Dining table, what? Am I seeing this correctly? An orange piece of equipment. Is it truly an orange item? Tomato sauce, oh? Our guild master is incredible. This is legendary gear. I haven't even seen a blueprint out here, and we have a finished product in our warehouse. Knife and fork, my goodness. 5,000 contribution points may seem unattainable, but it is an orange item. I must grind. I must grind intensely. Menu board. Is this the foundation of our guild's potential? I'm all in. Anyone who dares claim our guild is lacking, I'll be the first to defend it. Rib sauce. Is this for real, guild master? Who are you all? You've been so low-key until now. Chair. I will forever support the spicy chicken leg burger king, the egg tart king, and the pineapple beer king. Most were incredulous. But upon seeing the system's description and the terrifying attributes of the legendary equipment, they accepted this reality. The attributes of a single piece of gear nearly rivaled their total attributes. Initially, they had been drooling over blue equipment. But the sudden emergence of an orange item had an impact akin to a nuclear explosion. Although most understood that they could not afford it at the moment, the hope that they could one day possess it through hard work was enough to bolster everyone's loyalty to the maximum. Chapter 128. Transforming a small domain in stark contrast. The atmosphere in the World Channel was entirely different. With the significant drop in fuel prices, those individual players who had bought at high levels finally realized they had been taken advantage of. ID Leak 1, boohoo. My blueprints. I emptied my savings just to exchange for a bit of coal. Now that coal prices have fallen, my blueprints are gone. ID the wind on the rooftop. Golden Rose Trading Company. You shall not escape unscathed. Did you clear out all the goods? You've hoarded all the resources. Don't crash the market, Golden Rose. ID tomorrow will be better. A loss is a loss. Didn't you acquire the supplies you desired? Why the discontent now? Prices fluctuate. When they rise, you smile and fantasize they will go higher. hesitating to sell. Isn't it natural for them to fall now? ID working under the table. Keep mocking, and the next time we meet, I'll take you down. ID tomorrow will be better. What will you use to fight me? Are you preparing to bring a backpack full of coal? You should sell quickly at a lower price. Otherwise, you might not even be able to exchange for a single green item, and then you truly won't be able to retaliate. Facebomb ID, big gold hua. No worries. Consider it an early stockpile of fuel. At least this time around, we don't have to worry about the cold wave. Who knows how long it will last? If it stretches for a month, prices will surely rise again. Amidst the blizzard, everyone was left with nothing to do, exchanging words in the channel. And the direction of fuel prices became increasingly murky. One must accept the consequences of their wagers. Zhongli closed the regional channel, gazing out at the swirling snow. Greed demands a price. Those who sought to speculate could blame no one but themselves for their losses. The diminutive treeman finally ceased his labors, and the tool shed was filled with an assortment of furniture. Despite the presence of various heating devices, the indoor temperature remained chill, an unwelcome reminder of the bone-deep cold that lingered after the campfire had dwindled. However, within the semicircular glass house nestled in the fortress's backyard, an entirely different scene unfolded. The warm sea gently lapped against the golden sands, producing a rhythmic sound. Above, an ethereal yet genuinely warm artificial sun bathed the entire space in a comforting glow. After adjusting her attire through the system interface, Zhongli reclined on a newly constructed makeshift beach chair, clad in loose-fitting garments. Her face obscured by an old magazine she had unearthed. Beside her, a small table held a glass of chilled soda. This was the essence of life. At this moment, Nico sprawled unceremoniously on another lounge chair nearby. She had never before encountered the ocean, let alone indulged in sunbathing on such a beach. Pineapple Beer clutched a somewhat rough umbrella handle, which was merely a stick bound with cloth, as he endeavored to plant it firmly in the sand. Sister Fortress, do you think if we post pictures of ourselves sunbathing in this frigid weather to the district channel, they might be so incensed that they would crawl through the internet to confront us? Zhongli shifted the magazine slightly, revealing half her face, a smirk playing at her lips. Then they might just get gunned down by the automated sentry at the entrance first. Laughter erupted. The Egg Tart King was crouched behind a weathered rock not far away, diligently toiling with a small shovel like an industrious little squirrel. Egg Tart, what are you up to? Zhongli inquired with curiosity. Planting coconuts. Egg Tart lifted a somewhat shriveled, yet tenaciously sprouting coconut. A treasure unearthed from a chest long ago, but lacking a place to grow until now. With this beach and the warmth and sunlight here, I believe there is potential. Moreover, Egg Tart pointed to Nico, who was lounging beside Zhongli. Nico said she wants coconut juice. Coconut juice is delicious, Nico exclaimed, lifting her head from the chair. Her once fair face was now adorned with sand, resembling a little calico cat, as she eagerly longed for that sweet nectar. Observing this heartwarming scene, Zhongli couldn't help but chuckle. Although this number one little paradise, beach, was constrained by system limitations from allowing the construction of large edifices, it generously permitted the creation of simple furniture and decorations. As long as one possessed blueprints or could assemble items from available materials, they could furnish this space. Thus, during the recent snowstorm, the trio spent most of their time immersed in these two subspaces, focusing on their construction endeavors. Aside from occasionally checking in on the guild chat to see how others were faring. Little Tree, the umbrella over here has tilted. Pineapple Beer finally relinquished his struggle with the stick and called out. The diligent little treeman, who had been busily working on a wooden beach table, promptly scampered over with his short little legs. It extended its verdant branch-like arm, curling up the parasol like an agile tentacle, and with a crisp click, it firmly anchored itself deep into the sandy ground. Thank you, Little Tree. Pineapple Beer reclined contentedly. This little fellow truly exhibits remarkable versatility. Observing the adorable silhouette of the treant, Zhongli couldn't help but exclaim. After enjoying a leisurely afternoon on the beach, Zhongli spoke up. Let us venture next door. After basking in the sun all afternoon, it's time to feel the refreshing breeze. Rising, Zhongli dusted off the sand from his clothes. Through the teleportation mirror, they returned to the courtyard, then entered the adjacent wooden treehouse, instantly transitioning from the tropical beach to the serene meadow within the forest. Here, the passage of time mirrored that of the outside world. At that moment, a blizzard raged outside, while here, a full moon gradually ascended the night sky. The air was humid and invigorating, infused with the fragrance of earth and foliage. This place is undeniably more comfortable. Egg Tart inhaled deeply. Although it lacked the warmth of the beach, the air was so soothing it beckoned slumber. Zhongli retrieved a shovel and several bags of saplings from his backpack, deciding that since they couldn't venture out in the coming days, they would complete this woodland, carefully planning and planting what was necessary. Alright. Pineapple Beer also produced tools and began assisting Zhongli in digging holes. First, 2 orange trees were planted, one a variety from an earlier acquisition of small orange saplings, and the other a recently acquired enhanced breed. They also planted a few leftover white birch saplings in the mix. Zhongli wished to compare the growth rates of plants here versus the outside world. After all, the trees near their campsite had been nearly all felled, necessitating timely replenishment. Despite the forested terrain here, the towering trees lay beyond the air wall, impervious to harm. Once the trees were planted, Zhongli approached the small pond, measuring 8 meters on each side, gazing at the moon's reflection in its surface. Although modest in size, it would suffice for nurturing some fish. Egg Tart, do you still have that fish spawn card? Indeed, I do. Egg Tart retrieved a blue card from her backpack, initially intending to dig a hole outside for the fish. But given the weather, they would likely freeze instantly. This location was perfect. Upon using the card, the previously tranquil water surface rippled. Dozens of palm-sized fish emerged, their colors vibrant, joyfully flicking their tails within the pond. Although merely ordinary freshwater fish, in this apocalyptic world, living creatures were a rare sight. Nicole perched at the pond's edge, her eyes wide with curiosity as she observed the little fish, having not seen any for quite some time. The Treant was utterly enamored with this woodland environment, even willingly relinquishing its shared room with the little gray creature, spending most of its time nestled here. Each day, aside from aiding Egg Tart in tending to the freshly planted herbs and fruit trees, it lounged on a hammock it had crafted, basking in the moonlight, its blissful demeanor evoking a hint of envy in Jiangli. The following morning, in the main house's living room, the coals in the fireplace burned brightly, occasionally sputtering forth a few orange sparks that emitted a gentle crackling sound. Jiangli, clad in her loose-fitting cotton loungewear, was sprawled on the sofa in an utterly ungraceful manner, a semi-transparent system backpack interface hovering before her. Sighing deeply, she furrowed her brows as if confronted with an insurmountable dilemma. Nearby, Pineapple Beer, who was grooming a small griffin, looked up, a delicate silver comb in hand, and inquired, "What troubles you?" "It's nothing," Jiangli replied, her fingers gesturing in the air as she agonized. "I'm contemplating whether to keep these blue materials or simply discard them into the guild warehouse." Her backpack was bursting at the seams. After a quick tidying, she discovered she possessed over 50 mutated wild boar tusks alone, not to mention a pile of hardened carapaces. The materials were excessively abundant, occupying far too much space. Yet she hesitated to part with them, fearing they might be necessary in the future. Pineapple Beer interjected, "Do you have any idea what a wild boar tusk is worth these days? After all, they are materials for blue equipment. Many purple items can utilize them as well. How can you be troubled by the space they occupy?" "But there is simply no room left," Jiangli asserted, straightening her posture and casually tossing several sets of materials into the shared section of the guild warehouse. "Let us just consider them a low-tier welfare benefit for the guild. A useful resource for the new members." With her actions, the guild channel erupted in a chorus of accolades, which Jiangli adeptly muted. She closed the interface and took a sip of the hot cocoa resting on the table, pondering how long the snow would continue to fall. The monotony was overwhelming. She felt as if she might sprout mushrooms from sheer boredom. Accustomed to daily labor, being forced to rest for so many days had left her weary of the game. Indeed, humans are peculiar creatures. After too much play, they yearn for work, yet upon laboring excessively, they incessantly crave rest. Pineapple Beer set the freshly groomed griffin aside, and the little creature promptly flapped its wings and soared to a nearby climbing frame. "It's quite dull, I assent it. How about we play some landlord? Or perhaps we could have the little Treant whip up a mahjong table." "No, I've never enjoyed mahjong on Blue Star. My friends tried to teach me, and it nearly raised my blood pressure," Jiangli hastily declined. "Besides, cold waves aren't a daily occurrence. I genuinely fear we might become addicted and end up playing mahjong every day at home. With ample coal, such a scenario was indeed plausible." "Haha, surely not. But it does seem a bit addictive. Even with my jumbled memories, I still can't forget how to play mahjong," Pineapple Beer chuckled. Their laughter echoed, with Egg Tart King and Jiangli sharing in the amusement, while Nico, unable to grasp the humor due to language barriers, gazed around with her sparkling eyes. Eager to comprehend, rising, Jiangli walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, a vast expanse of white enveloped the landscape, the fierce wind swirling the snowflakes, with visibility reduced to less than 5 meters. In such weather, venturing out for exploration was perilous. Not only was visibility compromised, but body heat dissipated rapidly. Even clad in orange gear, prolonged exposure outdoors became quite uncomfortable. "Pineapple, do you remember the great chasm behind the Night Owl camp?" Jiangli suddenly asked. "I do. Are you suggesting we venture there now?" In Jiangli's eyes, a glimmer of determination flickered. The blizzard swept horizontally, and the profound underground chasm likely remained impervious to the onslaught of snow and wind. Furthermore, it was evident that secrets lay hidden within. Pineapple Beer's eyes brightened as he tossed his comb onto the table. "Let us go. We have nothing else to occupy our time." Nearby, Egg Tart, having just finished her tasks, quickly removed her apron upon hearing the call for adventure. "Wait for me a moment. I need to adjust my backpack." She cleared out a portion of the baking supplies that had occupied most of her bag and replaced them with various potions she had concocted in non-instance environments. The desserts crafted by the Egg Tart King were merely ordinary sustenance, lacking any enhancements. In this wilderness, reliance on potions was imperative. As she muttered to herself, she inspected the potion pouch at her waist. 15 bottles of basic cold resistance potion, 10 bottles of agility potion, 10 bottles of healing potion, and the recently acquired strength potion from the infamous Heisenberg, reserved for Fortress Sister, to be used in the event of a formidable foe. Chapter 129. Return to the Night Owl camp. After the trio made their preparations, they braved the blizzard to reach the mid-level teleportation array in the yard. In stark contrast to the white tempest outside the camp, the yard retained a modicum of visibility, subdued yet not entirely extinguished by the flickering campfire. With the insertion of a magical energy core into the slot, the intricate array sprang to life, glowing with an ethereal blue luminescence. After establishing the teleportation anchor point, the transfer commenced. Target coordinates, 6585, 3428, 68. As the teleportation initiated, a familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. When their vision regained clarity, the temperature plummeted sharply. Bereft of the campfire's warmth, the blizzard lashed against their faces with biting intensity, the chilling cold seeping into their very bones. Jiangli instinctively tightened her garments. Yet their robust physiques rendered them resilient to the frost. "What a desolate landscape," Egg Tart remarked, surveying the surroundings. If the ground were merely blanketed in snow, the scattered stones might not appear so stark. However, The remnants of human habitation and scattered debris, along with broken tools, accentuated the bleakness. When Jiang Li and Pineapple Beer had previously stormed this place, it had been a fortress of towering walls, illuminated by torches, teeming with patrolling rogues. Now, all that remained was a scene of devastation. The once imposing stone walls, wooden structures, and even the foundations had vanished without a trace. Such was the nature of the system's rules. Upon the demise of the Lord, when the last unit of stored resources in the camp was deducted by the system, the entire territory would be reclaimed, erasing all evidence of its existence. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Jiang Li, braving the snowstorm, oriented herself and pointed towards the distance. It should be in that direction. Following her indication, the group advanced another several meters. Before them, at the rear of the former camp, the ground appeared as if cleaved by an axe, revealing a gaping, bottomless chasm. The rift spanned 100 meters, its rocky edges exhibiting an eerie, ashen hue, adorned with sharp icicles. As Jiang Li had anticipated, the blizzard howled over the chasm, yet it did not seep into the depths below. Instead, a series of chilling updrafts emerged from the abyss, carrying a faint scent of sulfur. The wind wailed through the canyon, producing sounds akin to ghostly wails. Faintly, from the pitch-black depths, one could discern some muffled roars. Pineapple Beer approached the edge of the cliff, cautiously peering down, but the darkness obscured any view of the bottom, where a layer of black mist seemed to linger. Fortunately, these ominous elements lay outside the camp's perimeter. Jiang Li pointed at several stout iron chains that remained near the cliff's edge. These chains were deeply embedded in the rock, with the other end dangling into the abyss. Beside the chain stood a massive lift frame. Though much of the wood had decayed, the winch structure was metallic and still operational. This was likely the route they had taken previously. Jiang Li examined the winch, which was encased in a thick layer of ice. Drawing forth her twin axes of the rift, she lightly struck the ice. With a crack, the shell shattered. The winch was still functional. Testing its operation, she continued. This lift seems a bit precarious, but we have no other way. Pineapple, how about you go up first while I operate the winch? All right, Pineapple Beer replied promptly. As an agile assassin, she felt little threat from such terrain. She jumped into the swaying wooden basket and grasped the nearby iron chain. Let it go? Jiang Li slowly released the winch's brake. The grating sound of metal on metal echoed across the open snowfield as the basket descended into the encroaching darkness below. Egg Tart King anxiously leaned over the cliff's edge, calling out, Sister Pineapple, are you all right? I'm fine. Just a bit shaky. Pineapple Beer's voice echoed back, the wind creating a chaotic atmosphere. The basket swung like a swing woe. Suddenly, a dull thud resounded, followed by the winch jamming. What happened? Jiang Li grasped the winch handle tightly. It stuck. Pineapple Beer's frustrated voice came through. This wretched lift. It seems the pulley is rusted or frozen. I can't go down. I've barely descended halfway. Jiang Li's lips twitched slightly. The infrastructure of Night Owl is appallingly inadequate. How can such shoddy engineering be in use? No wonder it failed midway. Forget about this unreliable contraption, she declared, locking the winch to prevent the basket from plummeting. Egg Tart, we shall descend using the chains. They appear sturdy enough. Climb down. Egg Tart King glanced at the unfathomable black mist below, swallowing hard. Fear not. Jiang Li reassured her, patting her shoulder. I will go beneath you. Should you fall, I will catch you. Besides, with our current attributes, a fall would likely result in little more than a bruise. Are you certain it won't be more than a bruise? Ultimately, the trio abandoned the incapacitated lift. Jiang Li took the lead, gripping the robust iron chain, and slid down with the agility of a nimble gecko. For her, this ascent felt as effortless as walking on solid ground. The King of Egg Tarts closely followed in the middle, inching downward. With Jiang Li leading the way, she felt a sense of security. For Jiang Li had long been a source of comfort. Moreover, the trio possessed powers of a superhuman caliber, making the ascent on the iron chain a trivial endeavor. As they descended, the light dimmed progressively. The faint glimmer of daylight overhead gradually vanished, supplanted by an increasingly dense black mist. The air grew humid. Although the temperature was not as low as above, the penetrating chill was more pronounced. We've arrived. I can see the bottom. How are you two faring? Came the voice of Pineapple Beer from below. She had already slid down another iron chain. We're fine. What is the situation down there? Currently, nothing. It's quite safe, Pineapple Beer replied. After approximately 5 more minutes, Jiang Li's feet finally touched solid ground. The sensation beneath her feet resembled not soil, but rather a type of hard rock, cloaked in a slick layer of moss. With a sigh of relief, the King of Egg Tarts landed and exhaled deeply. Sister Fortress. Aside from the sound of the wind, I believe I can hear something else. Is there something else here? Yes. The magical beasts that the Night Owls previously transported are contained within. It's normal to hear noises, Jiang Li calmly explained, though she sensed something amiss with the black mist. Beside her, Pineapple Beer had already arrived, leaning against a rock wall. Several extinguished braziers nearby had been replenished with fuel by Pineapple Beer. The high-quality coal ignited splendidly, instantly producing a surge of orange flames. The flickering firelight swiftly dispelled the surrounding darkness for dozens of meters. These braziers, left by the Night Owls, easily illuminated the area. Jiang Li gazed up, observing that they were merely at a small depression at the bottom of the rift, once a base for them. Numerous tables and chairs lay scattered, along with cabinets. Beyond a narrow rock wall was a vast underground forest of jagged stones. Countless sharp columns pierced both the ground and the ceiling, creating a labyrinthine design. Amidst the pillars close to their former stronghold lay dozens of enormous black iron cages. Most of the cages were empty, their bars twisted and deformed, as if some monstrous force had violently torn them apart from within. It appeared that the night owls had exerted considerable effort to gather a sufficient number of magical beasts. Scattered across the ground were various rusty torture devices, shattered shackles, broken potion vials, and remnants of beasts that had long turned to bone. Chapter 130. The Altar of the Evil God. After a brief exploration of the former stronghold of the night owls, they found nothing of use. The group decided not to waste any more time and shifted their focus. In the depths of the darkness, where the firelight could not reach, faint azure glimmers were discernible. They did not resemble the eyes of monsters, but rather appeared like crystals. Jiang Li, emboldened by her exceptional attributes, took the lead, moving toward the direction of those crystals. As she drew nearer, the ethereal blue points of light gradually became clearer. Amidst the crevices of the rocky cliff, clusters of crystals thrived, radiating an enchanting glow in this dimly lit realm. As Jiang Li approached and gently reached out to touch them, a surge of pure magical energy coursed through her fingertips. Item: unrefined magical crystal. Description: a natural crystal containing an exceptionally high purity of magical energy, serving as the core energy for constructing teleportation arrays, magical towers, and large-scale magical machinery. It is also an essential component for powering certain creations. Without hesitation, Jiang Li drew her pickaxe, ready to commence her work. With a decisive strike, the pickaxe met the crystal with a resonant clang that echoed through the vast gorge. Acquired. Magical crystal, raw or X2 elated. Jiang Li stowed the crystals into her backpack. The trio resembled mice that had infiltrated a grain bin, ruthlessly scavenging through the crystalline thicket. They left no easily accessible crystal unturned. As for those nestled deep within the rock or perched too high, Jiang Li remained unperturbed. After all, she recalled that before the establishment of the Night Owl Guild, they had been able to teleport dozens of players using sufficient magical energy, even deploying monstrous beasts marinated in raging potions to other regions. Now, armed with her intermediate teleportation array, she could simply transport additional reinforcements for industrial-scale collection, capable of hollowing out the entire area. Just as they were engrossed in their fervent excavation, an eerie roar suddenly reverberated from ahead, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. Two towering shadows emerged from the darkness, monsters standing at least 3 meters tall, adorned with grotesque black goat heads, their eyes glowing red, wielding rusted iron hammers. Tattered chains clanked around their bodies with each step they took. Demonic, goat-headed warlord. Level: LV-21. Description: a demonic creature corrupted by dark energies, possessing immense strength and a volatile temper. Jiang Li was taken aback by the presence of a level 21 creature. While not insurmountable with her current equipment, it was surprising to think that when the Night Owl Guild had been capturing monsters here, they had faced creatures of no more than level 10. How had they managed to contend with a level 21 beast? Beside her, Pineapple Beer exhibited little astonishment at the sight of the monster, retrieving a weapon from his waist and activating his stealth skill in preparation for battle. Having recently upgraded his gear without having engaged in actual combat, he saw this as an ideal opportunity to hone his skills on these unfortunate foes, hoping they would prove resilient. 2 beasts, one for each of them. With a swift motion, Pineapple Beer vanished into thin air. All right, the one on the left is mine. Jiang Li brandished her dual axes and hurled them forward, the blades slicing through the air and striking the left demonic goat-headed creature squarely in the chest, unleashing a cloud of crimson mist. Simultaneously, she powered her legs and charged toward the beast. As she neared the goat-headed creature, she executed a leap, springing into the air with an impressive second jump, propelled by the extraordinary capabilities of her orange polar walker boots, soaring 3 meters high. In midair, Jiang Li grasped, and 2 axes soared back into her hands. With her grip firm upon the twin axes, her arms bent backward with exertion, her entire form resembling a crescent moon. Bang! The axes struck fiercely upon the shoulder of the demonized goat-headed creature, piercing through its flesh. The immense force propelled its entire body backward, crashing violently against a stone pillar, which shattered, sending forth a cloud of smoke. Remarkably, the goat-headed demon proved sturdier than Jiang Li had anticipated, though it appeared unsteady after such a blow. It emerged from the smoke unscathed. So resilient, Jiang Li remarked, preparing to advance for another strike when a figure darted forward beside her. Sister Fortress, allow me to give it a try. The Egg-Tart King, who had been lingering behind, suddenly retrieved a massive 2-handed sword from her backpack. It appeared merely of blue quality, with average attributes. Here I go. The Egg-Tart King's body radiated an astonishing aura. She spun the great sword with both hands, leveraging her waist strength, resembling a spinning top, before delivering a heavy blow to the goat-headed demon, which had just stumbled out of the smoke. Thud! Another series of muffled sounds erupted. The furious goat-headed demon, unable to raise its hammer in time, was struck squarely on the forehead by the great sword. The tremendous impact caused a dent to form in its goat-like head. Yet, the Egg-Tart King showed no signs of hesitation, executing each move with remarkable proficiency, hinting at prior practice. Ultimately, the demon's massive body was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the rocky wall, unable to detach itself. You have slain the demonized goat-headed commander. Experience gained, 100. Nearby, Pineapple Beer evidently favored a different combat style. She continually manifested and became invisible, engaging in a frenzied tug-of-war, finding opportunities to deliver high-damage backstabs. After a series of pulls, the goat-headed demon on the right met its demise amidst furious cries. Egg-Tart, impressive. Clearly, you've been training secretly. Jiang Li praised the Egg-Tart King, who stood before her, wielding a sword that seemed disproportionate to her stature. Oh no. It's just that I haven't gathered all the materials for my orange staff, so I practiced with the great sword at home out of boredom. The Egg-Tart King chuckled. Pineapple Beer chimed in jest. What was that saying? Magic is my talent, melee is my hobby. A mage who cannot fight in close quarters is not a worthy mage. Once Pineapple Beer collected the demonized goat horns dropped by the two monsters, the trio continued deeper into the cavern. Along the way, they encountered sporadic waves of monsters. Primarily underground creatures tainted by dark energy, including the tormenting beasts released by the Night Guild, the demonized snow ape. Aside from a slight increase in levels, there was little distinction. Yet, equipped with 2 pieces of orange gear and mostly purple gear, these level 20 monsters posed no real threat, merely offering experience points and materials. After collecting a few clusters of crystals, the terrain ahead suddenly shifted. The previously narrow and rugged chasm reached its end. In place of what once was a vast, arch-natural cavern now looms. A searing wave of heat, mingled with a potent scent of sulfur, rushes forth from the entrance. It is stiflingly hot. Zhongli furrows her brow. It seems there is no path ahead. Pineapple Beer stands at the edge of the cave, peering in, her expression one of astonishment. What manner of place is this? Zhongli and Egg Tart advance towards her. In the next moment, their pupils simultaneously widen in disbelief. It is utterly breathtaking. Before them lies a colossal, spherical underground chamber, a sight too grand for mere words to encapsulate. Countless openings to the rocky walls surrounding the chamber. The spot where Zhongli and her companions stand is but one of many densely clustered openings, akin to a small hole in a beehive. Gazing downward, they behold a river of dark red magma flowing at the chamber's base. The scalding magma bubbles and churns, weaving intricate paths, intermittently erupting into columns of fire that illuminate the entire subterranean space in a fiery glow. Even from hundreds of meters above, the terrifying heat leaves one parched and longing for moisture. On the rocky walls in every direction, aside from the openings like the one Zhongli occupies, enormous clusters of dark red crystals, reminiscent of tree roots, thrive. Each cluster is home to a variety of fantastical creatures. Some resemble geckos, others stone gargoyles, and still others appear as twisted soft-bodied entities. They thrive and breed in this world filled with sulfur and flames, their cacophonous roars merging into a hair-raising symphony. Heavens! Egg Tart King covers her mouth in shock. How can such a vast world lie hidden below? Yet, this is not the most astounding sight. Zhongli's gaze traverses the rivers of magma, fixating intently on the heart of this space. There, suspended above a roiling lake of magma, floats a solitary island. It is a structure entirely composed of an unknown black stone, ancient and solemn. The edifice rises in a pyramid shape, though its apex is flat. At the center of this platform stands an altar of peculiar design. Surrounding the altar, a dozen massive chains of black iron, each several meters thick, plunge deeply into the magma below, resembling black dragons. What is that? Pineapple Beer's voice falters. This magnificent sight, she had only witnessed within a game. Look above. Zhongli raises her hand, pointing towards the vaulted ceiling of this immense space. What should be a thick layer of rock is instead shrouded in a swirling mass of perpetual black mist. Within the haze, a vast pattern, deeply embedded in the rock face, becomes faintly discernible. It is a moon, a crescent, black moon, seemingly oozing a liquid darkness. Even as she gazes at this emblem, Zhongli feels an inexplicable trepidation, as if something is coldly watching this underground realm through the very symbol itself. Sister Fortress, this place feels so eerie. Egg Tart King scans the surroundings incessantly. Despite the brightness, an indescribable strangeness lingers. Shall we descend? Pineapple Beer glanced back at Zhongli and Egg Tart King, evidently seeking their opinions. Although numerous magical beasts surrounded them, they exhibited no intention to attack, seemingly intimidated by the altar. Indeed, Egg Tart King remarked. The creatures clinging to the rock walls, despite their incessant roars, avoided gazing at the central black altar, as if it were a forbidden domain. Zhongli discerned Pineapple Beer's desire to explore further. After a brief assessment of the terrain, she found no apparent hazards and thus consented. Let us proceed. The group moved forward and soon discovered a man-made trail carved into the left side of the cave entrance. It was a winding stone pathway along the cliff, devoid of any railings and merely 3 meters wide, yet it spiraled downwards, leading directly to the black altar below. Pineapple, you take the rear. Egg Tart in the middle. I will lead the way. Egg Tart King rummaged through his backpack and produced 3 vials of agility potions, which he handed to Zhongli and Pineapple Beer. The cold resistance potions they had initially prepared were rendered useless. None anticipated encountering such a vast pool of magma in the snowy expanse. Cautiously, the trio descended the narrow stone staircase. The deeper they went, the higher the temperature rose. The lingering chill evaporated, replaced by a suffocating heat. The magical beasts on the surrounding rock walls merely emitted a few warning growls upon seeing them, refraining from attack, as if genuinely wary of something. No dangers befell them along the way. The path seemed interminable, long enough that Zhongli felt as though she had traversed a century. At last, when they set foot on the surface of the black island, the oppressive heat slightly diminished. The black rocks beneath their feet were icy cold, forming an eerie contrast with the surrounding magma. We have arrived, Zhongli announced, lifting her gaze. They now stood before the imposing black altar, their feet planted on a massive pyramid-shaped structure of black stone. Heat. This was Zhongli's immediate impression upon stepping onto the black island. Surrounding them were the surging magma flows, and above loomed a bizarre crescent moon, oozing black liquid. Yet, nothing could rival the awe inspired by the altar before them. What met their eyes was a vast obsidian platform. The surface was polished to a mirror-like sheen, each stone slab fitting seamlessly together, reflecting the tumultuous red light around them and the black moon overhead, as if they walked between the realms of void and hell. Encircling the platform stood 12 colossal white stone pillars. The material of these pillars was unknown, but they were as pure as jade, radiating a faint chill that seemed to suppress the intense heat of the magma lake's core. Intricate reliefs adorned the pillars, depicting a serpentine giant with wings coiling upwards, a demon brandishing a trident roaring heavenward, and countless diminutive humanoid figures that appeared to be worshipping around them. Every line was rendered with exquisite fluidity, so much so that even the patterns on the demon's scales were distinctly visible. Chapter 131. Ruins Exploration. What material is this? Zhongli approached one of the pillars and reached out to touch it. The surface felt icy to the touch. Ice rock, unharvestable. Description, an exceptionally rare stone, resistant to extreme temperatures. Zhongli reluctantly withdrew his hand, even lingeringly patting the pillar. It appeared to be a fine material, yet alas, it could not be harvested. The trio circled around the outer stone columns and finally beheld the true visage of the altar. It was a vast circular depression, devoid of magma, instead containing a pool of pristine water. At the very center of the liquid, a colossal statue lay in repose. It was a great tortoise. More precisely, a creature reminiscent of the mythical Bishi. With the head of a dragon and the body of a tortoise, its back was adorned with sharp spines and a formidable shell. Its limbs were as stout as those of an elephant, firmly anchored to the ground. Upon its back rested not a steel, but a massive stone coffin. The coffin was entirely gray, devoid of any seams. Yet, its surface was intricately entwined with countless slender chains, extending to the creature's neck, as if binding them inseparably together. Holding a dagger, Pineapple Beer instinctively tightened his grip, retrieving a stone from his backpack and tossing it forward, but nothing transpired. It appeared devoid of any mechanisms. Egg Tart King also circled the vicinity, then shook his head. He sensed no magical aura nearby, indicating it was simply a structure. Let us proceed, but with caution, Zhongli declared, leading the way as the trio carefully traversed the stone bridge connecting the periphery to the center, arriving before the statue of the great tortoise. Viewing it up close intensified the sense of oppression. The tortoise was sculpted with astonishing realism. Its eyes were closed, yet the folds of its eyelids were distinctly visible. The scales bore the subtle sheen of having immersed in liquid for ages. A faint curve graced its mouth, suggesting it might suddenly open at any moment. What a masterpiece! Zhongli couldn't help but exclaim. On Blue Star, such a level of stone carving would undoubtedly be worthy of the title of a national treasure. It is truly a visual feast. The three circled the stone coffin, and aside from the heart-pounding sense of pressure, the atmosphere was excessively quiet. There were no guardians leaping forth, no traps, and even the heat waves in the air seemed to solidify in this place. Look over here. Pineapple Beer suddenly pointed to the opposite side of the altar, indicating a pathway. Zhongli approached to inspect. Behind the giant tortoise statue, the ground of the altar dipped downward, revealing two broad stone steps. The steps extended into the dark abyss, destination unknown. In any case, there seemed to be nothing else nearby, so the three descended the steps. After traversing over 20 steps, their vision suddenly broadened, yet it became increasingly eerie. They found themselves at a crossroads beneath the altar. Four expansive corridors led towards the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast. The ends of the corridors vanished into darkness, resembling four colossal mouths ready to devour all. Along the sides of the corridors, every 5 meters stood a uniquely shaped lamp, burning with a ghostly blue flame. The flame emitted no warmth, instead carrying an air of chill, casting a ghostly pallor across the corridor. Yet what astonished Zhongli and his companions were the figures standing on either side of the passage. They were not mere human statues, but an array of monstrous hybrids, a fusion of various magical beasts and humans. There were warriors with wolf heads and human bodies, brandishing twin blades with fierce gazes. Archers with spider legs protruding from their backs crouched against the walls, poised to strike. Heavy armored guardians, their bodies cloaked in scales, stood in varied forms, wielding massive shields along the corridor. Each statue appeared remarkably lifelike, particularly their eyes, though sculpted from stone, seemed to follow one with an unnerving intensity as one passed by. Zhongli and Pineapple Beer approached the nearest statues, striking them with their weapons. The sound was sharp and resonant, confirming their stony composition. Zhongli surveyed the seemingly endless corridor, estimating there were at least 1,000 such statues. Enough of that, Sister Fort. I have goosebumps, remarked the Egg Tart King, rubbing his arms. As they walked, Zhongli glanced around and commented, just joking, they are merely sculptures, yet the craftsmanship is indeed extraordinary. After meandering for over 10 minutes, they found nothing peculiar aside from the corridor and the statues, the scenery repeating itself monotonously. At the end of the corridor lay a circular hall. A slight turn led to another straight passage. Overall, the layout resembled a cross drawn in the center of a circle, interconnected. It seems there is nothing of interest down here. Shall we ascend? Pineapple Beer observed the increasingly repetitive surroundings, her initial curiosity waning. All right, let us head back up and take a look. If there is truly nothing, we can always leave. After all, we have acquired a fair amount of magical crystals. Which is satisfying enough, replied Zhongli. At present, it appeared this place was merely a relic of bygone times. The night owl had likely ventured here as well. His survival after leaving indicated there was no inherent danger. However, whether the enigmatic power of the night owl originated from this place remained uncertain. Could it be that the resources here were one-time use, already depleted by the night owl? The trio retraced their steps up the stone stairs to the altar. The sensation of being watched by countless eyes finally dissipated. Let us see if there are any inscriptions or illustrations, Zhongli suggested, pointing to the 12 white stone pillars and the sarcophagus at their center. According to the esteemed relic explorers Wu Xie and Hu Bai, Such sites often contain murals or texts detailing the life of the owner and the background of the relic. Sister Fort, you read this genre of novels too? The Egg Tart King's eyes lit up, thrilled to discover a shared interest with his companion. A delightful revelation indeed. I used to borrow them from classmates in high school when I was bored. Quite fascinating, Jiangli responded. Let us see if this theory holds true. Pineapple Beer, unfamiliar with such novels, casually remarked as she diligently began searching the vicinity. The trio dispersed, with Pineapple Beer examining the stone columns on the periphery. Egg Tart King meticulously observing the patterns on the ground, while Jiangli made her way directly towards the stone sarcophagus at the center. Within moments, Pineapple Beer's voice resonated, revealing engravings on the back of the column. Jiangli and Egg Tart swiftly gathered around. Indeed, on the reverse side of the column adorned with a gigantic serpent, there lay a series of bas-reliefs. The imagery was abstract, with wild lines that could easily be overlooked without careful scrutiny. The depiction on the column portrayed countless humans kneeling on the ground, beseeching a colossal black sphere in the sky. Surrounding them were ferocious blizzards and erupting volcanoes, as if the world were undergoing an apocalyptic event. Is this a portrayal of the current world? Egg Tart King whispered. Not quite, Jiangli replied, shaking her head. Observe their attire. It is primitive, reminiscent of animal hide skirts, and their tools as well. This could reflect a history from long ago, perhaps from a previous epoch. After absorbing the content of this column, the trio continued to weave among the other columns, striving to piece together the entire narrative. As the multitude of humans continued their supplications, the black sphere fractured, spilling forth a dark liquid. Those humans and beasts that came into contact with this substance began to mutate, transforming into grotesque half-human, half-beast monstrosities. Once morphed, they grew in stature, thereby managing to survive the calamity. However, these survivors could no longer live as ordinary humans. They increasingly resembled demons, even turning against their own kind, capturing and mercilessly slaughtering fellow humans. The imagery was profoundly brutal. The sculptor had meticulously rendered scenes of monsters tearing open human chests and extracting their hearts. The distorted faces and expressions of despair evoked a visceral discomfort, even in stone form. Egg Tart King covered his mouth, exclaiming, "The author must be psychologically deranged." Perhaps this is mere realism, Pineapple Beer retorted, albeit with a pale countenance, indicating that the monstrous statues below were indeed products of this grim narrative. The final columns unveiled a towering figure adorned with a mask. He stood upon a high platform, with an army of monsters arrayed before him in orderly ranks. Beneath the throne of this masked individual, countless humans were offered as sacrifices, flayed alive, bled out, and subsequently cast into the churning magma below. The platform itself ascended continuously amidst the sacrificial rites. Human sacrifices? Jiangli mused, her brow furrowed. Is this a means to control the beasts through the offering of lives? Or perhaps to summon something mysterious? It resembles a kind of cult ritual. Pineapple Beer stroked his chin, noting that the mask bore resemblance to that worn by the night owl. Regardless, it surely signifies malevolence. Jiangli scoffed, declaring, using living beings as fuel. Such a civilization deserves extinction. After perusing these sanity-diminishing murals, the trio formed a vague hypothesis regarding the origin of this place. It likely represented a remnant of an ancient malevolent civilization, dedicated to the study of beast transformation and dark powers. For reasons unknown, they had ultimately led themselves to extinction, leaving behind only this altar and the stone army beneath. Then Egg Tart King spoke up. On the floor over there, I noticed a considerable amount of inscriptions, albeit indecipherable. With this, the custard tart led Jiang Li and her companions over. Indeed, the floor by the pool was inscribed with numerous, unintelligible characters, presumably the key to unraveling the altar's secrets. However, the trio could not comprehend them and would have to return to inquire within Aiku, though hope seemed scant. After examining the floor, only the stone coffin atop the bishi remained. Earlier, when summoned by Pineapple Beer, they had not fully explored it. Jiang Li resolved to scrutinize it further. Thus, she deftly leaped onto the coffin's apex, and after a thorough investigation, she indeed uncovered something. Above the coffin, directly facing the colossal tortoise's head, lay a shallow groove. The coffin's deep hue, coupled with the intricate surrounding patterns, rendered it nearly imperceptible unless one meticulously touched it. I found it, Jiang Li beckoned. Come see. Pineapple Beer and the custard tart scrambled atop the coffin to join her. The groove was merely palm-sized, its shape exceedingly peculiar, oval, yet adorned with several twisted wave-like patterns at the edges. Doesn't this shape resemble the divine mirror? Chapter 132. The demon godball gazing at the oddly shaped groove on the coffin, a flash of inspiration struck Jiang Li, and a mirror materialized in her hand. This was the mirror that had dropped after vanquishing the night owl. After some examination, she discovered it lacked any extraordinary functions, even failing to serve the most basic purpose of reflecting an image, and thus it had remained hidden away. It was a mirror the size of a palm, more akin to a bizarre piece of art than a reflective surface. Its edges were not fashioned from ordinary metal, but carved from an unknown black material, sculpted into myriad twisted, writhing tendrils. Isn't this the very thing that the night owl held? Pineapple Beer leaned closer, immediately recognizing it. Prior to transforming into that ghastly form, the creature seemed to clutch this object tightly. I thought it was merely a cosmetic mirror for styling hair. What kind of cosmetic mirror looks like this? One would be frightened to gaze into it, especially since it cannot even reflect an image, Jiang Li quipped. Yet, given the night owl's monstrous appearance, it seems fitting for such an eerie mirror. Huh, you have a point, Jiang Li chuckled at the remark. With the mirror in hand, she cautiously approached the groove on the coffin. As she drew near, the divine mirror began to tremble slightly in her grasp. The the previously still metallic tendrils seemed to awaken, writhing gently and producing a faint sound of friction. Click. As Jiangli loosened her grip, the mirror was irresistibly drawn into the groove as if attracted by a magnet. Fitting perfectly. It worked. The custard tart exclaimed, gripping her sword with excitement. Is something about to animate? Will there be a radiant glow? Is some ancient demon god going to emerge and bestow us with treasures? However, upon reflection, she glanced nervously at the staircase leading to the corridor below. Surely those statues down there aren't truly going to come to life, are they? The three individuals held their breath, acutely attuned to the changes in their surroundings. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds passed. Aside from the bubbling sound of the roiling magma and the occasional roar of a beast from above, nothing transpired. No golden light, no tremors. The stone sarcophagus remained closed. An awkward silence enveloped the scene. Was this all? Perhaps the stance was incorrect? The king of egg tarts scratched his head, tentatively extending a finger to poke the mirror, contemplating whether it required a blood offering for recognition. Wasn't this how it was depicted in novels? Surely. It couldn't be so simple? Jiang Li, perplexed, glanced about, and seeing no further signs of activity, decided to remove the mirror once more, speculating that it might be a one-time use object, its energy exhausted by the night owl. As the mirror was lifted, the subtle sensation of vibration dissipated. Jiang Li weighed the mirror in her hand, casting it against the surrounding flames. The obsidian surface remained stubbornly dark, resembling a matte black void, with only the ethereal, smoky glow overhead faintly imprinting a silhouette upon it. Well, if there was no response, then so be it. Jiang Li, stretching languidly, held the mirror in her hand, concluding that her gains for the day were already substantial. Indeed, Pineapple Beer sheathed his dagger, glancing at the system clock. 5 hours had elapsed since their emergence. Let us head home. I shall prepare dinner, he declared. Upon hearing dinner, the king of egg tarts instantly perked up. However, Sister Bao, I must lodge a complaint. What is it? Nico has been sneaking licks of the cotton candy. Her hair is nearly licked bare. Then, perhaps realizing that the thinning hair atop her head had become too conspicuous, she frantically fed her own dessert to the cotton candy, hoping to hasten the regrowth of her hair. The cotton candy was on the verge of developing a psychological trauma. What? Jiang Li was taken aback. Nico was generally a compliant child. She had explicitly told her not to pluck the cotton candy's hair, even though it was quite sweet. Yet, upon reflection, Jiang Li understood. She had instructed that the hair must not be plucked, and therefore, Nico was diligently adhering to her directive, refraining from extraction. However, the irresistible sweetness of the cotton candy proved too tempting, leading her to sneak licks. After all, licking hardly constituted plucking. The subsequent fervent feeding of the little lamb was particularly characteristic of her behavior. All right, I'll have a word with her. Jiang Li chuckled, finding Nico to be quite amusing, embodying a delightful innocence untouched by worldly corruption. Let us depart. Very well. Jiang Li led the way, preparing to leave the underground altar. As she walked ahead, she casually lifted the mirror for one last glance. The surface, which should have been a pitch-black stone, suddenly shimmered with rippling water-like patterns. The image soon clarified. Jiang Li's pupils contracted slightly. The mirror indeed reflected her visage. Yet, something felt amiss. Instinctively, Jiang Li halted, rotating her wrist in an attempt to adjust the angle and glimpse Pineapple Beer and the king of egg tarts behind her. By all reasoning, they should be merely half a meter behind her now, engaged in lively discussion about the evening's menu. However, the reflection in the mirror revealed an emptiness behind Jiang Li, nothing but a vast expanse of white, a swirling sea of clouds. Pineapple, she instinctively called out, spinning around abruptly. Yet, her voice dissipated into the air, leaving no echo. Behind her, the altar remained in place, distinctly devoid of any human presence. Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind filled her ears. Egg tart. Pineapple. Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat, an unprecedented sense of crisis exploding within her. She turned once more, and the surrounding scenery began to whirl, transforming in an instant. There were no caverns, no underground altars, no black sarcophagi, no churning lakes of magma, and certainly no companions by her side. Instead, she found herself amidst an endless expanse of clouds. The dying rays of the sunset bathed the clouds in a golden red hue, rendering the scene breathtakingly beautiful yet profoundly desolate. Where was this? Jiang Li surveyed her surroundings, realizing she stood upon a vast circular platform, crafted from pristine white jade, etched with delicate golden patterns that seemed to pulse softly, as if breathing. The platform was relatively small, with a diameter of around 50 meters, precariously suspended above the sea of clouds. Beyond the platform's edge lay an abyss of unfathomable depth. An illusion? Jiang Li quickly assessed the situation, raising her hand to pinch her thigh sharply. Ouch! It hurt. Not an illusion? Was this a teleportation? She forced herself to regain her composure. As a survivor of several instances, this scene was not entirely beyond her comprehension. The immediate priority was to ascertain what had transpired and locate Pineapple Beer and Egg Tart. The mirror. A sudden realization struck her regarding the object in her hand. She lowered her gaze, once more focusing on the divine mirror. This time, the image reflected back left her utterly stunned. The mirror did not depict the clouds and platform before her, but rather the underground black altar. Within the palm-sized mirror, Jiang Li clearly saw another version of herself standing at the altar's edge, gazing down at the mirror. Behind this mirrored version of Jiang Li, Pineapple Beer and Egg Tart King stood still, as if frozen in time. Pineapple Beer's hand was poised to touch Jiang Li's shoulder, her face adorned with a hint of confusion, while Egg Tart King's mouth was slightly agape, seemingly in mid-sentence, her massive sword still grasped firmly in hand. Was this a mirrored space? Observing the stillness of the scene within the mirror brought Jiang Li a measure of relief. After all, the worst scenario she had imagined had not come to pass. If everything appeared as it was, then the mirrored Jiang Li was accompanying her companions. A thought that sent chills down her spine. Jiang Li stowed the still image of the mirror, retrieving her twin axes from her pack, and began her exploration forward. Thunderous sounds echoed around her. Just a few steps after Jiang Li departed, the once tranquil Cloud Sea platform suddenly trembled violently. Boom. Abruptly, a colossal black hand, akin to a hill, emerged from beneath the platform, fiercely grasping its edge. The hand, entirely obsidian, drove its fingers deep into the solid white jade platform, shattering countless fragments. Yet, apart from the platform, there were no other structures upon the Cloud Sea. Jiang Li found herself with no avenue of escape. Thus, she fixed her gaze upon the monstrous hand, attempting to scan it with her system to unveil its description. Unable to investigate, it was entirely filled with question marks. This marked Jiang Li's first encounter with a creature whose very name eluded her. Soon after, a second massive hand ascended from below the platform. Accompanied by heavy, labored breathing, the behemoth finally revealed its head from beneath the Cloud Sea. It was a demon, a true embodiment of the abyss, a being that existed solely within myth and legend. Its size was unfathomable, even the upper half of its form, emerging from the Cloud Sea, surpassed the height of the platform. It possessed a human-like torso, yet its musculature was exaggerated to an extreme. Its skin was black, enveloped in a thick, armored layer of keratin. Most strikingly, its head bore immense, curved ram's horns, while its face retained some semblance of human features. It did not attack immediately. Instead, it supported itself with its hands on the platform, akin to a human leaning over a table to observe ants, bringing its gargantuan visage closer to Jiang Li. Its breath, laden with a potent scent of sulfur and scorching heat, sent Jiang Li's hair into a wild dance. The demon, gazing at Jiang Li who wielded two axes, suddenly grinned, a smile imbued with amusement and mockery. Another human? The demon's voice bore no malice, but rather a tone of excitement akin to that of discovering a new toy. Faced with this demon, Jiang Li was filled with astonishment, yet her expression remained unchanged. She maintained her combat stance, her double axes unwavering in her grip. Who are you? Jiang Li inquired coldly. Me? The demon erupted into a booming laughter, reverberating through the surrounding Cloud Sea. It slightly raised itself, the immense shadow it cast engulfing Jiang Li entirely. You may call me the demon god, or, according to your so-called game rules. The prompt above the demon's head finally materialized. Demon God Ball, level LV, health. Chapter 133. The demon gods hell above the clouds. The winds surged, and the skies roiled. Jiang Li gazed at the sudden emergence of the system prompt, her heart filled with doubt. This so-called demon god could directly influence her system interface? The colossal demon god ball loomed over the edge of the white jade platform, coldly observing the ants beneath it. Under such scrutiny, Jiang Li felt every hair on her body stand on end, covered in goosebumps. Gritting her teeth, she gripped the Riftwind twin axes tightly, beads of cold sweat forming. Is this what they call a god? In this desolate and frigid world, your existence must be fraught with hardship, is it not? Bale's voice deepened, softened, and seemed to penetrate directly into Jiang Li's mind. Not only must one contend with the pitiful ants for mere scraps of wood and coal, but one must also remain ever vigilant against the cold arrows from behind. Enduring an unending solitude, Jiang Li replied, hardship? If we disregard the daily torment of choosing between braised pork or pan-fried steak for dinner, it indeed seems quite arduous. The most challenging period for me appears to have been the initial days upon my arrival here. Put it on. Bale's voice was laced with temptation. Once dawned, you shall no longer struggle for survival in this frozen hell. All the beasts will become your servants, and every survivor will kneel before you. You shall ascend to be the queen of this world, perhaps even a deity. Bal slowly extended his immense right hand. A low hum resonated as a swirling mass of dark mist coalesced in his palm. As the mist dissipated, an ancient yet malevolent mask floated in midair. It was a full-face mask, crafted from a material reminiscent of bone, yet resembling metal, adorned with flowing dark red patterns, with Bale's intent guiding it. The void before Jiang Li twisted suddenly. A mass of black material materialized from thin air, gently descending before her. The mask hovered enticingly in front of Jiang Li, emitting alluring vibrations. Simultaneously, a myriad of images surged violently into her mind. She stood atop a snow-laden expanse, and with a mere gesture, the blizzard receded. The resources of the entire world lay at her command, an embodiment of absolute power, a divine force that transcended all beings. Put it on, Bale's voice echoed once more, imbued with a hypnotic cadence. Accept my gift, and you shall reign over this frozen realm. Those who once belittled you and threatened you shall become your sacrifices. Your desires, your fears, your ambitions, I shall fulfill them all with but a simple nod. Jiang Li's pupils momentarily glazed over. Under Bale's enchantment, she instinctively reached out, her fingertips nearly brushing the mask. However, just as her fingers were about to contact the cold, bony surface, a fleeting glow emanated from the guardian heart necklace around her neck, only to be swiftly subdued by the encroaching darkness. Yet, in that brief moment of illumination, Jiang Li halted her hand. Desire? Ambition? What desires do I possess? What ambitions? To live? Yet, I am living quite well at present. A chorus of voices resounded within her heart, restoring clarity to her once dulled gaze, and even instilling a hint of disdain within her eyes. The night owl from earlier had worn such a mask, and ultimately transformed into a grotesque mass of flesh. Gradually, Jiang Li retracted her hand, stepping back. No. Her voice was resolutely firm. Those golden eyes narrowed slightly, as the voices in her mind expressed confusion and displeasure. Why? Do you not wish to survive? Do you not yearn to command your fate? I wish to live. Jiangli inhaled deeply, facing the immense pressure, lifting her head defiantly. But more than that, I wish to remain human. Moreover, I believe I can master my own destiny. I refuse. This insignificant ant dares to reject the divine gift. For the first time, an expression appeared on the previously impassive face of Ball, a blend of astonishment and fury. An ant dares to claim dominion over its fate? Foolishness. The voice transformed from a whisper of temptation into a thunderous roar. Let us first witness the true depths of hell before discussing gifts. Ball slowly raised his right hand and brought it crashing down upon the platform where Jiangli stood. This strike altered the very fabric of reality. Crack. The white jade platform beneath Jiangli instantaneously became a web of fissures. Subsequently, the entire platform, along with the expanse of space above the clouds, collapsed. The golden red remnants of the setting sun twisted like a burned photograph, curling, darkening, and peeling away. The sky morphed into a colossal, bloodshot eye, coldly gazing down below. Meanwhile, the sea of clouds beneath her transformed into a roiling pool of blood. Jiangli barely had time to utter a startled cry before she plummeted with the shattering platform. The sensation of weightlessness and dizziness engulfed her. When Jiangli finally regained her composure, she found herself splashing into the blood pool. The water was shallow. To her surprise, she had not perished from the fall, nor did she feel any pain. She rose slowly, her body drenched in the sanguine liquid. Simultaneously, the scene before her was more horrifying than hell itself. She stood in a pool of blood amidst a desolate expanse of charred earth. The ground was constructed from countless burnt bones, blackened grease seeping from the crevices, releasing wisps of dark smoke. There was no light around her. The only source was a distant river, flowing with magma and the wails of tormented souls, greenish flames flickering upon its surface. Where am I? Jiangli tightened her grip on her dual axes, her heart pounding fiercely. She summoned the system panel, only to find it filled with a series of garbled symbols. As if the signal had been forcibly jammed. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept past. Jiangli turned abruptly. In the darkness behind her, a pair of red eyes ignited. Soon followed by another pair, and then a third, until countless crimson dots encircled her. Those entities emerged from the shadows, not mere beasts, but grotesque monsters, defying natural anatomy. Some resembled flayed animals, their muscle fibers exposed, with 3 human faces sprouting from their backs. Others appeared as enormous fleshworms, their sides adorned with human arms, scuttling rapidly across the ground. Some floated in the air, possessing only a colossal head, dragging a long spine behind them. A glance revealed a nauseating array of abominations, numbering in the hundreds or thousands. Is this punishment? Jiangli gritted her teeth, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Against such a multitude of monsters, even with her extraordinary gear, she would not last 5 minutes. Yet Ball seemed disinclined to grant her a swift demise. Struggle, then. The familiar voice resonated from all directions, laced with mockery, wailing in despair, only to be devoured by fear. Roar. The horde of monsters surged forth like a tide of darkness, reeking with a nauseating stench. Frantically advancing towards Jiangli, she tightened her grip on the double axes. Do they seek my life? The terror in her eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a fierce determination, a tenacity forged through countless trials. I shall fight until my last breath. Buzz. The axes crossed, radiating a brilliant violet light. Jiangli pressed forward, charging into the throng of monsters. Rather than await her doom, she would carve a bloody path. Die. With a mighty swing, she cleaved a Skinner hound in twain. Black blood splattered, drenching her in its warm, viscous embrace, an all-too-real sensation that churned her stomach. Next, a multi-limbed fleshworm emerged, emitting an infant-like wail, its numerous arms grasping at her greaves. The immense force nearly toppled her. Get away, Jiangli bellowed, swiftly severing the creature's head with a swift strike. Endless combat. A relentless slaughter. Jiangli was but a fragile boat, struggling against the raging black waves. Though she inflicted damage upon these beasts, they came forth in unceasing waves. Every second, claws raked across her armor. Every second, the stench of blood splattered upon her visage. 10 minutes passed. Jiangli felt her lungs nearing their limit, each breath searing her insides. The metallic taste of blood coated her throat. Her arms grew heavy and numb, the act of wielding the axes relying solely on muscle memory. The number of monsters surrounding her did not dwindle. On the contrary, they multiplied. The corpses she had slain did not vanish but melted into black water, coalescing into new abominations. Furthermore, the surrounding scenery began to shift. The once charred earth transformed into her very own camp. What? Jiangli, having felled a creature, looked around in astonishment. The familiar main house now lay in ruins. The meticulously tended plants were now in disarray, shards of glass littering the yard, with the flora morphing into writhing tentacles. Not far away, countless bodies lay beside the fireplace she had built with her own hands, familiar companions. Their hollow eyes fixated on Jiangli, dark blood oozing from their mouths. Simultaneously, more monsters surged from all directions toward her. Chapter 134. The Heart of the Guardian Necklace. No, this is impossible. While Jiangli had managed to maintain her composure amidst the preceding horrors, her resolve began to waver intensely. She feared not the legions before her. Yet, witnessing this scene, the fortifications of her heart began to fracture. This is your end. Baal's voice echoed ominously, rife with malice. Your friends, your home, shall be obliterated by my hand. Surrender to me, embrace my power, and I shall reveal all that you yearn to know. You will ascend as the sovereign of this world. Silence. Jiang Li let out a piercing roar. Her eyes ablaze with fury. She frantically swung her axe, cleaving through everything in her vicinity. Yet, as she struck at a tentacled beast, her motion abruptly faltered. Something was amiss. Despite being engulfed in extreme rage and terror, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her. It seemed as though she had been led by some unseen emotion. The details of this world resembling a dream, illogical, with shifting scenes and the slaughter of monsters. Under the influence of this obscure emotion, she had remained oblivious. And her necklace had just illuminated. Although the Heart of Guardian necklace was merely of blue quality, it possessed a unique effect. Mental stability, significantly resisting illusion-based traps. Did this not suggest that everything was a fabrication? The thought flashed through Jiang Li's mind, yet her actions persisted, relentlessly striking. For she knew that a miscalculation would lead to her demise. However, as her thoughts spiraled, the absurdity of her surroundings intensified. First, she had plummeted from a great height into shallow waters, yet she had emerged unscathed. Was it the demon god's intent to spare her from death? But why then unleash a horde of grotesque beasts upon her? If it possessed the power to crush her at will, why not simply annihilate her directly? Instead of orchestrating these elaborate illusions, provoking her through the demise of her companions to destabilize her mind? Unless it was incapable. Or perhaps its strength was not as formidable as it appeared, unable to indiscriminately manipulate this world. Thus, it required a vessel to accept and bear its power. To accomplish its objectives within this realm, everything was devised to shatter her psychological defenses. With this realization, Jiang Li no longer hesitated. She had no other recourse but to take the gamble. Hellfire blazed, and countless twisted beasts surged like a tide of darkness. A three-headed hellhound lunged at her. Its maw agape. She could even discern the drool hanging from its fangs and the pungent scent of rotting sulfur. Yet, Jiang Li remained still. She stood quietly, her dual axes resting at her sides, and then gently closed her eyes. Roar! The three-headed hellhound unleashed a furious growl, sinking its teeth into her. Crunch! The expected scene of bloodshed did not unfold. The massive head of the beast, upon contact with her skin, inexplicably passed through. Jiang Li remained oblivious to this revelation. Her eyes still shut. 3 seconds elapsed. Jiang Li silently counted in her mind. The anticipated agony of being torn apart did not materialize. She had made the correct wager. It was an illusion. Slowly, she opened her eyes. At that moment, half of her body was submerged within the monster's form, countless claws and fangs weaving through her being. She lifted her head, her gaze piercing through the layers of monstrous phantoms, fixating upon the immense blood-red eye in the sky. You cannot harm me directly. Jiang Li's voice resonated with a chilling calmness that stood out amidst the cacophony of this hellish realm. In truth, you cannot exert any substantial influence over the material world. All your power can only affect consciousness. Your elaborate efforts to compel me to don that mask stem from the fact that only through my voluntary acceptance can you truly descend. Am I correct? The movements of the monsters momentarily halted. The blood-red eye in the sky abruptly constricted. Silence ensued. Then, a deep, resonant laughter began to echo slowly. Initially soft, akin to a breeze traversing a valley, it gradually intensified, causing the entire space to tremble. Yet, within that laughter, the prior violence and fury had dissipated, replaced instead by a hint of admiration. How intriguing. Truly an interesting human. As Bale's laughter reverberated, the horrifying sights of hell began to recede, like the ebbing of a tide. The blackened wasteland transformed into a mist of white clouds, and the grotesque beasts morphed into golden streams of light. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Li found herself once again upon the white jade platform suspended above the sea of clouds. The setting sun shone brightly, and a cool breeze wafted through the air. The colossal demon ball remained perched at the edge of the platform, his hands clasped beneath his chin, his eyes, ablaze with golden flames, now reflecting a sense of amusement. Your heart is purer than I had anticipated. Flattery, Jiang Li replied, sheathing her twin axes and rubbing her slightly throbbing temples. I simply detest when others paint illusions for me, especially when they are unattainable. Humph. Ball let out a soft grunt, his immense form gradually becoming translucent, akin to smoke on the verge of dispersing. Remember this, mortal. His deep voice resonated one final time in Jiang Li's mind before his complete disappearance. One cannot forever remain free of obsession. As long as you harbor desires and fears, we shall inevitably meet again. I await that day with great anticipation. With the wind sweeping through, the formidable demon vanished completely. Alone, Jiang Li stood solitary on the white jade platform above the sea of clouds. Gone, she mused. Surveying her surroundings as her taut nerves finally began to ease. Yet, before she could catch her breath, she suddenly sensed a violent surge of energy emanating from her backpack. It was the divine mirror. Instinctively, Jiang Li withdrew the mirror. The once pitch-black surface now blazed with blinding white light. The distorted, tentacle-like patterns on the mirror's surface writhed frantically, as though striving to break free from their confines. This is, Jiang Li glanced at the mirror. Reflected within was the underground space awash in crimson light. That was the altar of the material world. In the mirror, she beheld her own reflection. Still posed as if gazing into the mirror. Behind her stood a bewildered pineapple beer and the egg-tart king, who was triumphantly holding his treasure aloft. Suddenly, an overwhelming force emanated from the mirror. The image within began to magnify rapidly, swirling and distorting. The pull was not merely physical. It felt as though it were tugging at her very soul. A powerful wave of dizziness engulfed her. Suddenly, Jiang Li found herself enveloped in darkness. The world spinning around her. Sister Bao? Sister Bao? What are you daydreaming about? A familiar voice rang in her ears. Jiang Li abruptly opened her eyes. Her vision transitioning from a blur to clarity. What greeted her was the stone steps leading away from the altar. Gasping for breath, she was drenched in cold sweat. She had returned. She had truly returned. The earlier sensation of being torn between reality and illusion had left her momentarily disoriented, unable to discern what was truly real. As her consciousness regained its footing, her gaze was fixed upon the mirror in her hand. Within it, another Zhongli stood on a white platform amidst a sea of clouds, gazing back at her. Look at the mirror. Look at the mirror, Zhongli exclaimed, lifting the divine mirror high, turning to show it to Pineapple Beer and the others. There is another me in the mirror. The mirror? Zhongli, what is wrong with you? There is nothing in there. Pineapple Beer replied, perplexed. Indeed, nothing at all, the Egg Tart King echoed. The mirror is pitch black and reflects nothing. How could this be? She had been speaking when suddenly her words faltered. The palm-sized mirror now lay quietly in Zhongli's hand. When she turned back, she found no white light, no sea of clouds, and no reflection. The mirror truly held nothing, remaining the same unremarkable, even somewhat unsightly black stone. The edge's tentacle-like patterns were lifeless, showing no signs of movement. Was everything that had just transpired merely an illusion? No, that couldn't be right. Zhongli shut her eyes tightly, vigorously rubbing her temples to force herself to regain composure. Noticing Zhongli's distress, Pineapple Beer inquired, Zhongli, what is wrong? You seem very off. Did something happen just now? Just now? Nothing at all. The Egg Tart King, looking worried, reached out to touch Zhongli's forehead. You were staring at this mirror for quite some time. I called you, but you didn't respond. Your gaze was fixed. It was terrifying. Chapter 135. Good Deeds Reap Rewards. Bonus chapter. Thanks to Lu Yu Chi. I'm fine. When Zhongli opened her eyes again, the panic in her gaze had gradually faded, replaced by her usual calm demeanor. I did indeed enter an illusion, or rather, this mirror drew me into a realm of consciousness. A realm of consciousness. Pineapple Beer's expression turned serious. What was it like? A sea of clouds. And a projection of a demon god who called himself Baal. Zhongli succinctly recounted her recent experiences, from the con artist attempting to sell masks to the terrifying hellish visions that followed, concluding with her revelation of the truth. However, upon hearing her tale, both the Egg Tart King and Pineapple Beer turned pale. Pineapple Beer gasped. If it were someone else, they might have gone mad in that illusion or truly become a puppet of the demon god by wearing that mask. It's far too dangerous. The King of Egg Tarts immediately extended his hand, and a radiant light illuminated as he began to investigate Zhongli's current condition. Soft beams of light enveloped Zhongli. Fortunately, all her bodily indicators appeared normal, suggesting no signs of possession or curses. The King of Egg Tarts let out a sigh of relief. There shouldn't be any possession. It would require me to possess an overwhelming desire to control my body, and since I have returned, everything should be fine, Zhongli reasoned. She refrained from uttering the words of anticipation that Baal had expressed for their next meeting, as she did not wish to burden Pineapple Beer and the King of Egg Tarts with her uncertainties. Zhongli's gaze returned to the mirror in her hand. This object was akin to a hot potato. Although she had emerged victorious this time, who could foresee if it would stir trouble again while she slept? Or seize the opportunity when her mind wavered? Moreover, Baal's final words hinted that no one could be free from obsession forever. Such malevolent artifacts, which sought to tempt their hosts into corruption, were akin to ticking time bombs. This object must not be kept. Zhongli's voice was resolute. Shall we discard it? Pineapple Beer suggested. But where? If we carelessly toss it aside, it could fall into the hands of some unfortunate soul and create a second night owl. Then we must throw it into a place where no one can retrieve it. Zhongli turned and strode towards the edge of the altar. Below lay a churning lake of lava. The searing heat, thousands of degrees, was sufficient to melt anything. Farewell, mask salesman. Without hesitation, she flicked her wrist. Whoosh. The divine mirror traced a graceful black parabola through the air. As it spiraled, it seemed to sense its impending doom, emitting a sound akin to a shriek. But in the next moment, splash. The mirror plunged into the roiling lava. With merely a wave, the small black object was instantly engulfed by the crimson magma, vanishing without a trace, not even a bubble to mark its passing in this subterranean realm. All done. Zhongli dusted off her hands as if brushing away dirt. Let us leave. This place is too sinister. She glanced back at the still silent stone coffin. The altar exuded an unsettling aura. Homeward bound. I am famished. And tonight I shall feast on a double portion. Absolutely. Sister Bao, let us prepare it upon our return. The trio did not linger, organizing themselves before ascending the winding stone staircase. Climbing up was easy, while descending posed its challenges, yet for the three individuals adorned with divine armaments and extraordinary attributes, it was merely a matter of breaking a light sweat. Upon reaching the vast, hollow chamber filled with countless openings, the oppressive feeling began to dissipate significantly. Wait. Just as the three were about to enter the cave from whence they came, Pineapple Beer, who was trailing behind, suddenly halted. What is it? Zhongli turned back. Pineapple Beer remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on a shadowy corner of the right cliff. It was situated over 30 meters away from the path they stood upon, separated by a deep chasm, making it an exceptionally tricky spot. However, in that dim corner, a faint green light flickered. The green light was exceedingly faint, easily overshadowed by the crimson glow of the molten rock below. Look in that direction, Pineapple Beer, pointed Egg Tart. Is that what you seek? Following her gesture, Egg Tart King initially felt a sense of confusion, but in the next instant, after the system scanned, her eyes widened in astonishment, resembling copper bells. Was that green spirit crystal? This was precisely the material my Touch of Life staff, orange, required. Zhongli leaned in for a closer look. Indeed. Nestled within the crevice of the rock, several clusters of vibrant green crystals thrived, emanating a vigorous vitality that starkly contrasted with the desolation of the subterranean realm. What splendid fortune! Jiangli raised an eyebrow, having just dealt with a menace, and now a treasure appeared. It seemed the old adage of good deeds being rewarded held true. The blessings arrived swiftly. This was also due to the kindness cultivated by Sister Fort. As Egg Tart spoke, she rummaged through her backpack for useful tools. Meanwhile, Pineapple Beer had already retrieved a sturdy rope from her pack, commencing the planning of their route. I have an idea, Jiangli declared. With that, she produced several spears from her backpack. When I crossed a chasm on the snowfield, I used a method where I tied the rope to a spear and hurled it across, then traversed along the rope. That sounds feasible. Let us give it a try. Pineapple Beer replied. Thus, the trio began to affix the rope to the spears, with Jiangli launching them. One by one, the spears, propelled by Jiangli's formidable strength, successfully embedded themselves into the opposing rock face. To ensure safety, Jiangli also secured an additional safety rope to Pineapple Beer, fastening one end tightly around a sturdy rock pillar nearby. Gripping the rope with one hand, she resembled a human winch. Are you ready? Ready, Pineapple Beer affirmed. After testing the stability of the rope, she took a deep breath and grasped it, carefully climbing across. As an assassin, aided by her specialized skills and agility, she ascended with remarkable speed. When she was merely 3 meters away from the massive rock, Pineapple Beer leaped, executing a double jump in midair, landing precisely on the protruding rock. I've got it. Pineapple Beer pressed herself against the cliff, one hand gripping the rope around her waist while the other drew a dagger, cautiously prying down the green spirit crystals. She placed all the crystals into her backpack, scanned the surroundings to ensure no stray gems remained, then performed another double jump, re-grasping the rope tied to the spear. Due to the height difference, the ascent required climbing, but the descent was considerably easier. Pineapple Beer wedged the hilt of her knife in the center of the rope, creating an improvised zip line, and slid back down. As soon as she returned to the walkway, Pineapple Beer retrieved the spirit crystals from her backpack and tossed them to Egg Tart King. Flustered, Egg Tart King caught the bag and examined the 3 fist-sized, translucent green crystals, feeling a refreshing vitality coursing through them. Splendid. Thus, I have gathered all the materials for my orange weapon. The delighted Egg Tart leaped forward to embrace Pineapple Beer warmly, and then turned to offer a hug to Jiangli as well, with repeated exclamations of her affection for Sister Burger and Sister Pineapple. Egg Tart's exuberance brought a sense of relief to Jiangli, whose heart had been tense due to the terrifying illusion they had just encountered. This was the true world, devoid of sinister temptations, filled only with the camaraderie of friends and the pure joy of acquiring treasures together. Perhaps it was the presence of companions akin to family that allowed Jiangli to remain so composed in the face of temptation, for she knew she was profoundly happy. After gathering their spoils, the trio cast one final glance at the enigmatic underground realm. Jiangli smiled and turned to step into the cave entrance. Upon returning to the depths of the chasm, they ascended along the iron chain. When they stood once more on the snow-covered ground behind the fortress, the biting cold wind rushed in again. Yet this time, Jiangli found the chill remarkably comforting. As the 3 searched for direction amidst the fierce blizzard, they quickly located the anchor point from which they had arrived, allowing them to teleport back with ease. The glow of the intermediate teleportation array illuminated Jiangli's camp. With a familiar sensation of weightlessness, the well-known courtyard of her camp appeared before them. Upon entering the main house's living room, they found the fireplace still crackling. The little Griffin curled up on the sofa fast asleep, and the young Trant diligently polishing the table, while Nicole was already in the kitchen preparing ingredients for dinner. Upon seeing Jiangli and her companions return, Nicole immediately paused her work to greet them. Jiangli smiled softly and embraced Nicole warmly. Chapter 136. The New Year's promise. 10 minutes later, an enchanting aroma wafted from the kitchen of Jiangli's camp. The king of Egg Tart had completely embraced the role of chef, donning an apron and busily working in the kitchen, while Nicole assisted energetically, eager to witness the birth of culinary delights. Jiangli suspected that Nicole was also hoping to learn, as much of human cuisine was still a novelty to her. With deft hands, she sliced the beast meat into uniformly thick steaks, seasoning them with spices and flavorings. As the steaks met the sizzling hot iron plate, the fat erupted with a delightful sound. The exterior of the steaks caramelized instantly, sealing in the juices, while the interior remained tender as tofu, complemented by spices and sea salt, topped with a fried egg. In addition to a steak for each person, there were also various vegetables that Nicole had prepared, making the cooking process quite convenient. Soon, a lavish dinner was ready. Pineapple Beer sat at the dining table, swirling a glass of chilled soda, and with her highball glass in hand, she bore an uncanny resemblance to someone savoring red wine. Little Gray relished the steak, and although Jiangli had initially worried about whether Little Gray could handle heavily salted food, she soon realized that as a magical beast, it could likely eat whatever it deemed suitable without harm. Thus, Jiangli no longer fretted over what the lively treasures at home would eat. As long as they relished their meals, that sufficed. Over these past few days, Xiaohui had visibly grown larger, evolving from the size of a domesticated chicken to that of a goose. As for the little Trant, it remained as easy to care for as ever, nibbling on a few vegetables before retreating to its chamber to rest, tending to the black plants within and the still, silent egg. The cotton candy-like Egg Tart was entirely uninterested in such fare. A mere morsel of sweet treats was sufficient, and it even produced more cotton candy on its back, defying the laws of energy conservation. Outside, a howling blizzard raged, with fierce winds that stung the eyes and temperatures plummeting to a chilling -50 or 60 degrees. Within the cozy confines of the room, a warm fireplace crackled, succulent roasted meat sizzled, and an abundance of delightful beverages flowed freely. Nico sprawled unceremoniously in her chair, her little belly round and content, emitting a satisfied murmur of praise. Delicious. Egg tart's sister is the best. I can't eat any more, but I still want more. Naturally, the egg tart beamed with joy. Nothing pleases a chef more than the admiration of their culinary skills. Zhongli rose to serve each person a cup of digestive hawthorn water before turning on the television in the living room. It seemed that the new year was approaching in just a few days. Zhongli pointed to the date displayed on the screen. Oh right, since coming here, I've lost track of the days. Thankfully, you switched to this tablet, Sister Bao, Egg Tart King replied. The tablet was connected to the Blue Star internet, albeit a pirated version, thus the date remained accurate. New Year? What is that? Nico inquired, her curiosity piqued by the conversation among Zhang Li and the others. The New Year is a joyous occasion, a time when families gather together at the end of the year to exchange blessings and celebrate reunion. Zhang Li explained in terms Nico could grasp, though she still seemed somewhat perplexed. Family. Together. We are together right now. Nico exclaimed, you Sister Egg Tart, and Sister Pineapple Beer, Xiao Hui, Xiao Cotton Candy, and the little tree are all wonderful. So wonderful. Nico is wonderful too. Hearing Nico's affectionate words, Egg Tart King couldn't resist pinching her cheek playfully. Zhang Li then nudged Pineapple Beer beside her. Pineapple, do you have any customs for the New Year back home? Customs? Pineapple Beer rested her chin on her hand, pondering. There are many, but I recall them in a jumble. It's mostly about paying respects to the gods and an endless barrage of firecrackers. Zhang Li nodded and then made a light-hearted jest. Well, we certainly lack gods to honor here. No, that is not true. I did encounter one today. What was its name again? The Demon God Ball. And you? Pineapple Beer chuckled before returning the question to Zhang Li. I only remember the New Year from my childhood. It was such a lively time. I recall accompanying my parents to pay New Year visits, and there were so many candies I adored. The older I grew, the less I felt that excitement. After my parents' accident, I slowly drifted apart from those so-called relatives. Now, the New Year is merely about putting up couplets. I don't do anything particularly special. Not even preparing a festive dinner, as it's just me. Zhang Li replied, yet her expression bore no particular sadness. Instead, it was marked by an air of tranquility. Many things had long since become familiar to her. It's all right, Sister Bao. This year, we shall celebrate the New Year together, preparing an extravagant feast for the occasion. Though Nico was only partially aware of the details, her eyes sparkled at the mention of food. The group initially chatted about their respective New Year traditions and amusing anecdotes from their hometowns. Once they had rested sufficiently, they turned their attention to serious matters. In the tool shed of Zhang Li's courtyard, she inquired, are all the materials ready? Yes, exclaimed the king of egg tarts, promptly emptying the contents of his backpack. Green Spirit Crystal X3, Hardwood X15, leftover from the Beast Forest, Thunderstrike Wood X1, from the stock in Thunder Canyon, Beast Shell X5, High-Level Beast Core X1, Spider Beast IX2, Magical Energy Core X5. Thanks to the support of the Golden Rose Guild, some materials would have been quite difficult for the king of egg tarts to procure. I almost forgot. The king of egg tarts, who had been standing obediently to the side, suddenly remembered something and retrieved another item from his backpack. Thunder Scorpion Tail, didn't Sister Pineapple mention that this could add a lightning attribute to the wand? Why don't you give it a try, Sister Bao? He suggested. Alright. Zhang Li accepted the Thunder Scorpion Tail and placed all the other materials onto the workbench, beginning to activate the system interface to assist with the crafting. Standing before the immense, enchanting workbench, her demeanor shifted to one of intense focus. Utilizing the crafting blueprint, a spectral image of a wand materialized upon the workbench. Zhang Li then grasped the Thunderstrike wood, prompting the mechanically driven arms of the workbench to approach. The carving tools danced, and wood shavings flew. Before long, the initial form of a wand, with smooth lines and a vine-like floral pattern at its tip, began to take shape. Next, Zhang Li embedded the life gem and green spirit crystals into the recesses at the wand's apex. With a hum, a vibrant emerald light burst forth. And as the wand's form was completed, she proceeded to add various auxiliary materials. Thunder Scorpion Tail, Spider Beast IX2, Beast Shell X5, Thunder Scorpion Tail. The integration of the Thunder Scorpion Tail proved somewhat more intricate, as it was not included in the blueprint. Zhang Li meticulously disassembled it using her tools. However, her well-equipped workstation allowed her to successfully integrate the Thunder Scorpion Tail, albeit with some expenditure of time. The final step was to imbue the wand with essence. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Li pressed the high-level beast core onto the wand. Boom! A dazzling golden-green light illuminated the entire workshop. Manufacturing successful, the radiant glow faded, revealing a resplendent staff gracefully levitating upon the workbench. The shaft, a profound shade of dark gold, was entwined with emerald vines. At its apex rested a green gem, pulsating gently like a heart, encircled by delicate lightning runes. Zhang Li took the staff with alacrity and handed it to Egg Tart. Wow, how beautiful! Exclaimed Egg Tart, enamored as they caressed the staff. However, upon glancing at its attributes, a puzzled query escaped their lips. But this additional mana is an attribute. I currently lack that attribute. Beside them, Pineapple Beer, who was borrowing Zhang Li's anvil to attempt repairing equipment durability, interjected. Without this attribute, casting magical skills would directly deplete your stamina, akin to engaging in combat. Once you acquire this attribute, it grants you an auxiliary mana bar, prioritizing its consumption before your stamina, thus preventing you from being defenseless when an enemy closes in. Ah, I see. Egg Tart nodded thoughtfully, then eagerly wielded the staff to cast a spell. Yet in their current state, all were well and not within a dungeon, making it difficult to perceive the staff's enhancement to Egg Tart numerically. Zhongli removed their goggles and stretched, remarking, "The staff is complete, and I'm quite fatigued. Today has been rather fulfilling. However, with so many magical crystal mines at our disposal, we are temporarily not lacking in magical energy. The teleportation array will prove invaluable." The trio returned to the living room, where the fire in the hearth had dimmed, leaving only glowing embers radiating warmth. Although the teleportation array facilitated easy travel on this stormy night, they preferred to huddle together and engage in conversation. Hours slipped by, and before they knew it, the clock approached midnight. With a yawn, Egg Tart exclaimed, "I'm so tired I could cry. I must return to sleep. I shall take my leave as well." Pineapple Beer rose, adjusting their gear. "Zhongli, you should also retire early." "Understood, good night." Zhongli smiled as they escorted the two to the teleportation array. With a hum, a blue light flickered, and their figures vanished into the array. The once lively living room fell into an abrupt silence. Zhongli stood amidst the emptiness, watching the last spark in the hearth extinguish. The extreme clamor had given way to an equally profound stillness, aside from the relentless howling of the wind and snow outside. The house was so quiet that only the crackling of the fire could be heard. Nico had already obediently retreated to their room for rest. "Time for sleep," Zhongli murmured, shaking off a fleeting sense of inexplicable solitude. She turned off the bright lights in the living room, leaving only a dim wall lamp aglow, and then made her way to her master bedroom. The hardwood floor creaked softly beneath her slippers, a sound usually negligible but resonant in the stillness of the deep night. Tap, tap, tap. Zhongli pushed open the door to her bedroom. It was shrouded in darkness, with only a faint, pallid light filtering through the gaps in the curtains from the snow outside. She did not turn on the light. Having lived there for some time, she could discern the layout of the room even in the dark, guided by the faint glow. The familiar large bed, the soft, cozy quilt, and her teacup resting on the nightstand. Everything appeared perfectly normal. Zhongli approached the bedside, slipped off her slippers, and nestled into the warmth of the blankets, succumbing to slumber swiftly. Chapter 137. Haunting shadows click. A sound, exceedingly faint, pierced the silence of the dark. Zhongli's eyes flew open, yet she hesitated to rise immediately. Was someone there? Impossible. Her camp was fortified with automatic attack turrets and a vigilant Hawkeye system. Moreover, Pineapple Beer and Egg Tart King had returned to their slumber. It was unlikely they would venture out in the dead of night. In such a fierce snowstorm, even the restless undead would remain indoors. What could possibly stir? Was it Nico? Zhongli strained her ears, but the room was enveloped in an eerie silence, save for the relentless howling of the wind and snow outside. Slowly, Zhongli retrieved her axe from her backpack and sat upright, her gaze scanning the room with keen intensity. No one was there. The vacant bedroom revealed nothing but the outlines of furniture. Was she being overly sensitive? She furrowed her brow, pondering if the ordeal in that illusion had rendered her somewhat neurotic. Yet, the thought of drifting off again unsettled her. She swung her legs over the side of the bed, barefoot on the carpet, and silently circled the room. The wardrobe? Empty. The space beneath the bed? Vacant. The bathroom? Unoccupied. Zhongli even approached the window and abruptly drew back the curtains. Outside, the blizzard raged on, a white expanse with visibility severely limited. She paced the room again, barefoot, and even ventured into Nico's room, where she found her soundly asleep, cradling a pillow. The doors to Little Tree and Little Gray's rooms were closed, clearly indicating they were not the culprits. With a perplexed expression, Zhongli picked up her tablet and accessed the surveillance feed. The cold light from the screen cast a pallid hue across her face. The footage revealed nothing but swirling snowflakes. The defense tower rotated quietly, devoid of any alarm notifications. It seemed she had indeed been overly sensitive. With a sigh of relief, Zhongli tossed the tablet back onto the table, offering herself a wry smile. She approached the dining table, poured herself a glass of water, and drank it in one swift motion. The icy liquid coursed down her throat, dispelling her unease. Time for sleep. Zhongli placed the glass down, turned, and returned to her room, pulling back the covers and lying down once more. Perhaps due to the recent upheaval of her restless awakening, as she reclined once more, she found the pillow rather uncomfortable. Consequently, she turned onto her side, facing the direction of the bedside table. Through the narrow gap in the curtains, a faint glimmer of snowlight filtered in. Zhongli's gaze casually drifted over the table, where her water cup rested. Suddenly, her pupils constricted sharply, and goosebumps erupted across her skin. At the very edge of the bedside table, beside her water cup, lay a palm-sized mirror. Its black metallic frame was adorned with intricately twisted tendrils, and the surface was an inky abyss, seemingly capable of devouring all light. It lay there in serene stillness, yet Zhongli recognized it instantly, as if it were etched into her very being. This was the mirror of divine revelation. But she had personally cast this mirror into molten lava at a temperature of several thousand degrees, witnessing its dissolution firsthand. How could it have returned? This was impossible. It was positioned less than half a meter from her face. Zhongli fixated upon it, and it seemed to return her gaze. The surface remained as dark as ink. Taking a deep breath, Zhongli grasped the mirror. Its touch was frigid, the edges of the tendrils even jagged against her skin. Noticing that the mirror's surface remained as void of reflection as before, she felt a slight relief. Based on her previous experiences, as long as it displayed no imagery, it was deemed safe. However, how had this mirror returned? Had it somehow ensnared her? After scrutinizing the mirror for some time, and seeing no immediate consequences, Zhongli resolved to take drastic measures. If she could not rid herself of it, she would resort to physical destruction. She donned her clothing and, with the mirror in hand, made her way to the tool shed. There, she grasped an axe firmly and brought it down upon the mirror with all her might. The axe swung through the air with a resounding whoosh. Clang. The sound of metal meeting metal echoed, and sparks flew. The tremendous recoil coursed through the axe handle into her arm, numbing her grip to the point where she nearly lost control of the weapon. Upon inspecting the mirror, she found its surface flawlessly smooth, devoid of even a single scratch. Her physical assault had proven futile. Undeterred, Zhongli retrieved a vial of potent corrosive solution from her bag. She poured the green liquid over the mirror, which emitted a plume of white smoke. Yet, as the smoke dissipated, the mirror remained pristine, not a single blemish marred its surface. Next, Zhongli attempted to burn it, boil it, and even grind it with various tools from the shed. Exhausted, after more than half an hour of fruitless efforts, she finally relinquished the thought of physical destruction. She felt uneasy about discarding it near the camp, fearing it might fall into the wrong hands and lead to trouble. Moreover, with the blizzard raging outside, she could not venture far. She would have to wait until the storm subsided. Resolving not to dwell on it further, Zhongli returned to her room. She plopped down onto the bed, mirror in hand. Fine, you win. Since I cannot destroy you, and you cannot destroy me, we shall simply coexist. Regardless of your desire for me to don that wretched mask, it is absolutely out of the question. With a mere thought, Zhongli accessed her system backpack. Since you insist on following me, you may take refuge in the little black room. I am in need of slumber. She swiftly cast the divine mirror into the farthest corner of the backpack. Having completed her task, Zhongli clapped her hands and burrowed back into her blankets. This time, her sleep was profoundly restful. Indeed, when she awoke the following morning, her bedside table was devoid of any presence. It appeared that after being stored away, the mirror had not wandered off, though the powers of this demon were undeniably peculiar. Zhongli nodded in satisfaction, rose to wash up, and embarked on a new day. In the ensuing days, the blizzard continued its relentless assault. This epic cold wave seemed intent on freezing the entire world. However, for Zhongli and her companions, these days transformed into a rare, extended holiday. With 2 preliminary decorated subspaces at their disposal, their existence shifted from survival mode to vacation mode. In Subspace 1, Tropical Beach, the king of egg tarts donned a breezy Hawaiian shirt, standing before a makeshift barbecue grill, a large fan in hand. Grilled lamb skewers, freshly prepared lamb awaits, and the seafood fried rice, specially provided by Sister Zhongli. Although the seafood is from a can, the rice is freshly harvested. Not far away, beneath a sunshade, Zhongli and Pineapple Beer reclined on beach chairs, their faces adorned with Egg Tart's special, pearl powder whitening mask. While Egg Tart could not definitively assert its side effects, Zhongli and Pineapple Beer graciously allowed themselves to be the test subjects. Pineapple Beer took a sip of her coconut juice and sighed with satisfaction. Who would have imagined that while the outside world was 70 degrees below zero, they would still need to apply sunscreen here? During these days, they remained industrious. Although they could not venture outside, they took the opportunity to organize the supplies they had scavenged from the dungeons and underground altars, sprucing up their 2 subspaces. On the beach side, in addition to some tables and chairs, they added an open-air bar, 2 freshwater shower heads sourced from melted snow, and even a row of planting troughs for coconuts and pineapples. Egg Tart even mused about brewing her own pineapple beer. Meanwhile, Subspace 2, Moonlit Grove, transformed into their herbal sanctuary. The little treant had fallen in love with that space. It constructed a treehouse high in the branches of a large tree and buried the seeds of the herbs it had brought back from the monster forest beneath the roots. Of course, during these days, that peculiar mirror became a topic of light-hearted conversation among the trio. Pineapple Beer held the divine mirror, freshly retrieved from Zhongli's backpack, examining it from every angle. Is this truly the same one? How did it return? She pondered. I have no idea. It was simply at my bedside when I woke up, Zhongli replied. But do not gaze at it for too long. This mirror is quite sinister. Let me give it a try. The king of egg tarts exclaimed, a gleam of excitement in her eyes. Perhaps I can purify it. With that, she summoned a radiant golden light, directing it towards the mirror's surface. The mirror remained utterly still, reflecting golden light back and nearly dazzling Egg Tart's eyes. Alas, I found myself at a loss. The king of egg tarts rubbed his eyes, declaring this object a mere copper pea, impossible to steam or boil. Once the blizzard had ceased, I would venture once more to the great chasm beside the camp. I refused to believe it could ascend on its own. Finally, after being snowbound for a full 15 days, one morning, as Zhongli habitually drew back the curtains, she was greeted by the long-awaited sunlight. The wind had died down, and the snow had lightened, transforming from heavy flakes to gentle, sporadic flurries. The long-lost sun hung in the pale blue sky, illuminating the silver-clad earth below. The skies had cleared. Instantly, the world erupted with joy. Countless survivors burst forth from their shelters, some rolling in the snow, while others wept openly to the sun. This bitter cold wave had claimed innumerable lives and turned once thriving camps into desolate ruins. Yet for those who survived, a new chapter was beginning. Zhongli's door creaked open slowly. She inhaled the crisp, refreshing air. Instead of immediately scavenging for supplies, she made her way to the great chasm at the back of the fortress. That mirror lodged in her heart like a thorn. It felt unsettling to leave it unresolved. Pineapple Beer and Egg Tart followed closely behind. The trio stood at the precipice of the chasm. Farewell, Zhongli said, retrieving the mirror, this time binding a large stone to it. Go. With a swift motion, the mirror plummeted into the unfathomable darkness, until the sound of its descent faded away. Surely this time it's done for? Egg Tart peered over the edge. I hope so, Zhongli replied, clapping her hands and turning to leave. However, before they had walked 10 paces, a sharp metallic clang rang out from Zhongli's waist. She halted abruptly, glancing down to discover a black pendant had somehow appeared on her tactical hook. It was a palm-sized mirror, its tentacle-like edges seemingly tightening, as if to say, surprised? Unexpected? Zhang Li was left speechless, yet helpless. Pineapple beer and egg tart exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a vivid tapestry of astonishment. Looks like it's attached itself to you. Pineapple beer couldn't help but remark. Zhang Li paused for 3 seconds before responding, fine. Since you're so eager to follow me, you may as well. From now on, you'll serve as my heart shield. Given your physical immunity, next time I encounter a lethal strike, I shall use you to deflect the blow. I intend to see whether you are tougher than a monster's teeth. Chapter 138. Resource Map. Zhang Li was at a complete loss regarding the mirror, and thus resigned to its presence. The trio had not ventured far when a figure sprinted towards them from across the chasm. It was none other than Beifeng, the vice leader of the Wanderers of the Ice Field, residing on the opposite side of the chasm. The individual in question appeared to be perpetually apprehensive about potential reprisals from the Werewolf Guild, remaining constantly vigilant while clutching an iron bow. Due to the distance, Beifeng struggled to discern the figures clearly. Squinting for an extended moment, he finally recognized that the person at the center was likely Zhang Li. Upon realizing who it was, Beifeng's tense shoulders sagged instantly as he exhaled a long plume of white breath, relieved to find it was indeed the esteemed leader. He retracted his bow and called out across the chasm, "Good morning, esteemed leader. Are you also out to survey the surroundings?" "Good morning," Zhang Li replied lazily, waving a hand. "The heavy snowfall has persisted for far too long, making me restless, so I decided to take a stroll." "Good morning." The nearby Dan Tart chimed in, acknowledging the presence across the way. Beifeng smiled and greeted the group. "Good morning, everyone. Well then, enjoy your walk. I shall return to the camp. Should you require anything, esteemed leader, just call for me." The combat prowess of Zhang Li alone was formidable, not to mention the 2 others accompanying her. The mere fact that these 3 had gathered together suggested they were no ordinary individuals, either due to a teleportation card or a teleportation array. Their ability to afford such means indicated their significance. Beifeng was keen to avoid any conflict, preferring to consider them neighbors who seemed amicable. Given the unresolved grievances with the Werewolf Guild, it was prudent to develop quietly and discreetly. As for Zhang Li, her friendly demeanor suggested no ill intent, and as fellow humans, she naturally refrained from any aggressive actions. The trio strolled back to the camp, only to find that the drop rate for treasure chests had significantly diminished. They discovered merely one along the way. However, the quality of the chest had notably improved, revealing a silver chest. Dan Tart opened it casually, yielding a plethora of materials and a reusable crossbow blueprint, albeit of no particular quality. While they were not in need of the standard crossbow, Zhang Li found the unremarkable blueprint quite useful. After all, crafting blue-quality weapons for Joseph and the others would not grant them any enhancements, and the materials were not inexpensive. This quality-less weapon perfectly addressed that dilemma. Before long, they caught sight of several figures toiling in the wheat field outside the camp's walls. It was Joseph and his companions. Their skin had paled from prolonged exposure to the absence of sunlight, yet their spirits appeared relatively high. "Uncle Joseph," Dan Tart called out warmly, waving enthusiastically. "Oh, esteemed mages," Joseph exclaimed upon hearing their voices, promptly setting down his shovel and awkwardly wiping the dirt from his hands, bowing respectfully with his 2 nephews. Zhang Li gestured for them to dispense with the formalities. "You all seem a bit under the weather. How have you been? Are you unwell? Thank you for your concern. Esteemed one, thanks to your blessings, we are managing well. However, the relentless snowfall has confined us indoors for quite some time, which has taken its toll. Additionally, the mine's entrance has been partially obstructed by snow, but I have cleared a path. We have also managed to extract a considerable amount of coal during our idle days, which we will deliver to the camp shortly. There's no rush. Take some time to rest first. I will ask Nico to bring you some fruits and food shortly, as I suspect you have had a challenging time." "Thank you, esteemed one." Zhang Li waved his hand, his gaze falling upon the area behind Joseph. Noticing Zhang Li's attention directed that way, Joseph's face was etched with anxiety. After all, many of the wheat crops had succumbed to the recent blizzard, and he was fearful of Zhang Li's reproach. Sensing Joseph's unease, Zhang Li spoke gently, "It is of no consequence. In such weather, no one could have done otherwise. Not just the wheat, even iron wheat would crack from the frost." As he spoke, Zhang Li pointed towards a distant expanse of wheat fields. "You should take care of the mature wheat over there, illuminated by the lanterns. There should be a bountiful harvest. Simply remove the frostbitten crops and replant with new wheat." In the distance, the vast fields, aglow under the lantern's light, revealed that the wheat had not only survived the frost but thrived, with plump ears emerging, some even beginning to turn a golden hue, nearing maturity. Regrettably, the lantern's reach was limited, preserving only a portion of the wheat fields. However, wheat grows swiftly, and Zhang Li felt no sorrow, merely hoping that the next blizzard would not arrive so swiftly. "Indeed, my lord." Joseph, relieved by Zhang Li's lack of anger, allowed a smile to return to his face. Zhang Li imparted one final instruction: "When the wheat is ready for harvest, keep what you need and pass the surplus to Nicole." "Understood," Joseph replied, then resumed his labors alongside his 2 nephews. Upon returning to the main house's living room, Zhang Li leaned back against the sofa, preparing to delineate his tasks for the day, when suddenly, a system notification chimed in his ear. "Server announcement. The extreme cold storm has concluded, and the current ambient temperature is rising. The suppression effect on campfires has dissipated. Server announcement. Congratulations to the survivors for enduring the first phase of this harsh trial. In this frozen world, resources are paramount. Notification. A new storm has emerged. All survivors are urged to plunder for survival." As the notification faded, a significant transformation occurred in Zhang Li's system interface. The previously simple display now featured a map, shrouded in a faint mist. Above this fog, Points of light flickered in various colors. System update. Resource point map activated. Description. The map will display terrain but will not indicate precise coordinates, highlighting nearby high-value resource points. White light points. Basic resources. Wood, stone, iron ore. Green light points. Rare resources, herbs, crystals, special minerals. Red light points. Extremely dangerous, extremely rich, large monster nests, ruins, unexplored areas. Note. The map will only display resource points and will not show the locations of other survivors' camps. A flurry of bold red notifications scrolled across the screen. Jiang Li and his companions exchanged glances, promptly opening the system panel. The previously straightforward interface now included a new option labeled Map. Jiang Li clicked on it, revealing a vast, foggy, grid-like map before him. Most regions were shrouded in a gray mist, with only an area of approximately 5 kilometers surrounding the Dawn Fortress illuminated. Scattered within these bright zones were several small green and red light points. Jiang Li furrowed her brow and reached out to tap one of the green light points. Small timber resource point, capturable. Expected yield, quality timber X, 50 days, duration, 3 days, guard, none weak. Is this the extent of it? Jiang Li regarded the map with some disdain. Such limited distance rendered the distinction between having it and not having it negligible. Check the guild interface. Pineapple Beer reminded Jiang Li with a turn of her head. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li opened the newly appeared resource map icon on the guild interface. In an instant, a semi-transparent holographic map unfurled before her. The current map not only displayed the terrain contours, but was now aglow with countless light points. Egg-Tart King also approached, opening his map interface for comparison. On my map, I can only see resource points within a 5-kilometer radius of the fortress, and they are merely white light points. However, on your map, Jiang Li, the light points are not only denser but also varied in color. In addition to the white light points representing basic resources, timber, stone, there are numerous green light points, rare herbs, ores, and even at the map's periphery in the deep mountains, several red light points exuding a sense of danger. Most importantly, these light points are not merely concentrated around the fortress. As long as it pertains to a member of the Hope Guild, the surrounding resource points are illuminated and synchronized in real time on Jiang Li's map. The map was densely populated with dozens of illuminated vision circles, each marked with the name of a guild member. Chive Box, member. Tomato Sauce, member. Little Transparent, member. These members were akin to torches, illuminating all resource points within their vicinity and aggregating them onto the overarching map of Jiang Li, the guild leader. Why is this so? Is it because I am the leader? Indeed, ordinary members cannot see this, Pineapple Beer explained. I see. Don't just keep it to yourself, as vice leaders. We can also set permissions, Pineapple Beer reminded with a smile. Alright, Jiang Li returned the smile, searching through the interface until she finally located the relevant settings. Granting permissions to Egg Tart and Pineapple Beer. Ordinary survivors could only perceive the modest area outside their doorstep, relying on blind luck to stumble upon resources. However, members who joined the guild shared their vision with the guild management. Pineapple Beer continued, her fingers swiftly gliding across the system panel. And look, the system provides additional annotations for the guild. The guild map displayed more detailed information about those resource points. Small timber forest, 12 kilometers from the members' dining area. Large ice lake fishing grounds, 800 meters from the member, known as Little Transparent. Rare elemental creature wandering zone, recommended for teams of 3 or more. Jiang Li glanced at the explanatory section in the lower right corner of the map. Resource point explanation. 1. Resource points are categorized into gathering, direct acquisition, guarding, obtained by defeating monsters, and treasure chest, obtained by opening chests. 2. Resource points possess a camouflage feature. Some high-value resource points may be disguised as mimetic beasts, treasure chest monsters known as tree spirits, so survivors are advised to explore cautiously. 3. Unused resource points refresh their locations every 48 hours. 4. Resource points occupied through guild missions will automatically yield 30 of the resources to the guild as supplies. Treasure chest monsters? The king of egg tarts pondered for a moment. Is it the kind that appears to be a chest, but upon opening, reveals a gaping maw that could sever your head in one bite? Pretty much, replied Pineapple Beer. Essentially, they transform into beasts when approached. With this functionality update, we can utilize our grand map to assign resource point occupation and collection tasks to guild members, subsequently receiving a proportionate share of resources to bolster the guild. Overall, the guild's status will rise, leading to increasing conflicts, as the system seems to be compelling survivors to form alliances. The system appears to disapprove of the current ease of life for survivors, even directly issuing a series of mandatory guild competition tasks in the guild mission board. Today's guild bounty system issued. Task 1, Infrastructure Development. Accumulate the occupation and collection of 10 timber resource points. Reward, Guild Experience X 700, Advanced Timber Building Upgrade Blueprint X1. Task 2, Scavenger. Accumulate the defeat of 5 level 20 or above Snowfield Giant Beast Treasure Chest monsters. Reward, Guild Experience X 1000, Random Purple Equipment Box X3. Task 3, Regional Overlord. Rank in the top 3 on this round's Regional Resource Harvest Leaderboard. Reward, Guild Stronghold Defense Tower Enhancement Scroll X5. Chapter 139. Occupying resource points. The 3 promptly began to examine the various resource points near each member on the guild map. Overall, there were still plenty of resource points yielding timber and coal, followed by iron, stone, and similar resources. The system's original intention was likely to establish resource points after the Cold Wave, during a time of scarcity, compelling survivors to rely on guilds and engage in resource competition. However, Zhongli was situated near a coal mine, so this type of resource was not in short supply for the time being. During this period, he had been consistently selling coal, keeping prices slightly lower than those of the Golden Rose Guild. Initially, they would compete with Zhongli to replenish their supplies, but gradually, they ceased their attempts. It was unclear whether they had genuinely submitted or were secretly plotting something, but Zhongli was indifferent to their affairs. When issuing tasks, Zhongli deliberately avoided the coal resource points, opting instead to prioritize those for stone, clay, and metal ores. This approach not only provided coordinates to enrich guild members, but also allowed him to obtain a share of the profits, thereby enhancing the guild's strength. As she contemplated, she swiftly maneuvered through the guild's task board, selecting resource points based on the illuminated map indicated by the members. Task issued: Infrastructure Enthusiast, I. Objective: Locate and occupy Tier 2 stone resource points and Tier 2 clay resource points. Coordinates: automatically detected upon acceptance. Rewards: 150 contribution points per resource point, 2 basic healing potions. Task issued: Rare Collection, 2. Objective: Find crystal mines or special material resource points. Coordinates: automatically detected upon acceptance. Rewards: 300 contribution points per resource point. 1 blue equipment. Task issued: Scavenger, recurring. Objective: Clear the roaming resource monsters that spawn on the map. Coordinates: automatically detected upon acceptance. Rewards: 50 contribution points per monster, 2 hot milk. In addition to the contribution point rewards, Zhongli also added a few small surprises to provide a touch of warmth to her companions who had journeyed alongside her. Following this series of task postings, Zhongli pinned the exchange link for the Polar Walker Boots, orange, at the top of the taskbar, with 5,000 contribution points. It suddenly felt much more attainable amidst the plethora of resource point tasks. The icon, shimmering with an orange glow, resembled the sweetest carrot dangled before the diligent guild members. Done. Zhongli clapped her hands, and almost instantly after posting the tasks, the guild channel erupted with new messages. Tomato sauce. Wow, new guild tasks. This one seems easier. But why aren't those Tier 2 resource points showing up on my map? I only see scattered Tier 1 resource points. Dining table. Same here. Within the map's range, I can only see 2 Tier 1 resource points, one not far from the camp. I checked it out. It's just 7 or 8 trees. And there's a cabinet-like device in the middle that mentions something about occupation time. Upon finishing, Dining Table shared a photo depicting the resource point beside his camp for everyone's reference. Menu board. Just use the one-click filter. The system will automatically sift through the resource points within your defined range. It seems that Tier 2 resource points 1T appear on the map until you accept the task. I've already claimed one. Haha, those orange shoes are mine. Knife and fork, thanks for sharing. I'm off to tackle the guild tasks too. Dining Table, let us form a team. Is anyone nearby? I have a whole horde of resource monsters around me. There's one at 50, but I'm worried I can't handle it alone. If anyone is close, we can team up. Deadly Chemist, no way. Does everyone have task resource points nearby? Why did I search and find not a single task? Egg Tart King, no worries, Chemist. You can also earn contribution points by crafting basic potions and depositing them in the guild warehouse. Deadly Chemist, alright. Initially troubled by the lack of means to acquire guild contribution points, the sudden influx of tasks has naturally invigorated everyone. As individuals accumulate these points, they simultaneously contribute to the guild's experience, aiding in its advancement. Although 30,000 might seem substantial, with each member contributing a little, the third-tier guild is within reach. Let us embark on an adventure to experience the new version, shall we? Zhongli glanced at the newly unlocked resource map, noticing a high-level resource point that had just appeared approximately 15 kilometers away. The dark hue of the cursor suggested it contained valuable treasures. Shall we first secure the resource point near my camp before heading to yours? After all, the teleportation array offers convenience. Zhongli inquired. Agreed. Let us work efficiently together. We can ride swiftly. The gates of Zhongli's camp creaked open. Though the outside world remained chilly, it was a marked improvement from the recent blizzard. The current weather could be described as fair and sunny. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the cool sunlight glittered upon the snowy expanse, casting dazzling reflections. The three stood at the entrance, and with a flash of light, 2 heavy-duty snowmobiles materialized. Pineapple Beer expertly mounted her snowmobile, donned her windproof goggles, and tapped the back seat. Signaling, Egg Tart, hop on. Wow, Sister Pineapple, give me a ride. Egg Tart exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as he scrambled onto the back seat, clutching Pineapple Beer's waist tightly. Zhongli mounted the second snowmobile, her long hair tied back in a high ponytail, swaying gently in the cold breeze. Let us go. Zhongli revved the throttle and surged ahead. Pineapple Beer gripped the handlebars, glancing back at Egg Tart. Hold on tight. This vehicle is quite fast. I'm holding on. Egg Tart exclaimed, his arms wrapped securely around Pineapple Beer's waist, his body pressed against her back. With the roar of the engine, the 2 snowmobiles darted forward, leaving trails of white in their wake, resembling 2 serpents of snow. The wind held past them. Seated behind, Egg Tart squeezed his eyes shut, burying his face in Pineapple Beer's back, his voice trembling with exhilaration. Slow down. There's a big rock ahead. Watch out, Sister Pineapple. The speed was exhilarating for Egg Tart, who was experiencing this thrill for the first time, his hands tightening around her waist. Wow. Woohoo. His excited cries were swept away by the wind across the snowy landscape. Meanwhile, Joseph, working at the edge of the camp, looked up at the sound, spotting the 2 snowmobiles racing away. The 15-kilometer distance would take merely 20 minutes at full throttle. According to the system's notification, the route was direct, without any detours. As a rugged area of strange rocks came into view, Jiangli gradually eased off the throttle. Weavy arrived. She swung her long legs over and came to a steady halt behind a massive boulder. Pineapple Beer followed closely, executing a stylish drift stop, sending a flurry of snow into the air. Is this the third-tier resource point? The Egg Tart King leapt from the back seat of the car, rubbing his slightly reddened face that had been kissed by the wind, and curiously peered out. Before him lay a small gravel beach nestled within the Snowy Hills Depression, which should have been a frozen riverbed, but now revealed large swathes of black and gray rocks. Despite its visibility, discovering this patch of gravel amid the vast expanse of snow was no small feat. At the very center of the beach stood a semi-transparent crystal column, approximately half a meter in height. Advanced or resource point, unoccupied. Probability yield, refined iron ore, magic crystal powder, arcane energy ore, mithril, guardian, rock golem, LV 2225. Where are the guardians? Egg Tart wondered aloud, gazing around the gravel beach. No sooner had the words left his lips than the ground around the resource point began to tremble violently as the three of them approached. Crack, crack. Several massive rocks slowly emerged from the earth, only to split apart abruptly, transforming into colossal humanoid monsters. Their bodies were composed of hard rock, with their joints gleaming with a yellowish glow. Rock Golem, Elite. Level, LV22. Skills, Heavy Strike, Rock Shield, Seismic Wave. There were 5 in total. Jiang Li, the warrior, was expected to lead the charge. Without hesitation, she summoned her axe into her hands and activated her charge skill, racing toward the rock golems and positioning herself directly before them. The impact sent the 5 golems staggering backward, and seizing the opportunity, Jiang Li struck at the nearest golem with her dual axes. Clang. Sparks flew. The seemingly indomitable rock golem staggered back a few steps, but the other 4 quickly regained their footing and swung their fists at Jiang Li. Remaining composed, she stomped her foot on the ground, unleashing a thunderstrike. A burst of electric arcs erupted around her. While the damage was not particularly high, it did momentarily hinder the golem's movements. In the next instant, Jiang Li pivoted and unleashed a charged, heavy strike, before retreating to the side of Pineapple Beer and Egg Tart. They possess agility akin to their hardness. It may take some effort, Jiang Li cautioned. Pineapple Beer nodded and activated his own skills to join the fray. Thanks to their agility-enhancing orange gear, the rock golems posed little threat, rendering Egg Tart's continuous healing unnecessary and allowing him to engage in combat against the rock golems himself. Though Egg Tart found the battle somewhat taxing, with Jiang Li and Pineapple Beer by his side, they consistently intervened to rescue him whenever he found himself in peril. 5 minutes later, the battle concluded. The 5 rock golems lay in ruins, reduced to a pile of debris and loot. Experience gained, X400. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, LV20. Acquired rock shell X5. Acquired earth elemental beginner core X5. As the battle ended, and Jiang Li was still absorbing the system notifications, Egg Tart had already sheathed his great sword and rushed to her side, clutching a potion. Sister Fortress, quickly turn around, he exclaimed, eager to assess Jiang Li's injuries. It hardly qualifies as an injury. It was merely a moment of haste while assisting Dan Tart, during which I inadvertently received a blow to the shoulder from a rock puppet. Jiang Li herself felt no significant harm, given her current constitution. Such external wounds would likely heal within a few hours. Nonetheless, Dan Tart insisted on administering some treatment, claiming that a potion would expedite the recovery. Jiang Li, accommodating to her friend's concern, did not refuse. After a brief tidying of their spoils, the group finally approached the crystalline apparatus. Detection. Guards have been eliminated. Do you wish to claim this resource point? Jiang Li sheathed her dual axes and stepped forward to the crystalline column. At this moment, the radiance emanating from the crystal had transformed into an unclaimed white glow. She extended her hand, resting her palm against the surface of the column. Claim. Claim successful. This resource point has entered extraction mode. Current efficiency, 10 units per hour. Duration, 72 hours. The resources will be depleted, and the node will vanish after 72 hours. Upon the countdown's conclusion, you may return to this apparatus to collect all resources or to gather produced resources at any time. Warning, during the claiming period, the coordinates of this resource point will be visible to all guilds within a 20-kilometer radius. Please ensure adequate defense. Note, resource points undergo a transition period after ownership changes. The current transition period for this resource point is 2 hours. Is that all? Dan Tart curiously touched the crystalline column. Do we not need to remain here to guard it? Not necessary, Pineapple Beer interjected. While the system encourages PvP, it does not require players to stand guard in the wilderness for 24 hours. It is akin to planting crops. Once the seeds are sown, one merely needs to return at harvest time. This indeed alleviates some burden, though we must remain vigilant against interference from other guilds. Dan Tart nodded in agreement. Jiang Li smiled at this remark. Interference is of little concern. Let us not forget that we are currently not lacking in magical energy cores. Should anyone attempt to encroach upon our resource point, we can transport ourselves directly to confront them, and with a stroke of luck, the spoils they carry may surpass the value of the resource point itself. After successfully claiming this resource point, the trio did not linger excessively and proceeded to seize another resource point near Jiang Li's camp, one that yielded random blue equipment materials with a chance of producing purple materials. However, it was somewhat regrettable that the specifics of the finished products could not be discerned until after the resources had been generated. It was entirely random. The resource map indicated that aside from these 2 points, there were no other advanced resource points near Jiang Li's camp. Resource points are typically modest in size and do not stand out amidst the snowy landscape. Without the guidance of a map, locating them solely by sight would be a tremendous waste of time. Therefore, Jiangli chose not to linger further, and the three returned to the camp as planned, preparing to transport themselves to Pineapple Beer and Dantart's encampment. As the radiance of the teleportation array enveloped them, the trio materialized within Pineapple Beer's camp, greeted by the familiar rustic surroundings and the expanse of large boulders. Perhaps due to the arid nature surrounding Pineapple Beer's camp, even with the extensive advantages of the guild map, there was only a singular high-level, level 3, resource point available. Chapter 140. The new indigenous people following the map's guidance. The trio arrived at a tranquil valley. The temperature here seemed to be a few degrees cooler than the outside air, with a faint, slightly bitter herbal aroma pervading the atmosphere. At the valley's entrance, a small ring of vegetation thrived, its verdant leaves blanketed with a thick layer of snow. Snowy Garden, Advanced Resource Point. Recommended level, LV15, Yield, randomly produces seeds for fruits or vegetables, cold-resistant, fast-growing variant, with a chance of yielding rare alchemical materials such as frostleaf, ice crystal flower, and cold venom mushroom. Guardian, Venomous Ice Toad, LV13-16, Social Creature. This resource point required a significantly lower level for occupation compared to the previous two, allowing them to effortlessly defeat the Guardian and successfully claim it before embarking on their return journey. During their idle moments, Jiangli noticed that everyone was discussing the guild rankings, and he casually opened the regional guild list for a glance. Initially, he was concerned about revealing his financial prowess, which might draw unwanted attention to the nascent Hope Guild. However, after a brief scan, he felt relieved. The list was not ranked by combat power, but rather crudely organized by member count. In 01, Warwolf, Guild Leader, Blood Wolf members, 258. In 02, Temple, Guild Leader, Holy Knight members, 177. In 03, Mafia, Guild Leader, Morin members, 155. In 08, Icefield Free Alliance Leader, Old By members, 58. In 010, Hope, Guild Leader, Spicy Chicken Leg Burger members, 36. In 011, Brotherhood Leader, Berlin members, 22. Amidst the numerous guilds boasting memberships in the hundreds, the modest Hope Guild, with its mere 36 members, found itself trailing behind several lesser-known groups. Out of 11 guilds, we rank 10th. Doesn't that seem a bit pitiful? Pineapple Beer chuckled. Yet, Jiangli remained unfazed, his spirits lifted. Look at the Warwolf Guild, over 200 members, sounds intimidating. But how many of them are merely coasting along? How many are fickle-minded? And how many are genuinely formidable? This is ideal, nothing is revealed. I genuinely worry about the system introducing resource or level rankings. Indeed, a lower ranking is advantageous. It's the early bird that gets the worm. Let them have their hollow prestige. It would be delightful to see them suffer heavy losses. Eventually, the trio arrived at Egg Tart's camp. There were no notable changes, except that the pumpkin soldiers appeared to have grown slightly larger. Surrounding the camp, they were surprised to discover 3 advanced resource points. The first was the pristine ice well. What it produced was not ordinary ice, but ice elemental magic crystals, which were useful not only for crafting equipment, but also in alchemy and skills. The second was the electrical resource point, which randomly yielded various electrical schematics. The guardian creatures of these 2 resource points were not particularly formidable, and the trio, demonstrating perfect synergy, swiftly overcame them as if they were slicing through vegetables. They proceeded until they reached the 3rd resource point. Approximately 7 kilometers from the camp of the Egg Tart lies a chaotic expanse of rocky terrain, where fierce winds howl, stirring up fragments of snow from the ground. At the heart of this rocky outcrop stands a modest stone monument. High-level magic rune stone mine, advanced resource point. Level, LV28. Yield, magic rune stones. Solid granite, materials for wall upgrades. Earth core. Guardian, obsidian golem, LV28 elite. However, this guardian appears rather formidable. Pineapple Beer pointed towards the colossal silhouette gradually emerging from the stone formation as several individuals approached. It was an obsidian golem towering at least 4 meters high, composed entirely of solid, pitch-black obsidian, its surface adorned with dark red magical patterns that shimmered ominously. Taking the lead, Jiangli activated the charge skill, crashing directly into the center of the golem. Clang! His dual purple axes struck the obsidian, sending a dazzling spray of sparks flying and leaving a visible mark as fragments scattered. A low, thunderous growl erupted from the golem as it swung its massive stone fist down with a rush of wind. Jiangli deftly sidestepped, leveraging his agility to maneuver behind the golem, delivering a powerful, heavy strike. On the opposite side of the rocky outcrop, at the edge of the snowstorm, an incongruous sound of hoofbeats and the rolling of wheels gradually approached. 3 rather antiquated wooden carts were drawn not by ordinary horses, but by sturdy snow-dragging steeds with long fur. Yet, even these resilient creatures struggled against the thick blanket of snow, exhaling heavy clouds of vapor, their bodies adorned with icicles. In the midst of the caravan, a hand trembling with cold lifted the curtain of one cart, revealing the frostbitten face of a young woman. Guster. It seems something is stirring ahead, she stammered, pointing towards the rocky outcrop. What a loud noise. Is it an avalanche, or are there monsters? We have encountered many creatures in the past few days. Let us take a detour. In the foremost cargo cart, a middle-aged man, cloaked in a thick sheepskin coat and bearing the marks of the elements, tightened his grip on the reins. Narrowing his eyes, he peered through the swirling snow. In the next moment, his pupils dilated in shock. At the center of the tumultuous battlefield, 3 individuals clad in peculiar attire were relentlessly assaulting a terrifying stone creature. Oh my heavens, it appears to be mages battling a monstrosity, the middle-aged man murmured, his hand trembling around the reins. The other members of the caravan were paralyzed with fear, hardly daring to breathe. Yet, These few mages were the only humans they had encountered. Leaving them in a state of indecision, advancing or retreating was not an option. They could only watch helplessly as the battle drew to a close. With a resounding crash, the obsidian golem crumbled under Jiang Li's heavy strike, disintegrating into a heap of rubble. The rocky outcrop finally fell silent. Jiang Li shook the debris from his axes, exhaling a sigh of relief. This stone is indeed tough. It left my hands slightly numb. Wait, Jiang Li, there's something stirring over there, Pineapple Beer quickly observed, alerting them. Hearing this, Jiang Li and the egg tart turned to investigate. At a distance of over 40 meters down the snow-covered slope, 3 horse-drawn carriages stood awkwardly still. Upon noticing the gaze of Jiang Li and her companions, the leading middle-aged man appeared to engage in an internal struggle before clenching his teeth, raising his hands in a gesture of goodwill, and cautiously maneuvering his carriage closer. In this day and age, is there still someone traveling by horse-drawn carriage? The king of egg tarts curiously scrutinized the shaggy horses, pondering whether this was some form of retro cosplay. Nevertheless, those horses did exude a certain coolness. Jiang Li narrowed her eyes, observing the distinctly non-modern coarse woolen sheepskin cloaks worn by the individuals, along with the intricate yet quaint patterns adorning the carriage, reminiscent of indigenous peoples. Soon, the carriage halted a mere 10 meters away from them. The middle-aged man disembarked, nearly stumbling due to his frozen legs. He staggered forward and deeply bowed to Jiang Li, his tone imbued with respect. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, he rasped, his breath crystallizing in the frigid air. Please forgive our intrusive disturbance. We harbor no ill intentions. We have merely lost our way in the storm and, upon hearing commotion, approached. Jiang Li appraised him and glanced at the 2 men and 1 woman peering nervously from behind the carriage. 4 individuals in total, all evidently suffering from the cold. Their faces tinged with a purplish hue, their expressions vacant, clearly at the brink of exhaustion. Who are you? Jiang Li inquired, sheathing her dual axes and striving to soften her tone. Where do you hail from, and where are you headed? We are from the High Court Winery's transport team, the middle-aged man stammered, rubbing his frostbitten hands. We were tasked with delivering this batch of newly brewed ice wine to the esteemed Count of Winterhold. However, approximately 3 days ago, as we journeyed, a sudden fog enveloped us, followed by this wretched snowfall. We became disoriented, and our compass has malfunctioned. Initially, our convoy comprised over a dozen individuals, but some have lost their way while others have succumbed to the cold. Now, it is just the 4 of us. As he spoke, his eyes welled with tears. Esteemed ones, we truly do not know where we are. If we fail to deliver the goods on time, not only will we forfeit our wages, but we will also incur a hefty penalty from the winery, amounting to a sum that could ruin our families. High Court Winery? Winterhold? Jiang Li exchanged glances with Pineapple Beer. Yet another unfamiliar place name, reminiscent of the blacksmith Joseph from earlier, another indigenous person brought forth by the merging of worlds. I cannot ascertain how far you are from the Winterhold you speak of. In truth, I have never even heard of it, Jiang Li candidly replied. At this revelation, the light in the middle-aged man's eyes dimmed instantaneously. It is all over. We are doomed. The 2 young women in the carriage behind him began to sob, covering their faces. Lost in this icy desolation, with their cargo undelivered and food dwindling, the only fate awaiting them was a dead end. Their mental state had reached its limit after days of such torment. Although I am unaware of the location of Winterhold, I can offer you a temporary refuge. I can provide you with hot water and warm food. You may rest there for the time being, and we shall discuss the future later. Chapter 141. Ice grape brewing on the expansive plain, where the blizzard had just ceased, 2 heavy snowmobiles carved a path ahead, trailed by 3 creaking, old horse-drawn carriages. This peculiar ensemble left a long trail in the snow, ultimately halting before a camp enclosed by stone walls. Upon arrival, the king of egg tarts promptly leapt from the back seat of the Pineapple Beer, eagerly heading towards the gate of the wall. As the gate swung open, the 4 indigenous individuals who followed behind widened their eyes in astonishment, staring blankly at the scene before them. From outside the walls, nothing appeared amiss. But once the gate opened, a throng of pumpkin sentinels emerged, standing at attention on either side, saluting the king of egg tarts while brandishing wooden spears. Compared to their previous encounter, these sentinels seemed even more robust, exuding an imposing presence. The leading middle-aged man, taken aback, pondered inwardly. Are these living magical plant guardians? I have only heard tales of the great nobles in the city having the opportunity to cultivate a few. What level of druid must be capable of breeding such guardians to protect a residence? First, the magical iron carriage, and now these magical plant sentinels. Who are these sorcerers? At this caliber, they must have been long sought after by various families to serve as patrons, especially considering their youthfulness. Do not fear, do not fear. The king of egg tarts smiled warmly, gesturing for the pumpkin sentinels to step aside, clearing the way. They are called guagua, and they have gentle temperaments. As long as you do not attack the camp, they will not harm you. Now then, no need to be dazed, drive the car in. Jing Li parked the snowmobile, removed the key, and stowed it in his backpack, casually shaking his hair. Though the snow had ceased, the outside temperature remained frigid. Let us head inside to warm up. If the pumpkin sentinels outside were merely a visual spectacle, stepping into the king of egg tart's main dwelling was a comprehensive sensory experience. As the heavy wooden door closed, the howling winds were instantly sealed out. A wave of the aroma of freshly baked bread greeted them. The interior was charmingly decorated, featuring some unfamiliar steel magical devices, essentially small appliances. Please, make yourselves comfortable, the king of egg tarts invited. The leading middle-aged man, feeling somewhat awkward, lingered at the threshold, gazing at the gleaming, spotless floor, hesitant to step inside. The king of egg tarts hung his coat on a rack and deftly retrieved several pairs of spare cotton slippers from a shoe cabinet, tossing them to the newcomers. Put these on, your feet will feel much better. The four individuals, a bit apprehensive, slipped into the soft, plush slippers adorned with rabbit ears, feeling as if they were walking on clouds. First, have a cup of hot tea to warm yourselves. The king of egg tarts emerged from the kitchen, bearing a delicate tea tray. In the white porcelain teacups, amber tea steam rose, adorned with slices of fresh lemon and red dates. I apologize for the humble offerings. The king of egg tarts chuckled with a hint of embarrassment. We are short on milk lately, so you will have to settle for this honey pomelo tea. The honey was just harvested a few days ago, and the pomelo was gifted by Sister Bao. I hope it suffices. Several indigenous individuals, though unfamiliar with the term just emerging, exhibited keen discernment and promptly accepted the teacups with both hands. The middle-aged man at the forefront cautiously sipped first. The pleasantly sweet and tangy warmth of the liquid slid down his throat, and the pure, honeyed aroma instantly enveloped his palate, dispelling much of the chill. Observing this, the other three soon followed suit, imbibing the tea. As the warmth of the beverage spread, their wariness diminished, and they began to introduce themselves to these imagined sorcerers. My name is Jack, a member of the escort team for this caravan. These two are Tom and Lily, esteemed vintners from the High Court Winery. We intended to accompany the caravan to the city for a holiday after the year-end wine production. This lady is Anna, sent by the winery to accompany us. Tom, Lily, and Anna each chimed in with brief introductions when their names were mentioned. Originally, this caravan comprised numerous individuals, but after becoming disoriented, only these four, each with distinct identities, remained together. Being the eldest, Jack naturally assumed the role of their leader. However, he hesitated as he glanced at the horse-drawn carts in the courtyard. Uncertain whether they could still reach their destination, he understood that these were the winery's possessions. If they could not return, it would delay the nobles in the city. And given the current situation, it was likely they would struggle to find Winterhold. Jiang interjected, clearly aware that these individuals could not comprehend the current state of the world and were preoccupied with the repercussions of offending the nobility. Jack was about to say more when a rumbling sound interrupted him. Tom's stomach growled unexpectedly, causing an awkward flush to spread across their faces, wishing to disappear into the ground. Are you hungry? Jiang asked, unfazed. Egg Tart turned to the kitchen to fetch the previously warmed provisions, some stir-fried dishes, sweet treats, and bread. Please, eat. Don't be shy. If it's not enough, there's more. As they beheld the extravagant spread of dinner that Egg Tart presented, the four indigenous people finally let their guard down. Tears welled in their eyes as they devoured the food ravenously. The long-lost sensation of fullness and the warmth of being respected allowed them to fully relax. After a while, their faces glowed with color. Jack, somewhat fidgety, rubbed his hands together, casting a glance at Jiang and the others, who were observing them quietly. Finally, he spoke. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, he began, rising to bow deeply. I express my profound gratitude for your life-saving kindness and for this exquisite meal, one that would be difficult to obtain even at a grand feast. He hesitated, exchanging glances with the others, before each of them produced a small pouch. We possess only these few silver coins. Although we know it may not suffice to repay your generosity, not at all, Egg Tart interjected, waving his hand dismissively. It is merely food. It is only right to assist others when one is capable, especially in times of hardship. Jiang nodded in agreement, signaling for the others to keep their pouches. Jack, feeling somewhat embarrassed, withdrew the pouch of coins and pondered for a moment before speaking. We have been rather narrow-minded, surely. The esteemed magicians do not deign to covet such mundane riches. We possess little of value to offer, but we could part with a barrel of our ice grape wine for your enjoyment. That is the extent of our generosity. And anything beyond that would be difficult to justify to the winery. He continued, indeed, it would be rather awkward for us if the distinguished guests merely observed us feasting. Allow me to fetch a barrel for you to sample. With that, Jack called to Tom, and the two made their way to the courtyard to retrieve the wine. Chapter 142. Arranging accommodations before long. They returned carrying an oak barrel, half an arm's width in diameter, banded with brass hoops, and adorned with an embossed emblem of a blooming flower. This was the ice grape wine. Jack placed the barrel carefully at the edge of the table, while Tom set about affixing a wooden tap to it. Our wine from Winter City is renowned throughout the continent, and the High Court Winery is famed for its exceptional vintages, Jack elaborated. I must indulge in this, Jiang Li expressed with enthusiasm. The Egg Tart King also produced several glass cups to share with the group. Jack and the others insisted on not partaking, stating it was solely for Jiang Li and her companions to savor. With a resounding pop, the cork was removed, and a rich aroma of wine instantly filled the air. The liquid revealed a violet hue, shimmering with delicate glimmers under the light. How fragrant! Even the Egg Tart, unfamiliar with wine, couldn't resist inhaling the scent. This aroma surpasses the hundreds of dollars worth of red wine I've purchased at the supermarket. Tom, brimming with pride, puffed out his chest. Of course. This is from our finest vintage at the year's end. As a winemaker, Tom was naturally confident about the quality of his craft. Yet, before he could boast further, Jiang Li had already poured herself a glass, gently swirled it, and took a sip. The wine was cool upon entry, with a hint of tartness, followed by a burst of rich fruitiness on her palate, complemented by woody notes and a creamy, vanilla essence. The quality and flavor eclipsed every wine Jiang Li had ever tasted on Blue Star, though she had not indulged in particularly extravagant options there. Most astonishingly, as the liquid slid down her throat, the initially cold elixir transformed into a gentle warmth, dispelling the chill within her body. System notification: you have consumed High Court Ice Grape Wine. Buff granted, tipsy warmth, effects, cold resistance 10, slight mood enhancement, Magic affinity increased by 5. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled as she gazed at her glass, marveling at the fact that it was a buff-enhancing item. How is it? Tom and Jack looked at Jiang Li with eager anticipation, and upon seeing her smile, they inquired with growing pride. Absolutely marvelous, Jiang Li generously praised. Hee. I am glad you enjoy it, Jack sighed with relief, his face breaking into a hearty grin. The egg tart, initially reluctant to converse with unfamiliar faces, found himself uncontrollably offering compliments after tasting the wine. Not at all. You all should join us in drinking. Do not be shy. We are quite amiable. The egg tart urged warmly. Jack gazed at the group of sorcerers, setting aside the earlier spectacle of their prowess against the monstrous foes. They indeed presented themselves as amiable company. However, under the warm invitation extended by Jiang Li and Dan Tart, the atmosphere gradually relaxed as everyone partook in the wine, transforming the ambience into one of ease and joviality. Jiang Li encouraged everyone to settle upon the carpet. With a flourish akin to a magician, Dan Tart retrieved an assortment of snacks from her backpack, spicy duck necks, 5 spice peanuts, and an assortment of chips and chocolates procured by Jiang Li from a vending machine. Come try this. Dan Tart enthusiastically offered a duck neck to Lily, exclaiming, it's a bit spicy, but pairs splendidly with the wine. Lily cautiously took a bite, only to be engulfed by the fiery flavor that made her cough, yet she was immediately drawn in by its unique deliciousness, inhaling deeply before succumbing to another bite. What kind of meat is this? I can't quite place the flavor. Tom expressed his bewilderment at the peculiar delicacy. It's duck neck, Dan Tart clarified. You can eat it like this. As the daylight began to wane outside, a few glasses of chilled grape wine had left everyone slightly tipsy. Observing Jack and the others, who had formed a cozy pile on the carpet, dozing off against the wall, Dan Tart scratched her head in mild distress. Sister Bao, I don't have any spare rooms at home. We can't have them actually sleeping on the floor, can we? It is indeed a bit cramped, Jiang Li remarked, setting down her glass and glancing out the window. Let us take them to my place. I have ample space. And I've long wished to improve Joseph and the others' living conditions. To your place? The woman named Anna stirred groggily at the mention, her expression turning anxious. We can sleep in the stable or the warehouse. It's no trouble. Not at all. I have plenty of room, and we truly don't have a stable here. Jiang Li replied reassuringly. The others, having overheard this exchange, began to regain their focus. Jiang Li stood up first, suggesting they head to her place. Jack and the others exchanged puzzled glances, their faces reflecting their confusion. Is it wise to venture out as night falls? I see no other buildings nearby. However, their concerns were soon alleviated as Jiang Li made her way towards the campus entrance, but instead approached a few rune-etched columns beside a house. Hearing this, Jack and the others assisted each other to their feet and quickly followed suit. Jack, come over here and stand with me on this stone slab, Jiang Li instructed. Understood. Ma'am. Though they were uncertain of Jiang Li's intentions, the group complied, gathering closely on the teleportation platform, reminiscent of squeezing into an elevator. Dan Tart, Pineapple. It's getting a bit cramped. You two come over shortly, Jiang Li called out to Dan Tart and Pineapple at the entrance. All right, Sister Bao, you go first. Dan Tart responded, stifling a laugh at the sight of Jiang Li and the others packed together. With a hum, a brilliant light erupted, blinding them momentarily. As the world spun around them, when Jack and the others reopened their eyes, they found that the scenery had transformed entirely. Here lies a larger encampment, adorned with meticulously maintained gardens within its courtyard. The cobblestone paths, flower beds, and fountains add a touch of elegance, and 2 arrow towers can be glimpsed beside the enclosing walls. Jiang Li stepped out of the teleportation array, greeted warmly by N.I.Ku, who had hurried over upon hearing the commotion. Li, you have finally returned. However, she soon noticed an array of unfamiliar faces, her steps faltering. These are some new friends who may be staying with us for a while. Jiang Li explained to N.I.Ku. At this, N.I.Ku nodded obediently, yet her gaze remained fixated on Jiang Li. Instead of hastening indoors, she made her way directly to the entrance of the encampment, standing on a broad expanse of open ground outside the walls. The 4 companions, Jack included, trailed behind her slowly. The extensive farmland that had once bordered the walls had been largely tended to by Joseph and his companions, who had uprooted all the frostbitten wheat and planted various vegetable seeds provided by Jiang Li, including potatoes, lettuce, bok choy, and carrots, each neatly separated. However, Joseph and his companions had since vanished, likely retreating to the mine as dusk approached. Chapter 143. The embryo of a community with a thought. A card radiating a golden glow materialized in Jiang Li's hand. Item: Encampment Expansion Order. Effect: Upon use, it expands the current encampment's authority range outward. The expanded area will enjoy all encampment buffs, temperature regulation, defense, system construction permissions. Current expandable range, additional 20 meters. This card had been extorted from the ill-fated vice leader of the Temple Guild. At the time, Jiang Li had deemed the encampment sufficiently spacious and had not utilized it, subsequently forgetting about it amidst the snowstorm. However, it now seemed prudent to extend the walls outward to accommodate the growing population and provide housing. It was not ideal for Joseph and his 2 nephews to remain in the mine indefinitely. They would soon resemble cavemen. After all, Joseph and his companions were diligent workers who had assisted Jiang Li considerably. She decided to use it. The card in her hand transformed into countless golden flecks that dissipated into the air. Unlike the previous encampment upgrade, this time there was no significant commotion, as it merely expanded the authority range. Jiang Li accessed the system interface to inspect the changes. It turned out that the heating area of the altar had only extended 10 meters beyond the walls, but with the new expansion of 20 meters, the system's construction permissions had also been correspondingly broadened. This indicated that her capability to construct buildings using the system had expanded further. In system construction mode, Jiang Li's perspective morphed into a vast 3D grid layout. Current encampment level, LV5. Number of system houses available for construction, 26. Remaining quota, 4. As the heating range increased, the snow that had accumulated around the farmland began to melt gradually, revealing the ground beneath and forming a perfect residential area. Joseph and his two nephews could share one room, while Jack and his companions could occupy 2 per building. As for the remaining structure, it could be constructed as a reserve, as there was no shortage of wood and stone. Building such houses would require minimal materials. Jiang Li pondered for a moment and then selected the option of Build House on the construction panel. Basic wooden house. LV1, a rudimentary triangular wooden shed, merely capable of providing shelter from the wind and rain. Consumption, wood X10. Intermediate wooden house. LV2, a standard rectangular wooden house with windows. Consumption, wood X50, stone X20. Advanced comfortable cottage. LV3, a 45 square meter exquisite wooden and stone structure, featuring a fireplace and a bathroom. Consumption, wood X200, stone X100, coal X10, iron ingot X10. To construct a house, one must first build a level 1 house and gradually upgrade it. Let us max it out. With a grand gesture, Jiang Li decisively pressed the buttons for construction and continuous upgrading. Confirm construction, X4. Confirm upgrade to LV3. In the next instant, four dazzling beams of white light shot up into the sky from the previously empty snowy expanse. Countless wooden planks, stones, and iron nails seemed to be infused with life, rapidly spinning, assembling, and interlocking within the columns of light. There was no need for a protracted wait. Just a few minutes later, as the white light dissipated, 4 exquisite cottages stood neatly arranged in the clearing. The deep brown log walls, gray slate roofs, bright floor-to-ceiling glass windows, and the stone chimneys emitting wisps of smoke created a charming scene. Each cottage was thoughtfully adorned with a small entrance garden fence, albeit devoid of flowers for the time being. Behind Jiang Li, Jack and the others were left speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment. Simultaneously, Joseph and his companions, drawn by the commotion, rushed over from the mine, fearing some incident had occurred, wielding their mining pickaxes. Upon realizing it was Jiang Li, they felt reassured, yet were left bewildered by the sudden appearance of this cluster of houses at the camp's entrance. Sir? Joseph rubbed his eyes, suspecting that fatigue from the day's labor had led to some form of hallucination. Where did these houses come from? Just earlier in the afternoon, this area was a mere snowy expanse, and now, in the blink of an eye, several houses had materialized. However, recalling Jiang Li's identity as a magician, the three gradually found solace in the situation. Joseph, you've arrived just in time. Jiang Li indicated one of the houses. You, Rod, and Jeff can choose any house you like. No need to stay in the mine anymore. It's much warmer here. For us. Joseph and his two nephews were deeply moved. Stop standing there like fools, Jiang Li chuckled. The houses are empty, containing only basic furnishings. Go ahead and tidy up a bit, and move your essentials from the mine. Nico, you should help them move their belongings as well. Try to settle them in before it gets completely dark. For the next half hour, a bustling moving scene unfolded outside Jiang Li's camp. Nico, transformed into a giant bear, scurried about in the snow, energetically carrying large boxes, assisting in transporting bedding and kitchenware. Meanwhile, Jiang Li delved into her advanced tool room. The houses produced by the system contained only basic furnishings. However, she had an abundance of fundamental blueprints, so she decided to prepare everything for several people at once, seamlessly transitioning into a streamlined production mode. Crafting, comfortable rocking chair, superior. Crafting, solid wood wardrobe, superior. Crafting, long dining table for multiple users, superior. The sounds of electric saws and hammers filled the air. Before long, sets of furniture, exuding the fragrant aroma of freshly cut wood, were packed into Jiang Li's backpack. When pineapple beer and egg tart emerged from the teleportation array, they were greeted by a heartwarming scene. The once barren snowfield had transformed into a cozy little community. 4 quaint cottages were arranged with charm. Warm yellow lights spilling from their windows, illuminating the pristine snow. Joseph was directing his two nephews to position the newly crafted furniture appropriately. Hey, Jeff, be careful. Don't bump our new furniture, Joseph called out, his face unable to conceal the joy that radiated from within, rendering him rosy-cheeked against the cold wind. Here are some blankets for you. You're in merely temporary residence, so I won't complicate things too much. It won't be too cold in this area anyway. Additionally, you 4 can choose 2 houses to stay in tonight. The brewer, Tom, pointed towards the houses on the right, his voice trembling with excitement. Do we get one too? Of course. Otherwise, where would you stay tonight? Jiang Li replied. As the group finished their tasks, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Yet within the warmth of the altar, it didn't feel particularly cold. Though Joseph and old Jack hailed from the same world, they had never crossed paths until now. In the excitement of acquiring new homes and the joy of survival, they quickly became acquainted. Oh, you're from the High Court area? Joseph remarked nostalgically, holding his glass. I visited once in my youth. The flower fields there are truly breathtaking. Indeed. By the way, doesn't the High Court have a renowned winery? Jack chimed in. We came here to deliver supplies to that winery. Is that true? Have you found the way to the city? Jack shook his head. A snowstorm appeared out of nowhere a few days ago, and we lost our bearings, failing to spot any familiar landmarks. Well, Joseph's eyes, which had just ignited with hope, dimmed once more. We experienced something similar. After a heavy snowfall, both the town and its inhabitants vanished. Chapter 144, Bonfire Party. As they chatted, someone proposed the idea of hosting a bonfire party. Without hesitation, A massive bonfire was quickly erected in the open space between the 4 cottages. Everyone gathered around the fire, chatting and enjoying themselves as the flames danced upward, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The king of egg tarts retrieved the oak wine barrel he had previously stored in his backpack, along with an assortment of delightful pastries he had prepared earlier. Come on, don't be shy. Under the warm and enthusiastic welcome of the egg tart, everyone accepted the snacks, sipped on the wine, and even began to sing local folk songs, though Zhang Li and a few others struggled to comprehend the lyrics. The atmosphere was instantly enlivened, and identities were cast aside as everyone joined hands and danced together. Even Pineapple Beer, who typically refrained from such activities and only displayed a cheerful demeanor in front of familiar faces like Zhang Li and the Egg Tart King, surprisingly hummed along with the crowd. As the bonfire party neared its conclusion, the group settled around the flickering flames, and the once pitch-black night thickened into an even deeper darkness. Suddenly, a chilling howl echoed from the distant snowfield, piercing through the night. This was followed by another, and then a third, countless eerie growls reverberating in the areas unprotected by the camp's warmth. In this world, night belonged to the monsters. What is that? Jack, who had been absorbed in the joyous atmosphere, was the first to sense something amiss, his instincts as a former guard kicking in as he sprang to alertness. Gripping the iron sword at his side, he turned his grave expression towards the shadows. What is that sound? Anna and Lily, hearing his alarm, also gazed into the darkness, where numerous silhouettes emerged, accompanied by beastly roars. However, before Jack could draw his sword and prepare for vigilance, a hand suddenly clapped on his shoulder. Don't be alarmed, my friend, Joseph said, holding a glass of wine in one hand while calmly pressing Jack back into his seat. Those are just ghouls. They wander about at night. Nothing to worry about. We're used to it. Wander. Jack's eyes widened as he looked at Joseph's composed face. Those are man-eating monsters. Judging by the sound, there must be hundreds out there. We don't even have a wall for protection. Joseph took a bite of bread, mumbling through a mouthful. As long as the adults are here, you needn't fret so much. Jack stared incredulously at the others. Across from him, the Egg Tart King was engrossed in a tablet with Nico, while Pineapple Beer quietly shared a drink with Zhang Li. Even Joseph's 2 nephews, appearing no older than 17 or 18, remained remarkably calm. Was he the only one filled with dread? Jack's gaze shifted to Zhang Li, who sat serenely on the ground, seeking confirmation in her eyes. It is indeed rather noisy, Zhang Li finally spoke, a slight frown creasing her brow as she set down her wine glass and peered into the darkness outside. Although the ghouls were unlikely to enter the camp due to the altar's burning effect, the sight of the densely packed ghouls in the dark was undeniably disruptive to the ambience. Having reached level 20, the experience gained from slaying these ghouls was negligible, and the chances of obtaining useful items had diminished greatly. Zhang Li was disinclined to waste time and energy dealing with them. Ghouls won't easily breach our camp's perimeter. Just stay alert. Nonetheless, another brewer, Lily, felt uncertain and wished to say more. After all, the sounds of those ghouls were truly chilling. It was the first encounter with such a malevolent creature for Jack and his companions, leaving their psychological defenses quite fragile. Unlike the Joseph family, who had long grown accustomed to the ghouls, they had developed an unwavering trust in Zhang Li during this time. As long as Zhang Li remained composed, they would too. All right, to ensure you all have a peaceful night's rest, Zhang Li said with a resigned shake of her head, then raised her hand, lightly tapping the void with her fingertip. The system panel unfolded. Construction mode activated. Indeed, the isolation of these houses offered little sense of security. Zhang Li selected stone wall from the defensive structures category in the system panel. Enclosing the area, she traced a rectangle in the air, centered around the 4 newly built cottages. Construct. With a thunderous rumble, golden light once again illuminated the night. As Jack and the others gazed in astonishment, a towering gray stone wall rose abruptly from the ground, reaching over 2 meters high. Not merely a wall, Zhang Li also effortlessly adorned the top with iron spikes akin to those in her courtyard, shimmering ominously under the moonlight. A heavy iron gate automatically materialized at the entrance of the enclosure. A profound silence fell over the scene, broken only by the crackling of the campfire. Jack gaped, staring at the suddenly manifested high wall, then glanced at Zhang Li, who wore an air of nonchalance, gradually understanding the depth of trust Joseph and his companions placed in her. Could it be that this sorceress's powers were boundless? With a mere wave of her hand, any structure could materialize out of thin air. Now that the wall is erected, you should feel considerably safer. If you find anything lacking, you may ask Joseph. He should have what you need. The sky is darkening, so I suggest you all rest early. With that, Zhang Li yawned, exchanged farewells with Jack and the others, and, accompanied by Pineapple Beer and Egg Tarts, turned to head towards the courtyard. Nico trailed behind with the little griffin, leaving Jack and his companions standing there in a daze. Jack, don't feel so constrained. These 3 sorcerers are quite easy to get along with, Joseph said with a smile. Have you been here long? Jack finally turned to inquire. We have been here since the town and everyone vanished. We were rescued and taken in by the sorceress after she saved us from the clutches of a massive bear. We merely assist her with minor tasks, and she handles the rest. Is that so? Jack pondered thoughtfully, glancing in the direction Zhang Li had departed. The next morning dawned clear and bright, the first day of sunshine following the heavy snowstorm. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, spilling onto the bed as Zhang Li stretched and emerged from the soft, plush blanket. It felt delightful. Without the howling of the blizzard, the world seemed eerily tranquil. After a day spent seizing various resource points and returning to construct new buildings, she felt a considerable drain on her energy, making her sleep particularly restful. Upon rising, Zhang Li first checked on the resource points she had claimed the previous day, Fortunately, no other guilds had attempted to seize them, perhaps due to their remote location. As for the camp across the ravine, where the northern wind resided, he had never been to this place, and Zhongli was too apathetic to venture there. It was best for both to refrain from interference unless absolutely necessary. After completing his morning routine, he descended to the dining area where Nico had already warmed up breakfast. Chapter 145. The Struggle for Resources. Day 2. The meal consisted of fried eggs, bacon, hot milk, and blueberry pancakes. Nico was still unfamiliar with cooking. Thus the pancakes were merely pre-prepared egg tarts that she heated up in the morning. "Lee, good morning," Nico exclaimed as she brought a large platter of pancakes to the table. The uncles were in the yard, attempting to locate Lee. Nico informed them that Lee was still asleep, but they disregarded her words. "It's all right, Nico, you're doing wonderfully," Zhongli remarked as he approached the window to gaze outside. He observed Jack and Tom gesturing towards the eastern sun, seemingly trying to discern their direction. While in the distance, Anna and Lily assisted Joseph in organizing the belongings they had moved. It appeared that a restful night had rejuvenated their spirits considerably. Zhongli picked up a pancake in one hand and a glass of milk in the other, stepping outside to inquire, "Jack, Tom, how did you sleep? Have you had breakfast?" "Thanks to the adults, we slept quite well. As for breakfast, we had it with Joseph and the others." Jack and the brewer Tom quickly ceased their conversation and bowed their heads in greeting upon Zhongli's arrival. "There is no need for such formality. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Zhongli asked, noting that despite their rejuvenation, they still bore furrowed brows. "Lord Zhongli," Jack said respectfully, bowing once more without any preamble, "I wish to take Tom out to search for a route. I believe we must find a way to deliver the goods. I know this may seem foolish, and I am aware of the dangers outside, but as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I cannot give up." A flicker of fear crossed Jack's eyes as he continued, "If we fail to return the goods within the stipulated time, the Lord will surely be furious. And then my family," he made a gesture across his throat. "In this feudal world, the spirit of contracts is often upheld by blood." Zhongli understood their sentiments perfectly. They were different from Joseph and his group, who had witnessed the town's demise and had wandered for a long time, almost entirely relinquishing hope for survival. However, Jack and his companions had merely lost their way in the storm, always holding on to a sliver of hope, believing they had simply strayed off the path, especially since Jack had a wife and children awaiting him. Such hope is the most resilient of all. "It's all right, I understand your predicament," Zhongli's tone softened. "Since you wish to go, I won't hinder you, but do exercise caution." "Really?" Jack looked up, astonished. "Indeed," Zhongli replied, shifting his tone. "However, as you have observed, the monsters appear in the snowfields at night, making long treks quite perilous. I will grant you 3 days, if you truly find the way back. I will be delighted for you to reunite with your families. If not, the gates here will always remain open for you. However, you must be self-reliant, just like Joseph. I provide you with the conditions to be self-sufficient." Jack was filled with gratitude towards Zhongli, for such a humble mage was unheard of by him. "This is only natural, my lord. I am particularly grateful to you. If you truly manage to deliver the goods, I, Jack, shall certainly return to repay your kindness." "It is of no concern," Zhongli waved his hand and inquired, "What are your plans now?" Jack promptly replied, "Tom and I shall travel light, riding 2 horses to explore the vicinity, hoping to find familiar landmarks or towns. Might I trouble you, my lord, to provide shelter for Anna and Lily for a few more days and to safeguard this batch of goods? If we find the way, we shall return promptly to fetch them. However, if we do not return within 3 days," Jack's voice trailed off, "then this batch of goods, along with the brewer named Lily, shall be entrusted entirely to you, my lord. Their brewing skills are exceptional, and with the right materials, they will surely repay your kindness." Zhongli discerned Jack's underlying meaning. More so, it was a reluctance to accept the reality of everything that had vanished, an attempt to find closure. Zhongli observed him quietly before nodding. "If you are to go, then prepare adequately for the journey. Tom will accompany you, correct?" "Very well. After breakfast, let us tidy up. We shall escort you back to the camp from yesterday." 10 minutes later, Zhongli transported Jack and Tom back to the camp of the Pie King. The 2 carts laden with barrels of wine stood quietly beside the teleportation array. "So early, Miss Fort, what is this?" Pie King, who was also having breakfast, emerged upon hearing the commotion. "They wish to venture out to see if they can find a familiar route," Zhongli explained. Jack and Tom promptly greeted the Pie King with a bow. They skillfully unhitched the horses from the carts and fed them some prepared flatbreads. "It turns out these horses prefer this. I fed them something else last night, and they wouldn't touch it," Pie King remarked. "Perhaps these horses are simply not destined for it," Zhongli replied, retrieving a bundle of items from his backpack and tossing them to Jack and Tom. "Take this." Jack fumbled to catch it. It contained some hard items and 2 unlit torches. "These are compressed biscuits and chocolate," Zhongli indicated the bricks. "Do not underestimate their hardness. A small piece can stave off hunger for a long time and quickly restore energy. They are high in calories. Do not be frugal. Eat whenever you feel hungry." And this, Zhongli pointed to the 2 torches. Basic exploration torch. Effect. When lit, it can dispel low-level magical beasts and raise the surrounding temperature. Light it, and it will keep common wild beasts at bay. After expressing their heartfelt thanks, the 2 horses neighed and set off with Jack and Tom into the vast expanse of the snowy wilderness. Watching their departing figures, Pie King asked with concern, "Miss Fort, do you think they will find their way?" "They will not," Zhongli shook his head. "Their world seems to exist in a parallel dimension to this snowy expanse. Yet, unless they venture forth, they will never find closure." Upon returning to the main lodge of the camp, Zhongli brewed a cup of steaming tea and leisurely opened the chat channel of the Hope Guild. Unlike the tumultuous and sorrowful atmosphere of the World Channel, the ambience here was remarkably harmonious. Tomato sauce. Haha, brothers and sisters. I did it. I have captured 4 lumber points. The hot pot ingredient package from the president has arrived. I've also earned 600 contribution points. Dining table. Only 600? I've already got 700. Lone Wolf. Hey, dining table. Isn't it time for you to distribute a red envelope? Dining table. No way, Wolf. You must be quietly raking in profits again. Why do you keep asking me to send red envelopes every day? But I suppose I will send one. How generous. Group chat red envelope. Guild contribution points 50. Boss is generous. X10. Order card. None of you has secretly swapped for orange gear, right? Knife and fork. How could that be? Everyone is quite diligent. Heisenberg. Knife and fork is the worst. Telling everyone not to be competitive, while just today, he told me he has covered dozens of kilometers, claiming all nearby resource points. Knife and fork. Oh, you traitor. Heisenberg. You betrayed me first. Haha. Chapter 146. Guild Brawl. Jiangli did not engage much in their conversation, though Egg Tart relished the lively chatter. Sipping his tea, he observed the continuously fluctuating resource data on the guild's backend. Yesterday's guild total revenue. Lumber, 2,400, stone, 1,500, ice crystal fruit, 300, iron ore, 500. Although these resources were insignificant to the prosperous Jiangli, they still represented a considerable yield for the guild members. Thus, he decided to open the guild announcement board and send out a message to all members. Spicy chicken leg burger. Everyone has worked hard. If you need any materials or items, please leave a message below the announcement board. If available, the guild will promptly update the supply. Everyone was doing splendidly, and Jiangli intended to encourage them with this approach. Afterward, he stretched lazily, planning to step outside for a stroll. The Joseph family had long been busy. As soon as he exited the camp gate, he noticed them toiling by the courtyard wall, with Lily and Anna following closely, somewhat shyly. However, it seemed Joseph had informed them that diligence was all that was required in Jiangli's camp. So they were all engaged in work. Hey, Jeff, hold that pickaxe properly. Don't dawdle, Joseph commanded, carrying 2 enormous canvas bags while directing his 2 nephews toward the mine. Jiangli's benevolence had not fostered a sense of entitlement. Rather, it had instilled a greater eagerness in them, driven by the desire not to let Jiangli down. In gratitude for Jiangli's recognition of their potential, their fervor for mining coal would bring tears to the eyes of any capitalist. Jiangli had not personally mined coal in recent days, delegating most of the tasks to Joseph and his companions. Upon completion of the mining process, they typically store the coal in large, semi-open wooden boxes at the entrance of the mine, awaiting the opportune moment when Jiangli can conveniently pass by to collect it into her backpack. Although the efficiency of Joseph and his companions is not on par with her own efforts, it alleviates her from the burden of concern. Moreover, the daily output of coal certainly exceeds the consumption rate at present, and a gradual increase each day suffices. The weather today is quite pleasant. Jiangli cast a glance at the snowmobile key nestled within her backpack, which indicates the vehicle's current attributes, revealing that the fuel gauge stands at 1/4, roughly equating to 30 kilometers of range. Apart from the single canister of fuel she had scavenged from a member of the War Wolf Guild during her escapade, her reserves have dwindled, and she has yet to discover any other sources of oil. Perhaps she should consider today a leisurely stroll. The next time she encounters members of the War Wolf Guild, she ought to thoroughly inspect their supplies. Thus, she dismissed the notion of riding the snowmobile. After all, the nearby low-level resource points are not far, serving as an excellent form of aerobic exercise. It appears that Pineapple Beer has busied herself with personal matters, while the Egg Tart King has taken Nico to the subspace, claiming to tend to the trees there with fertilizer. Everyone seems quite occupied, prompting Jiangli to organize her gear before venturing out of the camp alone. In stark contrast to the tranquil existence Jiangli experiences, the third day following the activation of the resource point map has witnessed considerable activity in other areas of the server. After wandering for half the morning and casually claiming several inconsequential resource points, she found herself growing somewhat bored. As she leisurely ambled through the snow, she opened the guild's chat channel. Tomato sauce. Coordinates 124, 567. Don't bother with that small wood resource point. I just occupied it for 4 hours. Barely settled in before a team from the Blazing Alliance guild snatched it away. Several of them even wielded archers. Everyone, be cautious not to be ambushed. A level 2 resource point isn't worth it. Knife and fork. I encountered them too. Those individuals are insufferable if they can't win. They call for reinforcements. I'll do the same. Napkin, are you near the camp? It seems you're the closest. I request your support. Napkin, coming. I just stepped out to clear some task beasts. I'll be there shortly. Lone Wolf, does anyone have bandages or basic healing potions? I sustained some wounds earlier and am currently bleeding. I urgently need assistance. Transparent, I have some. I possess antiseptic alcohol and bandages, both with special effects. They might sting a bit, but they heal quickly. I'll trade them to you. Lone Wolf, woe is me. Transparent, you are my savior. I'll repay you later. Little TV, why do you keep saying later? Who doesn't he know you? Lone Wolf is the stingiest of all. Lone Wolf, let me bandage up first. TV, stop unfairly accusing me. I am a good person. Observing the constantly refreshing messages on the screen, Jiangli felt no annoyance. Rather, she found it quite amusing. This is the essence of a guild. While these low-level resource points yield minimal output and frequently change hands due to fierce competition, they present an excellent opportunity for honing the combat skills of guild members and nurturing their bonds. It seems that everyone is managing well. However, suddenly, a new message popped up. Breaking Bad. Oh, it infuriates me. Are those mafia folks completely out of their minds? Breaking Bad? Jiangli immediately focused, recalling their previous encounters, especially fighting side by side in the Warcraft forest. Cutlery. What happened, Breaking Bad? Were you bullied? Breaking Bad. Bullying isn't quite accurate. It's just utterly disgusting. I discovered a high-level herbal resource point 6 kilometers west of the camp. Breaking Bad. After a grueling effort to defeat the guarding monsters with potions, I had barely occupied the spot for a few hours when I went back to brew some potions. To my dismay, the Mafia seized it. Menu, no way. They snatched it. This is intolerable. Table and chairs. What is the situation? Do you need assistance? Breaking Bad was well regarded for using professional skills to benefit the group or engage in abstract discussions, which garnered him a fair amount of admiration. The moment he spoke, many chimed in. Breaking Bad. Let us forget it. My location is rather remote, and it seems no one is near my camp. Breaking Bad. If it were merely snatching, I could accept it, but the key issue is their sheer annoyance. I attempted to launch assaults several times. Although I used poison and had slightly superior equipment, I didn't suffer much loss. Yet, they seem to have a mage with poison-resistant skills, rendering my potions ineffective against them. Breaking Bad. Thus, I can only endure their constant taunts. Engaging them directly is risky due to their numbers. Cutlery. Poison resistance? If all else fails, douse them with some fertilizer. I refuse to believe they can withstand that. Menu. What damage does fertilizer do? Even if you throw it. We can't breach their defenses, can we? Cutlery. You see, even if we can't penetrate, it would still irritate them. Who told them to upset Breaking Bad? Dining table. The real issue is where to find fertilizer. I hope your restroom hasn't remained unrenovated. Chapter 147. Draw your sword upon reading this. Zhang Li fell into contemplation. This was not merely about the bullying of guild members. It was also a matter of the guild's prestige. Moreover, every resource point's yield would automatically contribute 30 to the guild's treasury. Since I have nothing pressing today, I might as well stretch my limbs and let them realize that although our guild is low-key, we are not to be trifled with. As Zhang Li made his way back, he tapped a few keys on his keyboard. Spicy chicken leg burger, report coordinates. Just 3 terse words. Yet, the previously bustling guild channel fell silent for a moment amidst the chatter about retaliatory strategies. Then, a fervent cheer erupted. Ketchup, the president has spoken. Is the president taking action? Cutlery, front row selling sunflower seeds and benches. The moment Burger speaks, I know those mafia folks are in for trouble. Sunflower seeds, benches, what do you mean? Are you selling us? Breaking Bad. Burger. The coordinates are 3,345, 1258, directly west of my camp. I'm here right now. Spicy chicken leg burger, wait. With that, Zhang Li donned his snowboard and began racing back to the camp. 5 minutes later, he successfully returned to the camp. First, I greeted Nico and the Treant who were busy in the yard. Then I proceeded directly to the intermediate teleportation array. Coordinates 3,345, 1258, teleportation initiated. Approaching the console, I entered the coordinates provided by the deadly poison master. Since it was the Mafia, I was eager to discover the extent of their darkness. Buzz. A radiant light illuminated the space, and I vanished in an instant. When I reappeared, the surroundings had undergone a dramatic transformation, and I found myself in a depression. Sparse, stunted shrubs surrounded me, their leaves entirely stripped away. At the heart of the depression lay a small swamp. Miss Fortress, long time no see. A voice called out from beside me, and upon turning, I saw the bespectacled deadly poison master. Indeed, it has been a while, I replied with a smile. However, this was not the time for nostalgia, so I got straight to the point. Where's the resource point? Over there. The deadly poison master gestured towards a stone platform in the center of the swamp. The only solid footing and the location of the core crystal. The 4 members of the Mafia were stationed above, possessing a significant positional advantage. I followed his direction and confirmed the site. On the elevated platform, a flag emblazoned with a black handprint fluttered, the emblem of the Mafia. 3 survivors clad in black leather armor were seated, smoking and playing cards, while another stood guard nearby. My attention fixated on the sentinel, a slender man wielding a blue crossbow. According to the deadly poison master, these individuals were relatively low level, around level 15, and their equipment was inferior to mine, instilling in me an unwavering confidence to confront them. The crossbow appears to have a repelling effect, the deadly poison master remarked. This swamp is entirely muddy. I can withstand it with my large shield, but I cannot venture far without being pushed back. It's a hassle to toss a few potions in, especially with their poison resistance. This 20-meter swamp is quite vexing. Understood, I nodded, refraining from rushing out. Instead, I retrieved a lollipop from my backpack and offered one to the deadly poison master as well. Unwrapping the candy, she popped it into her mouth and mumbled. Prepare your potions. If there are any stragglers, it's your responsibility to handle them. I will go ahead. Huh. Miss Fortress, it's very difficult to traverse this swamp. The deadly poison master cautioned as I seemed intent on entering directly. Don't worry, I have it under control. Meanwhile, atop the platform, one of the subordinates remarked, Boss. It seems the Hope Guild member has run off. They haven't returned for quite some time. Another, shuffling cards, scoffed. What can they do? They can't approach. With Alan around, their potions are of little use. Ignore them. We can linger here for a few days, and then we shall extract all the resources from this point. This will yield a substantial contribution point income. Will their guild send reinforcements? There is no need to fear being sent over. I glanced at the situation, and it appears that the Hope Guild is languishing at the bottom, with barely 30 members. I suspect that such a guild has yet to unlock even the teleportation array, let alone provide any support. The man, referred to as the boss, casually observed the cards in his hand and declared, Call the landlord. Just as a few were laughing heartily, the stationed archer interjected, Boss, that fellow from the Hope Guild is back, and it seems he has brought along a helper. At the mention, the man known as the boss looked down in confusion and then chuckled. What is there to fear with just one person? I can shoot alongside you. After saying this, he arrogantly shouted towards Jiang Li, "What's the matter? Have you brought a helper? I advise you not to seek your own misfortune. We already said you cannot come here, and besides, this is our Black Hand's resource point." However, he was taken aback when the woman across from him showed no intention of responding. Instead, she darted towards the swamp. Her speed was astonishing, leaving him momentarily breathless. "Don't just stare at your pathetic cards. Draw your crossbows. She looks like a tough nut to crack." Jiang Li, with a brilliant flash from her hand, produced a snowboard. "Fire! Fire!" The man shouted continuously, but the arrows struggled to hit Jiang Li, failing to inflict any significant damage even when they grazed her clothing. He began to genuinely panic. After dashing forward, Jiang Li leveraged her momentum to leap onto the snowboard, gliding across the swamp for quite a distance, yet ultimately halted by the mud's grip. Seeing this, the man finally exhaled in relief. As long as her speed was diminished, she would be unable to approach under the relentless barrage in the swamp. Yet, the next moment left him wide-eyed. Jiang Li, with a single foot on the snowboard, launched herself high into the air, but astonishingly, while suspended, she leapt again with the air as her footing. With 2 leaps, she could indeed reach the platform. Yet, Jiang Li's actions did not end there. In midair, she hurled her dual axes towards the individuals on the platform. With full force behind both axes, the man known as the boss sidestepped, inadvertently causing his comrades behind him to suffer. With 2 resounding thuds, the struck individuals collapsed, and Jiang Li had already landed on the platform. With a swift motion, Jiang Li retrieved her axes from the lifeless bodies. The overwhelming aura of power instilling fear in the remaining 2, rendering them unable to laugh, their bodies trembling. The man called the boss, in a state of disarray, rolled on the ground and attempted to raise his crossbow for a counterattack, only to find a glowing purple axe poised at his throat. Chapter 148. The Gale-like crossbow. The leading man felt the chill against his neck and dared not move. Yet the last remaining companion, witnessing this, prepared to act. In response, the other axe from Jiang Li's hand was already sent flying. A flying axe struck his chest, rendering him instantly immobile as he collapsed at the edge of the platform, blood spilling from his lips. The blackened mire bubbled with ominous purple froth. The once arrogant quartet of the Mafia had already seen 3 of their number fall. The lone survivor, their previously composed leader, now dared not glance at Jiang Li beside him, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Let us speak amicably. It's merely a resource point," he pleaded, desperation lacing his words. "Look, we harbor no deep-seated enmity, and we have not harmed you. I can relinquish the resource point to you. Let us coexist peacefully, the Mafia and your guild, without conflict." His incessant entreaties for mercy were aimed at dissuading Jiang Li from further action. Yet, she remained unhurried, silent, which led him to believe she might be genuinely contemplating his words. "Dear lady, consider this. We are all human, and our presence here is arduous. The incident with that bespectacled fellow was merely a misunderstanding. Now, with 3 of my men merely gravely injured, there is no need for such absolute measures." Jiang Li smiled at his words, recognizing the familiar psychology at play. Those who once reveled in tyranny and oppressed the weak quickly transformed into pitiful figures when faced with their own vulnerability. "You make a fair point. They are indeed just gravely wounded and still breathe," she remarked, tilting her head towards the 3 men sprawled nearby, their breath shallow. "If you still have breath left, have you sent a message to your guild leader? Or perhaps summoned reinforcements in the guild channel?" One of the Mafia's subordinates swallowed hard, though he bore severe injuries. He discreetly turned away, frantically tapping on his system panel. "Guild leader, help. Our guild has encountered a formidable adversary. I don't know who they are, but they are extraordinarily strong. We cannot hold this resource point." But before he could finish, Jiang Li's words extinguished his hope. He cursed inwardly. "Why did you bring me into this, brother?" In the next moment, an axe flew through the air, and he felt no pain as he slowly faded away, transforming into a loot box on the ground. This turn of events terrified the remaining men. They had initially believed Jiang Li to be a reasonable interlocutor, only to realize that her mercy was an illusion, leading them to their demise. Before they could fully process their fear, Jiang Li deftly summoned the axe back, dispatching another victim with swift precision, turning warm bodies into cold loot boxes. The leader nearly wet himself, unable to fathom how such a seemingly enchanting young woman could be so ruthless and decisive. The overwhelming pressure she exuded was suffocating. Finally, Jiang Li turned her gaze to the leader she had cornered, perceiving his thoughts. "Are you unaware of my identity? Still hoping for someone to come and rescue you?" she asked, her voice chillingly calm. "No need for vague descriptions. Allow me to clarify. I said to send it. Did you hear me?" She pressed. "Yes, I heard." He stammered, trembling. "The one who will kill you is the president of the Hope Guild. I've sent it," he cried, desperation lacing his voice. "Please, don't kill me. I'm just trying to make a living." "Have you sent it?" Jiang Li nodded with satisfaction, declaring, "Well, your task is complete. Since this is merely a means to earn a living, do take care in your next life not to encroach upon another S-bowl." No sooner had the words left her lips than the icy blade swept across his neck. His face was etched with shock as he frantically attempted to staunch the wound. Yet his efforts proved futile. As blood drained from his body, his consciousness grew increasingly hazy, but Jiang Li displayed not a trace of compassion. The cycle of life and death was upon him. He was not aware of his transgressions, only that he was destined to perish. Previously, Jiang Li had adhered to a principle of modesty, reluctant to draw attention to herself, and thus refrained from disclosing her ID or guild information, opting instead for a swift resolution to conflicts, as revealing herself could render her a target. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. In the midst of a guild competition, As resources were fiercely contested, everyone was showcasing their prowess, and Zhongli felt no trepidation in standing out. She needed to adopt a more assertive stance, revealing her fangs, not only to disabuse other guilds of the notion that her guild was an easy mark, but also to instill confidence in her members, demonstrating that their guild was no lesser than others. At that moment, a figure in the distance finally approached, panting heavily. The master of poison lacked Jiang Li's extraordinary agility. Thus, traversing the muddy terrain required considerable effort. Sister Fortress, are you unharmed? He gasped, climbing onto the platform and surveying the scattered loot, finally exhaling in relief. Sister Fortress remained as reassuring as ever. Upon seeing her friend, Jiang Li's face instantly brightened, reverting to her usual amiable demeanor. Well then, let us see what treasures they left behind. She sheathed her twin axes and gestured to the chests that appeared after the bodies vanished. Sister Fortress, please go ahead. Not at all, let us do it together. Jiang Li first picked up 4 windstorm crossbow arrows from the ground and examined their attributes. Windstorm crossbow, blue. Attributes, attack 4. Constitution 1, special effect. Upon hitting the target, it will inflict a slight repelling effect. The blue quality was average in attributes. Subsequently, Jiang Li began to inspect the fallen chests, initially believing there would be little of value, but the Master of Poison soon exclaimed in excitement. Hey, Sister Fortress. I found a blueprint. He produced a piece of parchment radiating a faint blue glow from the chest, eagerly handing it to Jiang Li. Upon receiving the blueprint, she scrutinized it closely. Blueprint, windstorm crossbow, blue. Type, weapon, crafting materials, iron ingot X5, beast tendon X4, wood X3, beast hide X1. Could it be that they had this weapon's blueprint? How splendid. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with delight. While the attributes of this light crossbow were not particularly impressive, the special effect, its ability to inflict a repelling effect upon attack, was crucial. The earlier adversaries had employed this very crossbow in conjunction with the marshy terrain, thoroughly vexing the Master of Poison. Moreover, the true value of this crossbow lay not in its individual utility, but in its potential for mass production. For individuals must rely on the terrain to achieve effectiveness. However, if dozens or even hundreds were to wield this weapon, the suppression it could impose would be truly terrifying. Indigenous people like Joseph cannot gain the benefits of the equipment's attributes, yet they can still utilize such special effects. If Jiang Li were to assemble a team of indigenous fighters, this light crossbow would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Imagine if hundreds of light crossbows were to fire simultaneously. Who could dare approach their encampment? The scene would be nothing short of breathtaking. Jiang Li promptly stowed the blueprints into his backpack. Poison Master, please hand me that blueprint. It will be quite useful. Chapter 149. Departed friends. The Poison Master had no objections, especially since he had no use for such blueprints. In truth, for ordinary survivors, the blueprint was akin to a hot potato, being essential for crafting equipment and capable of being reproduced. However, they lacked a substantial reserve of materials and could not manufacture in bulk, leaving them with no choice but to trade it away. Jiang Li glanced at the other items within the chest. Besides the blueprint, there were some basic supplies, several intermediate healing potions, and an assortment of miscellaneous materials. Notably, he discovered a crystal, a consumable item that provided a temporary resistance to poison within a small radius. Upon seeing the crystal, the Poison Master's eyes gleamed, but recognizing its rarity, he hesitated to voice his desire. You can take this crystal, along with these materials and coins, Jiang Li offered. Sensing the Poison Master's subtle longing as he nudged the remaining items toward him, the Poison Master felt somewhat embarrassed, for throughout the encounter, it had been Jiang Li who dealt the damage, while he arrived only after Jiang Li had already dispatched their foes. Take it, Jiang Li said nonchalantly, sitting at the edge of the platform with his long legs dangling freely. I can see you truly desire this crystal. It holds little value for me, and I am not in need of the other materials. Besides, we are in the same guild, not outsiders. Your strength reflects on my own. Hearing these words warmed the Poison Master's heart. He set aside his pretensions, gathered the items, and settled down beside Jiang Li. At that moment, the resource crystal pillar in the center of the platform was pulsating with a white light. High-level resource point under occupation, formerly held by Guild, Black Hand. Remaining time, 014532. Since this location had previously been occupied by the Black Hand, the guild seeking to take control would require nearly 2 hours for the transition. With no pressing matters at hand, Jiang Li decided to linger for a while, not only to ensure the resource point remained secured, but also to prevent a potential counterattack from the Black Hand. However, Jiang Li doubted they possessed the audacity to do so. A gust from the swamp carried a pungent breeze, causing Jiang Li's hair to flutter slightly. Poison Master. He suddenly broke the silence. Yes, since our return from the Beast Forest instance, I have not had the chance to ask you about your university classmate. Was her name Xiaoxue? Have you managed to get in touch with her since we exited the instance? Upon hearing that name, the once busy Heisenberg abruptly froze, his excitement ebbing away like the retreating tide, replaced by a shadow of melancholy. She did not emerge. Heisenberg lowered his head, his voice gravelly as he confessed to harboring a flicker of hope that perhaps, after leaving the instance, she might have made her way to the snowy expanse. Yet, upon my exit, I sought out Daxian immediately. Her icon had faded, and she had fallen silent. Heisenberg inhaled deeply, seemingly reluctant to revisit that haunting memory. It was truly a mere fraction away. I stood there, helplessly watching her transform into a cold, lifeless body before vanishing from my sight. Jiang Li remained silent. This is the most brutal aspect of survival games. The system does not grant clemency for your poignant tales. Death is the norm here. I regret what happened to her, but we all did our utmost. Jiang Li reached out, gently patting Heisenberg's shoulder. Beyond that, She found herself at a loss for comforting words. It's all right. It's all in the past, and I am immensely grateful to Sister Bao, Heisenberg said, wiping his face and forcing a smile. At least we all survived. I will carry on in honor of Xiaoshui. The atmosphere felt somewhat off, and having mentioned Daxian, Zhongli decided to shift the conversation, inquiring, how is Daxian doing now? Although they were not in the same guild, Daxian had left a favorable impression on Zhongli. He was a responsible and emotionally attuned gentleman. I believe he joined a guild called Dawn. They're currently ranked 7th, which is quite commendable, Heisenberg replied, nodding. Yes, he is now an elite there. That guild isn't large, and the guild leader is also quite a principled fellow, Heisenberg continued. Daxian, with his amiable nature and integrity, is faring well there. As he spoke, Heisenberg glanced at Zhongli, hesitating as if he had more to say. What is on your mind? Speak freely, Zhongli encouraged. Actually, when the guild was first established, I did inquire if he would consider joining us. Heisenberg scratched his head, recalling their shared history as old teammates who had fought side by side. He declined? Zhongli was not surprised. Indeed, Heisenberg sighed. He mentioned that his current guild treats him well, and you know how he is, upright and loyal. He feels that switching guilds now would be an act of ingratitude. However, a smile crept onto Heisenberg's face. Though he hasn't come over, his heart still leans toward us. He prioritizes trading any good items with us. And the prices are rather fair. Furthermore, during the recent turmoil with the Golden Rose Guild, I helped him make a tidy profit. Listening to Heisenberg's ramblings, Zhongli found her lips curving upward imperceptibly. That is wonderful. She gazed at the bubbles occasionally surfacing in the distant marsh. Everyone has their own choices. It's all the same wherever they are. If he had jumped ship without hesitation, it wouldn't have felt like him at all. Exactly, Heisenberg chuckled. In fact, since we left the Warcraft forest, he has been quite eager to seek you out. However, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Thinking he had not been of assistance previously and now felt awkward about seeking help, Zhongli playfully scolded him, questioning the significance of such feelings of embarrassment. After all, they were comrades who had survived together through the dark mist. When you see him, please convey my message. I hope the doors of our guild are always open to friends, even if he does not wish to join us. Should he encounter any troubles in the future, he can reach out to us. He need not endure alone, if he wishes to add me as a friend. I am not one to maintain an aloof demeanor. The Master of Poison nodded earnestly. Rest assured, guild leader, I will certainly convey your words. He then added with a smile, Sister Bao, you seem somewhat cold to others during battles. Is that so? No wonder I noticed that after emerging from the dungeon. No one approached me for conversation. The two sat atop the high platform, engaging in casual conversation, reminiscing about past dungeons, discussing the current guild affairs, lamenting the cursed world, and remembering those who had passed. Time slipped by, minute by minute. Finally, a notification rang out. Ding. Resource point successfully occupied. This resource point now belongs to the Hope Guild. Upon hearing this sound, Zhongli brushed off the dust from her hands and stood up at the edge of the platform. All right, this place is now ours. She sighed in relief and turned to the Master of Poison, noting that the Mafia would likely refrain from causing trouble for the time being, as they were preoccupied with seizing resource points and probably could not spare any personnel. Sister Bao, I cannot thank you enough. Zhongli waved her hand dismissively, smiling nonchalantly. What else with the formalities? Besides, even though I do not often appear in public as the guild leader, I cannot simply hide away while our resource points are under threat, can I? It's a matter of setting an example, with the regional mergers happening outside. If we do not show our strength, others may perceive the Hope Guild as easy prey. They exchanged a few more words atop the high platform. With matters resolved, Zhongli glanced at the system clock and realized it was nearly noon. It's about time. I must return. She picked up her snowboard and set it beneath her feet once more. Hey, Sister Bao. The Master of Poison called out, pointing towards a nearby hill. My camp is just beyond that ridge, a mere few steps away. Since you're here, why not come and visit my camp? I just upgraded the fireplace a few days ago, and I have some exquisite floral tea stored there. Despite the warm invitation from the Master of Poison, Zhongli politely declined. Perhaps another day. I'd love to taste your floral tea then. She indicated her snowboard with a hint of reluctance. I must hurry to the coordinates where I teleported in. There's a disposable teleport anchor there, and if I miss it, returning will be quite troublesome. Upon hearing this, the Master of Poison understood and did not press further, recognizing that traversing without using the teleportation array was no trivial matter. It not only involved a long journey, but also posed potential dangers along the way. Very well, let us focus on the task at hand. The Master of Poison nodded and subsequently retrieved several exquisite glass vials from his spatial backpack. Within these vials resided a viscous crimson liquid, distinct from the commonplace primary healing potions found in the market. These particular potions boasted an exceptionally pure hue and emanated a faint, ethereal red glow. Sister, wait a moment. Take this, he insisted, forcibly placing the vials into Zhongli's hands. Zhongli cast a glance downward, and a series of system prompts appeared before her. Advanced Life Potion. Effect. Upon consumption, restores a substantial amount of vitality, not exceeding current life limits. Injuries and ailments may diminish life limits. Simultaneously eliminates most negative statuses, including but not limited to bleeding, poisoning, and frostbite. Her eyes brightened slightly. The properties of these potions surpassed those of the typical, primary recovery potions found in the market by several tiers. Currently, in the trading channel, even a single primary potion capable of instantly restoring 200 health points was fetching exorbitant prices. The Master of Poison, however, presented her with several vials of purple, high-grade elixirs. A gesture that was nothing short of generous. This is a new formula I recently developed, utilizing mutated red berries from the swamp combined with the heart's blood of a beast. The success rate is still low, presently. I have only managed to produce these few vials, he explained, scratching his head with a bashful smile. I don't possess much of value. But these potions could serve as a means of protection for you, potentially saving your life in critical moments. Zhongli refrained from excessive politeness. They were comrades, and being overly courteous would only create distance. All right, I shall not be coy, she affirmed, swiftly placing the potions into her backpack. She gave the Master of Poison a thumbs up. Your skills are improving remarkably. I have faith in you. As long as the materials are sufficient, I will take care of the potion matters. With that, she elegantly waved her hand and departed the swamp. She turned and propelled herself with her legs, her snowboard carving an arc at the edge of the swamp as she swiftly glided back in the direction she had come. Meanwhile, the Master of Poison adjusted his glasses and waved goodbye to her. Upon returning to the location of the teleportation anchor, Zhongli promptly activated the teleportation. A familiar white light enveloped her, and when she opened her eyes once more, the scene before her had transformed back to her well-known encampment. Just as she prepared to return to the main house, the gate of the camp creaked open, pushed from the outside. Zhongli looked up to see a massive figure entering, the bare form of Nico. Upon spotting Zhongli's return, Nico promptly shifted back into her human form. She wore the specially tailored small-sized cotton jacket Zhongli had made for her, complemented by a fluffy earmuff hat. Her cheeks were rosy from the cold, yet her large, beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing Zhongli. Suddenly, a loud eagle cry echoed. Little Gray flapped its wings and descended into the encampment. Now significantly larger than when it had first hatched, its feathers were more robust, exuding an aura befitting a ruler of the skies. While tugging on a length of twine, Nico stepped into the camp. At the other end of the hemp rope was a spacious wooden sled. Nico and Little Gray, one after the other, struggled to drag the sled from the snow. Where have you two been frolicking? Zhongli chuckled as he approached, ruffling Nico's fluffy hat and gently patting Little Gray's large head as it leaned in. We're searching for treasure. Recently, without the need to dig in the dark soil. Nico took Little Gray to seek out hidden treasures. Nico proudly puffed out her little chest, pointing to the sled behind her. Lee, look. Nico and Little Gray found so many boxes over there. Zhongli followed her gesture and beheld the modest sled, neatly stacked with 6 treasure chests radiating a soft bronze glow. Bronze treasure chest, unopened. X6. Nico, you are truly remarkable. Zhongli praised without reservation. Hee. It's because Little Gray can fly high and see the shining boxes from afar. Then Nico transformed into Yaya and rushed over, swatting away all the nasty creatures guarding the boxes. As Nico recounted her adventure, she animatedly mimicked a powerful strike, causing Zhongli to stifle a laugh. Who is Yaya? Zhongli inquired. Yaya is just Yaya. With that, Nico shifted forms, momentarily transforming into a cougar before reverting back to her human shape. Zhongli suddenly understood. Nico could not transform into something she had never encountered, suggesting that the forms she favored were likely her friends, now absent from her life. Thus, Zhongli chose not to delve deeper, sparing Nico any unpleasant memories. You and Little Gray are both wonderful. What would you like to eat for lunch? Anything is fine. Nico loves to eat. Nico's face lit up at the mention of food. She spoke truthfully, compared to the wild fruits she used to forage in the woods. Every meal now felt like a feast. Chapter 151. Resource Harvest Period. Zhongli nodded, his gaze falling upon the 6 bronze treasure chests as he stepped forward to open them. Acquired. Iron ingots X15. Acquired. Copper or X20. Acquired. Flintlock pistol blueprint, blue, X1. Acquired. Usable meat X 50 kilograms. Acquired. Flint X1. Acquired. Leather X12. Acquired. Basic mana crystal X3. Acquired. A large jar of strawberry jam X1. Acquired. Cabbage seeds X1 bag. As a series of white flashes illuminated the area, the contents of the 6 treasure chests scattered across the ground. Although it was unlikely that such bronze chests would yield any game-changing artifacts, the haul was impressively substantial. Particularly noteworthy was the fine flintlock pistol blueprint, a rarity among firearms. Satisfied with the gathered provisions, Zhongli organized everything and stowed it away in his backpack. Let us wash up and head for lunch. The midday stronghold was filled with tantalizing aromas wafting from the kitchen. Ever since the installation of the wind turbine and gas canisters, Zhongli's kitchen had achieved a semblance of modernity. On the dual-burner gas stove, a frying pan on the left sizzled with the sound of 2 thick cuts of snowflake pork chops. As the butter melted, the vibrant red steak quickly changed color under the high heat, releasing an incredibly rich meaty aroma through the Maillard reaction. Zhongli skillfully flipped the meat, sprinkling it with sea salt and black pepper, instantly elevating the fragrant essence of the fat to its zenith. In the pot to her right, a creamy mushroom soup was bubbling away, its milky liquid rolling and exuding a deep, luscious dairy scent. Nearby, the large oven chimed, prompting Zhongli to don her oven mitts and retrieve a grand platter of freshly baked bread, its exterior crisp and its interior soft. These doughs were crafted from the wheat harvested by Joseph, and after a night's fermentation, they emerged in their most perfect state. To ensure a balanced meal, Zhongli also stir-fried a bowl of shredded carrots with meat. Although her culinary skills were modest, the freshness of the ingredients rendered the final dish irresistibly appealing. Time to eat, Zhongli announced as she brought the sumptuous lunch to the dining table. Wow, it smells divine. Nico had already settled obediently in her chair, knife and fork in hand, eagerly eyeing the thick-cut steak that was still sizzling, nearly drooling in anticipation. Meanwhile, Little Gray unabashedly claimed a corner of the table, its enormous iron bowl filled with freshly cut raw meat pieces that Zhongli had prepared, devouring them with gusto, occasionally emitting satisfied grunts. In stark contrast, Little Tree was quietly basking in the sun in the yard, having worked diligently all morning and now relishing a moment of relaxation. As she enjoyed her meal, Jiangli instinctively raised her hand, summoning the virtual interface of the system. She first accessed the internal chat channel of the Hope Guild. The notorious Heisenberg clearly proved himself a competent publicity officer. Upon Jiangli's departure, he promptly shared her impressive act of vengeance in the group, even accompanying it with an impassioned commentary. Heisenberg, you all missed it. Sister Fortress arrived in a blaze of glory, and with a single swing of her axe, those individuals were eliminated in an instant. Tomato sauce, Sister Fortress is so cool. Knife and fork, haha, what a relief. It's so satisfying. Let those other guilds flaunt their numbers in the world channel while looking down on us. Sunflower seeds, bench, Sister Fortress is magnificent. Order form, as expected of our guild leader, usually so discreet, yet when she strikes, it's earth-shattering. Now let us see who dares touch the resources of our Hope Guild. Originally, due to the regional merger, various guilds were frantically claiming territory, leaving members of the smaller guild feeling somewhat lacking in confidence. Now, however, their morale surged dramatically, replaced by an unprecedented sense of belonging and fervor for battle. System notification, member Tomato Sauce successfully occupied a small abandoned lumberyard. System notification, member Knife and Fork successfully occupied an open stone pile. System notification, member Lone Wolf successfully occupied a high-level resource point for mechanical materials. System notification, guild resources deposited, with 500, stone 300 simultaneously. The accumulating contribution points had nearly advanced the guild to level 3. In this cannibalistic apocalyptic game, discretion serves the purpose of development. However, excessive caution may only invite others to take advantage. It is only by demonstrating absolute strength that one can firmly establish a foothold in this vast region teeming with thousands of players. Within the regional channel, as news of the Mafia Guild's annihilation spread like wildfire, discussions surrounding the Hope Guild surged dramatically. Wandering Swordsman, have you heard? The Mafia Guild has hit a wall. They reportedly lost several members in an instant while attempting to seize a resource point. Ice Age, what is this Hope Guild? Aren't they at the bottom of the rankings? Starving for 3 days, even if they're at the bottom. I've heard they didn't even regard the Mafia Guild as a threat. They even gave them a chance to send a warning beforehand. Mafia Scar, stop spreading rumors. This debt will eventually be settled by the Mafia. Bloodwolf, haha, whether it was a sneak attack or not. If they can't even defeat a small guild of 30, the Mafia might as well disband. Any member willing to join us in the Blood Wolves will be welcomed with open arms, no grudges held. While sipping on thick soup, Jiangli pondered over these statements. It was evident that other guilds had begun to reassess the strength of the Hope Guild. Nonetheless, with the total population of the region only around 3,000 and no immediate signs of further mergers, these guilds were all vying for members. Perhaps it was time for the Hope Guild to seek opportunities for expansion as well. While a larger number of members could be beneficial, Jiangli particularly valued the quality of guild members, placing character above all else. The following day passed relatively peacefully. Jiangli refrained from taking any aggressive actions, choosing instead to tend to the various plants, fruits, and vegetables within the camp. Additionally, after finishing their tasks, pineapple beer and egg tart joined the efforts to support the guild members, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Yet everyone understood that this calm was merely the eye of the storm. The first settlement period for the newly merged resource points was imminent. According to the resource point map rules, a resource point undergoes a major settlement every few days. This time, it was 3 days. Although the system does not require you to guard the resource point for the entire duration, it is essential to collect the resources once the settlement is complete. If you occupy the resource point during this time and successfully claim ownership, the vast accumulation of resources gathered over those 3 days will automatically be transferred to your guild's warehouse. This mechanism essentially encourages survivors to engage in lawful plunder. Chapter 152, Mechanical Parts. It appears that today, one cannot skimp on fuel. At the entrance of the fortress, Jiangli mounted the snowmobile. Similarly, pineapple beer and egg tart ventured off to collect rewards from resource points near their camp. Outside, chaos had indeed erupted. Guild members, who had previously exhibited restraint and refrained from lethal confrontations, were now fiercely aggressive. Jiangli's first destination was the Advanced Equipment Material Point. The resource point lay at a considerable distance, and Jiangli resolved to secure it first to avoid any prolonged uncertainties. Upon her arrival, she spotted several figures lurking near the crystal pillar, their demeanor suggesting they were members of the Temple Guild. Given that their last confrontation had occurred a mere 100 kilometers from her position, it was indeed plausible that they were her adversaries. The individuals appeared to be hesitant, deliberating whether to engage. The location was designated as belonging to the Hope Guild, currently ranked quite low. Wasn't it said that this guild possessed considerable strength? Regardless of their prowess, with only over 30 members, they likely could not reclaim the resource point. Best to occupy it for now. If things became dire, retreating would be the only option. Encountering a high-level resource point offered no room for leniency. The leader spoke, aware that his previous missteps had demoted him from vice president to a core member. If he failed to contribute to the guild, he risked being marginalized entirely. Suddenly, the roar of a snowmobile startled the group. Turning around, they recognized the familiar vehicle and the woman atop it. Run. It's the demon of the Battle Wolf Guild. The leader turned pale with fear and hastily urged his companions to flee. Don't just stand there. If you do, you'll lose your lives. The others exchanged glances, questioning their leader's panic. After all, they were 6 against 1. How could they possibly fear her? Initially, Jiangli had not paid them much heed, but upon witnessing the leader's frantic response, she realized who he was. Wasn't he the one named Holy Sword Judgment? Previously, she had spared him, hoping he would relay a message back to his guild. This time, however, she had no intention of holding back. With a swift leap from her snowmobile, Zhongli moved with remarkable speed, closing in on the group before they could react. Recognizing her terrifying velocity, the others finally understood the gravity of the situation, but it was too late. Dealing with these average survivors was akin to slicing through vegetables for Zhongli. One of them managed to throw a bottle of weakness potion, slightly diminishing her offensive prowess, yet against such overwhelming force, a mere 10% reduction was negligible. Among the group, the highest attribute holder, Holy Sword Judgment, had no desire to confront her. The moment he recognized Zhongli, he began to retreat quietly, ready to flee. Presently, Zhongli had undergone a significant enhancement compared to their previous encounter. After effortlessly dispatching the remaining foes, Zhongli advanced toward the crystal pillar. The resource point's extraction time has elapsed. Resources are being extracted. Extraction successful. Acquired. Fire Essence X36, Companion Crystal X12, Refined Iron Ore X72. Magic Fragments X18, Earth Core X3. The quantity is indeed considerable. However, apart from the fine iron, ore, and magical shards, Zhongli is entirely unaware of what other materials pertain to which equipment. Yet, she remains unfazed and heads straight to the next resource point. Throughout the following half-day, Zhongli and her companions exhibit an exceptionally efficient support speed. In addition to collecting advanced resource points from their respective camps, as well as several intermediate resource points, the trio also finds time to utilize the teleportation array to assist other guild members, safeguarding their intermediate and advanced resource points. By the time the resource points are nearly all settled, it is already afternoon. Meanwhile, the guild channel remains lively. Sweet chili sauce. I'm so infuriated. I simply can't keep up. One of the lumber points was stolen by someone else. That represents 3 days worth of production. Tomato sauce, are you alright? It's merely a primary one, right? Were the intermediate and advanced points secured? Knife and fork. The intermediate and advanced ones should be fine. The guild leader and others have rushed to assist. Dining table. Indeed. It's my first time seeing Fortress Lady. She is truly impressive. Lone Wolf, is that true? I managed to secure an advanced resource point here. Had I known, I wouldn't have guarded it alone. And I could have seized the opportunity to meet the guild leader and vice leader. Set meal A. Wolf brother, that mindset is unacceptable. I must report you. Lone Wolf. Haha, just kidding. Bench. If you report Wolf brother, I shall commend Little Transparency and Deadly Poison Master by name. They have contributed significantly to external healing supplies and potions. Paper towel. Woe is me. I owe my survival to their resources. I encountered members from another guild in the wild, and thankfully I ran fast. I was thoroughly beaten up. Table and chairs. Everyone, do not be disheartened. This is the norm of guild warfare. I'm doing fine. As long as everyone is safe, I'm willing to concede the primary resources to them. After several hours of intense competition for resource points, the battle finally concludes with the countdown reaching 0. As Zhongli teleports back to the camp, she walks towards the main house while summoning the guild management panel. At this moment, the warehouse list of the Hope Guild is refreshing at a frenzied pace. Thanks to the mobile support of Zhongli and her companions, along with the strategic deployment of the teleportation array in this round of settlement, not a single important resource point was seized from the Hope Guild, and all occupied intermediate and advanced resource points successfully completed their first production settlement. Guild notification. Member Tomato Sauce successfully collected an intermediate lumber yard. The guild warehouse automatically distributes dividends. Wood X300, resin X50. Guild notification. Member Oldly successfully collected an intermediate iron vein. The guild warehouse automatically distributes dividends. Iron or X100, silver or X50. Guild notification. Member Deadly Poison Master successfully collected an advanced herbal resource point. The guild warehouse automatically distributes dividends. Toxic Spores X30, Shadow Grass X20. Mutated Demon Blood Grass X50, Rejuvenation Grass X20, and Revealing Grass X10. Watching the screen filled with resource acquisition notifications, a smile cannot help but spread across Zhongli's face. The sensation of passively receiving wealth, with the warehouse's resources surging exponentially, is utterly delightful. Amidst a lengthy list of fundamental materials, a particular entry captured Zhongli's attention. Guild notification. Member Lone Wolf has successfully collected resources from a high-grade mechanical materials point. Guild warehouse automatic distribution. Drive shafts X12, steel gears X40, high-strength springs X20, industrial lubricant X5. Mechanical components? Zhongli paused momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Since her entry into this boundless, snow-laden world of survival, most of the resources she encountered were basic survival essentials like timber, stone, and iron ore, or fantastical materials such as mana crystals and beast hearts. The presence of such purely industrial mechanical parts was indeed a rarity. After comparing with the internal combustion engine blueprint she had previously acquired, she noted that while some materials were still lacking, it was undeniably a promising beginning. Without delay, she opened the private chat interface with the guild member, Lone Wolf. Typically, Lone Wolf presented himself in the group as a miserly figure, often clamoring for or requesting others to distribute packages. Yet in truth, he executed tasks with remarkable efficiency, remaining low-key and unassuming, likely ranking among the top 5 in terms of combat prowess within the guild. Spicy chicken burger, Zhongli Lone Wolf. Were these components directly sourced from the resource point? No sooner had she sent the message than a reply came through. Lone Wolf. Yes, that resource point is located beneath a frozen wasteland, characterized by several abandoned assembly line machines. During the settlement process, the core crystal produced these components. According to their attributes, It seems these items are intended for the fabrication of advanced automated devices. I reserved a portion for my own research and proportionately contributed the remainder to the warehouse. Spicy chicken burger. Hold on to those components for now. If you require any basic materials for exchange later, feel free to retrieve them from the guild warehouse. Lone Wolf. Understood. Rest assured, President, I am here and ready. Closing the chat window, Jiangli stroked her chin, her mind racing with possibilities. The drive shafts, gears, and high-strength springs appeared somewhat useless in isolation. Yet when combined with the blueprints at her disposal, they might unveil an entirely new technological avenue. For instance, the automated defense towers she had previously constructed still required manual loading of crossbow bolts. However, with the addition of gears and drive shafts, could she not perhaps transform it into a rapid-fire arrow tower that automatically produced and loaded arrows? Furthermore, could the coal transportation at the mine site not be streamlined with an automated conveyor belt? The more she contemplated, the more potential she saw. Chapter 153, Guild Quarters. At that moment, a flash of white light illuminated the courtyard of the fortress as Pineapple Beer and Egg Tart King arrived via the teleportation array. Sister Fortress. WVE struck gold. Egg Tart King exclaimed, sprinting towards her with sparkling eyes. Did you see the output settlement from our guild? It's simply more lucrative than robbing. Robbing can't compare to our speed, Pineapple Beer scoffed, sheathing his dagger at his waist. Jiangli beamed, poised to respond, when suddenly a system announcement appeared before the three of them simultaneously. This was not merely a personal notification, but a rolling alert for the entire server. Ding. In District 66, the first round of resource point settlements has concluded, commencing distribution of rankings and achievement rewards. A series of crisp notification sounds resonated in the ears of the trio. Congratulations to the Hope Guild for completing Task 1, a grand construction. Conditions: accumulate the occupation and collection of 10 timber resource points. Achieved, 1410. Rewards: Guild Experience X 700, Advanced Timber Building Upgrade Blueprint X1. Congratulations to the Hope Guild for completing Task 2, the Scavenger. Conditions: accumulate the defeat of 5 level 20 or above Snowfield Behemoth treasure monsters. Achieved, 75. Rewards: Guild Experience X 1000, Random Purple Equipment Box X3. Congratulations to the Hope Guild for completing Task 3, Regional Overlord. Conditions: rank among the top 3 in this round's Regional Resource Harvest Leaderboard. Current rank: First. Rewards: Guild Residence Defense Tower Enhancement Scroll X5. Guild Residence Expansion Card X1. The King of Egg Tarts was somewhat exhilarated. First place. Sister Fort, our guild has actually secured the top position in the entire server. Jiangli gazed at the data on the panel, feeling a tinge of surprise. It was noteworthy that guilds like the War Wolves, which were already ranked high, had been frantically recruiting for this leaderboard. However, their numerical advantage had ultimately transformed into a cumbersome liability at the crucial moment of resource point calculation. More members meant a longer defense line, which was more susceptible to ambushes. Meanwhile, although the system did not explicitly state it, the weight of advanced and intermediate resource points compared to primary resource points was undoubtedly different. Conversely, Jiang Li's steady approach, focusing solely on intermediate and advanced resource points, had unexpectedly led to a first-place victory. The rewards were exceedingly generous. Jiang Li promptly stored the 3 purple equipment boxes and blueprints, along with the item card, into the special storage compartment of the guild warehouse. However, the pleasant surprises were far from over. With the influx of guild experience from these 3 major tasks, the experience bar of the Hope Guild surged dramatically, surpassing its limit. Ding! The accumulated contribution points of the Hope Guild have reached the standard, and the guild level has been upgraded to LV3. New feature unlocked, Guild Residence. Guild Residence, a building that can be unlocked once the guild reaches LV3. The guild leader can choose to generate a dedicated architectural cluster exclusive to the guild. This cluster is equipped with a temperature-controlled shield, serving as an absolute safe zone for all guild members to rest, trade, and communicate. A guild residence. How incredibly cool. The King of Egg Tarts gleamed with excitement at the prospect of everyone being able to meet. Does this mean we can see our guild members every day? Theoretically, yes. The Pineapple Beer beside him nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Jiang Li opened the guild management panel, located the shimmering golden button labeled Generate Guild Residence, and opted to create it adjacent to their campsite. Let us go, let us see what this guild residence is like. The trio hastily exited the courtyard of the fortress. Stepping onto the vast snowfield outside, Jiang Li selected a massive open space to the right of the fortress and firmly pressed the confirmation button. Buzz! The ground began to tremble violently. The tremor was not akin to the violent rending of an earthquake, but rather a magical resonance imbued with a certain rhythm and order. Suddenly, an invisible force swept aside the swirling snow and wind, forging a massive transparent shield with a diameter of over 100 meters to the right of Jiang Li's encampment. The moment the shield took shape, the temperature within rose visibly, causing the thick blanket of snow to swiftly melt and evaporate. Subsequently, amidst a dazzling display of magical light, sturdy and quaint wooden stone edifices sprang forth from the ground. In mere seconds, a small village miraculously emerged in the midst of the blizzard-laden wilderness. Although it lay beyond the confines of Jiang Li's fortress, the transparent shield established a wondrous connection with the elemental altar of the fortress, maintaining an exceptionally comfortable temperature in the area. The layout of the encampment was impeccably organized, presenting a circular structure. At its heart lay a round plaza of white stone, featuring a fountain adorned with exquisite carvings, which, though currently dry, exuded an air of elegance. Surrounding the fountain were rustic wooden benches for resting. Around the plaza, 4 distinct 2-story wooden stone buildings were arranged in a harmonious manner. The trio began to wander within the encampment. The first building bore a sign depicting a large wooden beer mug. It was the tavern. The king of egg tarts pushed open the door and exclaimed with excitement. The interior of the tavern was expansive, featuring a long solid wood bar, rows of high stools, and walls adorned with bear skin carpets and dartboards. The scent of oak barrels wafting through the air. The second building was a semi-open arena, with various weapon racks and wooden posts positioned at the entrance. It was the training ground. Pineapple Beer approached, casually picking up a wooden dagger from the rack. And the system indicated that sparring and training here posed no risk of injury, providing a completely simulated environment. The third building was a heavily fortified stone fortress, its entrance adorned with intricate magical locks. This must be the guild's physical warehouse. Jiangli stepped forward to touch the cold stone wall, noting that in the future, members could submit or exchange supplies here through the control panel, offering significant convenience. The fourth building was far cozier, featuring a pointed roof and numerous windows, through which soft beds draped in thick blankets could be seen. It was the inn. Jiangli glanced at the system description and nodded, realizing that for members of the camp, still troubled by the low level of their encampment and the need for firewood, this place was akin to paradise. For a minimal expenditure of guild contribution points, one could enjoy a restful slumber here. However, at this stage, could there still be survivors with such low-level encampments? As they beheld the four buildings, joy radiated from the faces of the trio. Chapter 154. Expansion of the encampment. At that moment, Jiangli suddenly recalled something. I just remembered that during the settlement of the regional dominion task, didn't the system reward us with a guild encampment expansion card? As he spoke, he summoned his panel and extracted the shimmering card. Guild Residence Expansion Card. Introduction. After use. It allows for non-upgrade expansion of the guild residence. Upgrades will not be overwritten. There is no need to worry about waste as upgrades will not be overwritten. After reading the introduction, Jiangli unhesitatingly utilized the expansion card in her possession. Boom. A familiar radiance illuminated the area, doubling the size of the central square, enhancing the fountain's splendor, and transforming its base into exquisite marble. Additionally, cobblestone pathways appeared, marking a refined layout. The surrounding four buildings, the tavern, training ground, warehouse, and inn, rose in unison, inflating like balloons, evolving from modest wooden structures into grand three-story edifices. The tavern now boasted an outdoor seating area. The inn significantly increased its number of rooms, and the training ground even added several magical dummies. However, the most astonishing sight was the emergence of a brand new structure in the vacant space to the north of the square. It was a tower with a hexagram base, devoid of floors, yet adorned with numerous towering magical stone pillars radiating a mysterious blue glow. Tip. Guild Residence Expansion successful. New special building. Teleportation Hub. A teleportation hub? Pineapple Beer hurried into the magically infused building to examine the system's description at the entrance. Moments later, her voice carried a rare hint of excitement. Jiangli, this is incredibly useful. I've never seen anything like it. The description states that as long as they are members of our guild, regardless of their camp's location, they can consume contribution points to teleport directly from their camp to this hub, as long as they are out of combat. Meanwhile, in the internal group chat of the Hope Guild, system notifications scrolled like a flood. System notification, guild residence has been established. System notification, tavern, inn, training ground, and warehouse are now open. System notification, guild teleportation hub has been built. A new option to teleport to the guild residence has been added to all guild member system panels. Soon, members began to notice the alerts, sparking lively chatter. Ketchup, huh? Did I read that correctly? Guild residence. What is this? Cutlery. I was just organizing items when the system suddenly notified me of a new teleport button. Heisenberg, everyone, stop lurking in the chat. I've clicked to teleport. I want to see what this residence looks like. Menu board. Wait for me. I'm coming too. Sweet chili sauce. Are you all going? I'm coming as well. The three of them stood in the center of the teleportation hub, exchanging glances and sharing a knowing smile. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Within the teleportation hub, the magical stone pillars began to illuminate with a blue glow in succession. Accompanied by a slight distortion of space, figures began to materialize one after another upon the stone floor of the hub. The first to emerge was a boy wearing round glasses, none other than Heisenberg. As soon as he landed, he had yet to fully absorb his surroundings before greeting the Egg Tart King, Pineapple Beer, and Jiangli, for they were all old friends from the Warcraft Forest. Shortly thereafter, the teleportation light flickered repeatedly. A brawny man emerged, wielding a massive two-handed sword, followed by a lanky archer, slender as a reed, carrying a longbow on his back. Additionally, various guild members, dressed in an array of outfits, streamed out of the teleportation array like dumplings. My goodness, this tavern exudes such charm. Look over there, there's an inn. What should I do? The decor of this inn appears far superior to my own home. Is the combat in this training ground merely simulated, and without the risk of injury? Once the notifications were dispatched, it wasn't long before over 20 guild members arrived, with some still preoccupied with their tasks. Most in the guild were meeting face-to-face for the first time, having previously interacted solely through text chats in their group, exchanging banter and idle chatter. In this moment, real people congregated in this spring-like square, transforming the scene into a lively and joyous gathering. Most had heard descriptions of Jiang Li and the others, and upon arrival, they immediately extended their greetings. Particularly, Egg Tart, being more extroverted, mingled more comfortably with the guild members. Then, a flurry of interactions ensued. The burly man surveyed the crowd and suddenly shouted, "Who is Fork and Knife? I usually chat with you the most in the group. Where are you?" The slender man excitedly raised his hand. "Hey there, brother, that would be me. The brawny man widened his eyes, exclaiming, "You call that physique fork and knife? You'd be better named Toothpick. On the dining table. Ha ha. Let us take care of each other from now on." The crowd erupted in laughter at this exchange. "Sisters, we finally meet," exclaimed one member. "Our camp is so far away. I thought we'd never have the chance to see each other." It was a delightful encounter. Likewise, many of the more reserved guild members, who had already formed connections online, felt an instant camaraderie upon meeting, sharing an abundance of amusing anecdotes. Everyone began to introduce themselves, exchanging their IDs and professions, with joyful exclamations of recognition and enthusiastic embraces echoing throughout the square. In this bleak, snow-covered world where death was a daily occurrence, having a trustworthy group of companions and a warm, safe harbor brought an overwhelming sense of happiness, causing many to feel a lump in their throats. At that moment, the small square of the guild base had transformed entirely into a sea of joy. Meanwhile, members continued to urge those who had yet to arrive, while the remaining individuals gradually teleported in. "It's cold out here. What are we doing standing in the square? Don't you see that grand tavern over there? Let us go in and warm up," a scruffy-looking gentleman suggested, pointing towards the tavern. "Wait a moment, let me guess your ID. Menu board? I'm Lone Wolf." The gentleman replied with a smile, already making his way toward the tavern. "Hey wait, Wolf brother, don't you owe everyone a lucky draw red envelope? Who said a while back that it would be sent out? How long has it been?" Someone called out from the crowd. However, the solitary wolf at the front pretended not to hear and quickened his pace. The remaining individuals exchanged knowing smiles. The lone wolf was actually quite agreeable, though somewhat frugal, a trait everyone had grown accustomed to. A lively group made their way towards the heavy oak doors of the tavern. Chapter 155, a joyous gathering upon entering. A collective gasp escaped the lips of the crowd. The interior of the tavern was even more spacious than it appeared from the outside. Adorned in a quintessential medieval retro style, the flickering flames of a grand fireplace warmed the entire hall, while sturdy wooden tables and high stools were arranged in an inviting manner. The most striking feature was the enormous circular bar at the front, instead of NPC servers. A few large brass barrels stood behind the bar, each accompanied by intricately designed taps. Beside it, a wooden sign displayed the rules in legible text. Self-serve craft beer. Deduct 5 guild contribution points per cup. Note: please retrieve wooden cups from beneath the bar, drink responsibly, and fighting is strictly prohibited within the tavern. Beer was indeed available, though its quality remained uncertain. The solitary wolf, walking at the front, was captivated. In this desolate world, even obtaining clean melted snow water required careful filtering and boiling, let alone indulging in the luxurious solace of alcohol. Eagerly, he pulled out a wooden cup as thick as his arm from beneath the bar and placed it under the tap, deducting 5 contribution points from his system panel. Golden liquid cascaded from the tap, creating a frothy, cool white foam atop the cup. A rich aroma of malt instantly filled the hall. The solitary wolf tilted his head back and downed half the cup in one go, then slammed the wooden vessel onto the table with a resounding thud, letting out a hearty belch. This sound ignited the atmosphere of the tavern, prompting everyone to rush to the bar, exchanging their earned contribution points for beer. In an instant, the tavern was filled with the sounds of clinking glasses, boisterous laughter, and animated conversations. However, some members, who were not accustomed to drinking or had low tolerance, sat at the edges of the tables, engaging in light chatter. It was a rare occasion for everyone to gather, and mere conversation would not suffice. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the end of the long table. Everyone turned to see their esteemed leader, Jiang Li, who had entered unbeknownst to them, wearing a bemused expression. Following this, amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd, Jiang Li waved her hand, producing a mountain of colorful snack bags from her backpack, which she piled on 2 combined long tables. "What is this? Oh my, chips. Original, tomato, and barbecue flavors. Goodness. Soda? Sister Bao? You even brought marinated duck legs. But why are they unbranded? Produced by the system, of course, they lack branding. Otherwise, you would be debating between Coca-Cola and Pepsi for ages. There isn't much left, so let's just share the rest and enjoy ourselves." The tavern fell silent for a fleeting moment, only to erupt with a cacophony of excitement, tenfold more intense than before. These items, mere inexpensive snacks found in supermarkets during the peaceful days on Blue Star, were now a rare delight in the current snow-laden realm. This was the ultimate nostalgia exclusive to humankind from Blue Star. Jiang Li casually picked up a can of cola, the sound of the tab being pulled back resonating like heavenly music amidst the moment. Although everyone hailed from various countries and cities of Blue Star, possessing distinctly different identities, statuses, and ages, in this frigid and boundless world of snow, gathered in this warm tavern, drinking beer and munching on chips, their hearts unconsciously drew closer together. Sunflower seeds. Though my ID is also sunflower seeds, I truly have plenty of seeds here. How could we chat without them? Bench. I have numerous cushions. I wonder if anyone could make use of them. Sweet and spicy sauce. I shall contribute some flower pots to decorate the tavern. Cutlery. Let me lend a hand. I'll assist everyone in pouring drinks. As time passed, besides those indulging in drinks and conversation within the tavern, a few restless souls decided to venture outside for a stroll. Drinking alone is rather dull. I noticed there is a training ground next door. Shall we go out and practice a bit? Let us go. Are you afraid of me? I just crafted some new gear and am eager to test its feel. Several members excitedly grabbed their weapons and dashed towards the adjacent training ground. Before long, the sound of clashing weapons echoed from outside. Thanks to the guild residence's unique protective system, any sparring conducted within the training ground was categorized as a friendly duel. Even if one were to receive a blow to the neck, it would merely deplete the duel's health bar, forcibly deeming it a failure, without inflicting any real physical harm or pain. This allowed everyone to unleash their energy, reveling in the spirited combat, punctuated by bursts of laughter and playful banter. Within the tavern, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. Jiang Li and pineapple beer, the president and vice president, became the focal point of the gathering. Bao Jia, this drink is dedicated to you. Vice president, you cannot escape either. Come, let us toast. Jiang Li and pineapple beer found themselves surrounded by enthusiastic members at a central round table. The usually aloof pineapple beer was, at this moment, forcefully presented with a hefty mug of beer, a rare blush adorning his cheeks. Jiang Li, feeling somewhat helpless, lifted the overflowing wooden cup before her, gazing into the earnest and fervent eyes around her, feeling a warmth blossom within her heart. Without hesitation, she tilted her head back and downed the half-full mug of fragrant beer in one swift motion. Bravo! The president has a considerable capacity. The tavern erupted in applause. Having finished her drink, Jiang Li quickly signaled to the nearby king of egg tarts. The king understood her silent cue. Her social endeavors for the day had reached their limit, and she yearned to make her escape. Thus, the king of egg tarts promptly stood up, raising his cup of cola and proclaiming, "Let us engage in some fun mini-games. I shall personally sponsor the newly researched mango mochi coconut milk ice. What games do you all enjoy? How about Pictionary? Or perhaps Who is the Spy?" Attention was successfully diverted. Taking advantage of the moment when the crowd was drawn towards the egg tart king, Jiang Li seized hold of pineapple beer's arm. The two of them quietly bent down and slipped away along the wall. As they stepped outside, the crisp, fresh air of the plaza brushed against Jiang Li's slightly flushed cheeks, offering a modicum of relief. These fellows were overly enthusiastic. Pineapple beer leaned against the wall, rubbing his temples. Despite his complaints, an unmistakable smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Let them be. Everyone had endured solitude on the snowy plains for so long. Now that they finally encountered another living soul, perhaps even an enemy seeking their life, it was a rare moment of relaxation. Jiang Li chuckled softly. Indeed, pineapple beer nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to sit on a bench by the fountain to catch their breath, their gaze shifted and fell upon two somewhat awkward figures standing outside the guild headquarters, the blacksmith Joseph and the accountant Anna. These two locals were evidently drawn in by the miraculous emergence of the newly constructed buildings and the thunderous noise emanating from the tavern. In their perception, their lord possessed unimaginable divine power. While he was amiable, the sense of class distinction from their original world remained starkly present. Seeing them, Jiang Li smiled and waved, signaling for them to approach. Chapter 156. Cultural exchange. Upon noticing their lord's beckoning, Joseph and Anna cautiously treaded through the snow toward him. "My lord," they both greeted respectfully. "There is no need to be so formal," Jiang Li replied, gesturing toward the brightly lit guild headquarters. "This is, well, a sort of leisure and entertainment camp. Friends will often gather here to socialize and relax. If you ever feel weary from work, you are welcome to come in at any time to unwind. We are all human. There is no need for excessive formality." Hearing this, Joseph was taken aback and nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord. May we enter and take a look now?" "Of course, please do come in," Jiang Li smiled, stepping aside. Joseph rubbed his calloused hands together in excitement and eagerly walked toward the central plaza. However, a dull thud resounded. "Ouch!" Joseph exclaimed, clutching his reddened nose as he staggered back. Both Jiang Li and pineapple beer were taken aback. Joseph had seemingly reached the boundary of the guild headquarters. Yet an invisible wall of air firmly barred him from entering, preventing him from stepping inside even a single pace. Anna was startled and quickly grasped Joseph's arm, glancing anxiously at Jiang Li, fearing they had violated some divine taboo. "What is happening?" Jiang Li furrowed his brow, preparing to investigate, when suddenly, a detailed management panel popped up on the system interface before him. Ding! Non-guild members detected attempting to enter the guild headquarters. As the highest authority administrator, you may assign residency permissions to entrants as well as existing members. Jiang Li swiftly skimmed through the instructions displayed on the panel. It appeared that the permissions for the guild residents were categorized into 3 distinct levels, along with a special administrator privilege. Level 1 permission, ordinary member. This grants the most basic freedom of entry and exit. Members can utilize fundamental facilities within the residence, such as the tavern, inn, and training grounds, but are prohibited from damaging any structures or altering the physical attributes of the camp. Level 2 permission, elite member. In addition to level 1 privileges, members can access advanced functionalities of various buildings. Currently, these are all basic structures, thus none are available. Level 3 permission, core member. Alongside the aforementioned rights, members possess logistical management capabilities for setting and debugging. For instance, they can freely rearrange benches and decorative flower pots in the square, allocate certain basic supplies from the guild warehouse, and even possess the authority to turn on or off the lights and magical arrays of select buildings. Highest authority administrator, guild leader, and vice leader. This confers absolute control. They can bestow or revoke permissions at will, as well as conduct upgrades and expansions of structures. Jiang Li glanced at the current guild permission list. Aside from herself and the other 2 highest administrators, Pineapple Beer and Egg Tart King, all 30 or so player members were defaulted to level 1 permission. Thus, it became clear that without granted permissions, the indigenous players would be deemed intruders by the invisible barrier. Jiang Li experienced an epiphany. The permission functionalities of the guild residents were akin to those of the camp. Outsiders could not utilize various lordly functions, and if a hostile unit were to attack, they would have to breach defenses to enter the camp. The same principle applied to the current guild residents. Without hesitation, Jiang Li began to operate the panel. Firstly, she elevated Nico and Little Tree to level 3 permission. These two were the chief stewards and infrastructure overseers of the entire territory, particularly Little Tree, who enjoyed tending to flowers and making repairs. With this level 3 permission, all tasks related to the arrangement of decorative flower pots, benches, and fountain maintenance within the guild residence could be entrusted to Little Tree, who would undoubtedly beautify the space. Subsequently, Zhongli selected Joseph, Anna, and a few other indigenous workers, Jeff, Rod, Lily, laboring in the mines, collectively granting them level 1 permission. Permission allocation successful. As the system's notification echoed, the invisible barrier before Joseph dissipated like ripples in water. All was well now. Zhongli smiled at Joseph, who was still rubbing his nose, and remarked, I apologize for forgetting to open the door for you earlier. Please, come in. Tentatively, Joseph extended a hand forward. There was no obstruction. His hand seamlessly passed through the boundary of the residence. A warm breeze enveloped him instantaneously. This was marvelous. Joseph and Anna marveled as they stepped into the square. You've both been busy outside all day. Now that you're here, there's no need to rush back to work. Zhongli graciously waved her hand. As the tavern buzzed with lively chatter, inside, the ambience was filled with beer and snacks, inviting everyone to partake in a moment of merriment. As if taking a half-day holiday. Soon, she would beckon Jeff and the others to join them. Thanks to the Lord's generous gift. No need for such formality, they replied, bowing with excitement, their faces alight with curiosity as they carefully pushed open the tavern doors. Zhang Li and Pineapple Beer stood outside, initially concerned that these modern players from Blue Star might either reject or bully the indigenous NPCs, who lacked a system and held somewhat antiquated views. However, reality proved her concerns unfounded. As the tavern doors swung open, the cacophony within did not cease. Rather, it erupted into even more fervent cheers. Hey, what are the IDs of these two? Come, take a seat. Sister, that dress of yours is quite rare. It resembles something from a medieval film. Did you find it in a treasure chest? Hey there, sir, care for a drink? The guild members, mistaking them for late arrivals, greeted them with enthusiasm. They were not from Blue Star, but rather the indigenous inhabitants of this world, currently residing in her camp, wishing to join the revelry, Jiangli explained. What, indigenous people? This is my first encounter with them. Are there truly natives in this world? Now that you mention it, I think I might have seen some. No worries. Come have a seat. In such a terrifying world, there are still natives? How do they survive? The guild members exhibited no disdain towards these natives. Instead, they found them profoundly intriguing. In their eyes, these were living embodiments of a fantastical world. They quickly urged the two to sit down. Before long, a few slightly inebriated men draped their arms around Joseph's shoulders, pouring him beer while eagerly inquiring about the stories of this world. Our world isn't like this. The weather isn't this dreadful, Joseph responded to a barrage of questions. Do you have a system too? What is a system? Magic? If one is a magician, they would be summoned to serve the royal court. Sister, your name is Anna, right? Would you like a drink of happiness? It's super sweet. Chapter 157. The corpse demon appears by day. The atmosphere in the tavern reached a new zenith with the arrival of the two natives. As everyone munched on chips and divided into groups to play games and drink, the king of egg tarts emerged from his spatial backpack, puffing as he pulled out an oak wine barrel. With a resounding thud, the barrel was placed securely on the solid wood bar. What is this? It doesn't appear to be a product of the system. A curious onlooker approached, examining the ancient patterns adorning the barrel. This is a genuine native specialty. It's high-quality wine from the High Court Winery, specially delivered by Anna's trade caravan, the king of egg tarts proclaimed, deftly removing the wooden stopper from the barrel. With a crisp pop, a rich aroma of fruit wafted through the air. My heavens, this scent is divine. Quick, fill me a glass. I've had my fair share of wine in reality, and I can tell this is top-notch just by the smell. A multitude of inebriates, upon catching the scent of the libation, eagerly crowded to the bar with their wooden cups. The king of egg tarts, ever affable, cheerfully poured drinks for everyone. Although the large wooden cups seemed somewhat incongruous for the occasion, their broad openings allowed for the wine to breathe. In addition to the drink, each individual unveiled their cherished delicacies. This wine was not only exquisite, but it also possessed an enchanting attribute enhancement. The mere act of savoring such fine wine elevated spirits, and it astonishingly further augmented one's mood. Ha ha ha, could it truly be so delightful? I seldom indulged in alcohol back on Blue Star. Sister Egg Tart, may I have a taste as well? Just as everyone relished the delightful wine, exclaiming in bliss. The tavern's wooden doors swung open once more. A few curious figures appeared at the threshold. They were precisely the ones Jiang Li had summoned, Joseph's two companions, Jeff and Rod, along with the brewer, Lily. Among them was a youth clad in a specially tailored, diminutive cold-weather suit, exquisitely refined, none other than the young Nikyu, who had become quite familiar with the locals. Although the playful Nikyu was usually spirited, the sight of so many individuals rendered her slightly bashful, prompting her to shyly step back, positioning herself behind Jiang Li. It's all right, Nikyu. Come in and join them. They are all my friends. Wow, Li, you have so many friends. Upon hearing Jiang Li's introduction, Nikyu gradually relaxed, cautiously making her way into the tavern. The girls from the guild were utterly smitten upon seeing Nikyu, eagerly beckoning her to join them. Observing as several locals quickly mingled with the guild members. Devoid of any barriers or awkwardness, Jiang Li leaned back in his chair, a glass of wine in hand, his eyes gleaming with joy. This harmonious gathering persisted until nearly 11 o'clock. Only when everyone's faces were flushed and their bellies full did they satisfactorily stifle their belches. Preparing to conclude this unforgettable offline assembly. I can't take it anymore. I'm utterly stuffed. The lone wolf groaned, rubbing his belly as he stood. Glancing outside at the still howling snowstorm, he called out, brothers, who wishes to join me in experiencing our guild's inn? I just took a stroll, and it boasts genuine feather beds and rooms complete with fireplaces. Wolf brother, known for his shrewdness, was met with skepticism. I don't believe you Haven T overindulged. The menu quipped. I shall vindicate myself today. 50 blue equipment materials. In the guild chat, snatch them up. The flushed lone wolf declared with a flourish. Is that for real? Wolf brother, you seem particularly jubilant today. The typically frugal lone wolf was indeed willing to offer such a generous bounty. 50 blue equipment materials could suffice to craft 2 or 3 pieces of blue gear. Among the 30-odd members, nearly half excitedly paired off and headed toward the inn across the way, eager to indulge in this novel lodging experience. The remaining half, tethered to their personal campfires or wishing to promptly return to tally today as spoils, exchanged farewells, and, through the teleportation hall's anchor point, transformed into beams of white light. Returning to their territories, Jiang Li, along with pineapple beer and the king of egg tarts, stretched languidly as they returned to their respective camps. Relishing a warm bath before retiring for the night, the following morning dawned. Jiang Li was tending to her crops in the subspace when the system interface persistently displayed notifications. She set down the small wooden bucket in her hand and casually clicked on the shimmering group chat of the money-making trio. Within the chat, the Egg Tart King had sent several messages. Egg Tart King, Sister Bao, Sister Pineapple. Jack and Tom have encountered some trouble outside, but do not worry. We are almost at my camp. The return of Jack and Tom was anticipated. The snowy plains were likely connected to their world, though not entirely linked. Resembling a parallel universe where finding Winter City proved challenging. Spicy chicken burger. Is the situation serious? I'll head over immediately. Egg Tart King, it's not too serious. They are just being pursued by a few monsters, which I have already dealt with. Pineapple beer, that's a relief. I'm a bit far from home at the moment. Egg Tart King, no worries, Sister Pineapple, you continue with your tasks. Without further ado, Jiang Li entrusted her work to the assisting Nico and promptly exited the subspace, striding directly to the intermediate teleportation array in the courtyard. As the array illuminated, the scenery before Jiang Li transformed in an instant. In the Egg Tart's courtyard, Jack and Tom were sprawled on the ground, looking utterly disheveled. Their current state was nothing short of tragic. Jack's once pristine guard armor was now tattered and torn, his body marred by scratches of varying depths, stained with dark red blood and blackened mud. Tom shivered uncontrollably, his thick cotton coat slashed open, with the insulating material billowing out into the cold wind. Beside them, 2 once mighty pack horses were also battered and weary, their heads drooping, with visible lacerations on their legs. To have returned both men and horses alive was indeed miraculous, although Egg Tart appeared harmless. The bloodied great sword in her hand silently testified to the battle that had just transpired. Sister Bao, you've arrived. Upon seeing Jiang Li, the Egg Tart King's eyes brightened as she nonchalantly sheathed the heavy great sword. What happened? Jiang Li approached the Egg Tart, glancing at the bloodied duo, her brow furrowing as she inquired about their grievous injuries. The Egg Tart King's expression turned unusually serious. Sister Bao, something feels off. Earlier, while patrolling outside, I suddenly heard cries for help from a distance. When I went to investigate, I found Jack and Tom being besieged by several ghouls behind a cliff. After a brief pause, the Egg Tart continued. Generally, ghouls, being light-averse monsters, only appear at night or in the absence of sunlight. However, today, they were attacking in broad daylight. Jiang Li immediately grasped the significance of this detail and interjected, indeed. The Egg Tart King nodded vigorously. Chapter 158, Jack returns to camp. Mutated monsters appearing in daylight? This is hardly a good omen. The rules of the survival game have never been static. As the strength of the survivors increases, it is evident that the system is covertly adjusting the difficulty of this world. Today it is ghouls, but soon the monsters may grow ever more formidable. If daylight were to become unsafe in the future, the risk associated with ordinary gathering and exploration tasks would multiply significantly. Jack, in his struggle to rise and pay his respects to Jiang Li, winced in pain as the injury on his leg was aggravated, causing him to fall back down. Given the severity of his injuries, it was prudent to dispense with such formalities. Jiang Li swiftly approached, casting a glance at their wounds. Though the injuries appeared alarming, fortunately, none were critical or deep. Most were merely superficial wounds compounded by frostbite. The cold winds here rendered it an unsuitable environment for treating wounds. We should return to our lodging, Jiang Li decided. Turning to Egg Tart, she instructed, Egg Tart, please lead these 2 horses back to my place. Certainly, Miss Bao, came the prompt reply. Jiang Li had the 2 sit by the camp altar and retrieved a large bottle of high-purity medical alcohol along with several rolls of clean white bandages from her backpack. These were supplies provided by the little transparent one. Tend to your wounds yourselves, she advised. This is alcohol. It is effective for disinfecting, but it will sting when applied to the wounds, so bear with it. These are bandages. Wrap them around your injuries to prevent infection. After placing the items on the table, she considered messaging the little transparent one for remote guidance, but decided against it, reasoning that there was more than enough alcohol and bandages available, and as long as they disinfected, they could wrap the bandages however they wished. Jack, displaying remarkable fortitude, gritted his teeth as he removed his damaged leather armor and poured the alcohol directly onto the scratches. Ouch! A frothy reaction ensued, and veins bulged on his forehead as cold sweat broke forth. Yet he resolutely clenched his teeth, stifling any cries of pain. Jiang Li chose not to attend to Jack and Tom further, instead leading the horses into the subspace where Nico was still tending to the herbs. Hearing the commotion, she turned to see Egg Tart and Jiang Li entering with 2 burdened horses. Upon noticing the injuries on the horses, Nico hurried over, gently placing her hand on the wounded neck of one horse. A faint glow emanated from her palm, gradually spreading through the horse's fur. As a druid, Nico may not possess the power to resurrect, but she inherently bore an affinity for flora and fauna along with a subtle healing ability. Under the soothing green light, the previously restless horses, who had been whinnying in pain, gradually calmed down, their bleeding wounds ceasing as they began to scab over at a visibly rapid pace. Reminiscent of when Nico had healed the fawn, the horses were in good condition and capable of walking on their own, making Nico's task relatively manageable. Before long, the two horses affectionately nudged their large heads against Nico's cheeks, seemingly expressing their gratitude. After the treatment, Nico felt somewhat fatigued and sat on the grass to catch her breath. Nico, you did wonderfully, Jiangli remarked, retrieving a stamina-restoring potion from her backpack. Uncertain of its efficacy for Nico, Egg Tart also settled beside Nico, joining in the gentle caress of the two horses. After praising Nico, Jiangli decided to leave the horses in the subspace to rest, as the woodland environment provided both shelter and grass for them to graze. Upon witnessing that the horse's condition had stabilized, Jiangli turned and returned to the courtyard, standing opposite Jack and Tom. Now, could you share your situation? Jiangli inquired, observing Jack clumsily wrapping bandages. Have you found your way back after leaving the camp for so many days? Or discovered any traces of Winter City or the Highgarden Winery? At this question, Jack's actions faltered abruptly, and a shadow of despair crossed his eyes. The honest Tom shook his head in pain. Nothing, absolutely nothing. Jack's voice was hoarse. For days, they had been trudging through the snow during the day, seeking refuge in any available ice hollow or tree cavity at night. Placing a lit torch at the entrance, the torch seemed to serve some purpose. As long as they remained silent, the monsters would not approach. The snowstorms have ceased, and we have traveled far towards Winter City, guided by the sun's position, Jack said with a bitter smile, a glimmer of hopelessness flashing in his eyes. Yet, where the city and fortress were supposed to stand, there is now only an endless expanse of glaciers and unfathomable chasms. Sir, this world has changed. It is no longer the world we once knew. The hardships endured during this time had utterly shattered the last remnants of hope within this loyal caravan guard. He realized that Winter City might have been completely obliterated or perhaps relocated to an unknowable realm. They could not return. Jack lowered his head, gazing at his bandaged hands. And sighed. His lips quivered as if he wished to speak, but his innate pride and dignity compelled him to swallow his words. It had been his insistence to venture forth. Now, asking for refuge felt somewhat embarrassing. Noticing Jack's hesitance, Jiangli smiled understandingly. It does not matter if you have not found the way. Since fate has brought you back here, you may stay temporarily, just like Joseph and the others. Upon hearing this, Jack's head shot up, gratitude illuminating his gaze. Jiangli looked into their eyes and continued earnestly. I will provide you shelter from the elements and opportunities for self-sufficiency. However, let us be clear, I do not harbor idlers here. All food, shelter, and protection must be earned through your labor. This straightforward declaration resonated with Jack and Tom like the sweetest music. When one possesses nothing, the fear lies not in being used, but in lacking any value to be utilized. As long as they could work with their hands to exchange dignity and the chance for survival, it offered them more solace than any pity or charity could provide. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. Jack and Tom nodded vigorously, performing a gesture of fealty despite their injuries. We are willing to serve you until death. Jiangli was amused by their fearless demeanor and waved his hand dismissively. Perhaps you will find a way home someday. For now, rest easy in the camp and focus on healing your wounds. Once you have sufficiently recovered, I shall delegate specific tasks to you through Joseph. At present, the open pit coal mine is in dire need of manpower. The work primarily involves physical labor within your capacity and patrolling the vicinity of the fortress. Given your prowess as the captain of the guard, this should not prove overly arduous. Jiangli paused momentarily, his gaze shifting to Tom, who appeared somewhat reserved. As for Tom, both you and Lily are exceptional vintners from the High Court Winery, and your wines have garnered unending praise. Jiangli continued, regrettably. While my camp currently possesses warmth, we have yet to establish conditions conducive to large-scale grape cultivation. Thus, until that time, you must endure some inconvenience and assist with various tasks alongside everyone else. Not inconvenient at all, not in the slightest, Tom exclaimed, shaking his head fervently, his face alight with gratitude. Rest assured, once we have the opportunity to procure grape seeds or establish a dedicated vineyard, you will be able to fully utilize your respective talents. Jack and Tom gazed at Jiangli, who remained unflustered, their anxiety dissipating entirely. Jiangli entrusted their arrangements to Joseph, who was well acquainted with the camp's operations, while Nico, in high spirits, led the 2-pack horses she had tended to, crafting a simple stable for them with wood and hay beside the small cabin in the forest subspace. The development within the camp progressed methodically, even as the struggles among survivors persisted. Chapter 159, Membership System. Jiangli and the others sat upon the sofa in the living room, scrutinizing the data before them. Winter War Zone number 66, current survivor count, 248, 510, 000. Guild rankings. First, Warwolf Guild, 554 members. Second, Temple Guild, 354 members. Third, Golden Rose Consortium, 289 members. Fourth, Mafia, 285 members. 10th, Brotherhood, 58 members. 11th, Hope Guild, 39 members. Jiangli glanced at the list, unable to suppress a slight smirk. After just a few days of absence, how had they descended to last place? The Brotherhood, once at the bottom, had inexplicably surpassed the Hope Guild. The Golden Rose likely gained numerous survivors through a resource offensive, ascending to third place by the narrowest of margins. Following a round of resource point contention, there were now only 2, 485 survivors left in the region, and more crucially, the guild membership rankings had been updated. It seemed nearly every solitary survivor had allied themselves with these guilds. This, however, was a consequence of system pressure. As each camp upgraded and the surrounding timber resources were depleted, relying solely on opening treasure chests to sustain the campfire had become increasingly untenable. Given the inconsistent yield of treasures, the emergence of resource points effectively detached equipment and survival resources from the reliance on treasure chests. Furthermore, ordinary survivors had limited capacity to acquire information about resource points unless they banded together. Without unity, participating in this resource point conflict became impossible. Even if your resources are sufficient to sustain the current camp's expenses, should you lack strength, you might find yourself treated as an ATM by other survivors at any moment. Throughout the war zone, few scattered survivors remain unaligned with guilds. Most have either perished or become fodder and lowly resource gatherers for larger guilds. Indeed, the lives of these scattered survivors are fraught with hardship, yet, upon joining a guild, they are still subjected to relentless exploitation. Pineapple Beer remarked, "It is indeed cruel." Zhang Li sighed and accessed the management panel of the Hope Guild. As anticipated, within just half a day, the guild's application list had become completely inundated. Countless red dots flickered, with the drop-down list containing no fewer than 100 entries. Many applicants were from other guilds, directly sending their resumes via private messages in hopes of switching allegiances. Zhang Li's fingers deftly scrolled through the dizzying array of applications and messages, expressionless as she clicked ignore on each one. "Didn't you find any of them suitable?" Egg Tart inquired. It wasn't that Zhang Li found them unworthy. Rather, she was simply too apprehensive to accept any. Those who switched guilds today due to dissatisfaction with their current benefits could just as easily defect to another guild tomorrow for a better offer, potentially selling out our resources and information. Moreover, those who feign vulnerability for the sake of survival were even less likely to be accepted. In this apocalyptic world, an overly charitable heart could easily lead to the demise of an entire team. As for the remaining applicants, lacking a clear understanding of their backgrounds, Zhang Li was reluctant to approve any. The primary concern was the uncertainty of inviting unsuitable individuals into their ranks. However, Egg Tart hesitated. "We currently have only 39 members. While everyone possesses formidable combat strength and has the support of a teleportation array, after the first round of resource point assessments, the material reserves of those larger guilds will surely rise. Once all guilds reach level 3 and initiate the guild warfare mode, facing the onslaught of hundreds or even thousands will likely be quite challenging." Egg Tart's concerns were not without merit. In this hellish battleground, where lives are expendable, even the strongest individual combatants struggle against the true essence of a human wave tactic. Take the Wolf Warriors Guild, for instance. Even with hundreds of mere novices clad in basic gear, they could overwhelm a resource point through sheer numbers, leaving Zhang Li and her companions exhausted from the carnage. The memory of their last ambush lingered vividly in her mind, and she could not allow herself to fall into such a perilous situation again. People must be recruited. But the question remains, how to recruit, and what type of individuals? In seeking candidates, a standard must be established, one that sets criteria high enough to ensure quality, yet not so cumbersome that it excludes those who meet the requirements. The three sat on the sofa, embarking on a brief meeting to determine the future direction of the Hope Guild. After more than half an hour of brainstorming, a rigorous new system of collective accountability was formulated. "Let us proceed as we have just discussed," Zhang Li concluded. Zhang Li swiftly typed the rules into the announcement board of the guild. First, the admission of new members to Hope Guild must be recommended by an existing official member as a referrer or possess a mentor. Second, after receiving a recommendation, newcomers will enter a probationary period lasting 7 days. During this period, they will only have access to the most basic, level 1 permissions, and the proportion of resources they contribute will be higher than that of official members. Third, joint liability system. If a newcomer commits acts of betrayal against the guild, such as stealing from companions or leaking information, during the probation period or within a week after becoming a full member, not only will the newcomer be expelled and punished immediately, but their referrer will also face a significant deduction in guild contribution points. In severe cases, the referrer may even face demotion or expulsion from the guild. Consequently, everyone will be exceedingly cautious when recommending new members. Pineapple Beer looked at this rule and snapped his fingers in satisfaction. To protect their contribution points and status, they would definitely filter out those with questionable character or unclear backgrounds. Although the conditions were somewhat stringent, for those genuinely seeking a stable refuge, this was not harsh, but rather provided immense security. The Egg Tart King added that with the rules established, an internal reward mechanism must also be in place to prevent discontent among members. Zhang Li casually opened the contribution leaderboard for guild members. Among the top contributors, in addition to the 3 core managers, notable names included Deadly Poison Master, Ketchup, Lone Wolf, Knife and Fork, and Little Transparent, all boasting impressive contribution points. Especially during the first round of resource contention, they not only withstood pressure, but also exceeded collection tasks. Those outstanding performers were directly promoted to elite members. Zhang Li generously elevated their permissions to level 2, with a swift motion in the backend. Guild announcement. Members Deadly Poison Master, Ketchup, Lone Wolf, Knife and Fork, and Little Transparent performed excellently in the first round of resource battles and are officially promoted to elite members, unlocking advanced warehouse exchange permissions. Following that, Zhang Li rewarded other members by applying a 20% discount on all resources exchanged from the guild warehouse. Chapter 160. Adjusting the camp. The revelry and commotion within the guild's base soon subsided. Although everyone was joyful, they did not forget the underlying harshness of this world. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds the following day, the members of Hope Guild returned to their previously busy lives. The campfire was intertwined with their very existence. Resources loomed like the sword of Damocles over every survivor's head. Whoosh! A blue-glowing ice spear whizzed past Jiang Li's cheek, crashing heavily against the stone wall behind her and exploding into a shower of ice shards. Jiang Li's gaze turned icy, with a swift flick of her wrist. She hurled the axe in her hand. The splitting wind twin axes arced through the air with a piercing sound, directly severing a chunk from the arm of the snow-white, frost snow ape. Ahead, close on the heels of the axe was Jiang Li, who swiftly closed the distance and struck down again. The snow ape's purple blood sprayed onto the snow, instantly solidifying into ice, accompanied by a dull thud as it collapsed. The towering beast, over 2 meters in height, transformed into a shimmering hide of ethereal material. Jiang Li approached to collect the material, yet her brow furrowed in deep concern. This marked her third encounter in the vicinity of the camp that morning. The frequency of monstrous appearances during daylight was on the rise. Not only had their numbers increased, but their locations had also become strikingly targeted, with their strength notably augmented. Previously, daytime sightings were limited to mere wild animals. Now, they were all monstrous entities. For instance, the frost-bitten snow ape she had just encountered had spawned less than 100 meters from the camp's main entrance. According to feedback from other members in the guild chat, there had been alarming reports of mutated beasts emerging without warning near small woodlands in the wild, particularly around coordinates of treasure chests or the peripheries of low-level resource points. Undeterred by the light of day, desperate pharmacist, the system has definitely modified the spawn mechanism. Just earlier, while I was gathering a few herbs in broad daylight, 2 shadow crocodiles unexpectedly emerged from the mud. If I hadn't reacted swiftly, today would have been my end. Ketchup, indeed. I was chopping wood when an elite monster appeared right beside me. This is clearly a covert attempt to increase the difficulty and danger of resource acquisition for everyone. Observing the complaints in the chat, Jiang Li closed the panel and stood in the snow, contemplating the situation. Each alteration in the system's mechanics was never without purpose. Following the regional merger, survivors had banded together, forming guilds and efficiently occupying resource points, thus enhancing their material acquisition. It was evident that the system sought to prevent them from living too comfortably in this frigid world, compelling everyone to remain in a constant state of readiness by increasing the frequency of daytime monster spawns. With the heightened risk, it was imperative to re-evaluate the camp's defenses. Instead of hastily returning to the camp, Jiang Li meticulously surveyed the surrounding layout. Within the camp's confines, a mid-level elemental altar provided a climate-controlled shield, while 2 automated crossbow towers at the entrance offered crossfire coverage. Even a tide of beasts would struggle to breach such defenses momentarily. However, her greatest concern lay with the indigenous residents at the camp's entrance. Joseph, along with Jack, Tom, the brewer Lily, and the accountant Anna, were currently residing in a makeshift dormitory area constructed from wood and stone just outside the camp's walls, though it was fortified with rudimentary barricades and fences. Should a high-level monstrous horde spawn as it had earlier, the indigenous people's combat capabilities would falter, and if their defenses were breached, the consequences would be dire. They could not be left as living targets so far from safety. With unwavering resolve, Jiang Li promptly summoned the system's camp editing function. To the astonishment of Joseph and the others, their wooden housing and the surrounding land appeared to be lifted by an unseen force, smoothly shifting toward the direction of the Dawn Fortress. Ultimately, this small indigenous community was seamlessly repositioned just outside the towering stone walls of the fortress, nearly flush against it. Jiang Li generously upgraded the perimeter walls of the community once more. After all, with the merger, the entire neighborhood could be considered part of the fortifications. The dilapidated wooden fences surrounding the indigenous community vanished in an instant, replaced by a formidable stone wall standing 3 meters tall, thick and adorned with sharp spikes. The ends of this robust perimeter seamlessly connected to the main wall of the fortress, forming an impregnable bastion. Shortly thereafter, towering watchtowers of wood and stone sprang up at each corner of the wall, though a few plots of farmland were sacrificed in the process. The enhancement to the camp's defenses was invaluable. She tapped a few times on the holographic interface. Clink, clink, materials deducted. At the junction where the indigenous community met the fortress's main wall, an exceptionally wide stone staircase materialized. Should the outer defenses be breached by an unstoppable tide of monstrous creatures or hostile guilds, Joseph and his companions could swiftly retreat to the inner sanctum of the fortress. Shielded and secure. Having addressed the living quarters, Jiang Li turned her gaze to the distant coal mine, a significant energy resource currently under her control. The mine lay some distance from the fortress, necessitating daily expeditions by Joseph and Jack. The increased frequency of monster spawns meant that this transport route was becoming perilously treacherous. Approaching the mine's entrance, she surveyed the previously constructed defenses. Gritting her teeth, she resolutely allocated several hundred units of steel. As the system's construction glow faded, the mine's entrance was instantly enveloped by a robust steel fortress, complete with numerous firing ports above. Once the gate was secured, the interior became an entirely safe mining zone. Yet, that was not sufficient. In the event of a prolonged blizzard sealing the entrance or being besieged by a horde of beasts, preventing access to coal extraction would pose a significant risk. Jiang Li recognized this as a substantial vulnerability. With ample magical energy crystals at her disposal, she decided it would be best to establish a teleportation array to eliminate the need for travel altogether. She retrieved the blueprint and prepared to construct a directional teleportation array connecting the camp to the mine. Half an hour later, A miniature teleportation array emanating a ghostly blue light materialized at the mine's entrance, simultaneously illuminating a corresponding teleportation anchor point in Jiang Li's courtyard. With this direct line established, even if the world outside crumbled, coal would continue to flow into the camp unceasingly. After completing these significant upgrades, Jiang Li returned to the courtyard of the fortress and exhaled deeply. The fortifications were solid, but strength must also come from within. She returned to the main house and collapsed onto the sofa. Subsequently, she opened the trading channel and began a substantial shopping spree. Iron ingots, beast tendons, stones, and feathers for crafting arrows were among her acquisitions. Then, she retrieved the blueprint for the windbreaker crossbow, blue, which she had obtained from the mafia, and headed straight to the tool shed. Although the crossbow crafted from this blueprint had moderate attack power and the indigenous people could not utilize attribute variations, it possessed the extraordinarily rare repulsion effect. For the indigenous people who rely solely on physical strength, this weapon proves to be exceptionally advantageous. As long as the numbers are sufficient, no matter how high one's attributes may be, one must inevitably take a few steps back before approaching. As Jiang Li placed the materials onto the workbench, she commenced her crafting. However, the creation of so many blue equipment pieces would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of effort. Once she began, time seemed to fly by. Li, it's time for dinner. The sound of Nico's voice snapped Jiang Li back to reality. Turning her head, she found Nico standing beside her, holding a large bowl of tomato and egg noodles. Jiang Li glanced at the clock and was astonished to see that it was already 1 in the afternoon. She had become rather engrossed in her work. Please set the noodles aside for now, Nico. I'll finish this little task and then eat, Jiang Li said, her hands covered in grime, unable to touch Nico. Instead, she bent down slightly and rubbed her face against Nico's before continuing. I don't recall reserving lunch for today. Did Joseph and the others bring the egg noodles? Have you and Xiaohui eaten yet? Typically, Joseph and his companions managed their own meals, partly due to cultural differences and partly because their food supply was sufficient for self-sustainability. Occasionally, they would prepare some of Ariel's specialty dishes to share with Jiang Li, which led her to instinctively assume that this bowl of noodles was their handiwork. Not at all, Li. Nico placed her hands on her hips, looking quite proud. I made this. Xiaohui loves it too. We've both had some. I secretly observed Sister Egg Tart making it. This noodle dish is the simplest. Is that so? Jiang Li inquired with surprise. Nico was indeed clever. She occasionally allowed her to assist with some hot dishes, but this was her first attempt at cooking independently. Jiang Li had not realized that Nico's eagerness to follow Sister Egg Tart into the kitchen was not solely driven by a love for food, but rather a desire to learn culinary skills. Indeed, Nico is amazing. Nico beamed with pride. Truly magnificent, Nico, Jiang Li replied, hastening her work. After completing her task, she eagerly wiped her hands, picked up the bowl of noodles, and took her first bite, all while Nico watched with eager anticipation. How is it, Li? Nico blinked her eyes inquisitively. Quite delightful, Jiang Li praised. Moreover, she was not lying. The proportions of the fried egg, tomato, and salt, though not perfect, were undoubtedly commendable. For a novice cook, her control of flavors was remarkably strong. Jiang Li herself often struggled to achieve the perfect balance of